EXCD plan ineligible, plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Wolf from Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is officially draft day. The first round of the NFL draft will get underway tonight at 7, and the Cardinals will be on the clock at 16. The Cardinals will have options. Will they draft a receiver, cornerback, or try to improve in the trenches? The wait is almost over, and for all things NFL draft, head to arizonasports.com. The D-backs were outlasted by the Rays last night as Corbin Carroll's 2 home runs were not enough in an 11-inning 7-6 loss, but Corbin Burns will be on the bump tonight in the rubber match. First pitch is at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Looking for a career that's more than a job? The Window Depot has positions available in customer service, design, and warehouse operations. Apply online at thewindowdepot.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire! It's the greatest radio show ever. Good morning and welcome.
Dan Mickley.
Oh my God, he's from Chicago. That's amazing.
Vince Marotta.
Oh, why, who's better than Ben?
And Jerry McCarlin.
It can only be Jerry.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Good morning. Happy Thursday, Valley sports fans. Welcome to the strangest day in American sports, the NFL Draft.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah. Now, speaking of that, I'm glad you went there right out of the gate today. That sound clip, that sound bite that they play when the pick is in, it's like Pavlov's dog.
It is. It means one thing and one thing only.
It does.
Let's go to the podium.
Right,
I
exactly.
I'll be saying that a lot today.
Yeah. The NFL Draft will have approximately 12 million viewers tonight, which is far more than an NBA playoff game will get. There's a Bucks-Pacers game on Friday that is on ESPNU because of the NFL Draft.
Because of the second round of the NFL Draft.
The second round of the NFL. A basketball playoff game relegated to ESPNU because of the NFL Draft. The Golden State
the sports bars ever going to find that channel?
The Golden State Warriors are going to get 2 much-needed days off in between games because of the NFL Draft.
Mm-hmm.
It's remarkable. That's it. That's it. It's a sound that is now burned into a sports fan's brain.
It's very hard to explain the appeal of watching or listening to the NFL Draft to someone who doesn't either like it or like football.
Yeah.
Because it is literally something that you could accomplish the exact same thing by just reading an article or picking up a newspaper the next day and just reading the picks.
They could do this thing via text. They could
do it the way they used to do
it.
In a ballroom in a hotel.
Yes. And what it's become, it never ceases to blow my mind.
It just shows you. I think it's the biggest flex of the NFL. Like, it doesn't matter what we do. You morons will consume it.
Yeah, exactly.
Not only consume it, but you want more of it.
Do you think that's bigger than, like, training camp, pregame, workout, all that stuff? Combine? Because at least this has like stars involved in it? I don't know.
Well, this is more of a presentation. It's like a beauty pageant.
Yeah, it's a
like
show.
Yeah, it's
award
a show.
ceremony kind of thing.
Basically,
Right.
257 kids getting jobs.
That's
That's what it boils down to.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. All right, time to rev this thing up. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
There it is again. How many times are you going to hear that today? The NFL draft is here. The festivities get underway tonight in Green Bay, Wisconsin, shortly after Commissioner Roger Goodell gets booed by people wearing cheese wedges on their heads. The selections will begin. The Tennessee Titans will make the first pick tonight, followed by the Cleveland Browns, New York Giants, New England Patriots, Jacksonville Jaguars, Arizona Cardinals currently own the 16th pick after their 8-9 2024 campaign. Should be making that pick sometime around 7 o'clock. If you don't want to watch all of it and you just want to tune in or to the radio or TV when the Cardinals are picking, there's about the time range. Our Arizona Sports NFL Draft Show gets underway at 4 o'clock on Arizona Sports 98.7, ESPN 620, and Arizona Sports. Then at 6, due to the Diamondbacks game, will exclusively be on ESPN 620 and the app. No day game on a Thursday? Getaway day for
I know,
Tampa
it could have
Bay?
worked out.
Could have worked out beautifully. Over the course of tonight, Friday, and Saturday, 257 players will be picked by the 32 NFL teams. And I just looked at that sound effect up on YouTube.
Yeah.
There, 3 days ago, there is a 6 minute 10 second video that ESPN put out about how they created that 10 note thing, like a behind the music.
Wow.
Maybe I'll have to watch that later on. The Detroit Lions have agreed to a 4-year, $86 million contract extension with safety Kirby Joseph, making him the highest paid safety in the history of the National Football League. Joseph had 83 tackles, 9 interceptions a year ago for the Lions while earning first-team All-Pro honors for the first time in his career. 3 years in the NFL, he's got 17 interceptions, by far the most in the league in that span. Veteran wide receiver Tyler Lockett posted on Twitter that he has signed with the Tennessee Titans. Adam Schefter says it's a 1-year deal worth $4 million with another $2 million available in incentives. Lockett had spent his entire 10-year career in Seattle, but the Seahawks released him in early March. Tough one for the D-backs last night. They dropped the 7-6 11-inning contest to the Tampa Bay Rays. Cameron Meisner and Yandy Diaz each had RBI doubles for the Rays off of Dre Jamison in the 11th. D-backs wasted a 2-homer game from Corbin Carroll, who led off the game with a dinger and then gave the D-backs a 5-4 lead in the 7th with a 2-run shot. So that series wraps up tonight with the rubber game. Chase Field, Corbin Burns taking on Drew Rasmussen. First pitch, 6:40. Pre-game coverage rolls at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. How about a hit with somebody in scoring position? That'd be cool, huh?
Yeah. Hard to find last night.
They couldn't find it. In the NBA playoffs, not having Jason Tatum, not a problem for the Boston Celtics. Tatum out with a wrist injury, but Jaylen Brown stepped up with 36 points. Celtics down to Orlando 109-100 to take a 2-0 series lead. Cleveland also up 2-0 in its series with Miami after a 121-112 Game 2 win at Rocket Arena. Donovan Mitchell led the way with 30. Darius Garland 21. Evan Mobley had 20 for the Cavs. The Houston Golden State series knotted up at 1 apiece after the Rockets took Game 2 109-94. Jalen Green, 8 threes, 38 points for Houston. Golden State's Jimmy Butler got undercut by Amen Thompson late in the first quarter. Took a nasty fall and resulted in an injury that makes me cringe, a pelvic contusion.
Whoa!
He would not return. Good name for a punk band, by the way.
Yeah.
We are pelvic contusion. Tonight, 3 more games on the slate. Pistons hosting the Knicks, Game 3 at Little Caesars Arena. In Detroit, that series knotted up at a game apiece. Tip-off is at 4 on TNT. Then it's Game 3. Thunder and Grizzlies in Memphis. OKC has dominated the first 2 games, winning by a combined margin of 70 points. TNT has that broadcast at 6:30. The Nuggets-Clippers Game 3. First ever playoff game at the Intuit Dome in L.A. Those toilets are going to get a workout tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Series tied 1-1. Tip-off 7 o'clock on NBA TV. Knicks guard Jalen Brunson named the NBA's Clutch Player of the Year on Wednesday. Brunson received 70 of 100 first-place votes, beating out Denver's Nikola Jokic and Minnesota's
How long has
Anthony
that been an
Edwards.
award?
A few years. I think this is the third year they've given it out. Brunson averaged a league-high 5.6 points in clutch time situations, and the Knicks went 17-11 in games with clutch time minutes. You know what I've always wondered about clutch time?
What's that?
I just still don't know the answer. It's defined by a 5-point game or less with under 5 minutes to play. If in that time span, the lead goes from 5 and let's say somebody hits a 3 to make it 8, does that still qualify as clutch time? Or do you have to get back down under 5 for it to qualify?
Oh, that's a good question. I think once you get to the 5-minute mark, it's all considered clutch time.
No,
even if the other team goes on.
Even if a team like goes
15-0 run.
Okay, I honestly never.
No,
knew.
it's a good question. Because that would be a hard thing to monitor those stats like that, to track it like that. Yeah, that's interesting.
I don't know how they track half the stuff they track anyway. Phoenix Mercury's practice facility has a new name. It's the Mountain America Performance Center. The Mercury announced a multi-year naming rights deal with Mountain America Credit Union yesterday. The $100 million facility opened last July, and now it has a name. That's so fun. And in the NHL, the Dallas Stars beat the Colorado Avalanche 2-1 in overtime, but that's not really the big story. The better story, Avs captain Gabriel Landeskog played for the first time in almost 3 calendar years. Landeskog last played in June of 2022 in the Stanley Cup final for the Avs against Tampa Bay, but has been sidelined with a chronic knee injury. He eventually had cartilage transplant surgery in May of 2023 and was back on the ice last night.
Yeah.
That is a pretty cool story.
Well, it is, yeah, definitely.
But then they went out and lost. In overtime, no less. There you go. There is your splash for Draft Day, Thursday, April 24th. And yes, Draft Day is here. What will the Arizona Cardinals do? Hell if we know, but we'll get into the possibilities next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs race.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball right side. It's picked up by Love. Goes to second for one. Throw to first. Double play. And the Rays win the ball game as Perdomo grounds into an inning-ending double play. They have evened this series at a game apiece. And the D-backs will rue the missed opportunities as they come up short by a final score of 7-6.
D-backs Rays series finale. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big deals going on at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your local GM dealer. Hey, it's Vince Murata to let you know about these deals going on all April long. And there has never been a better time for you to get into a new GMC truck or SUV. You can take advantage of low 0.9% APR financing on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Turbo Max full-size truck. If you're looking to go electric, you can electrify your savings with an even lower rate, 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 Hummer SUVs or Sierra EV Denali's. All offers require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers do end April 30th, 2025. So you got time, but you need to hurry in to Earnhardt Buick GMC. Meet the team. Check the inventory. They are located right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard in Mesa. You can find it all online as well at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. Earnhardt Buick GMC. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
May 5th through the 11th, get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes, you both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and sat me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Bickley and Murata talk NFL draft now.
I think position does matter because if you have guys that are similarly graded, you're going to look at position, you're going to look at need, and I think offensive line, defensive line are probably the most important things. I don't think it's a quarterback, a running back, a safety, or even a receiver. I really don't in the first round. It would surprise me if they went receiver. I think it's probably on the bigger side, one of the big guys, and then maybe a corner depending on who's there.
It's Dave Pasch, play-by-play voice of the Arizona Cardinals, who joined us yesterday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on what makes the most sense for, in his mind, for the Cardinals today in the first round and this weekend. And that seems to be the scuttlebutt. Dave Pasch saying it. Dave usually gets pretty good intel. Our own John Gambadoro usually gets pretty good intel. Looks like it's going to be something in the trenches, either offensively or defensively.
Yeah, I don't think it's a surprise. I think the only other thing that we debated about was whether or not an elite cornerback would be a better play at 16, and that's something Gambo's ruled out. It's something Dave Pasch said probably only if the right guy is sitting there. So I think the idea, and it's not just the Cardinals, everybody is kind of doing the copycat of the Philadelphia Eagles. It's a copycat league. They're the champions. And the whole trench warfare thing now is in vogue. So and it's not just about trying to build an offensive line. It's just depth at the position. So yeah. Listen, I'm cool with that. You know, you're building an entire program around the comfort level of Kyler Murray. It's been sort of their MO since day one, since the time they showed up at the statue unveiling at Oklahoma.
Yeah,
so,
true.
Yeah, I think it's not a surprise.
About going into the trenches again, this would be, if it plays out, either offensively or defensively tonight for the Cardinals, Bick, third straight year they will have invested a first-round pick in a line player, either defense or offense. Last year, of course, the second first-round pick was Darius Robinson at 27, poised for a breakout, we hope, in year two. Didn't do much in year one. The year before that, Paris Johnson went 6th overall. They took a defensive end / edge in B.J. Ojolari with the 41st overall pick. So there certainly seems to be a trend there with Monty Ossenfort's top 50 picks and going into his third draft. But it's so funny, and I've avoided it mostly because I still have nightmares about mock drafts. But yesterday, this is when it gets fun to me because this is final mock draft. I know I put out 27 others from January to now, but this is the final mock draft. Well, so really the one that I would pay attention to. I tracked 17 of them from the major outlets yesterday. And there's almost like 17 different players projected to the Cardinals.
That's what I was going to say.
They're all over the place.
So is that to say the people who produce mock drafts save their best stuff for the very last one? Okay, well,
I think some of them do.
That further points out the absurdity of the NFL draft. Consuming content that changes on the daily just because the content has to be created.
It's definitely part of the absurdity.
Yeah.
Well, and I think as it gets closer to draft, you get obviously these guys making the mock drafts get more intel, and then that changes where players might go or whatever it may be. Like for example, the last 2 days, the Giants and Browns are quote fielding calls for their pick. You don't think they've been fielding calls since they got the pick?
Yeah,
that stuff just comes out naturally.
Yeah, the real tight-lipped information, the stuff teams don't want to get out, nobody has that yet.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody's got a lot of disinformation and subterfuge. But you know what? What you can't deny is social media. And already this morning there are reports George Pickens has canceled the Steelers from his Instagram account.
Unfollowed them.
Yeah.
And look,
so could he be traded today?
He's a moody diva. He's on the move.
Yeah.
He's going somewhere.
Joe Shane's son posted a Jackson Dart highlight reel on Instagram and then set his account to private. And now there's a bunch of rumblings that the Giants actually love Jackson Dart.
Yeah, here's their writer for ESPN, Jordan Renan, about the Jackson Dart flirtations.
Everything you hear the last couple days leads towards Jackson Dart. I think I probably heard the end of last week, that Jackson Dart was kind of Brian Daboll's guy. And everything I've heard over the last few days kind of only seems to reinforce that. And that seems to be the belief as we head here. The Giants at number 3 are going to take the best available player. Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, whoever goes 2-3, whoever's there for the Giants at 3. I would kind of expect them to go in that direction as long as they make that pick, right? That helps you win this year. And then the potential of, okay, where can we possibly get back in and get a quarterback? And it seems like that quarterback right now is Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
Which would tell. So if the Giants are fascinated with Jackson Dart, then they're taking Abdul Carter at 3. Because you're not taking Jackson Dart at 3.
Look, I think it's going to be Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, the first 2 players off the board. I don't know how anybody with a functioning synapse in their brain could pass on Abdul Carter at 3. I think he's going to be an absolute stud.
Mm-hmm.
But they do need a quarterback.
Well, they've got to. They can get back in to get Jackson Dart, but that's what's interesting, because if those are the kind of moves that would make you think like Monty Austinfort might have an opportunity to trade down if possible, or the Giants just think maybe you can get Jackson Dart with that second pick of theirs. But whatever, it's all beginning.
Yeah. Do you want to know more about Jackson Dart?
Sure.
Dan Bickley?
Sure.
Let's find out more. No? Not so much?
Jared didn't do it, so
I got to find it. I'm sorry.
Jackson Dart also now not going to the draft, reported today.
Oh, okay.
Not going to be in Lambeau.
He'll show them.
Yeah.
Right.
Jared.
I'm right.
Jared, I got it.
Jackson Dart, quarterback, Ole Miss.
Oh, I'm sure you haven't heard this one before. Jackson Dart throws darts. Yeah, I know it's cliche, but it is indeed true. Dart throws with elite accuracy and velocity to get the ball to his receiver quick, fast, and precisely. Not only is he physically talented, but his ability to progress through his reads and draw the defense offside is. Dart excels against man coverage, but occasionally struggles to find the open man against zone. Although when he does struggle to find the open man, his vision and acceleration helps him get out of the pocket and run. NFL comp quarterback, Gardner Minshew.
In this process, the Jackson Dart infatuation has grown more than any other quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
The Shedeur Sanders, there's so many different stories about him.
Mm-hmm.
Shared the one yesterday that Tom Pelissero uncovered from NFL Network about one anonymous assistant coach saying his formal interview in the draft process was the worst he's ever been a part of. There's always one of those reports every year.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe how unprofessional this kid was.
Yeah. Did you hear Kyle Brandt go off on that?
I did not.
Oh, so Kyle Brandt went off on a rant against that anonymous source. Said this really triggers me, that somebody would speak like this anonymously before a kid's about to get drafted.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Pelissero does that exercise every year where he talks to his people. He's got his people around the league where he gets these anonymous views, whether they're positive or negative.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get something like that, is that something you, as a journalist, you bury?
No.
I don't think so either.
No,
and I'm not a Shedeur Sanders fan, But that sucks for him that it comes out. It
Yeah.
ultimately won't affect things that greatly,
Right.
but it's just a negative on a kid before he even gets started.
And also because if you're Shedeur Sanders and say you meet with the team and you don't like and you're not feeling these stories happen all the time. Oh, that interview was terrible. How many people were just bad talking Kyler Murray about his interviews? You remember that?
Well,
worst interview ever.
The world saw one of those interviews when he went on the Dan Patrick show during the Super Bowl.
Well, there you go. I guess there was some merit to it.
Is he human? What is happening right now? He couldn't respond to the simple questions.
I know.
That was strange.
That was very, very strange.
While his career's been up and down, it's been a lot better than that interview.
It is amazing to be this close, day of the draft, and not really have any idea what's going to happen with Shedeur Sanders, though, the most hyped player in the draft.
Yeah, could he be elevated on somebody's board? And could there be that run on quarterbacks? I don't expect it. Obviously, not like last year. Last year was historic with all the quarterbacks that went early. But could he fall into the 20s? People are still projecting. Some people are projecting him to the Steelers, and I don't know about the fit there either, quite honestly. We talked about the difficulty that Aaron Rodgers could bring a team like the Pittsburgh Steelers with their culture. And Shedeur Sanders is, he's a flashy, brash, outspoken kid. Does that fly in Pittsburgh? I don't know.
I brought this up a few weeks ago because there were rumblings of this then, and I wonder how much of that is true today. I wonder how many coaches are resisting putting up obstacles in their war room about Shedeur Sanders for fear of losing their job to Deion Sanders the following year. Mm-hmm. It's got to be a real thing. We know how these coaches operate, and so much of the operations in the NFL are based out of job security fears. So it's got to be a thing as well.
Yeah.
So it's
lots of draft talk all day, and our NFL draft show gets underway at 4 o'clock. The Diamondbacks lose a frustrating one last night. We'll let you hear what happened and what didn't happen in D-Backs Daily next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't necessarily need a project at receiver. I need a Matthew Golden or a Tedero McMillan or somebody. If Tyler Booker is still there at 47 and they don't take him, I'm going to be reacting like you on draft night, Wolf.
Bring the intensity, furrow the brow. Tyler Booker does that. He will destroy you. That's what he does. That's what I want. I want somebody out there playing patty cake. Patty cake. Baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast. Knock it off.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We have big news from Sanderson Ford. Listen to this.
This is David Kimmerly, president of America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Ford just announced From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay on the full lineup on new Fords with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and no added markups.
Employee pricing levels the playing field for Ford dealers as everyone gets the same set price. However, other dealers will still add addendums and add-ons. Sanderson Ford will not. Choose Sanderson because they have the inventory and a 70-year reputation of treating you right. Ford is undeniably the most America-first automaker in the world. 80% of the vehicles Ford sells are assembled in factories located in America, and they will be less affected by the tariffs. Now is the best time to buy a new Ford with From America, For America employee pricing from Sanderson Ford.
Excludes 2025 Expedition, Super Duty, Raptor, Mustang, and Bronco specialty vehicles.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more.
The
24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Desert Diamond West Valley brings you the Legends Tribute Series. See an incredible outdoor concert for free every Thursday. This April, see Voyager, Sweet Home Alabama, the Country Artist Tribute, and tribute to Tom Petty and Stevie Nicks, Dragging My Heart. Go online for the full schedule. It's time to live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino West Valley.
An enterprise of the Donna Ogden Nation.
Hit a home run with bold flavors at Dog House Downtown Phoenix, serving gourmet dogs, sausages, chicken, burgers, and more 24/7. Hosting a watch party, Dog House Catering delivers with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and their legendary build-your-own dog bar. Load the bases with flavor and bring the heat to your lineup. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and let them deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It's officially draft day. The first round of the NFL draft will get underway tonight at 7, and the Arizona Cardinals will be on the clock with pick 16, and they will have options. Will they draft a receiver, a cornerback, or try to improve in the trenches? The wait is almost over, and for all things NFL draft coverage, head to ArizonaSports.com. The Diamondbacks were outlasted by the Rays last night as Corbin Carroll's 2 home runs were not enough in an 11-inning 7-6 loss, but Corbin Burns will be on the bump tonight in the rubber match. First pitch is at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
That baby is gone! Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-Backs looking for a third straight win as they hosted the Tampa Bay Rays at Chase Field. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound against Taj Bradley. Rodriguez delivered a 1-2-3 first inning. D-Backs turn at bat. Leadoff man Corbin Carroll did his best Pink impression. He got the party started.
High drive, deep right field, into the desert sky it goes, it's gone. And baseball's best leadoff hitter with another strike. It's his 8th home run of the season. It's 1-0 Diamondbacks.
Chris Garagiola on the call, 1-1 cutter, 419 feet to right center. D-backs had a 1-run lead early. Tampa Bay would answer in their top of the second. Christopher Morel leading off against Erod.
As Rodriguez, the lefty, winds and deals. There's a swing and a ball drilled out towards deep left field. Gurriel turns, looks, it's gone. The Rays counter right back with a solo homer of their own. It's Morel's second, and it's a 1-1 ball game.
Yeah, things even at that point. 2 batters later, Cameron Meisner had a 2-out double, and then Rodriguez walked catcher Danny Jansen, the number 8 hitter, and faced Jose Caballero, the 9 hitter.
1-0, there's a jam shot flare. That's going to fall into center field, a base hit. Rounding third, coming home to score is Meisner. And the Rays, with a 2-run top of the second, take a 2-1 lead.
Yep, D-backs would get even in the second. Alec Thomas, Tim Tawa back-to-back one-out singles. Jose Herrera's ground out to second scored Thomas to make it 2-2. They would stay even until the bottom of the fourth with the Diamondbacks batting. 2 outs, runner at first for Tawa.
There's the 0-1. Swung on, that's hit into shallow left center. Simpson hustling in. Oh, he dives, but it's out of the glove. Thomas running the whole time. Then around third, he'll try and score. The throw from Simpson late. And the D-backs take a 3-2 lead.
And it would stay 3-2 until the seventh. Rodriguez still in the game. He gave up a one-out bunt single to Meisner, and then Jansen had a ground rule double. Rodriguez struck out Caballero for the second out. Torey Lovello went to his bullpen, called on Shelby Miller with runners on second and third. First hitter he'd face, Yandy Diaz.
Another 2-2. Diaz rips a single into center field, a base hit. Thomas has it, comes up firing. Jansen's going to try and score. Throw to the plate is not in time. And Yandy Diaz with a 2-run, 2-out single gives Tampa a 4-3 lead.
Would stay that way until the bottom of the seventh. Lefty reliever Mason Montgomery on the mound. He issued a one-out walk to Herrera. That brought up Carroll again.
1-1. Swung on, that ball's drilled. Deep center field. Back is Simpson. Turning, looking, it is gone! That's off the top of the center field wall. A moonshot for Carroll, and the D-backs lead it 5-4.
There is no stopping this kid. I mean, he is just on fire. What a swing that was.
Yeah, 430 feet that time off the bat of Corbin
Whatever
Carroll.
Corbin Carroll did this offseason to kind of recalibrate his swing, bravo.
Yeah.
His exit velocities are breathtaking. He is becoming must-watch television.
Yep.
Every at-bat that dude has is becoming must-watch TV.
Yeah, that blast put the D-backs back up 5-4. In the eighth, Ryan Thompson in for the D-backs. He got into the soup immediately, allowed a leadoff double to Morrell. Then Taylor Walls reached on an infield single. Runners on the corners for the speedy Chandler Simpson.
1-1. Breaking ball lined into right field, a base hit. Left a hanging sweeper up in the zone. Walls goes to third on the play. We're tied at 5. It's still nobody out.
Yeah, nobody out and bases loaded. Thompson struck out Jonathan Aranda and Caballero, then would face Diaz with the bases still juiced.
1-0 pitch. Diaz pops it up, out into shallow center. In comes Thomas. He is there and makes the catch. Sure, the Rays tie it, but they had him loaded with nobody out and failed to produce anything more.
Yeah, D-backs would load the bases against Tampa Bay reliever Edwin Uceda in the eighth, but pinch hitter Gabby Moreno lined out to right to end the inning. Both teams went 1-2-3 in the ninth, so to extras we would go. Neither team could push across a run in the 10th. Dre Jameson took the hill for the 11th for the Diamondbacks. Simpson, the runner at second, and that Cameron Meisner. What a thorn in the side he's been. He was the hitter.
Jameson ready, and it's 1-2. Swung on, drilled, deep center. Thomas racing, still racing back. It is over his head. It's off the base of the center field wall. Simpson will score easily.
They weren't done. Jameson then walked Aranda, who got to a second on a ground out. 2 outs later, Diaz up again.
3-1 from Jameson. Swung on, line to right. That's a fair ball inside the line, and that brings home Aranda. Into the corner it goes. Diaz to second with an RBI double.
Yeah, 2-run lead for Tampa Bay in the bottom of the 11th. Eric Orzi, the pitcher, on for the Rays. Eugenio Suarez, the runner, on second. Rays defense got a little generous with Alec Thomas at the plate.
And the 1-0 pitch here from Orzi. Breaking ball, weakly hit back towards short, charging in. Walls, gloves, throws to first. It gets away from the first baseman, Aranda. Suarez rounding third. He will score. The ball scoots out of play, and Thomas moves into scoring position.
Yeah, 7-6. Tawa then drew a walk. Moreno lined out. That sent Thomas the tying run to third. Corbin Carroll, the hitter, but he drew a walk to load the bases. The game would come down to Geraldo Perdomo.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball right side. It's picked up by Love. Goes to second for one. Throw to first. Double play. And the Rays win the ball game as Perdomo grounds into an inning-ending double play. They have evened this series at a game apiece. And the D-backs will rue the missed opportunities as they come up short by a final score of 7-6.
Yeah, Chris Garagiola on the final call there. The D-backs, you want to talk about ruining missed opportunities.
Oh, my goodness.
One hit with runners in scoring position all night in a game that was that crazy. Torey Lovello talked about all the missed opportunities.
I think tonight was a night of some missed opportunities. We had the right men in the right spot, just couldn't come up with a big hit to end this game. And we created some traffic. I think we had 9 hits, 7 walks, so 16 base runners and guys all over the place on the bases. And like I said, we couldn't cash in. Special night for Corbin. 2 home runs, a couple other guys with some big base hits. We did some heady things today, but I just think at the right time, with the right guys up, we couldn't cash in, and that was the difference in the game. It was a frustrating game to lose. I'm not gonna lie, sit here and try and sugarcoat it. We'll rebound and come out tomorrow and play a good game.
10 men left on base, 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, listen, I don't know what kind of vibes you get off the team right now. They're 14-10, so we're about 25 games into the season. And it just seems like this is kind of a slog at times. And yesterday, you could hear the frustration after the game. I'm sure you could feel it during the game. The fact that at times it feels so close. Eduardo Rodriguez having a very, very good outing. Shelby Miller comes in, and it's his chance to kind of secure a quality start, secure a great outing, gives up a 2-run single. Now, Shelby's been fantastic, but little moments. So now there's no quality start. There's no victory for Eduardo Rodriguez. Ryan Thompson, who deserves a lot of credit for tap dancing his way out of that bases-loaded jam, still gave up. It got messy because of him. And Justin Martinez looked good, but it feels like this team, every time you think they're starting to get real elevation, they kind of get dragged back down a little bit. And it's partly because of what Jared has been saying very consistently, that there's 2 halves to this batting lineup, the haves and the have-nots. Right?
The half and the half.
Right, exactly. And it just was so frustrating last night. Gabby Moreno with the bases loaded couldn't come through. And then Geraldo Perdomo, when you thought, okay, this is it. This is going to be the game-winning situation. It's just deflating.
Yeah, and they even got production from the back half of the lineup. I mean, Gurriel had a hit, 1 for 5. Suarez had 1 for 5, but they missed opportunities. Thomas is hitting. Tawa's starting to hit the ball. But last night, they just could not generate when they had opportunities to bust it open. They just couldn't do it at all.
1 for 14 runners in scoring position.
And Tampa Bay, conversely, 7 for 18 with runners in scoring position.
And that's Tampa's first road victory of the entire season.
It's only their 5th road game to this point, which is crazy.
That is weird.
Because they front-loaded all those games at their outdoor stadium in Tampa. Couple things that were pluses, obviously. Corbin Carroll, 2 home runs. Justin Martinez getting back out there after like a 5-day layoff and looking like Justin Martinez.
Yeah.
I mean, 1-2-3 inning. But that alleviated some concerns. Not all the concerns in the bullpen are alleviated. We'll get into that a little bit later on. But rubber game tonight, 6:40, first pitch. Corbin Burns on the mound for the Diamondbacks. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, the Phoenix Suns. Reports say there's big changes coming to the team, and Matt Ishbia might be big game hunting for some of those changes. We'll tell you about the rumors next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL Draft today. The Cards have the 16th pick. What's Monty going to do?
I've never gone into a draft saying I want to trade back, I want to trade up. It truly is a matter of opportunity. We're going to be ready to pick a player every time our number's called. It's a gamble. Like if you get a call and there's an offer to move back, then you got to weigh that. Hey, we may lose out on the player that we want here. Is it worth it?
The Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza begins this afternoon at 4. Preview the players and the picks with us. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead, and if I'm ever hurt in an accident, I'm calling Sweet James. That's right. I already know that's the team I want on my side, and so should you. Because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the most. For example, one of our listeners was injured after being rear-ended at a red light, the insurance companies offered them $60,000. Now, that might seem like a lot of money, but with Sweet James protecting them, they were awarded $745,000 instead. They can't guarantee the outcome of a case, but whether it's a car crash, motorcycle accident, or trucking accident, the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and you pay nothing until they win your case. So if you or a loved one is hurt in an accident, call Sweet James, 800-9-MILLION, for a free consultation. An easy number to remember during an uneasy time. Don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. 800-9-MILLION. That's the firm that wins the most. Sweet James. 800-9-MILLION, or at sweetjames.com. Once again, that's sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns. At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here. Don't wait another year wishing you had custom shades. Do what I did and call All Pro Shade Concepts. They're celebrating 20 years in 2025 with free estimates, complimentary installation, and they will cover your sales tax. I use roll-down shades to keep the cold air out and turn my patio into another room. And when summer comes, their retractable awnings block the sun and add backyard shade. Visit allproshadeconcepts.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
Is your AC ready for summer? Don't wait for the heat to hit. Weak airflow? Warm air? Strange noises? These are warning signs your AC needs attention. Our skilled technicians offer AC repair services or replacements to keep your family cool all summer long. Don't sweat it. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning has your back. Here to keep your home cool all summer. Visit onehour.com to schedule today. Financing options available.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again, because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Luke. The NFL Draft is here, so which teams could mess up the Cardinals' plans for that 16th pick? We'll get into that and react to Game 2 of D-backs Rays at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
So I was over there as well. One thing you can see, Malika, and Perk, you know this by playing, and Stephen A. was there too. When you're at a game, you can see the effort.
Yes.
You can feel it. It's different. And TV does a fantastic job of covering the games. But when you're there, you can watch all the players. You can watch off-ball stuff.
Yes.
And to see Phoenix, it is like Steven said, it's almost like, guys, I mean, do you want to play? Yes. Do you want to compete? I don't understand. I'm flabbergasted.
Analyst Bob Myers on ABC. March 16th, that was at halftime of the Suns-Lakers game, where the Suns just absolutely mailed it in the first half of that game on national television. Stephen A. Smith eviscerated them. Bob Myers had that to say. Why are we playing a Bob Myers soundbite more than a month after he said it on a game that most people have forgotten or would like to forget at this point? Mark Stein, NBA insider, puts out the Stein Line Substack newsletter. And he's got some intel on what the Phoenix Suns want to do with their front office. We mentioned Dwayne Rankin reported earlier this week that the Suns are looking at people to come in, and he didn't have a lot of information on oversee or just to join the basketball operations. But Mark Stein took it a step further and said that the Suns and Matt Ishbia going after Bob Myers, the former architect of the Golden State Warriors, to take over basketball operations for the Suns. He wrote, "It would be super clear, though, if the Suns could successfully lure Bob Myers back into the front office world. You'd struggle to find many league observers who like their chances." Ishbia has said to have maintained a longstanding interest in trying to convince Myers to return to the role in which he presided over 4 Warriors championships. Can the Suns actually pull that off? There is far more skepticism than belief in the desert air at the moment. Look, if you really want to change the direction and feel of your basketball operations, that's the biggest name you can get at this point.
Yeah, listen, if Matt Ishbia can pull this off, I think everything changes overnight in terms of optimism, how people are becoming skeptical of him and his methods. I think that would be doing exactly what you need to do in this situation. Bob Myers stepped down from the Golden State Warriors because of the grind. He wanted to spend more time with his family, and he's gotten to television. Could he be talked into this challenge and this job? Ironically, Bob Myers' biggest free agent acquisition was, wait for it, Kevin Durant.
Yes.
And Kevin Durant and Bob Myers have a really good relationship, so that made me start to think a little bit. I don't know where this is going, but I appreciate greatly that Matt Ishbia is going in this direction.
But
Matt, let's go!
On the flip side of that, though, we played all the audio from Matt Ishbia's press conference, all the audio from his interview with Burns and Gambo that same day, last Thursday, 1 week ago, and it was hinted at changes. I'm here to make changes. We didn't know what those changes were. One thing in the past that Matt Ishbia said, taking a million swings at things. Is this, if there is, and Gambo's already shot down the veracity of this report saying it's not true, but doesn't this in some ways smack of just another wild swing? I mean, Bob Myers is obviously accomplished. But how attractive is this job to somebody like him? You are so hamstrung with what you can do.
Right. But why would that be a wild swing on Matt Ishbia's part?
Because
he can't do anything?
If there's no interest on Bob Myers' part,
unrealistic.
It's unrealistic, and should you be focusing your search to somebody who actually wants to take the job? Or is it Bob Myers or nothing? Is that why it was so vague on what those changes were going to look like in the front office? And kind of the weird feel you got from the answers of questions from Josh Bartelstein and James Jones that same day. I mean, at the heart of it, yes, it's aggressive. It fits with the Matt Ishbia mold of the way he likes to do things. But this is going to be, if this were to ever happen, it would be the sales job of a century.
I'm just confused here. What is Gambo shooting down? That the Suns are pursuing Bob Myers, or that Bob Myers would be interested in coming to Phoenix?
They linked to the story of Stein saying that they're targeting him, interested in him.
And Dwayne Rankin wrote the same thing.
Today, Dwayne Rankin wrote that he also is hearing that.
Okay.
And somebody sent a link to Gambo and said, any truth to this? And he said, no, not true. That's all he said.
Okay.
So I don't know what he was shooting down, whether it was the Suns' interest or what aspect.
Or the possibility that it could happen.
The reason why I think this is a perfect swing for Matt Ishbia is because a guy like Bob Myers would only take the job with the autonomy that he knows he would need to do the job. And that, to me, is the best way out of this.
You're saying he would only take the job knowing that he would have full control.
Exactly.
Over it. Right.
Over the roster.
Exactly.
That the owner would not come in and say, I want this, and then Bob Myers would say, okay, I don't agree, but I'll do it for you. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And Bob Myers, he's got a, and again, you don't know about reputations, and because Bob Myers oversaw 4 championships won by the Golden State Warriors. So obviously there's glitter on his resume.
Yes.
But if I recall correctly, people thought that he did a really good job of finding complementary pieces, strategic planning, and building of a cohesive roster.
Yes.
That's what the Suns need.
Yeah.
So I hope this is true, and I hope that, look, if we know anything about Matt Ishbia and Josh Bartelstein, they're very persuasive. They proved as much on a couple of different fronts. So I hope there is truth to this, and I hope Bob Myers is in the mood for a big-time challenge.
Here's more from the Stein article. Chances are it would take a truly special opportunity to lure Myers back to the full-fledged NBA chaos, especially when you also factor in that he's realistically not going to be a part of 4 more championships at his next stop. The depths of the Suns' challenges, trapped as they are in the luxury tax second apron, and with Houston controlling Phoenix's first-round pick in June, as well as both in 2027 and 2029, should slam home that special is not the word that comes to mind. One factor that does work in their favor, Phoenix isn't far from Myers' home base in Los Angeles. But, all right, you're gonna swing your swing it, but if there's not interest, I think the Suns have to pivot pretty quickly. I know Matt Ishbia talked about a 60 to 90 day time frame
for the head coach.
But it makes more sense if you're going to hand over the basketball operations to somebody with that resume and that experience. You got to take care of that part first.
Yeah, that's exactly. So I do agree with, if Bob Myers is not interested, you do have to kind of find the other guy. But if this is what Matt Ishbia is looking for, I'm taking solace in that, because he's not looking just to kind of rearrange things. He's not looking to bring in a different voice. Like when you brought up Tayshaun Prince as an example, finding the next young, hungry executive, it's a two-sided coin, like all coins happen to be. On one side, you're trying to target somebody who has got the right combination of skill sets and ambition, and he needs a chance to prove himself. So needing the chance to prove yourself will compensate for the fact that you don't have a lot to work with here. But at the same time, if you get somebody who's more established, then I think you're getting closer to getting the owner in the lane that he needs to be in. So I take great comfort in this. And maybe he's just big game hunting, because that Matt Ishbia likes to do that as well.
He does like to do that. You're exactly right. Calling all Minecraft-loving families. Head to the contest page now at ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win 4 tickets to the D-backs Braves game on Minecraft Day. Plus, you'll score 4 tickets to see the brand new Minecraft movie. Coming up next, injuries happen in sports. Who's responsible? Nobody knows. But with the Diamondbacks, somebody is taking responsibility for a key injury. We'll tell you more about it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You can't use the old excuse about not having enough storage, because we know you've got the cloud. Download the Arizona Sports app and keep it on your home screen for breaking sports news, all the Arizona sports shows and podcasts, plus listen to the Suns, D-backs, ASU Athletics, and more on your phone. The Arizona Sports app is presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can, and you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability." Well, I must have convinced him, because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get 1.99% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra SR or SR5. Or get competitive financing or a great lease deal on a new Camry, RAV4, or Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, arriving daily at your Valley Toyota dealers. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Offers end 4/30/25. See dealer for details.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
2 words we've been waiting for. Employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, save big on 2-pound packages of fresh, delicious strawberries. They're on sale for only $2.49 each with your digital coupon. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is officially draft day. The first round of the NFL draft will get underway tonight at 7, and the Arizona Cardinals will be on the clock at 16, and they will have options. Will it be a receiver, cornerback, or will they try to improve in the trenches? The wait is almost over, and for all things NFL draft coverage, head to arizonasports.com. The D-backs were outlasted by the Rays last night as Corbin Carroll's 2 home runs were not enough in an 11-inning 7-6 loss, but Corbin Burns will be on the bump tonight in the rubber match. First pitch is at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by Native Grill and Wings. Great food, cold drinks, and non-stop sports action. Visit nativegrillandwings.com to find the restaurant nearest you.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. How will Corbin Burns fare in start number 5 with his new team? And can he quell our worries about any buyer's remorse? The Burns and Gembo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Me personally, I'm going to be optimistic and say that I want it to happen. I feel like there's a strong possibility that it could happen that way. So that's my own personal opinion. That's Dr. Lavella, and I don't know Jack S about anything, but I'm optimistic, and you can't take that away from me.
I guess
from the information that I've got, I have very little information because I am dangerous when I get up here, and questions like that would get me, and I'd be like, oh, okay. So I don't know. They purposely don't tell me. They don't tell me all the details. They tell me enough.
That's Torey Lovullo yesterday pregame before the Diamondbacks lost to the Rays, asked about A.J. Puck and what's going on. Yesterday we talked about the latest was the Diamondbacks and A.J. Puck seeking second and third opinions about the condition of the elbow from some very renowned sports surgeons. Still no results in on that. Torey Lovullo saying hopefully and being optimistic that Puck can avoid surgery. Mm-hmm. And A.J. Puck hasn't pitched since April 17th. He's on the injured list. Torey was also asked this question if he had spoken with A.J. Puck, and this is where it got interesting.
I've spoken to him a little bit. I'm just trying to let him know that I'm hurting. My heart hurts when that type of stuff happens, and I'm directly responsible for the health of this team and the health of these players. And maybe I asked a little bit too much of certain guys too early, and I got to learn. I got to keep learning. And I just expressed that to him, like, this one's on me, and I apologize. And we're going to get you better, and you're going to come back, and you're going to dominate whenever that time is. We're not sure, but you're missing some time now, and we just gotta figure this out. And we're with you, and we're going to make it work together.
We know enough about Torey Lovullo to know that he is very much a fall on the sword kind of guy. But when it comes to injuries,
very much in his feels kind of guy.
Yes,
very emotional.
Should he falling on the injury?
I don't.
Sword?
Yeah, this really made me go, wow. That's. I mean. To me, because he also apologized to Ketel Marte for his injury, right? And if there's any manager in baseball who gets more criticism for giving guys and coddling guys, please tell me who that is. Right?
I can't think of one.
I can't think of anybody.
Yeah, and if you look at the workload early on with A.J. Puck, and I know Torey Lovullo has been more outspoken about this too, but easing things in. Don't want to give these guys to go 0 to 60 when the season starts, but A.J. Puck pitched in 8 games, never pitched more than a single inning, had 4 outings where he threw 20 or more pitches. On the year, 156 pitches. Pitched on back-to-back days only twice in those 8. And that was April 1st and 2nd against the Yankees, and his last 2, April 16th and 17th against Miami. I mean, nothing jumps out at that usage and says, wow.
Nothing at all.
Who are you, Billy Martin in 1980 with the Oakland A's?
I know. And so Torey Lovullo later said, yeah, well, there was a game when I had him get up and then he had to sit back down, and it's like, but that's baseball. It just sounds very, very soft and very, very coddling. And maybe that's just his emotion speaking because, A.J. Puck is, he's going to be down for a while.
That's what I was sort of taking, is that, like, it just sort of is implying that things are pretty bad with A.J. Puck. And,
I think that's probably
it's like hitting him right now, and he's just, like, feeling bad about the whole situation.
Yeah. That's listen, and that's the secret of Torey Lovullo's success. That he is vulnerable emotionally, that he lets people in, that he gets involved in players' lives, that he doesn't have to be that authoritarian. He's the anti-Buck Showalter, right? It doesn't always have to be I walk in the room, everybody hush.
Yeah.
And that's what makes him really good at his job. But apologizing for what is a very, unfortunately, common injury in baseball.
That's exactly where I was going. It's almost more amazing when pitchers don't get hurt.
Yeah.
When you think about what they're asked to do and the limitations the human body has in those movements, throwing a baseball at that speed with that movement is not good for anybody's arm.
I think what the biggest issue is here, and I think the Diamondbacks, because the way they played the first couple weeks of the season, to me, looked like a team that completely mailed in spring training. Now, they didn't do that. We know that. They were out there, but they were not crisp. So the idea of slow rolling into the season, that used to be what spring training was. You slow rolled your way into the season, but when the season began, it was full blast. The Diamondbacks it's like, okay, there's spring training, then you begin the slow roll. And if anything ever proved to you that a sport that now is pushing the human envelope on what a human arm can do, playing 162 games is asinine. I don't know how you're going to sustain it. If these arm injuries continue at the rate they are because the game has turned into high-velocity pitching, how in the world can anyone sustain that over 162 games?
High velocity with high movement pitching, too.
Yeah.
A lot of spin, yeah. High velocity and high spin, exactly.
But one of the things that I'll never be able to figure out is the way things used to be. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you to get off my lawn, but if
you don't have a lawn.
I don't have a lawn. But get off my parking lot. But there are times in baseball history where pitching staffs were one player. There is a reason why Cy Young's records in baseball's record books won't ever be approached, because he pitched every damn day. And I don't think Cy Young was throwing 100 with movement,
Right?
But it wasn't like he wasn't throwing every pitch as hard as he could either.
No, you're absolutely right.
Nolan Ryan more recently. Was he just a freak of nature that had better ligaments than everybody else?
Yes. I think that is part of it.
Bob Gibson, in June and July of 1968, 2-month period in 1968, 12 starts, 12 complete games, 12 wins, 8 shutouts, 6 runs allowed, 0 concerns about his pitch counts.
But that's what it does. And as
And
you
now
get
he's
more
dead,
information,
You better be right about that.
He is. That's why I was a little slow.
You better be
on the
right
joke.
about that.
he's been gone for a while.
Okay.
5 years ago.
Is it only 5 years?
Yeah.
I thought it was longer.
2020.
Wow. 2020 messed everything up.
I know.
In terms of the timeline. But
you can say that again.
With more knowledge, more science, more staff involved in getting pitchers ready, and quite honestly, more care about their own careers and the conditions of their arms and everything, that's what just doesn't jive with me.
No. So it's almost as if the Diamondbacks and Torey Lovello are telling you the season is too long, and I've got to remind myself we can't go hard. Because, look, it's the common refrain from all old-school baseball fans. I've told you many anecdotes of people who approach me and they're viscerally angry at him for giving guys days off. It just doesn't make sense to the old-school baseball fan. But I think this is really a condemnation of how long this Major League Baseball season is.
Well, and I think you're feeling, between the lines, I think Jarrett's feeling between the lines was Torey knows more than he let on yesterday.
Yeah, there's that.
And it's, even best case scenario, he's talking about A.J. Puck avoiding surgery. That's one thing. That doesn't mean he's going to be back in 2 weeks.
No. So, fortunately for the Diamondbacks, even though I said yesterday they seem to be kind of close to breaking through, then falling back, then every team above them in the NL West is 5-5 in their last 10 games. So everybody has cooled down.
And by the way, have you seen the list of Dodgers pitching injuries again? Talk about a team. Last year they won the World Series with just an astronomical number of pitcher injuries. They're on pace to break that this year.
Do you know who
Luckily, they have 38 starters.
Well, there you go. Do you know who's really giddy right now? Fans of the Cub.
They're playing unreal.
They're playing unreal right now. They had another wild-ass comeback win. Then they beat the Dodgers again yesterday.
So are the Mets.
Pete Crow Armstrong is out of his mind right now.
Tearing it up. Wrigley's a fun place to be lately.
Oh, yeah. They're feeling it. They've had a couple of magical days in that park already, and they're like, this is our year. It's like, calm down, man. We're not even in...
What are you, new?
Yeah. Right.
We want to hear your opinion. We're looking for ways to improve. Text survey to 620-620. Take the Arizona Sports Survey for your chance to win premium D-backs tickets to an upcoming game. Again, that is survey to 620-620. Coming up next, Cardinals at 16. Who are they going to take? We'll go through some of the possibilities from the newly released Gambo 5 or so. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL Draft today.
Get you going like game day, honestly. You know, there's not too many things in the world you can do that feels like the rush after the national anthem before you kick it off. Draft night comes pretty close. It's an exciting time to be a Cardinal, I know that.
The Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza begins this afternoon at 4. Preview the players and the picks with us. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Diamond Dave Cantor here. Do you do anything the same way you did in 1989? In 1989, you went to the library. Now you Google it. In 1989, you went to a payphone or the kitchen to make a call. Now it's in your pocket. In 1989, you wrote and mailed a letter. Now you email or text. And in 1989, you went to the mall or an old-timey jewelry store and paid full retail. Oh, wait, some of you are still doing this? In 1989, my dad sold his 22-store chain to the big guys, so I decided to use our worldwide connections and production capacity to serve clients. But in person, one-on-one, later adding online, later adding text, and later adding Instagram. Importing and working in professional offices, I turned the industry upside down and cut out 5 layers between you and the diamonds. So you can stop by Orange Julius and the arcade on your way to pay 3 to 10 times what you should at the mall or a traditional store, or you can come see me and our diamond experts and buy the right way, the new way, the Desert Wholesale Diamond way.
Call 480-397-2450 or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Phoenix, Saturday Night Lights are calling. Phoenix Rising takes on San Antonio on Saturday, April 26th at 7 p.m. A must-see Western Conference clash. It's one of the most popular nights of the season with fan-favorite drink specials available all evening long. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. That's phxrisingfc.com. Great soccer, great deals, great night out.
For a limited time only at Santan Ford. Santan Ford has employee pricing, saving you thousands. You can buy new 2025 Ford Explorers for as low as 2.9% APR, or take up to $8,700 off brand new 2025 Ford Escapes. And Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Let's recap: employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on now. From America for America. See you at Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here, reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
DQ presents Picture this. Picture your favorite DQ treat. Is it a blizzard treat? Maybe a cone? Are you feeling a shake? Could be a dilly bar kind of day. Or a peanut buster parfait. I'll wait for you to pick. Okay, now picture your favorite treat right where it belongs. In your hand, or your car cup holder, your bike basket, or your special treat fanny pack. Wherever it is, stop picturing it and get your real hands on a real DQ treat today. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm giving you...
Heading in the right direction. Every team has holes this time of year, and I think Arizona will be able to help themselves on Thursday night.
That was Mike Tannenbaum, who joined us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Monday, talking about the Cardinals. He likes them to go after a front seven guy defensively with their 16th overall pick. We talked about other possibilities. Gambo's annual exercise, the Gambo 5, where it's almost, it's part projection, but part process of elimination as well, with what he's been able to glean in conversations with people on whom the Cardinals could take and whom they won't take. And a lot of the flashy skill position players, wide receiver, Gambo texted me during yesterday's show and said they're not drafting a wide receiver at 16. Maybe sometime in the draft, but not at 16. Also ruled out some defensive backs. Jahdae Barron has been a guy who's been mentioned. Will Johnson is a guy who's been mentioned. But Gambo did use his process of elimination, the Gambo 5, and it's certainly trench-oriented. He's got 5 players with an honorable mention. The 5 players, 3 offensive linemen, and 2 defensive linemen with an honorable mention who's a defensive player too. Tyler Booker, Alabama guard. Cool with that?
Yes.
Kelvin Banks, Texas offensive tackle.
Good player. I remember him well.
Simmons, offensive tackle from Ohio State.
Yes, good player.
Those are the 3 offensive players.
Yeah.
Defensively, Walter Nolan, defensive lineman from Ole Miss.
Don't know much about him.
Georgia pass rusher and edge, Michael Williams.
Good, definitely a good player.
And the honorable mention is Derek Harmon, the defensive tackle from Oregon.
Okay. All right, that's okay. I'm fine with any of that. I think that has sort of been the leader in the clubhouse the whole time. But I do think that the idea of getting a wide receiver at some point in time is important, and maybe getting a cornerback at some point in time is important.
Did you say you don't know much about Walter Nolan? It's
no,
it's not.
Can you clue me in?
Yeah, it's not me, but
Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, Ole Miss.
Scouts say Nolan will be a contributor right away in the NFL. Even at his size, he's very quick. The former 5-star recruit has great hands and can stun offensive linemen. Nolan has some trouble with run defense, which could be seen as an issue at his position. But with his power, that is something that can be fixed with some coaching. When his moves don't work, sometimes he could look lost on how to counter the offensive lineman. He is versatile though, and can be used anywhere on the line. He finished last season with 6.5 sacks and 14 tackles for loss. NFL comp, Buffalo Bills defensive tackle, Ed Oliver.
There's the scuttlebutt on Walter Nolan, 6'3", 300 pounds from Ole Miss, started his career at Texas A&M. The part about the tackles for loss is true. He got better in that category, but finished in the top 3 among FBS interior defensive linemen and tackles for loss last year. So, and that was his only year at Ole Miss. Came out a year early, only 21 years old. So that's the other thing I look at too. I'm so conditioned on the basketball draft to see players who were like 18, 19. You see a lot of guys in the football drafts, especially with transfer portal. These guys are playing 5-6 years of college football, 24, 25 years old. So Walter Nolan being about 21 and a half might be a boon. I don't know. But yeah, those are the 5 that they are apparently focused on at number 16, according to Gambo. Gambo's going to join us with the latest a little bit later on. He's going to join us at 8:45 to talk more draft. But we've talked a ton about Tyler Booker, and I don't want to be like a wolf disciple here, but the closer we get to this draft, the more I want the Cardinals to get this guy. I mean, everybody raves
at 16, though.
Again. If that's the guy you want,
don't
why
play
are you
with
going to
fire.
risk it?
Yeah, I completely agree with that.
Especially at a position like guard where you don't know who's going to make the reach. Guards traditionally don't go that high. They get knocked down by virtue of their position. I think if Monty Ossenfort were to move down with the hopes of getting Tyler Booker, depending on how far you move down, of course, you're putting that pick in jeopardy. And another player, Kelvin Banks, who is also on the Gambo 5. A lot of people list him as a tackle. The beast that Dane Brugler puts out on The Athletic, which is the most complete and utterly insane draft preview. It is immense. It's over 500 pages long, but he's got Kelvin Banks listed as the second best guard in the draft.
Behind Tyler Booker?
Behind Tyler Booker.
Okay.
With both of them with first or second round grades.
Interesting. Now, the one place you might be able to trade is if you're sitting at 16 and Shedeur Sanders is there and the Steelers get a little jittery, then maybe there's that route. But again, I tend to agree with you. If you've got a player that you love and you've got a clear number one, if you are making your pick at 16 and it's obvious to you who you want, that's a clue to take them.
Yes. And you'll get, and let's say the Cardinals do go down that road.
Mm-hmm.
There will be criticism of that pick if they were to draft Tyler Booker at 16. Oh, they could have got him later. They make it sound so easy. The bottom line is, if Tyler Booker is as good as all the projections say, and those are accurate in that he is a plug-and-play guy who can be your starting guard for 10 years, where you got him doesn't matter.
We saw the Suns do this twice in a row, and once it worked and once it didn't work, where they took Cameron Johnson higher than most projections because that was their guy and that fit their team, and it was turned out to be a great pick. The next year they did the same thing with Jalen Smith, which was a disaster. So it could go both ways, but again, it's if you have a front office that is, steadfast and they know what they want and they know what fits their team, you're right. Get the guy that you want.
Well, we had Dave Pash on yesterday, and he was mentioning that now this is the time to go for it. Quote, go for it. So my question is, if T-Mac or Matthew Golden are there, how can you, and you're trying to go for it, is that out of the question? Because you need a number 2 receiver, right? And those guys could be very good for a very long time.
They could. Bick has brought this up in the process several times that the wide receiver bust rate is incredibly high.
Yes, it is. And they've already gone down that path a lot with Michael Wilson and Marvin Harrison Jr. Look, to me the thing is this: Monty Ossenfort many moons ago said he wants to get to a point where you're not drafting to fill a need. And that's really should be the goal of every general manager. I think what he said at the time was, I want to be able to play a real NFL game before the NFL draft.
Yes.
And there's a feeling that he has pulled that off. He's got his edge rusher in Josh Sweat. He addressed the dire need at defensive tackle. Evan Brown, he got re-signed. So you're in a position now where you can make these decisions. But I do think on the pecking order, it's the wide receiver piece is not that important to them. In terms of comparing it to building out the D-line and the offensive line.
Yeah, we'll know. There's a good chance we will get a clear indication of the Cardinals' thoughts on the wide receiver position because McMillan could be there at 16. Golden could be there at 16. Maybe there's still another plan to acquire a top 3 wide receiver. I mean, we mentioned George Pickens earlier. I don't think George Pickens is going to be a Steeler by the end of the weekend. Do you?
No, listen, there are people who think George Pickens could get traded today. There's people who think Kirk Cousins could get traded today. So
I don't know. George Pickens is really talented. I don't know if the Cardinals want to get into business with somebody of that diva profile. But there are guys that are going to get moved this weekend too that are veteran, established wide receivers.
What was that hot sauce analogy that you can ruin a great? Somebody made an analogy about this. What was it?
I don't remember, but I know what you're talking about.
Come on, it's a food analogy. You should remember this. That all it takes is
ice
one
cream. Something with ice cream.
Yes, that's what it was.
You can have
ice cream.
You have the most delicious ice
Kenny
cream.
Dillingham.
But that's exactly right.
That's it.
But if you put a shot of hot sauce into it, it ruins.
Yeah, it ruins the whole thing. So don't draft hot sauce. Is what we're saying here. But again, if you're Monty Ossenfort and you've said, okay, first round pick, we're going offensive line. That's where we need to build depth, and we realize that offensive lines generally don't stay intact. If you've got Tyler Booker, Kelvin Banks, and Josh Simmons all in the same vicinity, and they're all still available at 16, now you've got the freedom to maybe trade down a little bit. But if you've got a single guy, Tyler Booker played at Alabama, and he's got the magical last name in Arizona. What could go wrong?
By the way, the Josh Simmons possibility leaves open the possibility of 3 straight years of Ohio State players coming to the Cardinals in the first round.
No, Vinny, the Ohio State.
I'm sorry. My apologies to all the Ohio State fans out there. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Thursday in the Rush Hour reboot. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you feel like Jordan Lawler is the missing piece to put you over the top this year, don't wait. Yeah. Don't hesitate. You know what I mean? I understand the law. I do. He is going to be the starting third baseman next year.
How many bats does he have already?
Almost 100.
See, that's the thing. What you don't want to do is you don't want to bring him up and give him 150 at-bats on the whole year.
No.
So the fact that he's already got 100 at-bats in the minors.
This season is not something to be sacrificed in the name of Jordan Lawler's development.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance at the time of year where sports starting to cook. And if you need to upgrade your entertainment center, Waltz can take your fandom to the very next level. And here is why you go to Waltz and not your local big box store. Number one, expertise. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. You are going to get red carpet service at Waltz. You are going to get your electronics delivered and installed correctly. You're going to get the handling that you will not get at the big box stores. Number two, experience. Shop at Waltz. You're going to find everything you need. Great selection of big screen televisions, all the major name brands you're looking for, all the way up to 115 inches. They've got that in their theater room if you want to check that out. All the audio components you could ever dream of. Great selection of outdoor televisions. But here's the final part and the best part. They will price match any price you bring them, and you're going to find that the prices at Waltz are as good as you're going to get at the big box stores. Plus, you're going to get all that expertise and all that red carpet service I already mentioned. When you're at Waltz, drop my name. You get a further incentive, 10% off installation labor or a 3-year warranty for free. Go get great game ready by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner or give them a call at 480-968-4999. Shop local, shop Waltz.
May 5th through the 11th. Get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It's officially draft day. The first round of the NFL draft will get underway tonight at 7, and the Cardinals will be on the clock at 16. And they'll have options. Will they draft a receiver, cornerback, or try to improve in the trenches? The wait is almost over. And for all things NFL draft coverage, head to ArizonaSports.com. The Diamondbacks were outlasted by the Rays last night as Corbin Carroll's 2 home runs were not enough in an 11-inning, 7-6 loss. But Corbin Burns will be on the bump tonight in the rubber match. First pitch is at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Bellata mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:33. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot, and we talked a little bit about it this morning, that the NFL draft as a concept is just pretty weird. We're showcasing 200 and however many draft picks there
57?
are. 57 to the world, and you're announcing that they have jobs. Nice, but that's where we will start. The Tennessee Titans will be on the clock at 7 p.m. with the first overall pick, and the Cardinals are sitting at 16 right now. So I want you guys to put on your general manager hat. You guys are Monty Austinfort, and I've got 3 scenarios for you. The first, all 3 Texas Longhorns are there at pick 16.
Okay.
Matthew Golden, Jadhae Barron, and Kelvin Banks Jr. Who you taking?
I really like Jadhae Barron, but Gamble's already said that it's not happening.
It's not happening.
Not gonna happen.
They're not taking Barron.
But you're the general manager.
Yeah, right. That's right. I like Kelvin Banks.
Of those players, I agree with Vic. I think I like Barron the best.
Mm-hmm.
I also, admittedly, if I'm the general manager, I'd be a terrible general manager because I do get distracted by the shiny object of the skill player. So I probably would go Matthew Golden second and Banks third. But
it just seems to me that they need a upgraded cornerback more than they need depth on the offensive line.
I thought they used the last 2 years of drafts to build depth, to get NFL players, to get starters, contributors, and I thought this year was the year that they could get playmakers, that they had the luxury. Like you said, be in a position where they already built their team and now they can get the best player, but I guess maybe they're still...
But again, we're talking about the copycat league and what the Eagles have done and the idea of just keep building the offensive line until you have something that cannot be stopped.
Yes, and they do have Eagles coaches on their team, too.
Yes, and Monty Austinfort has drafted 4 offensive linemen in the last 2 drafts. So
the second scenario, similar positions, 2 guys that have a lot of value, high prospects, and 1 guy that we don't know where he's going to go. So Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan's on the board, T-Mac, the receiver from Arizona, and Tyler Booker, all 3 on the board.
Ooh.
Which out of those 3 are you taking? You have 2 really shiny objects.
Yeah, you do.
And Tyler Booker, who might just be your plug-and-play offensive lineman.
maybe they should just powder a little bit to take away some of that shine. That's what they do on TV, right, Vic?
That's what it is. It is.
See, now I'm going to be hypocritical because in that scenario, I want Tyler Booker on the Arizona Cardinals. So maybe I would be a good general manager after all.
See,
it just depends who's there.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to say Will Johnson, but that flag knee injury and the T-Mac, the wide receiver, the bust rate, I'll go with Tyler Booker as well.
I've seen him as high as 4.
So have I.
On big boards.
Yeah.
Overall prospect rankings.
Yeah. So Teteroa McMillan might be way more than we even think in terms of the eyes of NFL people.
Yeah.
That's who I would be drafting in that situation. But normally the
But you're a Wildcat homer.
Yeah, hey, that's maybe why I wouldn't be a good general manager.
In your draft profile that you voice for him,
I did do T-Mac.
You say he's the best wide receiver in the draft, and that's not even really an argument.
It's not. It's not.
It appears to be an argument, Sammy.
Yeah, we'll see who gets drafted first out of the wide receivers tonight.
It's going to be.
See.
Well,
Sammy is not arguing with himself on that fact.
No, I'm not. But normally, prior to the draft, we do have some trades or a lot more speculation on where people are going. The top 10 seems to be pretty set, maybe aside from the Saints. But here's Adam Schefter on the silence so far.
We'll probably get some action tomorrow night at some point in the draft. But right now, it's been quiet. It continues to be quiet. That's partly because of the quarterback draft class that is not as good as other years. It's partly because teams value the players in the second and third round in this draft. We may see a move for a pick at 2 or 3, but right now it has been quiet there.
So whether it is a trade or an eyebrow-raising pick, not necessarily a bold prediction, but what's going to shock you tonight in round 1?
If Roger Goodell doesn't get booed, that would be shocking. I can't say, like, if the Giants move out of 3, I don't think I'll be shocked by that.
What would shock me is if after all the talk, 4 quarterbacks go in the first round.
Ooh,
I agree.
That's a good one.
I think it would shock me.
Who would be the 4th?
Tyler Shuck.
Tyler Shuck, probably.
Yeah.
Jalen Milroe, maybe.
Yeah, he's a wild card in this whole thing.
Oh, yeah, he sure is.
Intriguing guy.
And I think on the flip side, it'll shock me if another quarterback is picked in the top 10.
Yeah.
By definition, I can't really project what I'm going to be shocked by because that
that's true.
flies in the face of being shocked.
It's true. All right, moving on. The D-backs lost in extras last night, 7-6 to the Rays, in a game where the Snakes, frankly, couldn't get a big hit. And here's manager Torey Lovello on the missed opportunities.
I think tonight was a night of some missed opportunities. We had the right men in the right spot, just couldn't come up with a big hit to end this game. And we created some traffic. I think we had 9 hits, 7 walks, so 16 base runners and guys all over the place on the bases. And like I said, we couldn't cash in.
So right now it's clear that Corbin Carroll is just head and shoulders above the rest of the roster right now. And again, making and hitting those big hits, 2 home runs last night. Who needs to be, quote, the second guy for this team before Ketel Marte gets back?
Ooh.
I mean, I don't know if either one of these players needs to be the second guy. They absolutely 100% need more from Suarez and Gurriel.
And Gabby.
Yeah, and Gabby Moreno has really got off to a slow.
I think Lourdes
start.
Gurriel Jr. is the answer.
Okay.
He's really got to level up.
Yeah.
Because he's not a plus defender.
Yeah.
And he's in the lineup because he provides pop
of his bat.
Yeah.
Yes or no, does Corbin Burns get his first win as a Diamondback?
Yes. Chalk it up.
I think he's definitely trending in the right direction.
Okay.
He's got to go 5.
He does
got to go 5.
All right.
So by the way, so what? So look at this. When you talk about quarterbacks in the first round, last year, this is what always happens. And last year might have been a really good draft class, but Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Michael Penix Jr., J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix, all in the first 12 picks.
Yeah. That rhymed.
Yeah, Nix and picks.
Nice. That's what we do on the Rush Hour Reboot.
Oh, yeah. We were all over it.
All right. Thanks, Sammy. Rush Hour Reboot every morning at 7:30. Coming up next, our weekly visit with the president and CEO of the Diamondbacks, Derek Hall. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Homeowners, life can be stressful, and so can selling your home, but it doesn't have to be. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is going to price your home properly and get it in front of thousands of exclusive qualified buyers. That's exactly what Carol did for the Martin family, selling in 11 days for 100% of market value. Call Carol Royce today and ask her about her 100% of market value guarantee, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Spring cleaning isn't just for clutter. Let Benjamin Franklin Plumbing take care of your appliances. From water heater replacement or repair to advanced water filtration installation, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing is here to provide a worry-free summer for you and your family. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com to schedule. You can count on the punctual plumbers, where your comfort and safety come first. Book now. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com.
Are you looking to find more fairways, hit more greens, and lower your scores? Then a custom golf club fitting from a Shields certified master fitter is your answer. Learning from the world's top fitters at Titleist Performance Institute, Callaway Performance Center, and the Ping Proving Grounds, we're equipped to fit you with the right clubs to make your game more consistent. Go to shields.com/expert fitting to schedule a custom fitting today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mr. Speaker, the President. I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you the President.
He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hail to the chief.
Derek Hall.
The President.
On Now with Bickley and Murata.
Every week we talk Diamondbacks baseball with the president and CEO, Derek Hall, and he joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Derek, good morning to you.
Good morning, Vince. Good morning, Bick.
Hello, Derek.
This is a very rare feeling on this particular segment of radio because we had fun with it. We had fun with it last year, and I went back and I looked at it. It's even more amazing than I thought. Last night broke a string of 16 straight Wednesday wins for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
You got to be kidding me. 16?
Yeah, going back to last June against Minnesota. 16 straight. 13 last year, 3 this year. I don't even, I'm beside myself.
Well, then maybe I should run for Congress, take on Jay Feely. I think I'll announce that. After that loss, I'm quitting and I'm running for Congress.
Wow.
Well done, D. Well done. All right, so last night, a frustrating night at the ballpark, 14-10 at this point in time. You guys have been up and down this year. How do you feel about the trend of how the Diamondbacks are trending?
I still feel pretty good about the trend, seeing that, the bottom half of our order has not really produced consistently. We still don't have one of our best offensive players in Ketel Marte. And, we haven't had the really solid pitching like we had other than the small stretch of quality starts. So I feel good because we still haven't played our game, and I know that that's coming. And for us to be 4 games over 500, I think it shows what kind of team we are. We're in the midst of a really tough schedule. I think even, starting the season the way we did with a tough schedule. But like you guys have talked about, we're in a 22-game stretch that started Tuesday against Tampa Bay, and we go from this series with Tampa to Atlanta coming in this weekend. They've certainly turned things around. They look like the Braves again. Then we go on the road, play the Mets, who are the hottest team in baseball right now. We go over to Philly, which is never easy to play there unless you're in the NLCS in 23. And then we come back home, play the Mets again, play the Dodgers for 4, and then we have to go on the road and play the Giants. So I think with that 22-game stretch, and you talk about trends, Vic, I think if we can finish, 500, head above water, that'd be phenomenal. And so far we're exactly that at 1-1.
Well, you mentioned the bottom of the order. Let's focus on the top of the order and Corbin Carroll and the ascension. I mean, he was at a high spot when last year ended after turning things around in the second half, but he's been at a different level. I mean, what can you say about the continued development of Corbin Carroll, Derek?
Well, he continues to just amaze all of us. And I would say if you talk to, our player development people, they're not so amazed. But all of us that watch him every night, he just seems to get, like you said, better and better. And again, making adjustments like he did, you guys talked about it this morning, whatever adjustments he's made, I mean, lock it in there because he is certainly dialed in. It's amazing what he does in the leadoff position. And for him to come up last night like he did late and give us that lead again with that monster home run to dead center. And he's, he's just one of those guys like Goldie was when he was with us. He just goes out every day and leads by example. He's not a rah-rah guy. He's not going to scream. He's not going to yell. He goes about his business every day. He's all business, and he makes us very proud. He represents us as well as anybody.
I said earlier that his at-bats now are becoming must-watch TV. It's like Barry Bonds back in the day, except Corbin Carroll's doing it clean.
I agree. And what I see now, he's made the adjustments. They made adjustments on him last year, and of course they were getting him with that, high heat, and now you can't throw him that pitch. I mean, he deposited one in right field the other night when they tried. Last night it was a pitch, very good pitch, down and in that he took out, for the leadoff home run. He's hitting everything, and he's doing it with such confidence, and he's hitting the ball hard. You said earlier, Vic, too, the exit velocity. It's mind-boggling how hard he's hitting every ball, and it is must-watch. There's certain guys that are like that. It's right now Alonso and Lindor and always Bobby Witt. There are guys like this, but he's one. If you're flipping through the channels and you're not necessarily in Arizona, you're still going to stop and want to watch Corbin Carroll.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. One of the things that unfortunately has defined the first 24 games is bullpen injuries. Obviously, Kevin Ginkel has not made his way back yet, getting close. But the A.J. Puck injury, and we were having the discussion earlier, Torrey falling on the sword and taking responsibility for that injury. I think injuries happen. But what is the feeling, and I know you guys are still gathering information, as much information as you can on A.J., but are you leaning towards a positive feeling on this or a negative feeling on it, Derek?
I'm in the same boat as Torrey, Vinny. I think I'm pretty positive too. I think it gets better and better every day. Now, it can always take a turn for the worse, obviously, but I think we all panicked when we heard that there was going to be a second and third opinion. Mm-hmm. Yet with a guy that's so important like him, you want to do that. It's not always to necessarily confirm injury. It's also to rule out, certain areas. So I think from what we've heard so far, there is reason for optimism. But, again, until you get your images in front of those other doctors, we just don't know. I do know that he is so valuable and so important to us, and every time he comes in a game, as soon as we acquired him last year and how dominant he was, but you always feel good. When he's got the ball in his hand, you just feel like good things are going to happen. You're going to get through an inning clean, or he's going to come in and clean up. So we just need to make sure we do it right. We take the time necessary, and if he is capable of pitching, we're going to be better for it. But you're right. We've had several injuries, obviously, to the bullpen. It was nice to see J. Mart get back out there last night, look like himself. It seems like he has no limitations right now, which is fantastic. And we'll get Ginkel back very soon. He's heading off to Reno, and he'll get a couple of rehab stints in, and he'll be, just a breath of fresh air to have him back in there in the back of the bullpen as well.
All right, we discussed this early. Maybe you heard it. With Major League Baseball, with such an emphasis on spin rates and velocity now, baseball is literally testing the human arm to the extents of to the boundaries, to the end of it all. When you become commissioner, Derek, are you going to look for a solution to this?
Congressman.
That's right, Congressman Hall. Will you petition for? Seriously though, because this is difficult when you've got a good team and then you hear about forearm stiffness or elbow soreness. Yeah. You know what I mean? And it can be real deflating. How big of an issue is this in baseball, if at all?
It's an issue for sure. I mean, we've seen it, especially as you mentioned, when there is so much focus right now on velocity and on spin rate. We've seen more and more injuries, and that's why, our current commissioner, I mean, he's got a study that's going. And so we have general managers and trainers and experts and surgeons who are looking into it and trying to find ways to alleviate the issue and mitigate it. So I think over time we will. But, it's just a matter of these guys are throwing harder even at 15, 16, 17 years old. What's scary to me is you see so many kids in high school, that are having Tommy John, and you come back stronger. So they don't fear having Tommy John surgery because they actually know that they're going to come back throwing even firmer. So we need to figure that out. You hear forever that back then guys could throw harder and could last longer because they weren't just playing baseball year round. It wasn't the only sport they were playing, club sport, where they're throwing 85 to 90 at the age of 16 every 5 days or every 4 days. They're playing other sports. They're playing basketball. They're playing football. We all did. We played multiple sports. So, that's part of the equation, too, and part of this discussion. But I think we'll get there. I think we'll find solutions, or at least we'll find some sort of compromises in our training and in our treatments of these guys, and hopefully they can last longer.
All right. I like your new pitching coach a lot. I liked his thoughts about Zach Gallen. Do you think we're going to start to see a new Zach, a non-nibbling Zach Gallen going forward?
Well, why would you ask a question about Zach with the word think in it? I think, there I go, think. Zach is such a smart guy. He's such a talented guy. And part of his success over the years has been how he's ahead of the batters and knowing what his strategy and game plan is going to be. But there has been a little too much, nibble in everyone's opinion. And I think Zach would say that too. And if there's anybody that should trust his stuff, it's him. Just come out and throw. And I think we'll see it. I mean, he had a very dominant game this year. That's who Zach is. That's who he's capable of being. And again, he's going to turn it around like I believe all these guys are. But if there's one guy I have, no doubt about, it's Zach Gallen. I mean, you guys had a healthy debate one day. It's who would you want to give the ball to if you needed to. And, there was discussion of Merrill Kelly. There was discussion of Corbin Burns, Zach Gallen. I love that. When you have multiple guys that you feel confident about to give the ball to at any time you need to win a game, I'll take it. And Zach is certainly at the top of that list.
I like that. That's always an evolving discussion because right now the answer would be Brandon Pfaadt for me. He's been tremendous.
He's phenomenal.
Derek.
Yeah. So proud of that kid. And he's such a good kid. I mean, he really is. He's a great guy, and he's coming out consistently. And the other night to give up one run, in 6 strong innings and only 4 hits. I'm very proud of Brandon, and he continues to develop. And he, of course, got rewarded for the hard work and the success with his deal, and I'm proud of him, and I'm happy for him.
Well, Derek, we will talk to you again next Thursday, hopefully after the beginning of a new Wednesday win streak in New York.
Hey, look forward to it. We'll start another 16-gamer. That'd be great, Ben.
Sounds
good. Thanks, Congressman.
Commissioner.
I'll see you.
Breaking news here on the Derek Hall segment. He's running for Congress against Jay Feely. Derek Hall joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, Bick kicks off the draft day second half.
Fire!
With the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James. And sports fans, we all know that winning on the court is great and all, but if you're ever injured in an accident, there's nothing more important than winning in court. And that is one of many reasons why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James if you are ever hurt in any kind of an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies. So did many of his attorneys. All of them were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, their experience, their knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they're one of only a few firms with attorneys that have experience in over 500 trials. It gives them a great deal of leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, and that is why they consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Sweet James wins big cases, small cases, all cases, 98% of the time, but they win big, they win the most, they deliver more in a year than most firms do in a lifetime. This is the firm you want in your corner if you're ever hurt in an accident. Remember, the call is free, and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION. Online at sweetjames.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey, it's Wolf from Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. The little expenses add up, don't they? Maybe you have to pick up lunch real quick on the way back to work, or you meet a couple friends at a baseball game last second. That's life, and it's great, but you have to stay on top of it financially, too. And that's why your checking account should be helping you, not working against you by charging you fees. Well, that's where Chime comes in. A Chime checking account is going to help you manage your money better by offering no maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. That's big. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date, so just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs, bank ranking, and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is officially the NFL Draft Day, where dreams will come true tonight as the draft gets underway at 7 p.m. and the Arizona Cardinals will be on the clock at 16. Will they take a receiver, corner, or try to improve in the trenches? The wait is almost over, and we will find out tonight. For all things NFL draft coverage, head to arizonasports.com. The D-backs were outlasted by the Rays last night as Corbin Carroll's 2 home runs were not enough in an 11-inning 7-6 loss, but Corbin Burns will be on the bump tonight in the rubber match. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
If professional sports were salespeople, the NFL gets the corner office and all the coffee. They are the closers, the league that knows how to sell, and there is no greater proof than the NFL Draft. 12 million people will watch tonight's first round, and on day 2, an NBA playoff game will be relegated to ESPNU because of the NFL Draft. And when it comes to their grip on America, this is the league's ultimate flex. It's also a brand new beginning for the Arizona Cardinals. No matter who they select in the coming days, likely an assemblage of really big linemen, they will wear a fresh coat of excitement when it's all said and done. Their efforts in free agency, particularly at defensive tackle and edge rusher, have taken great pressures off the coming festivities. After all, Calais Campbell is back, and Marvin Harrison Jr. has bulked up significantly. It also means a different kind of pressure is about to set in. The pressure to be a playoff team. The pressure to pay off the patience shown by their fan base. The pressure to be more than an ultra-physical, try-hard team. Yes, we'll all be tuning in tonight, but Sunday morning is when the Cardinals are really on the clock, because after 3 long years, it's time to stand and it's time to deliver. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
One of the things I've been thinking about the last couple of days about the draft, one of the things I used to love in years past was the story of, you talk to draft prospects, and Sammy used the phrase, dreams come true.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly that's still the case for a lot. But one of the things I used to really enjoy about it was financially how much these players' lives will change after tonight, especially.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's just the rich getting richer with NIL. That's another thing NIL is.
Yeah, that's a
ruining.
really good point. That's a really good point, especially in a sport like football that commands such physicality, and you never know if the next day is going to be your last day, and then you get to this point. This used to be the payoff. This used to be when, okay, I can take care of mom and dad, I can buy mom a house, whatever it is. That has changed a little bit. Mike Florio once wrote that the draft actually reflects anti-American values. It restrains movement and flexibility in the inherent realities of self-determination. It forces men not long removed from being boys to move to places they otherwise would never choose to live, often hundreds, if not thousands of miles from the places they'd prefer to start their professional lives.
He's absolutely right. When you think about athletes being drafted into whatever league, it is so 180 degrees different from employment everywhere else.
Well, and just the word draft, it means against your will.
Yes.
Right? And so, yeah.
We won 2 world wars with that, though. What are you talking about?
Well, again, yeah, it's... So to me, that is funny. That's the weird thing about professional sports, is that there is people just have to go where they're said you're going.
I would go anywhere for the check that Cam Ward's about to
Well,
get.
and that is the trade-off. That is the trade-off.
You're headed to the same city he's headed to.
And look, that's
Nashville.
Right.
That's true. Some of the players, though, do resist that part of it, and they try to sort of determine where they go.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen that every now and then.
And they're branded as villains when they do. I wanted to play this for you. This was brought to my attention earlier today. 19 years ago, the Arizona Cardinals had the 10th overall pick in the first round. 2006, they drafted a quarterback named Matt Leinart from USC. A gift from heaven, he was called by head coach Dennis Green called him. It didn't quite work out. Matt Leinart posted this on his Instagram account yesterday.
This message is to all the Arizona Cardinals fans. We're here in Green Bay, Wisconsin for the draft. And honestly, it just brings back a lot of great memories. 2006, I was drafted 10th overall to Arizona. It really, truly changed my life forever. And I just wanted to tell you fans, the Bidwells, and everybody in that organization that I'm sorry. Truly, I'm sorry that it didn't work out. It's a shame.
What is that about?
Wow, from Torey Lovello to Matt Leinart, everybody's apologizing for everything.
Let's just go around the room. Beck, is there anything that's been weighing on you for 19 plus years?
That's something.
And
I wonder, look, there was a time Matt Leinart wasn't known as the hardest of workers. You could see it in his body, right? He wasn't exactly, he didn't build himself up, and he was prone to injury. And then there was the idea, you should ride or die with me. You should give me this job and then there was the famous hot tub thing, which I got all over him for in real time, caused quite a stir back in the day. It just wasn't a laser focused kind of dude. It wasn't Tom Brady, put it that way.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably what he regrets. Because that isn't a, hey, sorry it didn't work. I tried my best. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry for letting you guys down.
That was on me.
That's on me. Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
He had a pretty good quarterback in front of him. And, man, Ken Wisenhunt really wanted to give Matt Leinart the job that year.
Oh, boy, did he ever.
He really did. But Matt Leinart was so bad in that preseason. Wisenhunt's hands were tied and had to hand the job over to a future Hall of Famer. So it worked out well. But, yeah, that was just bizarre.
Yeah,
And, look, Matt Leinart is not...
What's going on here? You got Patrick Peterson coming back, all smiles and happy.
Has anybody heard from Josh Rosen?
Right, where's Josh Rosen?
Where is he?
Speaking of which, Nate Davis from USA Today, one of their football writers, put together a piece, the 50 biggest draft busts and disasters over the last 50 years. Only 4 of them were Cardinals related. Only 2 of them were Arizona Cardinals related. Highest ranking on the list of disasters, according to Nate Davis, number 22, Josh Rosen, 10th overall in 2018. He wrote, Arizona traded a first, third, and fifth round pick to move up 5 spots to snatch him 10th overall. He flopped as a rookie and was replaced by Kyler Murray atop the 2019 draft. But when Rosen also burned the Dolphins, who gave up a round 2 pick to rescue him from the desert before he failed in Miami, like Darnold, Rosen was a victim of circumstances, but the Cardinals wouldn't have reset had they picked Lamar Jackson in 2018 instead. Fair?
Yeah.
And those 3 picks that went to the Raiders, they spun off 2 of them. And Colton Miller was the best of the 3 players that got drafted with those 3 picks. The other 2 weren't much of anything. The other one was Andre Wadsworth, 3rd overall in 1998. Was number 37 on the top 50.
Right.
And that was another player we were all convinced was a can't miss.
Well, and that was another player whose career got off to a very rocky start because of the annual holdout between the Cardinals and their first-round draft pick.
Yes. Before State Farm Stadium was a thing, that was a thing.
That was a thing.
You're not joking when you say the annual.
Yeah.
And when you consider that the player chosen next went off to a Hall of Fame career, Charles Woodson, that one hurts even more.
It does. Yeah, that does.
But it's not as bad as in 1978 when the Arizona Cardinals, with their first-round pick, 15th overall, picked a kicker. The St. Louis
Wow.
Cardinals back then, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Steve Little.
Oh, boy.
Who then, not only did he had a short career, he was tragically killed in a car accident.
Did not know that.
Yeah, there was that was some painful reading to see all 50 of those laid out.
Well, listen, like I said in the blast, I really do believe that come Sunday, there's going to be a new wave of optimism around the Cardinals, regardless of who they take, because people trust Monty Austin for it. He's going to draft good football players. It's going to make sense to everybody, just like it does to everyone in 31 other markets. And then with everything that they have done in the offseason, like I said, the bringing home Calais Campbell, signing Dalvin Tomlinson the moment he became available, bringing in Josh Sweat, re-signing Evan Brown, things like this, people are going to feel that the new wave of excitement is going to begin for this team on Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Now they got to live up to it.
I think there's already a feeling that responsibility has returned to the front office. I think I agree with you that after this weekend, combined with everything they did in the offseason, that feeling's only going to get stronger. Coming up next, the most talked about player in this year's draft could go anywhere from the top 5 to the end of round 1. We'll focus on that talked about player next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs race.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball right side. It's picked up by Love. Goes to second for 1. Throw to first. Double play. And the Rays win the ball game as Perdomo grounds into an inning-ending double play. They have evened this series at a game apiece. And the D-backs will rue the missed opportunities as they come up short by a final score of 7-6.
D-backs Rays series finale. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Natural gas delivers good value, and Southwest Gas provides safe and reliable energy service its customers can depend on. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and did you know natural gas bills remain one of the lowest utility bills a customer receives each month? Natural gas continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, cooking meals. In fact, a typical new home can save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas. Southwest Gas, a pillar in the community. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Southwest Gas, simply put, is an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. You can discover more about these prestigious recognitions and learn how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence in our community by visiting swgas.com.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean. And there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Mix and match 5 or more items for just 99 cents each with your card. Choose Campbell's Soup, Kroger brand pasta, North Sides, and more. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at Shanco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
Bickley and Murata talk NFL draft now.
There's a lot of things that people are trying to figure out about how is he going to survive and thrive in an NFL type of a locker room. You remember walking in once upon a time to an NFL locker room. It's just a different type of an environment to the extent that he had interviews. Some of them did not go well at all. And this is one quote that I'm sure is going to be played all over the internet, but it's the worst formal interview I've ever been in. Entitled, takes unnecessary sacks, never plays on time, horrible body language, blames teammates. That obviously is the most negative comment that was in the story. You can read all 2,200 words and about 12,000 words on all the quarternbacks.
That's Tom Pelissero of NFL Network. The quarterback he's talking about is Shedeur Sanders, who shared these quotes. And Tom Pelissero every year gets the thoughts and breakdown of NFL draft prospects anonymously, and good or bad puts them in this piece. The worst formal interview I've ever been in my life. He's so entitled. He takes unnecessary sacks, never plays on time, has horrible body language, blames teammates. But the biggest thing is he's not that good. That obviously sparked a reaction from a lot of people. You mentioned Kyle Brandt from Good Morning Football, kind of ragging on that whole process, that if you're going to say something that inflammatory, put your name on it, especially before the draft. Nobody's going to do that.
No.
And this comes out about a prospect pretty much every year. There's something similar. There's a spotlight on Shedeur Sanders. I think there's a lot of people rooting against Shedeur Sanders as he ascends to the NFL. Deion Sanders, his father and his coach throughout his lifetime to this point, he's kind of over it. He responded to a lot of the criticism of his son. Quote, "It's silly to us. Most of it is laughable. What I told him, too, is, son, what I've learned in my life is when it don't make sense, it's God, because some of this stuff is so stupid, it doesn't make any sense. That means God is closing doors and opening doors to make sure you get where you're supposed to go." He also said, this is venomous. It's to the point where it's not even cute anymore. It's so predictable. I'm flipping the channel today, listening. Jackson Dart is special. Shedeur Sanders ain't. Y'all, come on, stop. This is a father who's standing up for his son, certainly. Yeah. This is a coach standing up for his player. That is the one thing that I am fascinated about. And you mentioned a couple times this week, even earlier this morning, Bick, Shedeur Sanders entering the NFL. Wherever he lands, that coach, what are you thinking about your coaching future if your team does draft Shedeur Sanders? And could Deion swoop in? Because this will be the first season in Shedeur Sanders' life at any level where he will not be coached by his father.
That's right.
And
that's a good
that
point.
That is a transition.
Yeah. Listen, I heard about this weeks ago, and I do think it's a real thing. When you know the NFL and you know how many coaches and GMs are fixated on their own job security and how that job security is tied to a quarterback, and you know that Deion has talked about coaching in the NFL only if he gets to coach his sons. You wouldn't be human if that thought didn't enter your mind, that if I draft Shedeur Sanders, am I drafting also my replacement?
Yes.
And I think that fear would lead to smear campaigns like anonymous quotes saying, oh, this kid is so entitled. I also believe when they decided to retire Shedeur Sanders' number at Colorado, that there would be clapback from that as well. Entitlement.
Yes.
Travis Hunter's going to get it. I got to get it too. We both turned around this program. And I'm not saying Shedeur had anything at all to do with that. But it's not a good look.
Well, there's people within the Colorado football community that are up in arms over it too. They won a national championship really not that long ago, all things considered, in the early 90s. There's not one player from that team that's had its number retired.
It took forever for Rashaan Salam to get his number retired.
After he died.
Yeah. So it's...
But isn't this just transparently Colorado desperately trying to do everything to make Deion happy so that he stays.
It seems.
They know
it seems that way.
They instantly become irrelevant again if he leaves.
Because what is Colorado thinking? Are we going to lose our head coach next year to wherever drafts Shedeur Sanders?
They're the ones that are spreading the rumors?
Maybe. There's one team that apparently, according to one report, has done more homework on Shedeur Sanders than anybody. And according to our old pal, Sal Pal, it's the New York Giants.
The Giants have done a ton of work on Shedeur Sanders, a ton. No team has done more work on Shedeur Sanders than the Giants, scouting him, going to his games, the last-minute workout last week where the entire team took John Mara's plane out there to Boulder, Colorado, and worked out Shedeur Sanders in person. I don't think, according to Joe Shane, that they have a mandate to take that quarterback at number 3. Remember, they're 3-14. They need wins. They need to build their team. They need help right now in 2025. And that was the last thing that Joe Shane said to me, Evan. He said, bottom line is I need to do what's going to help the New York Giants in 2025.
Sammy asked the question in Rush Hour Reboot, what would you be shocked by? Would you be shocked if Shedeur Sanders went 3 to the Giants?
Yes.
That would be somewhat shocking.
Yes. Not shocked if they come back and try to get him later. What's their second pick? They got a second pick?
Second pick in the second round, number 34 overall.
34 overall?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what would be more shocking then? Shedeur goes in the top 5 or Jackson Dart goes ahead of Shedeur?
I mean, it kind of just depends on if a team likes Dart or Shedeur more.
Yeah, I mean, the Jackson Dart ascension has been so talked about for the last couple of weeks that wouldn't shock
But
me.
we never know if that stuff is real or manufactured.
It is true.
It's amazing to me how every year, how many players get better after their careers are over by not playing football. And this is, I mean, suddenly now Jackson Dart's the hot new thing.
Yeah.
We'll find out. The proof will be on the big board tonight.
The guy from Kentucky that's at Tennessee now, what's his name?
Will Levis.
During that whole cycle between the end of the season and the beginning of the draft, he was skyrocketing, and then the draft came around and he didn't wind up going ahead of those guys.
Yeah, it turns out the draft night people were right. He should have sat there and waited. He's not very good.
Well, and if you're the Cardinals, don't you want Shedeur and Jackson Dart to maybe get picked before pick 16? Because then it moves back some of the guys you might be waiting to see.
Yeah. Yep.
On the flip side, too, if they're still there at 16, you can then field phone calls. Like, would you rather have the talent be pushed back to you a little bit, or maybe those guys are available and you can field a trade?
Look, I saw one, I mean, this is how silly it gets in reviewing the late mock drafts. There was a mock draft yesterday, I believe it was from Pro Football Network, that projected the Cardinals would trade up to get Shedeur Sanders. And I'm like,
Again,
all right, I'm shutting the computer off now.
When mock drafts do stupid stuff or give you mock drafts with trades, rip them up, put them in the garbage where they belong.
Or if they don't have trades, rip them up.
Yeah, that too.
The most accurate mock drafts will probably get about 6 or 7 picks right in the first round. And you can almost pencil in the first 3 picks. So 4 the rest of the way. 3 to 4 the rest of the way. And
So I guess the Giants at 3 are going to be when here's a draft day cliche, when the draft begins.
The draft begins at 3.
And do you guys hate mock drafts more or draft grades?
Oh, yeah, they both are ridiculous. Both are patently absurd.
Because how are you gonna grade
You don't
a guy?
know. In a league where the bust rate is over 50%, how do you even apply grades? Again, it's part of the machinery. It's grist for the mill.
Yes. I think I hate mock drafts more because draft grades, at least you can go back and have a good laugh on.
Yeah.
I sent you that video yesterday about the draft reactions from fans.
Oh, that was fantastic. Yeah, that was so fantastic.
So good. Coming up next, we will shift our focus to the world of basketball. And are the Suns targeting the architect of the Warriors dynasty? And did the Warriors' current championship hopes go up in flames last night? We'll get into all of it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL Draft today. The Cards have the 16th pick. What's Monty going to do?
I've never gone into a draft saying, I want to trade back, I want to trade up. It truly is a matter of opportunity. We're going to be ready to pick a player every time our number's called. It's a gamble. Like if you get a call and there's an offer to move back, then you got to weigh that. Hey, we may lose out on the player that we want here. Is it worth it?
The Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza begins this afternoon at 4. Preview the players and the picks with us. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
You should have high standards when buying a car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a really good price, and a vehicle you cannot wait to drive. If you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. That is what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They have 2 great locations, which means you are going to get the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you are looking for. And as many of our listeners will attest, they are committed to delivering an exceptional car buying experience. One client, one listener of ours, said it took him less time to buy a car at Chapman BMW than it did to buy a suit at a local clothing store. They also have a state-of-the-art service center staffed by BMW certified technicians, which ensures your vehicle will receive expert care after your purchase. Visit Chapman BMW on Camelback Road or Chapman BMW in Chandler to discover competitive pricing, unbeatable offers, world-class customer services, and while you're there, get your hookup. Make sure you ask for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He ensures all listeners of Arizona Sports are going to get the best deal possible. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
May 5th through the 11th, get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
For a limited time only at Santan Ford. Santan Ford has employee pricing, saving you thousands. You can buy new 2025 Ford Explorers for as low as 2.9% APR, or take up to $8,700 off brand new 2025 Ford Escapes. And Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Let's recap: employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on now. From America for America. See you at Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is officially draft day. The first round of the NFL draft will get underway tonight at 5, and the Arizona Cardinals will be on the clock at 16. And they'll have a lot of options. Will they draft a receiver, a corner, or try to improve in the trenches? The wait is almost over in our Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza gets underway at 4 p.m. as we take you through each selection that gets made. And the Diamondbacks were outlasted by the Rays last night as Corbin Carroll's 2 home runs were not enough in an 11-inning 7-6 loss. And Corbin Burns will be on the mound tonight in the rubber match. First pitch is at 6:40. Right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Spring is in the air, and that means home improvement projects. Need a roll-off to haul that trash and debris away? WasteConnections.com/Phoenix.
Hey, it's Wolf. NFL Draft Day is here. So which prospect would have the biggest immediate impact on the Cardinals? We'll tell you at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
We're going to make some changes, right? And as the owner, my job is to, make those changes and do things differently, because what we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped. A lot of people would have seen the things we did and said, just like a lot of people picked us to be third best chance to win the NBA championship this year. So a lot of people thought it worked. We thought it would work. It didn't work. There's a lot of people that thought that a couple years ago when we made Kevin Durant trade. Like smart people can all think it makes sense, and then looking back, it's like it didn't, and it didn't work. So we will make changes.
Making changes. That was the theme of Matt Ishbia's press conference a week ago today.
Yeah.
Not a lot of detail on what changes are coming. There was a lot of talk of setting the tone. Matt Ishbia's, as he sees it, his role as the owner is to set a better tone for what the organization is all about. When you trickle that down to the front office, can setting that tone change to the degree it needs to with the same people in place? I think not. So there's all this speculation of what the Suns are going to do in their basketball operations department. And Mark Stein, NBA Insider, put out a piece on his Substack that he reports the Suns are going hot and heavy after Bob Myers, the former GM of the Golden State Warriors, who is now an ESPN broadcaster and a very highly paid consultant of the Washington Commanders of the NFL. And it's exciting. That's been a name. It didn't pop up from nowhere. That's a name that was coming up during the season that the Suns should target to try to get back into a front office position. So it's ambitious, certainly. And I don't want to diminish Bob Myers' record either. But Jarrett wrote up the T's and said the architect of 4 championship teams. Yes and no. I mean, Bob Myers didn't draft Steph Curry. Bob Myers didn't draft Klay Thompson. Bob Myers was the GM in place for a couple months when they got Draymond Green. It was another big part of those championships.
2-time executive of the year, though.
Yes.
4-time champion.
Mike Budenholzer was 2-time coach of the year.
Whoops.
He was instrumental in Kevin Durant landing in Golden State.
Yeah, but Bob Myers' reputation, when you talk to NBA people, they always mention him at the top of the class. People didn't. Yeah. There were people who liked Mike Budenholzer, people who didn't. So I don't think that's a comparison. Mike Budenholzer and Bob Myers. I'm looking at this with much more excitement than you are. I think Bob Myers is exactly kind of the archetype this team needs. They need to have a singular voice in basketball ops and player personnel and the ultimate roster that gets put together. Cohesiveness of roster, a roster that fits. It's a lot more difficult than clearly it looks. So as somebody who was a little bit weirded out again by the post-season, after-season, I can't say postseason, there was none in Phoenix. The after-the-season press conference in Phoenix, this makes me feel good. This makes me feel like Matt Ishbia is looking in the right direction. Now, is Bob Myers interested? Now, keep in mind, it isn't just Mark Stein. Dwayne Rankin of AZ Central has also had a source tell him that the Suns are going in hard on Bob Myers. Can they talk him into taking a job? Well, money speaks real loudly.
It does. It does.
And maybe Bob Myers would be intrigued by the challenge. Maybe he wouldn't. Maybe he'd be intrigued on keeping Kevin Durant.
Well, let's face it. If there is a change coming in a high-ranking position in the basketball operations department, whoever it is going to have to be very intrigued by the challenge.
You're going to have to lean into it.
It's going to be a huge challenge.
No, that's exactly right. You're going to have to lean into it. But what the one thing you're going to get is resources from the owner. So that's the most important box is going to be checked for you.
That is true. Now, the Bob Myers' former team, the Warriors, they suffered a playoff loss in more ways than one yesterday. They lost Game 2 on the road at Houston, so that series is now tied up at 1-1 going back to San Francisco. They also lost Jimmy Butler in a very weird play where Amen Thompson of the Rockets lost his balance.
Got pushed by Draymond,
but then ended up undercutting Jimmy Butler, who took a huge fall. He left the game. It's being called a pelvic contusion.
Fell hard from about 6 feet in the air right on his lower back.
So now the Warriors are facing life without the player who really gave them life in the second half of the season. Kendrick Perkins says this.
Well, I mean, we saw it when he got traded there, Scott. Think about it. I mean, before Jimmy Butler got traded there, Steph had one foot in the grave, the other on the banana peel. And all of a sudden, Jimmy Butler gave them life. Jimmy Butler is the Swiss Army knife of this team. He does every single thing you need him to do. He unlocks a different version of Steph Curry, a bona fide second option. If they don't have Jimmy Butler for one of these games or two of these games, the Rockets are going to win this series. I strongly believe that this is a confident group, well-coached group by Ime Udoka that hang their hats on the defensive side of things. The Warriors definitely need Jimmy Butler back in Game 3.
Yeah, Draymond Green himself said this.
Sure, we'll have to figure that out. It's no easy task in replacing Jimmy. Obviously, we all know what he's meant to this team since he's been here. And we've kind of tailored our offense a bit around him, so that will have to change a bit, but we'll see. He's tough. We got a couple days off, so we'll take it day by day and see what we get.
And let's face it, this injury could, if it lingers, if it really affects this series, it could have ripple effects here in Phoenix. Because we're all looking at the Houston Rockets as a team.
Yeah.
Oh, if they bow out in the first round, they're a team that's going to be calling the Suns about Kevin Durant. If they win this series against Golden State, does that change their outlook?
It's a great question. It's a really, really good question. Or do they look at it and say, I think at that point in time, it depends how they fare in a second round series, maybe.
True.
The Warriors get a benefit. They've got 2 days off, and it's because of the NFL draft schedule and all that. So generally in the NBA playoffs, you get into that 1 day on, 1 day off routine. So maybe that's going to help. But I agree that if Jimmy Butler can't play, I don't think the Warriors win any of the games he doesn't play. I don't think you can take his presence and his toughness out of that team and not have it result in playoff losses.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what the Warriors look like before Jimmy Butler's arrival.
Yeah, they don't get to the free throw line. There's no spacing. There's no gravity on the floor other than Steph Curry.
Yeah, and Jonathan Kuminga's back in the rotation now. Played 26 minutes last night, but that's a guy that has had his playing time tinkered with. Is that the guy that can light the spark? I don't know.
It was interesting. I don't know if you heard last night, but Ime Udoka was mic'd up, and during a timeout, he basically told his team, play through all the physicality. These refs are not going to call anything. So they're really leaning into this playoff physicality. And with this Detroit game on tap tonight, Detroit, New York Knicks, with Adam Silver and everything we know about him in terms of... You've seen this guy?
Everything we know about him.
There's a chance we're going to see a very ugly incident this NBA postseason. A melee, if you will.
One of the things that has stood out to me is we're no further than 2 games into any one of these series, and there's been a lot of bad blood incidents. Indiana, Milwaukee. You had the situation with Golden State and Houston last night. There's been a lot of
Pistons,
yapping.
Knicks is going to get
nasty.
Yep. So you can put that on the bingo card. Generally, players resist from throwing down in playoff games because nobody wants to get suspended, but I haven't seen this kind of heat in a while, and we're talking about a league that's kind of trending back in that direction.
Isn't that what people want to see, though? There's been a notion the last 4 to 5 years, the NBA is soft. The NBA has no rivalries.
Sure.
NBA players are too friendly with each other.
Yeah.
I think to a degree, Sammy, that's what people want. What Bick is getting at is a real ugly incident.
That's what I'm getting at.
Gotcha.
I think it's a tinderbox right now. Because I think the players don't fear Adam Silver the way they fear David Stern.
It's a good point. I don't think they do either. And if they do, it's for far different reasons.
Yes. Yes.
Coming up next, NFL Draft Day is here. We'll get the latest on the Cardinals and what they might do at 16 and more. We'll be joined by our very own John Gambadoro. He'll join us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You can listen to Arizona Sports 98.7 all over Arizona, even when you're out of range of our mighty transmitter that sits atop South Mountain. If you've got Wi-Fi or any cell signal, you can hear Arizona Sports live on the Arizona Sports app. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and it's just about that time. Triple-digit temperatures, sizzling hot steering wheels, hours upon hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get prepped for summer by getting your air conditioner tuned up before it's too late. An AC tune-up with Parker & Sons does a lot of great things, prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, prevents costly repairs and helps prevent breakdown, gives you peace of mind because the last thing you want is to find your air conditioning isn't working during the height and the heat of summer. Remember, Parker & Sons is the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. All of their techs trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded. All of them have passed drug tests and background checks. They are the company you trust in your personal space. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, and REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees. No-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Have you thought about selling your home? Well, Inc. 5000 just named 72 Sold the #1 real estate firm in the state of Arizona. Why? More money for Arizona home sellers. Our competitors must wonder if we have a secret playbook to get more money for you. Turns out we do, but only for you and only at 72sold.com. Get more money for your home at 72sold.com.
We have big news from Sanderson Ford. Listen to this.
This is David Kimmerly, president of America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Ford just announced from America, for America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay on the full lineup on new Fords with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and no added markups.
Employee pricing levels the playing field for Ford dealers as everyone gets the same set price. However, other dealers will still add addendums and add-ons. Sanderson Ford will not. Choose Sanderson because they have the inventory and a 70-year reputation of treating you right. Ford is undeniably the most America-first automaker in the world. 80% of the vehicles Ford sells are assembled in factories located in America, and they will be less affected by the tariffs. Now is the best time to buy a new Ford with From America, for America employee pricing from Sanderson Ford. Excludes 2025 Expedition, Super Duty, Raptor, Mustang, and Bronco specialty vehicles.
Bickley and Murata talk NFL Draft now.
I'll get started tonight. The Tennessee Titans will make the first selection. As of now, the Arizona Cardinals have the 16th overall selection in the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft. Here to talk about it with us, our very own John Gambadoro, who checks in with us on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Gambo! Good morning to you. We don't have Gambo.
Where'd he go? He was just there.
Gambo did put out his Gambo 5, his annual piece that you can read on Arizonasports.com. We touched on it earlier, Bick, about the do we have Gambo? Are you there, Gambo?
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Gambo!
Good morning to you.
What's up? Probably Jared did something wrong.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe assumption.
That is the safest bet we've heard in a long time.
What's up, boys?
What's up, Gambo?
The Gambo 5, we talked about it earlier today, all about the trenches. We'll call it the Gambo 5.5 since you had an honorable mention in there.
Because like this one's really difficult. I ruled out wide receiver and cornerback, and there's been so many. You see a lot of mock draft trackers. It's amazing how many people picked the Golden kid from Texas or two of those cornerbacks, and I'm just going to rule those out. I don't think they go corner. I don't think they go wide receiver. But, man, it's like three of these guys are going to be gone by the time they pick. So I just threw one honorable mention in there just in case all five of those guys are gone by the time they pick.
It's okay. The Gambo 5 can sometimes be the Gambo 6. It's all good.
It's just an honorable mention in case all five guys are gone.
That's right.
That's it. That's all.
So the guys on the offensive side, Tyler Booker from Alabama, Kelvin Banks from Texas, Josh Simmons from Ohio State. The two defensive players highlighted, Walter Nolan, the defensive lineman from Ole Miss, and Mykel Williams, the Georgia edge rusher. And I don't know if you've been able to glean this or not, but if the Cardinals are on the clock at 16 and all of those players are available, do you think they have a preference?
I don't know that. I don't usually I'm not able to kind of figure out exactly which guy they like. I always just try to narrow it down to 5, and there's a lot of players that have to be eliminated. I eliminated Kenneth Grant from Michigan and Barron from Texas and Golden from Texas and Membu from Missouri and James Pierce from Tennessee. Shamar Stewart, I think, could be a possibility if they trade back, but not at 16. So, the way I do this, Vinny. I just try to narrow it down to 5.
Yeah.
I don't, sometimes I've known, like in the past, I've known that they preferred Hassan Reddick and Zaven Collins and Isaiah Simmons with those picks. But I'm not 100% sure. I do think they like the Simmons kid out of Ohio State, but man, that is a risky injury right there with that patella tear.
No doubt about it. What do you think about their odds of being of their phone ringing, of having options to trade back? Are you generally in favor of that or no?
Well, I'm going to say this. You guys are going to hear this first because I haven't said this on my show. I put it out on Twitter. There are teams calling and inquiring about the 16th pick, about trading to 16. And I'll just say this, in the 20 to 25 range. Teams in the 20 to 25 range. Now, if you make that trade, you're probably adding a third rounder. So if you move down 5 spots, 6 spots, you're probably talking about a third rounder. Anything past that, if you start getting past that, now you're talking about adding a second rounder. But there are some feelers that are out there. I can't say, big teams call like, hey, if my guys, if this guy I like is there, would you consider trading? And the Cardinals under Monty Ossenfort have had 6 trades in the draft. 5 of them have been down. This year's different, though, because they don't have the same roster needs as they did the first and second year when they were redoing the entire roster because the cupboards were bare. Now they don't have as many needs, but I still think if they had the ability to add a third-round pick by moving down a few spots and felt like one of their guys was going to be there, then they would do it. But there are inquiries from teams that are trying to move up.
That is interesting, especially for me, Gambo, how it pertains to Tyler Booker, a guy who a lot of people feel like the Cardinals it'd be a great pick for them to get him, but maybe not at 16. Do you think, with everything that you've been monitoring, and Tyler Booker's been a very talked about player as the top guard in this draft, do you think if they move down to 20 to the 25 range, he would still be available?
I think there's a chance, right? I mean, the one thing about him is he's not very athletic. He's very slow. He ran a 5.38 40. He was the second slowest out of the 29 offensive linemen at the combine. But he's primarily an every down starter. This is not a good tackle draft, Vinny.
No.
So, like, the top 3 tackles this year are not as good as the top 3 tackles last year or the top 3 tackles the year before. So it's not a great tackle draft. Now, I've got 2 tackles in there, but these guys are not as highly rated as previous drafts. But there's going to be a run, like there always is. So once, it falls off a cliff, too. Once you get to, like, the 4th or 5th tackle, there's such a big, steep drop to the next best tackle. So I think teams will then look to guards because you could get some pretty good guards in here. And this kid, Booker, was terrific. 2-year starter, played primarily left guard, captain, leader, no sacks allowed and 370 pass blocking opportunities. To your point, yeah, I think you could probably move down a little bit and still get him. Mm-hmm. So that would be a target. 2 times under this regime, they moved down and still got the player that they wanted. One was with B.J. Ojulari. Mm-hmm. They moved down with Tennessee, and they still got him. But that was the guy they would have chosen. They moved from 33 to 41, and they still ended up with B.J. Ojulari in a trade with Tennessee when Tennessee took Will Levis. The other was Max Melton. They moved down, and Max was the guy that they were going to pick, and they still ended up with Max Melton. So I don't know if they could do it a third time, but they definitely have done it twice before.
Yeah, but those players haven't exactly turned out to be great, so I wonder if it's something where maybe you say, you know what, let's just use this pick to take somebody of the highest quality. We'll see. What do you think of the quarterbacks in the first round? Where do you think that number is going to land? Do you think it's going to be, because every year people go, nah. But every year teams get enticed by it and seem to can't resist.
I mean, it seems like Shedeur Sanders is really, really falling, right? I mean, to the point where, could he fall, to the end of the first round? Cam Ward's going to be drafted. It's how many mistakes are made on quarterbacks? I mean, how many mistakes are made teams, quarterbacks? I don't know. I'll say 2. I'll say 2 guys will get drafted in the first round.
Is one of them named Shedeur Sanders?
I think he'll go. I mean, listen, his character thing is the one that's really coming into question. I've heard so many things about people just don't like the kid. But his number, 70% completion percentage, I know he doesn't have the arm strength, but then, there is a body of work there that's pretty good. Now, Colorado didn't beat anybody this year. But I do think that somebody's going to take, especially once you get past the middle of the first round, and those numbers for the amount of money comes down. I think you could stay. Could he go to the Steelers? Or a team like that, maybe. Yeah. So I don't think he'll fall out of the first round. I think the 71% completion rate is good enough, and the numbers are good enough to get him drafted in the first round.
Wait a minute, Colorado didn't beat anybody? I thought they went undefeated and won a national championship. They retired his number, Gambo.
They beat nobody, Vinny. They beat nobody. They beat nobody. They couldn't beat a good team. I wish ASU would have played them. They would have thumped them.
We're talking to John Gambadoro on NFL Draft Day. He'll obviously be part of our coverage, which begins at 4 NFL Draft, wall to wall. How important is it in your mind, and maybe you picked up on this from the Cardinals too, going into this draft right now with 6 picks, you probably want a little bit more. How important do you think it is to Monty Ossenfort and his staff to walk away with more than 6 draft picks when this is all said and done?
I don't think it's important at all. There's a belief that they don't have 8 roster spots to give away. That with adding Tomlinson and Calais Campbell and Josh Sweat and what they've been able to do over the last 2 years of building up talent, there's a belief that there's just, they don't have all these roster spots. So it's different this year than the first 2 years. First 2 years, cupboard bare, got to get as many picks as you can, got to try to fill them with the type of players you want. I don't think that's the case this year, Vinny. I think it's more like, hey, if we got 6, we got 6. And if they had 9 picks, I think that they would probably even tell you, we don't have 9 roster spots to give away. Mm-hmm. Go through their roster. There's a lot of depth on the roster. It might be short of some star talent here or there. And this draft is like that, short of star talent, but pretty deep. I think that they'd be fine staying with where they're at. Again, but if somebody says, hey, move down a couple spots, you could still probably get the guy you want. We'll give you a 3rd rounder. that's one thing. So if they move down 20 to 25, I think they add a third rounder. Anything past that, they probably have to get a second rounder or a future second rounder from somebody else. But I don't think the need is great to add extra picks.
Yeah. One last thing, and it's not even football related.
No
on Bob Myers.
No. I hate having to do this because some of these people I like, and then they always come at me and why did you shoot down my report? And I'm like I don't know because it's not true.
Is it not true that the Suns don't have interest, or he doesn't have interest?
It's not true that there is any interest at this point for him. It's just not true. People are guessing at stuff. They're guessing at a lot of stuff. The Suns are in an evaluation process right now, trying to evaluate what they're going to do with their front office. Bob Myers is making $10 million a year between ESPN and the Commanders. He was totally burnt out from Golden State. He inherited a team with Curry, Draymond, and Klay Thompson. I mean, he added Andre Iguodala. So I've always, a lot of people think he's somewhat overrated. Like, he didn't add Curry, he didn't add Klay, he didn't add Draymond. He just got to win. But he might be a good general manager. But I don't think he's $10 million a year at ESPN and the Commanders. Why is he going to come here?
Yeah.
I just don't see it. I don't think there is. I don't think there is any interest out there either way. And the report is just false. It's a false report. And again, I hate sometimes saying it because some of these guys are good at what they do, and I like some of these guys, and I'll get all the text messages and about shooting down the report. But I can tell you that it is not true. That report is not true.
All right, great stuff, Gambo. Thanks. We'll talk to you later today.
All right, boys. See you later.
John Gambadoro joining us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Of course, all of us involved in tonight's NFL Draft Show here on Arizona Sports. You could listen on the radio, on the app. You can watch us on the website or the app. And now you can watch us on the NFL Draft Show on our YouTube channel at Arizona Sports as well. Just branching out. Multimedia, Bick. Coming up next, we run into the 9 o'clock hour with some social studies. Sammy Sabolka will take us through it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. Not that long ago, played a round of golf with their founder, Shane O'Grady. He's a great player, by the way. During our round of golf, he got a text from a client. She said she was doing her happy dance because she had paid off her home on a Life Changer Loan in 41 months. Pretty terrific. That's what people are getting from Life Changer Loan, an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You do not change a dime of your spending habits. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the control to pay off, pay down, or borrow back whenever you want. It gives you great liquidity if you need help with home improvements, if you need help with college tuition. You literally borrow from yourself. A lot of people say, come on, Bick, this sounds too good to be true. If that's you, understand they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. Like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. But there are caveats. This is not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials, a really good credit score. Shane will be up front with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are, I'll tell you this, you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangealone.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Say it with me, Basinonians. It's the big spring refresh at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through April 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. That's right, I said it. 25% off everything. Head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations. Grab a knowledgeable sleep expert who will help you find the perfect sleep solution. And tell them Wolf sent you. And remember, shipping is always free. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, save big on 2-pound packages of fresh, delicious strawberries. They're on sale for only $2.49 each with your digital coupon. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is NFL Draft Day. Yes, the NFL Draft will get underway tonight at 5 p.m., and the Arizona Cardinals will be on the clock with pick 16 and a lot of options. Will they draft a receiver, corner, or try to improve in the trenches? The wait is almost over. And our Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza will get underway at 4 p.m. as they take you through each selection that will get made. The Arizona Diamondbacks were outlasted by the Rays last night as Corbin Carroll's 2 home runs were not enough in an 11-inning 7-6 loss, but Corbin Burns will be on the bump tonight in the rubber match. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour upon us. Time for some social studies with Sammy Cebulka.
Yeah, thank you. Of course, first and foremost, be sure to follow us on X Bickley_Murata if you want to get in on the action and reply to some of our questions. On Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook at Bickley and Murata. And we start on the diamond with the Diamondbacks. There's been a lot of little frustrating antidotes with this team so far, but we asked what's been the most frustrating, and we listed, is it the bottom of the lineup struggling? Is it the inconsistent pitching? Is it the injuries? Or I'm not frustrated, you hump. Jarrett wrote that.
You didn't have to clarify that.
Yeah.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
Of those choices, it's certainly not I'm not frustrated, you hump. It's been a frustrating 24-game sample, don't you agree?
Yeah, it has been. For me, it's the inconsistent pitching across the board.
Pitching, yeah. And injuries are going to happen. Yeah, it's been bad. And the bottom of the lineup has been talked about a lot on this show. And that's been frustrating, but the inconsistent pitching, especially from the rotation, because they've got the capability and the potential to be so much better.
No doubt, and that's kind of what the results indicate. Inconsistent pitching getting 46% of the vote. Bottom of the lineup struggling 24.8. I'm not frustrated, you hump. 21% of the voters not frustrated.
Wow.
And
Living life
7%.
right way.
Yeah, hey, 7% voted injuries, and some of the replies. At Chango2213, he's frustrated that Jordan Lawler has not been called up. Maybe that's in the works, but Zach Zent said 5 through 9 are all inconsistent / streaky hitters, which is normal for baseball. It just sucks they are all slumping at the exact same time right now, which is also true. I get it, it's baseball. Guys are going to go through ups and downs, but it seems like all 4 of those guys are struggling at the wrong time.
And they're going to need it because Pavin Smith is not going to hit 400 for the whole year. A slump will be coming for him, and they're going to need the other guys to step up. It's funny on Jordan Lawler, he's too good to call up. Like, they called up Tim Tawa because, they could send him up, send him down, send him up. They keep saying with Lawler, once he goes up, they don't, they want him to play.
True, but there's also a positional issue there, too.
Yes.
Lawler's, is he capable of playing second
Middle
base?
infield experience,
probably, but Tawa's more experienced at that position.
Well, and with Cattell coming back, hopefully they can just call him up at the right time, like Jared said.
Exactly.
So the NFL draft is tonight, and in the Rush Hour reboot,
There'll be one quarterback selected in the first 20 picks of the draft.
Wow.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Ashton Genty will be a top 5 pick.
Yeah. To maybe
I don't know
fifth
how
to the
bold that is.
Jaguars.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been seeing that a little bit, but
maybe if you want something bolder, how about the Steelers trading for Kirk Cousins?
See, that is
bold.
a reply we got.
Oh, is it?
Ryan Noterman says the Steelers trade for Kirk Cousins.
Well, there are rumblings out there that Kirk Cousins might be dealt today, and that would be a logical destination.
Yeah. Tom Foss said his bold prediction is that Gambo is wrong, and the Cardinals do not pick an offensive or defensive lineman with their first round pick. I think they end up drafting the kid from the school with the terrible football program. I will not mention their name or the losers down south. T-Mac paired with Marvin Harrison Jr. Hey, man, come on.
One of those 2 years he was on the team, they weren't terrible.
He's great. Alex,
I've heard it's not even a question that he's the best receiver in the draft, Sammy.
I may have said that, and I stand by that. Alex Juarez 2310 says the Cardinals trade with the Giants and draft Abdul Carter. That's bold. That would be something. And then
what would they have to give up?
Their first and second, maybe, and maybe next year's first. I don't know. Big Ryan Knowles says Cam Scadaboo to the Cardinals in the 4th round.
Oh, sign me up for that.
Making that prediction. Yeah,
that's a bold one. All right, our last question we asked. What was the premise of this? Jared, do you remember?
Well, the draft is such a big deal now, and then also the way that pitchers are used now compared to how they used to be used.
Yeah, this is a fun question. What is the biggest difference, specific or general, between sports now and when you were a kid?
Oh,
I want to hear Sammy's answer on this.
There's a lot to chew on here. I think I'll go with the obvious. When I was a kid, gambling on sports was considered absolute taboo, and now it is being sold by every network and league, encouraging people to do it.
That wasn't just when you were a kid. That was when you were an adult.
A host.
I mean, it's adult life.
Yeah. So listen, so professional sports leagues and ESPN, they're all complicit in breeding a new generation of degenerate gamblers.
Wait, we can gamble on sports?
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. What?
The only difference between sports now and when Sammy was a kid is LeBron was on the Cavaliers when he was a kid.
Right,
Now he's on the Lakers.
Right.
For me, I hate to be this guy, but it's got to be the money, right? In my lifetime, I experienced the first $1 million baseball players.
Wow. Yep.
Dave Parker, Nolan Ryan, Ricky Henderson were among the first to earn $1 million. $1 million is a pittance.
Yeah, now people are earning over $1 million per game in sports.
That's the biggest one, but there's so many.
Yeah.
I mean, the advancement of sports science, the way it's covered, the information that's available, all of it.
The teams that athletes surround themselves, how much athletes invest in physiotherapists and chefs and all that. Yeah.
I think this is maybe like the only one. I'm 25, but when I first started playing sports, the club culture and like travel sports wasn't as big as it is now. Like I grew up and I played in seasonal sports still. Like I would play Little League, I would play at my YMCA basketball, and then soccer, and it would repeat. Like the travel sports has kind of gotten out of hand.
That's a good one.
Mm-hmm. My favorite one, Jarrett's Bean Dip. It's a Jarrett fan account. He said, when I was a kid, I didn't understand why my dad would get mad at the TV and yell and cuss. Now as a young adult, I realized that he did that because we're all watching Arizona sports, like father, like son.
I like this answer from Mark. He just said the sport itself is no longer the main attraction. The experience is. There's a lot of truth to that.
There is. Especially when your team isn't good, you have to sell the experience.
I think the following of players by young people rather than teams
is a big
change.
Yeah.
Social media, that's obviously changed everything, but sports is,
That's a deep thinker of a social studies
It is.
question.
There are a lot of good responses, but we only had time for a couple. But
Thank you, Sammy.
Thank you, Sammy.
At Bickley_Murata on X/Twitter, at Bickley and Murata on Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook. We're everywhere on social media. Coming up more on the NFL Draft next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tetsuroa McMillan from the University of Arizona, or TMAC, is the #1 wide receiver in this year's class, and that's not really up for interpretation.
The NFL Draft today.
Get you going like game day, honestly. You know, there's not too many things in the world you can do that feels like the rush after the national anthem before you kick it off. Draft night comes pretty close. It's an exciting time to be a Cardinal, I know that.
The Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza begins this afternoon at 4. Preview the players and the picks with us. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters. I've had a lot of personal friends. I've had a lot of colleagues use Turf Monsters, and everyone to a person raves about the finished product, raves about the professionalism. Vinny and I work with somebody here at the station, had his entire backyard redone by Turf Monsters. Again, raves about the experience, raves about the finished product. Turf Monsters, a one-stop shop that can build you anything you want except for pools, fire pits, barbecue pits, patios, pergolas. If you've always wanted a sparkling green lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. If you're a golfer, they are fantastic at building customized state-of-the-art putting greens. What could be better than practicing your short game in the comfort of your own home? No matter what the project, they love helping customers create personalized outdoor retreats, and they've got nearly 1,000 five-star reviews to prove it. Go schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment. investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gamble, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
2 words we've been waiting for: employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
Vickery and Murata talk NFL draft now.
I messed that up big time. Sorry about that. Let's do that again.
There it is.
There's the unfettered draft chime, the ESPN draft chime. I was watching some of that 6-minute video that they put out. Pretty interesting stuff. But to see the footage of how it came together and watching the old footage of the 1980 draft, going back to the social studies question that was just asked. My goodness. You want to talk about a single event that has changed the most?
Yeah, I'd say that draft chime, though, it's really become it's a fundamental part about being a sports fan. Like you said, it's 10 notes, but as soon as you hear it, your head snaps to attention. Because while you've been waiting for the team to make the pick and trying to stay interested, boom, now here comes the pick.
Yeah.
And it's weird when something like that, a little tiny piece of sound, becomes so important to a sports fan. Think about the goal horn in hockey.
Yeah. You know what? You know when you hear it?
Automatically you know what happened. You could be in the bathroom. You could be in one of Steve Ballmer's bathrooms. Toilets! And you could hear a goal horn, and you're like, oh, no, I missed it. The Charge theme. Dun, dun, dun.
Or
da-da-da-da-da-da.
2, 3.
Yeah. No, that's not PA. We're not talking PA stuff. We're talking sounds.
Yeah.
But created sounds.
I think the ESPN draft thing is probably the most powerful of all of them.
Yeah, I think so too.
Over into theme songs when you hear the first couple notes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, of those, like Round Ball Rock, the old NBC, the John Tesh song that they used to play on NBC when they had the NBA, and they're going to have it again.
Yeah.
That one's pretty powerful. But I think,
Da-na-na, da-na-na.
That's it. There you go. That's another big one.
I still hear that one in my house because I get the alerts on my iPad, and it goes off all day.
I'm trying to think of sports-related ones. The only other one noise I thought of was dung, dung, dung. The NBC one, but
that's a good one too.
But
that's an interesting one
specifically.
I don't know, you have a musical background. I don't, but I once upon a time was in charge of doing all the radio commercials for a specific company.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, my boss said, "You should try to come up with a jingle, like something like that, to identify our company with."
Mm-hmm.
It was impossible. Of course.
Wow.
Well, you're not a music person.
Right.
But I mean,
right.
It's not like I don't have any musical ear at all.
Mm-hmm.
But when you hear 10 notes and it's that impactful, it's crazy.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah. And so you're going to hear it tonight, folks.
You're going to hear it 32 times tonight.
Your head's going to snap to attention.
And then you're going to look and you're going to see the pick is in, and then you're going to wait another 10 minutes before they go to the podium because they're in commercial.
Or you could just follow it on X because somebody will ruin all the picks ahead of time. Diana Rossini of The Athletics got some stuff that she reported this morning. 20 things I'm hearing about round one. We'll start right at the top. She wrote the Browns, Giants, and Patriots are fielding calls for the 2, 3, and 4 picks per league sources. She writes the majority of teams looking up to move to see Colorado superstar Travis Hunter as their target. The Giants, apparently, according to Diana Rossini, called the Tennessee Titans multiple times with offers to move up to the number 1 pick. If the Giants, would that be for Cam Ward?
It would have to be,
wouldn't it?
It would have to be. Wow.
Moving up
and Cam Ward is not even a robust prospect. Best of a bad class.
I mean, he's an exciting player.
Yeah.
But 2 years ago, he wasn't that can't-miss NFL prospect.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 years ago, he was at Washington State. And
If you're
before that,
Tennessee,
he was an incarnate Word.
If you're Tennessee, would you entertain that? Because if you could really get a haul and you say, well, this guy, like you said, we're taking him because we have to take a quarterback, best of a bad class, get a haul, push it one more year down the road?
Well, I mean, to me, that indicates that it's not just we have to draft a quarterback. It's that they are enamored with Cam Ward. Otherwise, you would.
Right.
Why wouldn't you? I mean, I don't want to see Will Levis play quarterback anymore. I don't think anybody does.
No, that's. I mean, that has to be the pick.
Mm-hmm.
But people scrambling to get up to 2.
Another item on the list: the Bear, and we talked about Ashton Genty in social studies.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears have been linked to Genty for weeks, and they are hoping they can snag him at 10. That doesn't seem very possible, does it?
No.
The Bears,
No.
if they want Genty, they're going to have to move up there, Bick.
Bears. Yeah, I think there's new rumblings that he's going 5 at Jacksonville. That's as high as Ashton Genty could go. I'll be curious to see how that works out.
Been connected to the Raiders, too.
Yeah, definitely. There was a time where every mock draft, that was the first thing that people would predict. Genty's going number 6 to the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
Number 12, many sources around the league expect the Cowboys to target an offensive skill position with the number 12 pick. Texas wide receiver Matthew Golden and Arizona's Teteroa McMillan are names that I'm hearing could interest Dallas. That's not my words, Diana Rossini.
Okay.
That's an intriguing potential combo with either or. CeeDee Lamb with either one of those guys could be one of the top receiving duos week 1 next year.
Who's Teteroa McMillan?
He's the best wide receiver in the draft.
Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah.
Right.
Undeniable.
Yeah.
Undeniable.
Hey, I did want to say after the fact, I explained why. I didn't just drop it.
Well, you said what's so good about him, but to not
He's
even
an excellent
be
dancer.
up for debate.
He's great at parties. He'll give you the shirt right off his back. The Arizona Cardinals have the 16th pick. The last thing we talked to Gambo on the Cardinals about, I thought was interesting. With only 6 picks, normally speaking, in Arizona Cardinals history, that would be a number you would want beefed up.
Mm-hmm.
But him saying they don't think they have that many roster spots available, so keep the rookie class down, I thought was rather interesting.
Yeah, and that's because a lot of heavy lifting has already been done. That's one of the recurring themes here is that a lot of the hard work is done, and that is why I believe that the Cardinals are in a really good place going into this NFL draft. I think they're almost guaranteed their fans are going to be very happy coming out of it.
Yep. Join Kyler Murray and friends for the first annual Kyler Murray Foundation Celebrity Softball Game happening May 17th. It's going on at Salt River Fields. If you want to be there, register now for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Just head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details and for your shot at winning. Coming up next, it's Thursday. We'll roll out a football draft-related edition a little differently of Mock My World. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If you like football, you like Cam Scatterboo. That was never more evident than during the college football playoff game against Texas. I know that elicited a lot of response from people nationally. I'd like to think it was because it was ASU, but it was because it was Scatterboo.
Have you ever seen a cat? Some people have not observed a cat. Cats are very quiet, aren't they? And hyper athletic. And dogs, you gotta work like a dog. Have you ever heard anyone say that?
Would you consider Cam Cam Scadaboo a dog, because that's where I
He's
think
a
you were going.
dog.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. The little expenses add up, don't they? Maybe you have to pick up lunch real quick on the way back to work, or you meet a couple friends at a baseball game last second. That's life, and it's great, but you have to stay on top of it financially, too. And that's why your checking account should be helping you, not working against you by charging you fees. Well, that's where Chime comes in. A Chime checking account is going to help you manage your money better by offering no maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. That's big. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date, so just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
Every business has a purpose to inspire, a purpose to innovate, a purpose to serve. At SRP, our purpose is to power yours. From rebates for energy-efficient upgrades to money-saving programs, we help businesses of all sizes find reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy solutions. Discover the possibilities at savewithsrpbiz.com.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
For a limited time only at Santan Ford. Santan Ford has employee pricing saving you thousands. You can buy new 2025 Ford Explorers for as low as 2.9% APR, or take up to $8,700 off brand new 2025 Ford Escapes. And Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Let's recap. Employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on now. From America, for America. See you at Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It's officially draft day. The first round of the NFL draft gets underway tonight at 5, and the Arizona Cardinals will be on the clock with pick 16 with a lot of options. Will they draft a receiver, corner, or try to improve in the trenches? The wait is almost over, and our Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza gets underway at 4 p.m. as we take you through each selection that will get made. The D-backs were outlasted by the Rays last night as Corbin Carroll's 2 home runs were not enough in an 11-inning 7-6 loss, but Corbin Burns will be on the bump tonight in the rubber match. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, of course, it's surrounding the NFL draft, and it's surrounding the quarterbacks. So how many quarterbacks will be selected in the first round of the NFL draft? 1, 2, 3, or 4 or more?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm voting 2.
I'm going to say 3.
Oh.
I think Sanders and Dart both get in.
Okay.
All right, let's see what the people have to say. 46% of the vote is 3. 39% of the vote is 2. 10% say 4 or more. Only 5% say 1.
4 or more?
Yeah.
I thought 1 would get higher than 4 or
Me
more.
too.
Wow, that's interesting. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Bickley and Murata. Mock My World.
Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? Stop it, you just didn't do it again.
Are you mocking me?
Mock My World is back on this Thursday. Last Thursday, or actually last Wednesday, since we got off the air early on Thursday, we went down the road of the biggest mistakes in Arizona sports history. And I thought it was pretty evenly spread out with the choices that we made, but the voting did not say that. I was the winner, 43.5%. My team of passing on Luka, signing Madison Bumgarner, hiring Mike Budenholzer, and trading down and passing on Terrell Suggs, 43.5%. Vic, you were a solid 34.4%. Sammy at 14.4%, and Jarrett only 7% of the 7.7% of the vote.
Wow!
Even though he led off his team with ASU hiring Herm Edwards.
Where did it go wrong, Jarrett?
Passing on Halliburton, second round, too many seats at Chase Field, and the Coyotes hiring Gretzky. People were not going to stand for that Wayne Gretzky slander. Today, we got a little bit of a concept here on Mock My World. It's a draft. It's draft day. This is a draft in itself. It's football related. We're not going to give you our top picks or anything like that. We're constructing our own franchises.
Yeah.
We are constructing our own NFL franchises. Each of us will have to draft a city, an owner, a head coach, and a quarterback. You can go in any order you want to. In reverse order of last week's results. Jarrett will have the number 1 pick. Sammy will go second. Bick, you're third. I will be fourth in this 4-round snake-style draft. Did you guys go, when you picked your city, did you also name your franchise?
I didn't.
I did not do that either.
But I could. And just another just clarification, the owner does not have to be a current owner of an NFL team.
It could be anybody.
All right, I have the number 1 pick. And I'm
Who
going.
are you picking for your owner, Elon Musk? I knew I'd get you with that.
No comment.
That's the original What a Hump, right?
Yeah, that's yes. My first pick is Patrick Mahomes, quarterback in his absolute prime, 29 years old. All he does is win, win, win. Patrick Mahomes.
All right, Patrick Mahomes is off the board. Sammy.
All right. I'll go ahead and take Mark Cuban as my owner.
Mark Cuban.
That's who I was going to pick.
Yep, Mark Cuban.
Owner Mark Cuban.
All he does is he tries to win. He does great for the fans, great for the players.
And he wouldn't have traded Luka.
Right.
Right, exactly. Exactly. All right, I am going to start with head coach Give me Bruce Arians. Come on, baby. Let's go get cocktails.
Bruce Arians, head
Bruce
coach.
Arians is my head coach.
It's a good pick. I'm going in the opposite direction. I'm going to go the only category that's left. I'm going to go with the America's finest city as my city on the crowning of the San Diego Surf Riders.
Oh, San Diego.
And
that's a good name, the Surf Riders. I like that.
To be my owner, I'm going with a guy who really knows the importance of a good toilet.
Yep.
And he's got a lot of money, Steve Ballmer.
Also great pick.
All right, Bick. Your head coach is off the board.
Yeah, my head coach is off the board. For my owner, I am going to take the late, great Dr. Jerry Buss.
Oh, that's true. You could go. It's all conceptual. Owner Jerry Buss.
All right. What coach would you want to pair with Mark Cuban? And I'm taking
Jason Kidd.
No. Actually, I'm taking Dan Campbell. We're going down to the roots. We're getting gritty. This team's going to have some persona.
All right, Jerry, you got 2 picks.
I'm going to go, I guess, with the same concept, and I'm going to pick Andy Reid as my coach. Because of his age, I didn't immediately think that, but Bruce Arians inspired me to say age is just a number. Andy Reid's got a few more years left, and then I'm going to go with the city. The state of New York has 3 football teams right now, but none of them
only have one.
But what?
They really only have one.
Well, the state of New York has 3 football teams right now, but none of them play in New York City.
Okay.
So I'm going for New York City, and the stadium will be built in Central Park.
Ooh, sure.
There we go.
Because that's the only area big enough to fit a stadium.
What are you going to call them? The Gotham Gargoyles?
I haven't thought of that part yet, but maybe by the end of this draft.
Okay.
All right. I have quarterback and city left. I'm going to take my quarterback. Give me Josh Allen, second best quarterback in the NFL.
Reigning MVP.
Yeah, Dan Campbell, Mark Cuban, Josh Allen.
All right. This is very conceptual. I just want to point that out again.
Of course.
All right, Bick, your head coach is off the board. Your owner's off the board. You need a city and a QB.
I'm gonna go ahead and take Tom Brady, even though I do not like him. I know he's gonna bring great culture and great commitment to my football team.
Man, this is a bold strategy. You've got a dead owner and a 44-year-old quarterback.
Yeah.
But you kind of opened the door with the Jerry Buss pick.
Yeah.
I like that thinking. Why would you not want a great owner?
Exactly.
By the way, these aren't really happening, people. So I have a quarterback and a head coach. I can't believe my head coach is still on the board. I'm taking Bill Belichick as my head coach. And my quarterback, not you, Aaron Rodgers. I'll go with Lamar Jackson.
There you go.
Nice.
Not you, Aaron Rodgers. Even a current real team wouldn't pick him right now.
Prime Aaron Rodgers. Yeah.
So my pick now, Vinny?
Yeah.
So my city, if I've got Dr. Jerry Buss, who loved himself a cocktail, and if I've got Bruce Arians, who loved himself a cocktail, I'm putting my franchise in New Orleans.
Your hierarchy will be dead by the end.
It's all right.
More dead. Wow.
Second team in New Orleans.
I thought you were going to take...
this is a new... This is
just a team. You get to pick whatever city.
The NFL doesn't exist.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought he was going to take my city when he started mentioning cocktails. But my team will be playing in Vegas. We will be the Vegas Blackjacks.
Oh.
Dan Campbell, Josh Allen, Mark Cuban in Vegas. What could go wrong?
I got the last pick. For my owner, I'm picking Bill Gates, one of the richest men in the world.
Mm-hmm.
One of the less evil richest men in the world that I can tell. And looks like a man who has never watched a sporting event in his life. So I don't
Good
think
point.
he won't be meddlesome.
That's great.
He'll hire people that he knows are going to do great.
Great logic.
And so there you go.
It's good logic.
We can't make payroll this month. I donated it to a charity.
Yeah.
All right, this was interesting.
Yeah, it was different.
All right, constructing our own NFL franchises. The NFL, the new NFL, the existing NFL is not around. Team Carlin, Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, New York City. We still need to come up with a name for you, Jarrett. And owner Bill Gates. Sammy's got Mark Cuban as the owner, head coach Dan Campbell, quarterback Josh Allen, and he's playing in Vegas as the Blackjacks. Vic's got Bruce Arians as the head coach, owned by Jerry Buss with quarterback Tom Brady. And I love the names Swashbucklers for New Orleans.
Or the New Orleans Hurricanes, named after the famous drink at Pat O'Brien's.
I like that. That's what your coach and owner would be drinking. And I've got
No, Bruce Arians, that's what he drinks when he's not drinking, Vinny.
San Diego, Steve Ballmer as my owner, head coach Bill Belichick, and Lamar Jackson as my quarterback. We'll get this up on X at Bickley_Murata. You determine the winner of Mock My World. Some final draft day thoughts coming up next here on this Thursday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL Draft today. The Cards have the 16th pick. What's Monty going to do?
I've never gone into a draft saying, I want to trade back, I want to trade up. It truly is a matter of opportunity. We're going to be ready to pick a player every time our number's called. It's a gamble. Like if you get a call and there's an offer to move back, then you got to weigh that. Hey, we may lose out on the player that we want here. Is it worth it?
The Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza begins this afternoon at 4. Preview the players and the picks with us. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
New Life Dental Implant Center doing way more than giving people new dental implants and new smiles. They are giving people their happiness back. They are giving people their dignity back. And you should know about them because they offer amazing quality, great conveniences, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you're going to find anywhere. The amazing quality comes from the fact that everything is now 100% digital, no human error, no guesswork. Your dental implants are going to turn out perfect, guaranteed. Great convenience, everything done in one location, from surgery to lab works to follow-ups. You're not bouncing around the valley to different offices, and unbeatable prices. This is what they're truly vibing on. The lowest you're going to find anywhere, all on fours for just $9,900 per arch. That's about half price from any of the closest competitors. No hidden fees, one price from start to finish, 0% financing available. That is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley. You can be next. Find out more by calling 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring cleaning isn't just for clutter. Let Benjamin Franklin Plumbing take care of your appliances. From water heater replacement or repair to advanced water filtration installation, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing is here to provide a worry-free summer for you and your family. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com to schedule. You can count on the punctual plumbers, where your comfort and safety come first. Book now. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Oh, no doubt for you.
Wow. Never heard this before.
Neither have I. Heard a lot of songs from this particular album, the Tragic Kingdom album, but not this. But there's a reason we're playing.
Yes, it is.
It's called 16.
Which is where the Cardinals are drafting this evening. Number 16, until they trade.
Until they trade.
Right. Then we're going to have to scramble. We might have to go get 18 from Alice Cooper.
Hey 19, but
Steely Dan.
We could come up with a whole draft position playlist.
Yeah.
No doubt off of Tragic Kingdom 16, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
It was a very good pre-show meeting today because Dan Bickley played the role of Santa Claus.
Yeah, Santa Claus.
Bearing gifts.
All right, I'll tell the story. Desert Highlands, great golf club up in North Scottsdale. In fact, it was designed by Jack Nicklaus, and it's where the original Skins game took place, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, so me, Scott Passmore, Nick King, a couple of my TV buddies, we got invited to play, and it was absolutely fantastic. We did not run into rattlesnakes, thank goodness, because apparently they pulled 4 of them off the course yesterday.
Goodness.
Yeah. But they're big listeners of Bickley and Murata Mornings at Desert Highlands. So I showed up, and they had water bottles, customized water bottles for the 3 of us. And so mine says Dan Bickley, Vinny says Vince Murata, and Jarrett Scarlin says, "Shut up, Jarrett!" Fantastic. And they spelled all of our names right, too, which is good. So props to my guy Bob over at Desert Highlands, and Joan, thank you for everything. The course was fantastic, and so are the gifts.
Yeah, absolutely. Great.
What'd you shoot?
Great water bottle.
Very, very hard course. I think I was high 80s, low 90s. Very, very difficult course. Windy.
Jack Nicklaus course, you'll take that.
Yeah, very, very difficult.
I played Stone Creek. I don't know if you ever played
Very
there.
not difficult.
It was
Love me some
very
Stone
difficult for me. And people came up to me too. They not fans of the show. That they said, "Can you please move faster? Can you please get out of my way? Can we go past you?"
Yeah, can you stop hitting?
we play through?
Can you stop hitting into my fairway? Can we play through?
You're on that hole over there.
Button
Yeah.
your shirt.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah. Shave your back, you hairy beast.
So your final wave of mock drafts is coming out. Field
All right.
Yates from ESPN put out his mock draft. He's got the Cardinals staying at 16, and his pick, Josh Simmons, offensive tackle from Ohio State. Gambo mentioned this when we talked to him. Yates writes, Simmons' wide draft range is simply because he's recovering from a torn patellar tendon, but fully healthy. He has massive upside at left tackle, which I don't think he'd be playing left tackle probably with Paris Johnson Jr.
Don't think so.
But with great footwork and pass protection, Arizona could form an all-Ohio State tackle duo with Simmons and Paris Johnson Jr. And perhaps no NFL team is more familiar with Simmons' game than the Cardinals, because their new offensive line coach, Justin Fry, served as Ohio State's run game coordinator and offensive line coach for the past 2 seasons. Something to keep an eye on. He does fit into the Gambo 5. He was one of the players mentioned. And Gambo's track record is pretty strong on this front in identifying who the Cardinals draft pick will be from a group. If it is one of the 5, who are you most excited about from that group? For me, it's Tyler Buchner.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm going as well. Everything you hear about the kid, the pedigree, the ability to brawl, the kind of guy that every snap is a fight that he takes personally, like those kind of guys. You know, every football player says they love football. They're trained to say it. You got to find the ones that really do.
Yeah, there was a note from, I got to find it. I sent it to myself yesterday. A note from Jay Glazer, who put this out on X. Let me pull this post up here. Jay Glazer wrote on X yesterday, interesting thing came up in my draft prep calls. For years, teams have pulled players off the board for A, injury concerns, or B, character concerns. A third category reason has been added, and most teams I talked to had guys off their board for, quote, doesn't love football. This was the first year it was so prevalent. I asked around why that is, and the thought was because of NIL money. Guys have already been paid, and some feel they don't need to grind to get paid. So the guys who love football are probably appreciated more. Just an interesting tidbit to pass along.
That is interesting.
I've seen stuff specifically about Tedero McMillan talking about that stuff, that he doesn't try hard all the time.
But come on, he's undeniably, there's no argument to be had.
Can we hear the rest of that?
No, well, that was the really money quote.
Does he end up in a Dallas Cowboys uniform? You made your bold prediction was Kirk Cousins maybe getting traded today. There's still a lot of people surprised that he is a member of the Atlanta Falcons.
Here's my other bold prediction. The Dallas Cowboys draft Shedeur Sanders. Surprise everybody and draft Shedeur Sanders.
That would be it.
Can you imagine what the ESPN shows will be like tomorrow?
And they hired Dion immediately. Immediately.
Wow. Really? They just hired a coach this offseason.
Yeah. A coach who's never done it before.
On the Kirk Cousins thing, if he does get traded to the Steelers, does Aaron Rodgers not play this year? There's nowhere left for him.
Some people believe he's still waiting on Minnesota. I don't know. I again came away with a very strong feeling that Aaron Rodgers is going to retire after hearing that interview. Another team to look for on the quarterback front, the New Orleans Saints, drafted at number 9. They've been linked to Shedeur Sanders. Is that too high? Dan Orlovsky says they absolutely have to get a QB in this draft.
Oh, you have to draft a quarterback before the 33rd pick. Shefty just talked about it. They sit at 40 in the second round. I'll go back to Cleveland sitting at the 33rd pick. If you're not going to take one at 9, you have to go ahead. In your division is Bryce Young. If he's anything, what we saw at the back end of last year, they're going to be good. Baker Mayfield, we know, is a very good quarterback. And then Atlanta has Michael Penix. You have nobody, New Orleans. You have no future. So if you want to have the conversation of tackle at 9, I'm good with it. But you better go above Cleveland, because if you love Jackson Dart, he's going to be gone by the 33rd pick. So if you're New Orleans, quarterback in that late first round, similar to the Giants, similar to Cleveland, like you have to make these moves.
Yeah, interested to see what the Saints do. Interested to see Cleveland to a degree, although they're not going to address it with the second pick.
They have Joe Flacco. What else do they need? They still have Deshaun Watson, technically, don't they?
Yeah, but now, I mean, even though, I mean, he's terrible. He hasn't worked out at all.
He claims he's going to be back with a vengeance.
Stuck with it, but, I mean, injury-wise, he's probably not going to be back in 2025.
I don't even remember what his latest injury status
Achilles,
is.
right?
He tore his Achilles.
Yeah. That's not a...
Then what's he talking about? He's not back this year?
Maybe not. I mean, he's not going to be ready for the beginning of the season, certainly.
He said he was going to be back with a vengeance, but he wasn't talking about football.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Oh, that is going to do it for us on this Thursday. But we're not done.
No, it's
on the
not
air.
going to do it for us.
We're
back on the air in a matter of
Split
hours.
shift Thursday for all of us.
Yes, our NFL draft coverage begins at 4 o'clock. The draft gets underway right around 5. We'll take you all the way through the first round. The whole crew involved here on Arizona
Yeah, that whole
Sports.
crew should have been there with us this morning then.
Yeah, everybody should be equal partners.
Yeah.
And Sammy's going to run 26 miles
Yeah.
instead of working tonight.
Good luck
I know.
on the marathon.
Thank you. Headed out tomorrow early.
All right. We'll get the full report when Sammy gets back from Nashville. Thanks to Derek Hall and Gambo for joining us. We are back tomorrow morning. Full recap of the first round of the NFL draft, including the Cardinals pick at 16 or elsewhere. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day, everybody.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. I'm Bailey Leisure. John Gamadoro predicts the Cardinals' first-round NFL draft pick. Corbin Carroll blasts 2 home runs in an extra-inning loss to the Rays. And D-backs display franchise icon Randy Johnson's photography at Chase Field. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
Life can be stressful, but selling your home doesn't have to be. I'm Carol Rice with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and I make home selling easy by properly pricing your home and getting it in front of thousands of my exclusive qualified buyers. Do what Jackie and Mark did, selling in just 5 days for full market value. Call me, Carol Royce, and ask about my 100% of market value or I'll pay the difference guarantee. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring cleaning isn't just for clutter. Let Benjamin Franklin Plumbing take care of your appliances. From water heater replacement or repair to advanced water filtration installation, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing is here to provide a worry-free summer for you and your family. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com to schedule. You can count on the punctual plumbers, where your comfort and safety come first. Book now. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com.
At Dignity Health's Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Institute, keeping you moving is a joint effort. With minimally invasive techniques and a personalized treatment plan, our team of highly specialized orthopedic experts can keep you in motion. We care for your knees, hips, and shoulders so you can enjoy what moves you. Don't let joint pain put your life on pause. Keep moving forward and find your path back to what you love. Learn more at dignityhealth.org/azortho. Hello, human kindness.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some exciting news from Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the Ford Motor Company from America for America employee pricing event. And this is a big deal, folks. This means you pay what they pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs with few exceptions. And if you're considering a new vehicle, you got to give Earnhardt Ford a chance to prove why they've been a trusted name in the Valley for over 73 years. They're a family-owned dealership that offers a no-bull way of doing business. That's why generation after generation of Arizonans return to Earnhardt. Stop in now at Earnhardt Ford and take advantage of employee pricing, or check out their fully digital shopping experience with No Bull Express at earnhardtford.com. Offers require approved credit and end June 2nd, 2025. That's earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. U.S. residents only. Available on select new 2024-2025 Ford vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Prior purchases. Traditional AXCD plan ineligible. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It's officially draft day. The first round of the NFL draft will get underway tonight at 5, and the Arizona Cardinals will be on the clock with pick 16 and plenty of options. Will they draft a receiver, corner, or improve the trenches? The wait is almost over, and our Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza will get underway at 4 p.m., and we'll take you through each selection that gets made. The Arizona Diamondbacks were outlasted by the Rays last night as Corbin Carroll's 2 home runs were not enough in an 11-inning 7-6 loss, but Corbin Burns will be on the bump tonight in the rubber match, and first pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Ave just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke! Wolf! Hey, my brothers! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
We are live from the Arizona Sports Studios, where we're going to be for a while, Wolf, because it is officially NFL Draft Day. On top of the fact that the Diamondbacks and 17 other Major League Baseball teams play tonight, and you've got NBA playoff games, and you've got Stanley Cup playoff games, but you've got the NFL Draft finally kicking off tonight.
Wow, you know what? I just can't wait, Baysonians. I am so jacked up. I really am. This is a juice-filled day. There's no doubt about it. It brings back a lot of memories as well. Maybe from time to time, as the show unfolds, maybe I'll share some of those memories
You have to. You said
with
you were
you
going
right
to.
now. I'm not going to do it right now, Baysonians, but I will tell you a lot of really, really good memories about the NFL Draft. And a lot of personal stories as well, but it just brings back all of the juice, all of the goodness. I heard JG actually talking about it as well. JG was saying, oh man, you know what, there's a lot of juice in the NFL. It's one of the great moments, and it is, especially to those that get picked. At the same time, I can tell you right now, it doesn't come close to busting up a wedge. Just saying.
Thank you to all wedge busters out there.
Thank you, wedge busters.
Well, let's see. AQ Shipley's going to join us. Darren Urban's going to join us.
I
Gambo's
love
going to
Ship.
join us. Paul Calvisi's going to join us. We've got the
Okay, Paulie's all right.
Yeah, that's it. he's fourth on Wolf's list of those four. We've got the final freak in Wolf's Freak Show.
That's right.
The fourth freak in Wolf's Freak Show is coming up later on
Think
today.
about that right now, man. And he is the freak of freaks.
The freakiest.
Yes, exactly. Poor Shamar Stewart held the title for 3 days.
Oh, he's already been unseated by this guy.
Unseated by this guy.
See, now I want to know who this is. And then also, we're going to do a listeners-only meeting in the final hour of the show, Wolf, and it's going to be simple, okay?
Okay.
Who do you want the Cardinals to draft tonight, and why?
That's it. Because there's so many different directions you could go with it. There's honestly at least a dozen different ways you could go. And I'm fine if you want to give us an answer that isn't one of those dozen, too. But so that's going to be at 1:30. We're going to do that listeners-only meeting. So get your picks ready for that.
This is the great thing, to actually be picking at number 16, right in the middle of the first round. Right square in the middle at 16. Luke, there are so many ways you could go on that. You're going to trade up. You're going to trade down. You're going to stay right there.
Yeah.
Who's going to be available? It's just, oh my goodness. There are legitimately, Basinonians, 10 different names that could be available at 16 that you could convince me the Cardinals would pick.
Yeah, seriously. And there's always the possibility that somebody slips there that they didn't expect to slip there.
That's right.
One of the things I like the most about Monty, and I think Cardinals fans are probably on the same page with me here, you trust that he's going to be as prepared as you can possibly be. I mean, I think his first year when he comes in, he's moving up and down in his first NFL draft as a GM in the top 10 picks and getting it done. I mean, I get it. They didn't get Will Anderson, but they got Paris Johnson Jr. and they added picks. You trust that he's going to do as good of a job as any GM's going to do tonight and better than a lot are going to do.
Yeah, this is it, man. Honestly, one's a point, two's a trend, three's a pattern. Oh, that's, once again, Monty, if you can nail this one right now, you got the pattern going. And the pattern is what produces a winning team. Isn't that right, Detroit Lions?
All right, what's the best case scenario here? We've gone back and forth on this for the last few weeks, even maybe the last couple months now, but the draft is here tonight. And whatever your best case scenario is for the Cardinals, it has to include them nailing their first round pick, obviously.
Yes, of course.
So even just let's take it down to just tonight. What's the best case scenario for tonight where when we come in here tomorrow and we do the show, we're talking about, man, that went as good as I could have hoped?
Okay, you first, Luke. You've got a scenario, what you'd like to see?
I'm still on the. Well, I'll say this: there's almost no way they can go wrong as long as they get a guy that they like. You know what I mean? Like
as long as
have
it's
options.
a guy who can play.
Yeah, I mean,
he produces
as much as any team can go wrong. Like, we're not going to know anything definitive until by tomorrow. But I like the Will Johnson idea. I know that there's a pretty good chance he won't be there. There's a very good chance he won't be there, but there's enough people out there, including Mel Kiper Jr. when we talked to him, that thought it was possible he might be there for the Cardinals at 16, and he said absolutely, I would jump all over him if I was the Cardinals at that point. I don't think they need anything though. I don't think they truly need anything the way need.
I like the way you said
to
that.
win.
Need
the way we've seen them need things in the past.
Yes.
Do they need a guard? Yeah, they need one. That'd be great. But they don't. If they had to play a game tomorrow, they already have a team.
Yes. For me right now, what is the best case scenario for the Arizona Cardinals? What is the best case scenario for Monty Ossenfort, Basinonians? What possibly could be the best route, the best thing that could happen to them in this draft? I'll tell you what it is right now. That Tyler Booker falls down to number 25. Yeah, he's at number 25. Monty Ossenfort sitting there going, that's right. You know what? We're at 16 right now. You want something good? It's going to cost you a second-round pick and a fourth-round pick as well. That's what and suddenly you collect draft capital, move back to 25, and still get Tyler Booker. That, to me, would be the best case scenario. And, I mean, it's that simple.
I'm torn on Booker, not on my opinion of him, but where he's going to go. I think he's going to go top 20 now. Don't you think?
Yes,
it feels,
I do.
It feels like the momentum has swung back on him, which is funny because nothing has changed since the end of the season, and his stock was really high, dropped quite a bit, and now seems to have risen back up.
Okay, so you know what? Number 20. Okay, good. Trade back to 20. And still get Tyler Booker. I guess what I'm saying is my best case scenario for the Arizona Cardinals is the fact that they would trade back, still get Booker, and collect draft capital, whatever that draft capital may be. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
that's what I would love to see happen.
And
even if it was just a few picks back.
You like him more than Banks. Like if they were both, it's not just the value. It's if they were both just there.
Listen, Calvin Banks Jr., he's number 2. He's number 2 on my list right now. I love him. The versatility, the athleticism. He's really, really good. I want a street fighter. Metaphorically speaking, I want a brawler. I want somebody who's going to hit the ground. I want somebody who's going to hit the ground and be on top of somebody else hitting the ground. I want that guy. I want this team to be so physical that it's just going to be brutal for you. Because the game of football, it's about being brutal. And it's okay, and it's the reason why I praise God for the fact that he allowed me to play for 10 years and engage in all that primality.
Brutality.
And right, on the field. Step outside the field and love people, respect them, treat them better than yourself. Man, it doesn't get much better than that, guys. It doesn't. And that's why I want Tyler Booker, because I want him to brawl.
That's why you want this guy.
On the football
Tyler
field.
Booker, offensive lineman, Alabama.
As long as he's bashing your face in, metaphorically speaking. Metaphorically. What do I care about his feet?
I don't even remember what his real draft profile sounds like anymore, but you'll hear that tonight when he gets drafted on the draft show, which, by the way, we'll all be here for that. We're not.
We are?
Yeah. I don't think
we'll all be here.
I don't think we're leaving this building for at least 12 hours, and there's so much sports going on that I'm good with that.
Okay, so
I might go get lunch.
You're not going to leave.
I might go get some food.
You're going to go do something.
We got Burns and Gambo, but
you can't just not do anything. You're just going to hang here for 2 hours.
I'm going to go get food. Okay, but then I'm going to come back. Obviously, because we got the draft show tonight.
I'm going home, Basinonians. That's what I'm doing.
Will you live
I'm going to go home. Well, yeah, that is true, too. But if you don't have a place to go, let me know.
Okay.
Come out and hang out at the compound.
It was a barbecue on a Thursday?
Okay, there's no barbecue. No. That's Friday.
That's tomorrow.
Of course.
That's been building.
We are going to hammer it. Isn't that right, Jabal?
We've built up the barbecue this week more than we've built up the draft. How about this real quick? Dave Pasch on with Bickley and Murata yesterday. It sounds like he agrees with you, Wolf.
I think this draft has to be all about how do we best help Kyler Murray. If he's our quarterback going forward, and certainly for this year he is, how do we best support him? And that's with giving him weapons, protecting him, and getting edge rushers that can get him on the field, meaning your defense is off the field and he's out there. So those are the things that I'm concerned with if I'm the Cardinals.
I would say this, Wolf, this is best case scenario for me, and this is cheating, I guess, because it's the first 2 rounds. A defensive player and an offensive lineman.
Okay.
So I know that's not hyper specific, but I don't really need a receiver in the first 2 rounds. If Will Johnson's there, I would go with him tonight and then go O-line in the second round. Maybe you get Tyler Booker. Otherwise, yeah, I'm cool with Booker tonight and get one of these edge rushers in the second round because there are that many in this draft. And the Cardinals pick, in the middle of the second round. You should be able to hit on that pick as well. All right, when we come back, wow, right out of the gate, we may get some Tyler Booker dissension here. AQ Shipley is going to join
Ship
us.
doesn't like him.
Next. Does he think Tyler Booker is the right pick for the Cardinals at 16? And if not him, then who does he think is the right pick for the Cardinals at 16? AQ Shipley joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL Draft today.
Get you going like game day, honestly. There's not too many things in the world you can do that feels like the rush after the national anthem before you kick it off. Draft night comes pretty close. It's an exciting time to be a Cardinal, I know that.
The Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza begins this afternoon at 4. Preview the players and the picks with us. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. Listen, when you deal with Presidential Pools, you are dealing with Arizona's #1 pool builder. That is a big deal right there. #1 by volume, of course, Arizona's #1 pool builder. Presidential Pools right now, and maybe you're looking out at your backyard and you're thinking to yourself, man, I'd really like to have a pool right there in our backyard. Well, if that is what you would like, Basinonians, now is a really good time to deal with Presidential Pools. They still have quick project start times. It's ready to go quickly right now, ready to use. You can actually have your pool for the summer months that are coming up here. And there's still some off-season discounts, of course. Presidential Pools and Spas, their cabinet is packed with awards, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and, of course, multiple Pool of the Year titles. Basinonians, Go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com.
Home buying season is right around the corner, and now is a perfect time to make your move. Whether you're buying your first home or upgrading your home, you deserve to work with a mortgage company who can close on time and put you first. We are seeing a shift in the market, and now is your opportunity. Don't stress over complicated paperwork or hidden fees. When you work with the Lund team, it's all about making the process simple and straightforward. This home buying season, work with a team that's always here for you. Go to lundmortgage.com. That's lundmortgage.com.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back. And that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere. And that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
My name is Steve Black. I'm an orientation specialist with Fulton Homes. The whole purpose of the orientation is to educate and orient the new home buyer on all the features and functions of their new home. We also do somewhat of a quality control inspection of the home as we're walking through the home. With other builders, a lot of times it's a construction superintendent that's performing the walkthrough with the home buyer. The problem sometimes with that is you get that whole scenario of the fox guarding the hen house, where if there's deficiencies or if there's corrections that are needed, the construction superintendent is not going to want to identify those items because it's going to negatively affect them. So that's why with orientation specialists in place, you have a neutral third party that does not report to the construction department or sales. I only report to customer care or Mr. Fulton himself. So our primary goal is to make sure that that homeowner is not just a happy homeowner, but a customer for life.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft now.
All right, welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Thursday morning, but not just any Thursday morning.
Oh, no.
It's the Thursday of round one of the NFL draft. And joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line, a man who humiliated us in pickleball 3-4 months ago. Well, he really humiliated you, Wolf.
Well, really me. I was going to say, you got better. I did not.
He went after you. AQ Shipley is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, AQ?
What's up, boys? How we doing?
Good, Ship. Thanks for joining us, buddy.
Always good to join you guys, man. Thanks so much for having me on this momentous day. It changes so many people's lives.
Let's just start there, AQ. Like, what do you remember about draft day when you're coming into the league, or even when you're in the league too? And how closely are you watching it to see who your team takes?
Yeah, it's a two-sided question. It's a great question, actually. I mean, obviously, when you're coming out of college, it's what you've dreamed for, it's what you've worked for, and you finally get that moment where you hear your name called, and it's like, okay, here we go. Let's do this thing, right? And so you finally get that opportunity. You show up in a locker room of, a bunch of guys who you've been watching on TV for the last 10 years, and now all of a sudden you're teammates with. So that opportunity is great. But again, once that wears off, then it's get back to work time. But then once you're in the league, a lot of stressful moments, especially whenever you're sitting there as a starter and you're like, oh, man, don't draft the center. Okay, one more round. Okay, don't draft the center. Okay, one more round. And so, it's definitely a two-sided part of the question, but it's there's nothing like it. I mean, even when you're in the league and somebody gets drafted in your position, then it's like, okay, now we got a chip on our shoulder. We got to get back to work. We got to go earn it.
So, Ship, you were drafted in the 7th round. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so do you have any draft day stories? Do you have anything you want to share with us, like to how personal it was to you? And the 7th round, that's only when they had 7 rounds, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, that was the last round. And the funny thing is it's like, now that I've been through it, now that I've been in it, I realize those rounds are just that. They're just rounds. It's just a starting point. And, I've watched so many guys who, whether they were undrafted guys, or I played with James Harrison in Pittsburgh, who was undrafted and arguably one of the best defensive players of this era, right? And so, Asante Samuel was a late-round pick who I played with in Philadelphia. There were so many guys that Julian Edelman was a 7th-round pick my year to the New England Patriots. And obviously, I played 12 years coming out of the 7th round, too. So it's just a starting point. But, again, you have to use those things as chips on your shoulder as you start to get into this thing, because it's like you hear all the stories of the guys, okay, I'm going to make all the teams that didn't draft me pay, right? And those things are interesting. But for me, like coming out of college, I had as decorated a college career as you could have. I won the Remington Trophy. I'm a unanimous first-team All-American. I'm up for every major offensive lineman award. And then the same thing kind of Will Campbell, obviously he's still going to be a first-round pick, but the same thing Will Campbell's going through right now is it's like, oh, so I just blocked everybody in the SEC for 5 years, and now you're going to tell me that my arms are too short, now I can't do it anymore? And
right.
that was kind of what I dealt with. And I got a bunch of calls, the day before the draft, and it was like, listen, man, just stay tight. You're going to get your opportunity, but there's going to be a lot of scouts and a lot of GMs and a lot of front office people that are going to kill you on your arm length and your height. And, at the end of the day, your tape is great. And that's what we're going to have to push, and we're going to have to rely on once you get to the league. And so to all these guys going in, at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is your tape, and your heart and your will and your determination, your grit can always overcome any measurable.
Yep.
We're talking to AQ Shipley. AQ, I feel like there's like a million questions I want to ask you just based off that path, but I do want to ask you about what the Cardinals could potentially do. If they go offensive line at some point in this draft, who are some of the guys you really like up front?
Yeah, so for me, I mean, if we're just talking guards and tackles right now, I mean, I think, going through the whole thing, I think Kelvin Banks from Texas was my favorite guy I watched on tape. I think he's the most NFL ready. He's physical. The biggest thing you can't teach guys, especially early, if you're going to take someone in the first round, you got to be able to trust that they're going to be able to play early, right? Like if you're going to spend that capital on them that early, they got to be able to play early in this day and age. And so when you look at Kelvin Banks, I think he's the most NFL ready. I think Membu is the most physically gifted. He reminds me a lot of Fashanu, who went to the Jets last year out of Penn State, and the sense that they're both raw. Like I don't think their technique is super good at this point. But I do think whenever they show what they can do physically on tape and it shows up, it's like, oh, wow, that was pretty damn good. So I think Membu's got a crazy amount of upside when you look at his tape. One sleeper guy that I love is the kid Ursary out of Minnesota. Huge kid out of Minnesota. Played really well against Abdul Carter in Penn State. I love the kid Josh Simmons out of Ohio State. He's getting knocked a little bit because he's coming off of a patellar tendon injury. But probably had he not gotten injured, he might have been the number one tackle coming out. Love his film. His technique is NFL ready right now. And then when we go inside, I like the kid out of North Dakota State the best. I think Booker out of Alabama kind of reminds me a little bit of Mike Iupati, where, when he hits you and connects, it's going to be game over. But, he lacks a little bit of, when he throws his hands, he leaves his hips behind, his feet are a little slow, and then he kind of gets, on edge a lot.
All right, now, Ship, I got to jump in here because I absolutely love Tyler Booker, okay? Yet I was watching it was something on social media, and it was you and Justin Pugh. And Ship, yep. I've got more respect for you two guys than I have for anybody else that I know in regard to the offensive line. I love Tyler Booker. I think he's a brawler. I think he's a nasty guy who's going to line up and he's just going to brawl. He may not be athletically gifted, but to me, for all the things that you were talking about earlier, I don't care how long his arms are. I don't care about any of it. I want to see somebody who engages the essence of the game of football and loves it. I watch Tyler Booker. I see a guy that loves it. But you and Justin Pugh, two guys I have so much regard for, you didn't like them.
It's not that I don't like them, Wolf, and that's you know, as you're watching this film and you're going through it, you got to sit there, and I'm speaking specifically on first round, ready to play right now. And so when I think of that guy, right, like,
yeah,
we are well aware of what the game is today. And what is the game today? We're throwing the ball 50 times. We're maybe running the ball 15 to 20 times on most teams. Now, Cardinals go more 13 personnel than anybody, so maybe we creep into 25 runs a game. But still, at the end of the day, we're still at 40 passes a game, correct? And so when you look at that, you have to be able to move your feet. You have to be able to not leave your hips behind. And when you throw your hands, we can't get overextended, and now the hip opens and you give up short edges, especially on the interior, especially against guys that you will see week in and week out on the interior, whether it's the Jalen Carters, whether it's the Kobe Turners, whether it's any of the stud interior guys. And so for me, I love Tyler Booker. I love his physicalness. I love his ability to finish. I love everything about him from an attribute standpoint. The one thing I don't love is the fact that he leaves his hips behind. He wants to lead with his hands, which is a great thing. But whenever you miss with your hands and your hips and feet are behind, what happens? You're short edge, you give up quick edges, and all of a sudden, that quarterback behind you is running for his life. Now, in Arizona, you got a quarterback that can make those guys miss, which is a plus. Don't get me wrong. But if I'm just speaking specifically on technique alone, I think he lacks a little bit on terms of the footwork.
Hey, Q, it's always great to talk to you, man. Thank you so much for the insight.
Thank you, buddy.
Always a pleasure, boys.
Okay, man.
Take care. That's AQ Shipley joining us right there on the Arizona Sports. I mean, I got like 8 more questions I wanted to ask him.
I want to follow up on that. I really do. Oh, boy, Ship is so good.
I really wanted to ask him, too. I mean, I know this would be leading the guest, but like what he thinks would help Kyler Murray more if they went guard or receiver.
Right.
You know? But, I mean, there's a ton. You could talk to AQ Shipley for 4 hours. We got to hit the break, though. And when we come back, what is Gambo hearing about what the Cardinals could do in the first round tonight? We're going to ask the Arizona Sports Insider and, of course, co-host of Burns and Gambo. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs race.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball right side. It's picked up by Love. Goes to second for one. Throw to first. Double play. And the Rays win the ball game as Perdomo grounds into an inning-ending double play. They have evened this series at a game apiece. And the D-backs will rue the missed opportunities as they come up short by a final score of 7-6.
D-backs Rays series finale. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. I am Santan Ford. I just like saying that, you know. You want to go? I am Santan Ford, Basinonians. Can I tell you right now, for a limited time, Santan Ford has employee pricing. Yeah, employee pricing going on, saving you thousands of dollars. Plus, at Santan Ford, you can buy a new 2025 Ford Explorer for as low as 2.9%, which is a great rate. Or you can take up to $8,700 off a brand new 2025 Ford Escape, and Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Let's recap this all together, shall we? Employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on right now. From America, for America. See you over at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. Go to santanford.com for more information. That's santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Looking to upgrade your home? The Window Depot is your go-to spot for Milgard windows and patio doors. Select from a variety of styles, including aluminum, vinyl, or fiberglass, to start your journey to a brighter, more beautiful home. The Window Depot has Milgard windows in stock, ready to go home today, or their team can help you with a special order. Whether you're looking for energy efficiency, aesthetic appeal, or custom solutions, they've got you covered. Build the home you deserve with Milgard windows and doors from the Window Depot. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know the importance of being number one, which is exactly why you call Parker & Sons. They are the best in the business. They're celebrating 50 years in the Valley. They're fast, reliable, and their trophy cases full of awards. They are the company you trust with your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Your house deserves nothing less. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NFL draft starts today with the Arizona Cardinals selecting 16th. We have tons of draft content up now at arizonasports.com, brought to you by YRefi. Also, make sure to tune in to our draft show, which runs from 4 to 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, and then moves over to ESPN 620 AM from 6 to 9:30. You can also watch our draft show on the Arizona Sports YouTube page or listen to it on the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Tampa Bay Rays tonight in the rubber match of their 3-game series. First pitch from Chase Field is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Corbin Burns gets the start for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
I'm giving you some.
Joining us right now. So Gambo's just doing the full day. Joining us on the Arizona Sports Line before he comes in. What's going on, Gambo?
Luke, what's happening?
Everything, as it turns out.
So that Diamondback game last night, that was a tough one, 11-inning loss. I always hate when it goes to extra innings and they lose, and I'm there. It's the worst.
I heard your question to Tori, too.
Yeah,
that was a very winnable game.
Man.
Yes, very.
All right, well, let's go. Let's go with the draft here. And
you ready for this day, Johnny? You ready for this long day?
Yeah. I say every year I'm not going to do the Gambo 5, right? But then so many people are like, you got to do it. You got to do it. I'm like, it's too much work. I don't want to do it. It's too much work. I got the Suns end of season and coaches being fired and what's going to happen at the front office and KD and then the Diamondbacks and AJ Puck. And I'm always like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And then I end up doing it anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm looking at it right now, so you definitely did it.
Yeah, I did it. I did. Probably my last one, though. That's probably my last one.
Really?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, well,
you say that every year, too, John, right?
I know, but I'm retiring, so it might be my last one.
At some point in time, yes.
Yeah. All right, well, what can you – I don't want to read your Gambo 5. It's your Gambo Gambo 5, so what can you tell us about the 5 guys on there?
Well, I ruled out wide receiver and cornerback. I don't believe that they're going to take a wide receiver or a cornerback. So that was able to knock out a lot of good players off the board who had been mocked to the Cardinals. If you see our mock draft tracker, there's corners and wide receivers there. I knocked that out. I focused mainly on offensive line and defensive line, so I ended up with 7 guys. I eliminated James Pierce from Tennessee, the edge rusher, and I eliminated Shamar Stewart, the freak athlete, the polarizing guy, the defensive lineman from Texas A&M. And I went with Kelvin Banks, the tackle from Texas, Josh Simmons, the tackle from Ohio State with the serious knee injury, Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama, Walter Nolan, the defensive lineman from Ole Miss, and Michael Williams, the edge rusher from Georgia. So those were the guys I went with. Just in case they're all gone, I added Derek Harmon, the defensive tackle from Oregon, just as a wild card because, again, this is a very difficult draft to figure out.
Johnny, talk a little bit about that right there, what you just said. Why is it so difficult to figure it out?
Because it's really difficult to figure out because, like, once you get past the first 10 guys, from 12 to 31, a lot of teams are going to have a lot of difference. Like, you'll see Nolan at 11, and you'll see Nolan at 28. You'll see Williams in the top 10, and you'll see him at 20 in the 20s. You'll see Booker somewhere in the 16 to end of the first round range.
Yeah, right.
Simmons is all over the map because of the knee injury. People think he's the best tackle, but like people may be risky. So, and the tackles, it's not a great tackle draft. Like the top 3 tackles are not as good as the top 3 tackles last year or the year before. So, once you get past like the 4th tackle, it kind of falls off the cliff and there's not a lot of talent there. So, and then without the quarterbacks, Ron, usually you got 3 or 4 quarterbacks and it makes it easy. Okay, I got to get to 16. I could put 4 quarterbacks there. Now I only need 12 guys. There might only be 1 quarterback taken in the top 16. So then I got 15 guys I got to figure. So I just think it's difficult because this draft is short on star power, but a lot of depth. So when you have that, that's when you have so many difference of opinions of where guys are going to go. So it was really hard to figure out the process of elimination of which guys are going to be there and which guys aren't.
Right.
Gambo, like you said, these guys in the Gambo 5 and then plus Derek Harmon, those are all guys in the trenches. I don't think anybody that's a Cardinals fan is going to have a problem if they go in the trenches in the
That's
first
what
round.
they're going to do. I mean, they're going to take somebody in the trenches. Now, they could move down, Luke. They're not going to move up. But they could move down. There have been some inquiries, teams in the 20 to 25 range, just putting out some feelers to see if there's teams that, in the Cardinals vicinity that they can move up to. So there's no deals in place right now, but I know that there are teams in the 20 to 25 range that have put out feelers. If you do that, you would be able to add a 3rd-round pick. So if you moved into the 20 to 25 range, you might be able to still get the Booker kid from Alabama there, and you would add a 3rd-round pick. So that, keep your eye on that. That could happen too.
Do you feel like there's a preference where they, if everything was just equal, that they would prefer to go offensive line over defensive line? Like if all these guys were there, or are they just going to kind of see how it unfolds first?
That's a good question. Usually, like in previous when I've done the Gambo 5, I've been able to say the target is Isaiah Simmons. The target is Zaven Collins. The target is Budda Baker in the 2nd round. The target's Christian Kirk. So I've been able to kind of know which guy was at the top of the list. This one's a little too hard for me to figure out which guy they like the most. I mean, I think the need is more on the offensive line after you added Tomlinson and Sweat and you added Calais Campbell. But then again, Tomlinson is not young. He's like 30 or 31, and Calais is going to be 1 year. So it wouldn't be bad to add some a defensive guy that's younger that you would have for the future. So not really sure. I don't want to guess at it. I'm not really sure, but I do still think it's going to be one of those 5 guys.
Johnny, when you do the Gambo 5, is there, of the 5 guys that you pick, is there one guy you feel has a higher percentage chance of being an Arizona Cardinal? In other words, or is it just all 5 have the same percentage chance of being a Cardinal?
Yeah, it's a fair question.
And if there is one, who is it?
Now, the Simmons kid is interesting because the Cardinals' new offensive line coach was at Ohio State for a few years. So if anybody knows him, it's the new offensive line coach. So I think they have a little more intel, kind of like when they got Sweat. They had intel on Sweat that nobody else had because they were there. Well, they've got intel on Simmons, but that knee injury, man, patella, it's like worse than an ACL. Like it's like there's a lot of people that are skeptical of that injury. I think I think they really like him. I do think that they really like him, but I can't get a good feel on which of the 5 guys they like the most. What I will say is, like, 3 of these guys are going to be gone.
Yeah.
So we're going to be sitting there, and 3 of these guys are going to be gone. There's only going to be like 2 left. So that's where we're going to be at. Now, again, they could trade down. Ron, twice in this regime, they traded down and still got the player that they would have selected.
Right.
And I'll just give you the example. B.J. Ojulari from LSU. They moved from 33 to 41, and they picked up an extra third-round pick. Tennessee took Will Levis with that pick, and the Cardinals still got B.J. Ojulari. B.J. Ojulari would have been their pick at 33, and he was their pick at 41. And the same thing with Max Melton. They moved down. Max Melton would have been their pick if they stayed where they were. They moved down. They still got Max Melton. So they have been pretty successful at being able to get a guy they like. So if they like Booker and they want to move down because they think that they could still get him in a few spots, maybe they could pick up an extra third-round pick. Now, you don't want to go too far down because if you get past 25, now you're asking teams you got to give a second-rounder. Like, you're not going to go to 26, 27, 28 and get a third-rounder. You're going to say, I want a second-rounder if you're going to move down that far because you're probably not going to get the guys that, that you're looking at there.
Gambo, do you get a sense that the approach is any different than, like, the first year Monty was here? They just needed players, like as many as they could get. Now
it's different.
Okay.
It's different because in the first 2 years, cupboard was bare. You had to add a lot of players, so you made 6 trades. 5 of them were trading down. 5 were trading down to acquire more picks and more picks and more picks because you needed to fill the cupboard. It was bare. Now they feel that they've got a really good roster, and there may not be 7 spots available on this roster right now. Like, no, truly, like they you guys know, like, the depth on this team is pretty good. When you start going through the depth chart, you're like, okay, that second guy's good. That third guy's good. That second guy's good. You're like, okay, but they got a lot of depth and pretty good depth. So the need to acquire more picks is not what it was in the first 2 years because of the job that they've done in the first 2 years. So they're very satisfied just taking 6 players. Then they don't need 10. There's not 10 roster spots available on this roster right now. So, yes, to your point, absolutely, it's much different now than it was the first 2 years.
Oh, that's good to hear because for a while there, you're right, the cupboard was so bare. Gambo, thanks
Johnny,
so much, man, for all the work. We'll see you in a couple hours.
I'll see you guys later.
Okay, man.
Take care. That's Gambo joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Of course, he'll be here for Burns and Gambo from 2 to 6 and then beyond because we're doing the draft show tonight. So Gambo will be here for that as well. When we come back, over to baseball real quick. How did the Diamondbacks lose that game last night? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Even though there's an injury concern with the knee, the potential that this guy could be the best tackle in the draft, Josh Simmons, I have a hard time looking past that to go to one of the other guys. And I know it's a risk, but everybody on film leading up to that is like, this is the best tackle in college football.
In a perfect world, the Cardinals find their right tackle of the future to go with their left tackle.
So we're in agreement here. Out of the 5 guys, we're in agreement.
I said that when you revealed the name. This is the guy I want.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, brothers. Ron Wolfley here for my friends over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. At Aria Dental Implant Center, they believe everyone deserves a smile that they're going to be proud of. That's right. That's what Dr. Joe wants to do. That is his goal right there with over 20 years of dental implant expertise. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles. With the All-on-4, man, the All-on-4 dental implant treatment, I have had the All-on-4 basin rings, and I can tell you right now, it really is a game changer, no doubt. Socially, professionally, personally, it is a game changer with transparent pricing and no hidden fees. Aria Dental, they make it simple and cost-effective. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery, man. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Tell them Wolf sent you. You get a free consultation with that. That's ariadentalimplantcenter.com. ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients, our low prices add up to big savings. Plus, over $600 in digital coupons each week, and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Mix and match 5 or more items for just 99 cents each with your card. Choose Campbell's Soup, Kroger brand pasta, North Sides, and more. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. How will Corbin Burns fare in start number 5 with his new team? And can he quell our worries about any buyer's remorse? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah.
Guys, we are back. Wow. 50%.
And you know what? I'm jacked up right now. This is really cool. I'm just saying. I feel like I'm walking into the Cleveland Browns locker room all over again for the first time.
You're also jacked up because of the draft starting in just a matter of hours.
The hair on the back of my neck is standing up, brothers.
There was some good news from the D-backs game last night. And look, it's 1 loss out of 162 games. We're not going to overreact. But Wolf, it felt like they were going to win that game multiple times, and then they just didn't win the game. Like it went 11 innings and Tampa won. And I get that happens, but man, you get 2 more home runs from Corbin Carroll, who, by the way, is just out of control at this point.
Out of control.
9 home runs in 24 games for Corbin Carroll this season, in addition to everything else he does.
This was a game. This was so frustrating, was it not, brothers? I mean, they should have won this game and won the series. Should have won this game, won the series right here. Now, they still have an opportunity, of course, to go out and win today. Game 3 today. They still have that opportunity to do it, win the game tonight, and you win the series. And that ultimately is what we care about, just winning series right now, especially since the Diamondbacks have built some momentum now, have they not? Doing an excellent job of winning series and building that continuity and consistency and winning series. It's very encouraging right now. This was a frustrating loss. The Diamondbacks should have won that game. And I understand, shoulda, woulda, coulda. I give the Rays an awful lot of credit. I give them credit for coming back, winning that game. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, okay? Mm-hmm. Yet at the same time, you got a good start from Eduardo Rodriguez. A good start. He had a great day by Corbin Carroll. Dominating game by Corbin Carroll. You went 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
You're losing at that point. And, Tampa struggled with runners in scoring position at times too, but not like the Diamondbacks. And you get 2 home runs from your leadoff guy. Again, I know you can't win every game, but you're in the National League West where the Diamondbacks are 14-10, okay? If they were in the AL West, they'd be in first. If they were in the AL Central or the AL East, they'd be a half game out of first. But they're not. They're in the NL West. They're in 4th place, Wolf. So that's when you lose a game you feel like you should win, it stings a little bit. And when Corbin Carroll goes out there and hits 2 more home runs, you do expect to win that game. Now, he's on pace for 61 home runs right now.
Oh, the Predator, Basinonians. Is he not alive and well right now? Seriously. One of the best trends, I would say patterns right now. One of the best patterns the Diamondbacks have going is Corbin Carroll.
1's a point, 2's a trend, 3's a pattern.
3's a pattern.
That's
and
good,
we've got more. We've got patterns from Corbin Carroll right now. To see him go out and play the way that he is right now, to get off to this kind of start right now is really encouraging to me.
He was asked after the game, and he's been asked this a few times this season, but I'm sure he prefers to answer this as opposed to the questions he was answering last April and May. He was asked what's been working for him this year.
It's great to see balls go over the fence, but I think part of what's working is that's not necessarily like what I'm trying to do. Just trying to hit balls hard in a line, and those swings happen sometimes, and been really pleased with how it's gone so far.
See, I got more cuts here, Wolf, and we can get to them, but that one right there, that's what it looks like. Before he even says that, weren't we all thinking that? He does. It's not like he's swinging for the fences. You can tell when guys are swinging for the fences. Corbin Carroll is, and this is like back to basics of baseball, right? You go up there and hit it on the line as hard as you can, basically. And he gets on base. He doubles, triple. I mean, he's a monster with the extra base hits. But yeah, occasionally when you're hitting the ball that hard, it just goes over the fence. And by occasionally, I mean like pretty much every other game right now.
Can Gino Suarez have that approach?
Yes. We've seen this before, have we not, Gino? We've seen this.
He's just gearing up for a second half.
And if he does it again, I'm going to be okay with it. He's playing an excellent third base, is he not?
He is.
Made some great plays once again over at third base with a glove. Having said that, Corbin Carroll right now is MVP good. Yeah, that's what I just said that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got to look and see what the odds are now.
Can you imagine the freaky Mike Hazen listening to that right now? He's, will you knock it off? It's so early, isn't it? But honestly, if Corbin Carroll continues to be Corbin Carroll, he doesn't have to go, he doesn't have to hit home runs at the rate he's hitting home runs right now. He's got 9 home runs. We're not out of April, and he's got 9.
And it is early, yes, but it's not that early. I mean, we are 24 games into the season. Now we've played a chunk of the season. So, I don't know. It's more just the eye test with Corbin Carroll right now. It doesn't look like he's going to trail off. He's not going to hit 61 home runs. But, I mean, doesn't it feel like, yeah, as long as he stays out there on the field, he's definitely going to blow past 30 the way he's swinging the bats.
My goodness. Here's the thing about this. I don't know if you knew this, Basinonians, so get ready for breaking news. Corbin hit his 8th and 9th home run of the season. Somebody's like, whoa, Wolf just broke some news.
My sources.
Corbin hit his 8th and 9th home run of the season and drove in, 22 runs now. He's driven in 22 runs on the season. Hit 2 bombs, both for leads in the game. To me, that's what's critical. It's not just what you do. It's also when you do it that matters, that makes you special. And right there, listen, we all know Corbin Carroll. It's a long season. We also know that Corbin Carroll is a guy that has done very, very well and played this game at a very high level. I don't think we've seen him in a 23-game stretch. I don't think we've seen him do what he's doing right now. I don't think so, Luke.
It just, the thing that really stands out is it looks sustainable. And I don't mean exactly he'll have this ad, but it's just when you consider what happened last year at this time, Wolf, he was hitting .215. He had 1 home run. He hit his 3rd home run last year on July 7th. He's got 9, and it's April 24th.
They said he didn't hit his 9th on the broadcast last night until game 110. Think about that for a minute.
There's your breaking news.
I'm just saying, you know what? And right now, again, it's when he did it. Both of his home runs for leads in the game. And the second one was late in the 7th inning.
That's why it was like it's a double-edged sword, because it's great to see him doing that. But that's why it felt like, okay, they're going to win. Carroll just pushed him over.
Yes.
And then even at the end, I mean, Perdomo's been amazing this season, so I'm not trying to single him out. But bases loaded and 1 out, and you just need 1 run to tie. I mean, how many times have we seen Jerry step up right there and just single in 2 runs, and that's that. So the last thing you were expecting was a double play. So, whatever, it happens. But with Carroll, with what he did last year, where he struggled so much in the first half and then flipped it around mid-season, and we've talked about this a lot. It's so difficult to do that in the middle of the season, and he did it to the extreme. Once he did that, you watch him and you're like, he's good. I forget who we had on. It might have even been Hazen earlier in spring training, where it's like, if he goes 0 for 12 for a couple games, is he really going to be fazed by that? Now, he may never go 0 for 12 the way he's hitting, but like a mini slump over the course of half a week or something's not going to get to him after what he went through last year.
How about this right here, Basinonians, as Luke is talking right now? The Arizona Diamondbacks, when we're talking about trends and patterns, the Arizona Diamondbacks are number 3 in all of baseball in terms of scoring RBI or scoring runs with RBIs, runs batted in.
Yeah.
Of course, I love that.
You do.
Right there. I love the RBIs. 122. Going into last night's game, 122 RBIs. It was 2 games less, I should say, than the Chicago Cubs, who have 153 on the season. The Cubs are just crushing it right now.
But they have played 2 more games.
They have played 2 more games than the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks right now, 5.3 runs per game so far this season. They're doing very, very well at the plate.
In the loaded NL West, they are the top scoring team by a pretty fair amount with 131 runs this season. And as far as teams that have outscored them this season, it's just the Cubs, like you said, and the Yankees. The Yankees have outscored the D-backs by 6, and they've played 1 more game than the D-backs.
So you're saying runs right now?
I'm just saying straight runs.
I'm talking about RBIs.
You're going RBIs.
Yes.
But even just straight runs. I mean, they are the top scoring team in this division, and they're right there. San Diego's off to a great start. San Francisco is as well. I don't think LA is playing their best baseball at all right now, but the Diamondbacks are right there with all of them. And I did check the MVP odds while we were talking. Shohei's still the favorite. But Corbin Carroll's number 2, and the gap has closed, according to Vegas.
Wow.
So,
the Predator.
He's on the hunt.
Yeah, man.
When we come back, the odds the Arizona Cardinals would consider trading down in the first round tonight. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Oh, Jeff Jr., former Marine, once a Marine, always a Marine, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff Jr., the owner of Trajan Wealth, of course, good buddy of mine, 480-990-3300. Listen, Trajan Wealth's core philosophies include low expenses, manager tenure, and tax efficiency. These are just a few of the qualities that differentiate a Trajan Wealth portfolio from competitors. Call Trajan Wealth today to schedule a complimentary introductory meeting to earn more. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are committed to working collaboratively with you to optimize your investment portfolio. When it comes to wealth management plans, they know one size does not fit all. Man, they advised myself and the Warrior Queen on that, and we give them our endorsement. 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring cleaning isn't just for clutter. Let Benjamin Franklin Plumbing take care of your appliances. From water heater replacement or repair to advanced water filtration installation, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing is here to provide a worry-free summer for you and your family. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com to schedule. You can count on the punctual plumbers, where your comfort and safety come first. Book now. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Did you know the average roof in Arizona only lasts about 15 years? Most homeowners don't know how old their roof is and often wait until it's too late to replace their roof because they can't visibly see the damage that the sun, wind, rain, and elements cause. What could have been a repair for a few $100 turns into thousands of dollars in damage to insulation, floors, drywall, baseboards, and more, which is why I want you to know about my friends at JLC Roofing, a third-generation family of roofers right here in Arizona. Right now, JLC is offering our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement if you need a new roof. A $1,500 discount just for mentioning my name. JLC Roofing also offers free estimates, and they service the entire valley. A roofer-owned roofing company. They specialize in tile, shingles, foam, and rolled roofing. So if you need a repair or a new roof, go with the roofing company that's roofer-owned for generations. JLC Roofing. Call 602-ROOFING for free estimates on your roof and give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or jlcroof.com.
Tonight.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Critics are calling The Accountant 2 undeniably awesome.
Is your brother up to speed on the case?
Braxton, thank you for coming. I'm really glad you're here.
Did you tell you to say that?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Ben Affleck and John Bernthal have electric chemistry.
That's my big brother up there!
It's better than the original in every way.
Anything else?
I think we gotta go get drunk.
And it's one of the most entertaining movies of the year.
I think so too.
The Accountant 2, rated R, under 17 animated without parent. Only in theaters tonight.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, brought to you by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NFL Draft starts today with the Arizona Cardinals selecting 16th. We have tons of draft content up now at arizonasports.com, brought to you by YRefi. Also, make sure you tune in to our NFL Draft Show. It runs from 4 to 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, and then moves over to ESPN 620 AM from 6 to 9:30. You can also watch our draft show on the Arizona Sports YouTube page or listen to it on the Arizona Sports app. And sometime after the Cardinals make their pick, General Manager Monty Ossenfort will hop on the draft show. And the Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Tampa Bay Rays tonight in the rubber match of their 3-game series. First pitch from Chase Field is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Corbin Burns gets the start for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Spring is in the air, and that means home improvement projects. Need a roll-off to haul that trash and debris away? WasteConnections.com/Phoenix.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL Draft now.
All
right, hour number 2 of the show, live from the Arizona Sports Studios. Thanks to AQ Shipley and Gambo, who have already joined us on the show today, and we got a lot more coming up. Darren Urban, Paul Calvisi. We got that listeners-only meeting at 1:30 where we're going to ask you to call in. Just tell us who you want the Cardinals to take tonight and why. There you go. There's no wrong answers. And, of course, Wolfie got the fourth freak in the freak show coming up at 11:30.
Yeah, the freak of freaks. Basinonians.
He has unseated all other freaks.
At 11:30. It is truly incredible. The freak of freaks is coming up at 11:30. And you'll know the difference and hear the difference as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. All right. It's always an option with the Arizona Cardinals. It's an option with every team, but it's always an option with the Cardinals after Monty Ossenfort did all the wheeling and dealing his first year in the first round of the draft, that they might trade up or down. We had Gambo on earlier. He said they're not trading up, and I agree. I think, I guess they could, but it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense for them to trade up, and Gambo said pretty definitively that they're not going to trade up. So I'm going to go ahead and rule that part out, Wolf. But
you know what's interesting about that? Can I just jump in regard to trading up right now? This is going to be a draft, unlike the first 2 drafts that Monty Ossenfort had.
True.
This is going to be a draft where if you convinced me that they were trying to target a couple of picks, a couple of picks high in this draft, I'd totally believe you. I'd buy into it. I'd be like, they think they've got a roster right now that is really, really good. And all they need to do is get this guy.
I agree with that.
Do you know what I mean? So
yeah,
the philosophy,
you've been saying that for a while.
The philosophy could be there of, listen, we know what we need. We know what we think we need. And instead of doing the trade back and collect a bunch of picks, somebody could convince me that Monty Ossenfort would move up in the draft to target a player they think, this guy puts us over the top.
So
I'm just saying,
philosophically,
I'm not disputing anything. I'm just saying philosophically, I could see that.
It feels,
because this draft is not about, hey, let's just draft as many guys as we possibly can.
I 100% agree with that. 100%. I mean, there's no reason for that anymore.
They've got a strong roster right now. So if somebody philosophically was going to convince me that they're going to target a couple of guys, and I'd buy into that.
If he didn't already believe that that's where they were, their moves in free agency indicate to me that they're not looking to fill up a roster. They're looking to now specifically, I'm sure they have specific areas in their mind that they want to address in this draft, but it's not the overarching 2 years ago of, man, we don't got much. We got to make a 53-man roster. Yep. We've got like 7 guys we like. We got to fill out a team. I keep saying this. It's the only way I think really to say it. If the season started tomorrow, they've got a team. The draft. Now, you're taking a guy in the first round. You're hoping he can play in week 1, obviously. Yeah. And you need to hit on your picks still, obviously. But they've done so well, I believe, in the first 2 drafts with Monty Ossenfort, and they were so aggressive in free agency that you're right in the sense of, like, if they were there at 16 and some amazing player was there at 13, it's not inconceivable they would move up. I just think there are so many players that they would like at 16 that they're not going to need to.
Right.
Just because of the way this draft is set
When we're
up.
talking about the odds, I think it makes more sense to move back because of how deep this draft is in positions that I think the Arizona Cardinals would target. Positions on the line of scrimmage, offensively and even defensively. I'm just saying. So because of that, because they're so deep, I think, on the offensive line, and I would also say when you consider the edge and interior defensive line, I could actually see them moving back as well and just collecting some picks. And then maybe even moving back up. It's going to be really interesting. This is the one thing we do know. Monty likes to move. He does.
Monty on the move.
He's proven that already.
Here is Monty Ossenfort from last week. He was asked about trading either up or back for more picks.
I've never gone into a draft saying I want to trade back, I want to trade up. I think it truly is a matter of opportunity. So, we'll see what happens. And I think it just comes down to weighing offers if we get offers, and weighing that versus, hey, if we're gonna be ready to pick a player every time our number's called, and then it's a gamble. Like if you get a call and there's an offer to move back, then you got to weigh that. Hey, we may lose out on the player that we want here. Is it worth it? Hey, like what's the cost of jumping up to go get a guy? So, I've never gone into these last 2 drafts. We've never gone in saying, hey, we gotta move back here. We want more picks. Like it's really we take it as it comes, and we'll see what presents itself next weekend.
Wolf, you had a story in your email before the show, ESPN picking Monty Ossenfort as the most likely GM to trade down if somebody does.
Right.
And certainly, I mean, we're just talking about the first round right now. But especially what you were saying before about potentially moving up if there's a player you want to grab, I could totally see them doing that in the second round or the third round. And I wouldn't rule out, I guess I shouldn't say I would rule out the first round. I just think that they're going to be happy with who they could get at 16 to the point where they might trade down, like you're saying. But how can you look at Monty Ossenfort as he walks up to the draft and think, that guy, there's no way he'll make a trade? He always looks like he wants to kind of make a trade.
I know. It's so fascinating when you think of, what did they have? 4 third-round picks last year.
Yeah.
4 of them.
Yeah.
Could you see that happening once again? Could you see him trading back and collecting picks, like third-round picks? By the way, have you noticed the guys they got? Garrett Williams in the third round.
Yeah, they haven't just wasted
how's he
these
panned
picks.
out? Is he a guy that you could see the Arizona Cardinals playing? Could you see him being here over the next decade?
Yeah.
Garrett Williams, yes. What about Trey Benson? What about Isaiah Adams? What about these guys? Tip Ryman. What about these guys that they have taken in the third round? Are they good? Do they have promising futures? Yes. And that's why all of a sudden you have to start looking at this as a possibility for the Cardinals.
I don't know. Maybe Garrett Williams isn't the right example for this, but he was injured in college, and there was a lot of talk when they took him in the third round that had he not been injured, this is a guy they would have had to take probably early second round, if not even late first round. And when you have multiple picks like that, you can take I don't want to say flyer because they thought Garrett Williams was going to be good, but when you have multiple picks, you can make a pick like that where you're like, this guy probably shouldn't be here, and he's a little injured. But he's not going to be injured forever. And, at that time, it's not like the Cardinals were challenging for the Super Bowl that year. They were trying to add players. So it does give you that freedom. I get it. They don't have a ton of open spots on this roster, but Monty's going to feel weird when the third round rolls around and he has 1 pick to work with. I mean, he had, 4 last year? They had 11 picks last. He's
done very, very well in that third round, too.
Yeah. We come back. If the Cardinals go into the trenches in that first round tonight, what does it say about this offseason and what they want their identity to be? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs race.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball right side. It's picked up by Love. Goes to second for 1. Throw to first. Double play. And the Rays win the ball game as Perdomo grounds into an inning-ending double play. They have evened this series at a game apiece, and the D-backs will rue the missed opportunities as they come up short by a final score of 7-6.
D-backs Rays series finale. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Maybe you want to get back to living right now. Maybe you've been walking around, Basinonians. You've had some spine issues. You've got back issues, your neck, whatever it might be right now. The spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you right now if you're battling issues like that. Disc surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to the patient's goals. That's your goals right there. Disc offers spinal fusion alternatives for patients suffering from back and neck pain. It's time to enjoy life again, is it not? Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. That's 602-944-2900.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
We have big news from Sanderson Ford. Listen to this.
This is David Kimmerly, president of America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Ford just announced From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay on the full lineup on new Fords with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and no added markups.
Employee pricing levels the playing field for Ford dealers as everyone gets the same set price. However, other dealers will still add addendums and add-ons. Sanderson Ford will not. Choose Sanderson because they have the inventory and a 70-year reputation of treating you right. Ford is undeniably the most America-first automaker in the world. 80% of the vehicles Ford sells are assembled in factories located in America, and they will be less affected by the tariffs. Now is the best time to buy a new Ford with From America, For America employee pricing from Sanderson Ford.
Excludes 2025 Expedition, Super Duty, Raptor, Mustang, and Bronco specialty vehicles.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft now.
Heading towards coverage of the first round of the NFL draft tonight, where the Cardinals are currently slotted to pick 16th. A lot of people, Wolf, you've been saying this for a while now, that you hope they go in. You've said specifically offensive line. But if I understand right, if they didn't go offensive line, you would prefer defensive line, right? Like you want them to go into the trenches in the first round.
Yeah, especially if you were talking about a bigger body. If you were talking about a bigger body that could play edge. I love a guy like a Shamar Stewart, by way of example right now. Shamar Stewart, if he was there at number 16, a guy who's almost 270 pounds, who's running a 4.59, just knock it off, running a 4.59 at 270 pounds. A guy that has a bull rush that is, it's so good. And I love that. Because it's physical.
He's the first freak of the week.
I want somebody who is going to be physical.
We had AQ Shipley
and you know
on.
that's going to happen, right? Honestly, think about it. At this point in time, with Monty Ossenfort and JG,
yes,
you think they're not going to get a physical guy? I don't care if he plays corner. He's going to be physical.
I think they've proven that. I mean, that's kind of where I wanted to go here with this segment. It's if they do that in the first round tonight, it just adds to it. But even if they don't go in the trenches tonight, you're right. If they were to take a Will Johnson or something, it's physical. He's going to be a physical corner. If they take whatever, if they go linebacker, he's going to be a physical linebacker. This offseason and the first 2 years with Monty Ossenfort, and the rest of the front office and JG and Nick Rollis, and I mean, they have shown that they value that more, honestly, than a lot of teams do. I mean, when you look around the league, Wolf, how many teams do you think truly emphasize it? Everybody can say, oh, yeah, we want to be physical on Sundays, but how many teams actually emphasize it in the offseason? And I mean, Philly obviously does, what Detroit does. I think Baltimore traditionally does.
Baltimore. Pittsburgh. I would say Baltimore, definitely. Detroit, definitely. Very, very physical, man.
But the Cardinals seem intent on being in that group, at least in that category.
Man, that's what I am really hoping for right now. Once again, I get really jacked up talking about it because I know what A.Q. Shipley was talking about. He was saying it's still a passing league, and it is. But based on earnings, there's no doubt about it. It has swung back. The pendulum has swung back more towards the middle, more towards a balanced game, which is why I love it. We're seeing all of it. We're seeing all the goodness of the spread. We're seeing the spread mixed with, hey, what do you say we pack it in with 20 personnel, 21 personnel. We pack it in with 13 personnel. We pack it in and we run the ball in a north-south kind of, man, I love it. Expand the football universe. Open up your mind and expand it. That's what I like to see. Do all of it. Be capable of doing it all. It's changing the game and what you're looking for in certain players because you have to be capable of doing it all.
This is Jonathan Gannon last week.
I would say ever since I got into the business, it's been O-line and D-line, so... but, to your point, Darren, you watched the Super Bowl and that it was evident, you know what I mean? So it's just kind of, I think people are talking about it a little bit more. But since he got into the business, since I got into the business, that's what you were taught from day one.
Okay, JG. All right, JG. Yeah, everything JG just said right there was right. It is. It's O-line, D-line. That's what they love. That's what they covet. O-line and D-line. And listening to him say that makes me think you're looking at the corner position, aren't you? You're looking at a wide receiver. You dirtbag. That's right, Coach. You're just, the fact you would actually say O-line and D-line. You know what I mean?
You can almost get it away with it.
Why would you tell anybody what you're going to do?
You wouldn't, but you can almost get away with it in this draft because there are so many defensive linemen. You can, just because I hear what you're saying. I mean, normally, why would you do it? It doesn't help you at all. It really doesn't. Like, there are times during the season where it's like, dude, we all know the guy's going to play. Why do you have him on the injury report as questionable? Like, come on. But when you're talking about drafting and what the team in front of you, the teams in front of you, what they do directly impacting the future of your franchise, like the direction it goes, I'm not giving anybody anything, man. I'm really, especially not. Now you just have to hold out for a couple more days.
Yeah, well, really. I mean, this is, a lot of it is because of the first round.
Yeah.
A lot of it, I think. There's some high stakes that are involved in getting the one guy, especially at this point in the rebuild for the Arizona Cardinals, maybe getting that one guy that you're like, this guy's a game changer, Luke.
Yeah.
This guy's going to come in here. He's going to make our locker room even more physical. I love his mentality. I love his emotion. I love the way he plays the game. Balls out. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. I think that the Arizona Cardinals, if you were to tell me they have fallen in love with a guy that might not actually go until pick number 30. I'm just using this by way of example.
Yeah.
I would buy into that because
30
they're going to be hyper specific as to what they want, what type of guy they want to bring in.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to wrap my head around this because you never want to miss on your first round pick. But the Cardinals have put themselves in a position over the last couple of years where, look, if they pick a guy at 16 tonight and he just doesn't end up panning out, it doesn't bury them. It doesn't. They're not in a position where, like, if Tennessee messes up their pick tonight, it's probably going to bury them. But you're not going to get over the hump if you're the Cardinals if you don't hit on this pick tonight. You know what I mean? Hit on the first couple picks, because that's the way you've built this. So to your point, whoever it is at 16, if you find just the right offensive lineman or you find just the right guy to add to that rotation on the defensive line, this is how you take the next step where you're not just a perennial 7, 8, 9 win team. You hit on the pick again, because they've hit on it the first 2 years. They've hit on their first. And I know people are like, Marv, he was terrible. He wasn't terrible last year. 885 receiving yards and 8 touchdowns.
Just knock it off.
He wasn't the Marv you were hoping for, and I'm right there with you, but it was also year one. They've hit on a lot of their picks these first 2 years.
Yes, and once again, the expectation. There is a massive expectation that I have that Marvin Harrison Jr., I think he might be the most improved guy on this football team, Marvin Harrison Jr.
That would be nice.
Again, there are so many examples. I've experienced it myself. How much better I was as a wedge buster. How much better I was.
Thank you to all wedge busters.
Please, honestly, do we have to do it every time? How much better I was in year 2 than year 1. Why? Man, it gives you so much confidence when you realize that not only did I do it, I belong here. And I don't care. I know everyone's saying, well, if you were a wedge buster, you're talking about Marvin Harrison Jr., man. Listen, deep down inside, Marvin Harrison Jr. is a kid. He's a kid just trying to make his way at the highest level our species can generate. Ultimately, he's got to do it and prove himself all over again at this level. Not college level, this level. And he knows it. And his dad knows it as well. And that's why it's so important that he saw himself do well. Again, maybe not as well as everybody wanted him to do, but he did well enough where he's going to be able to take confidence from year 1 and get that much better in year 2. Guaranteed.
If you could make any player on the Cardinals improve next year, that you magic wand, and this one player definitely improves, I think we would all take Marv. I got to read you this quote.
Marvin Harrison Jr., beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Because if I don't read you this quote, I'm never going to get to read it to you. Have you seen this, the Jay Glazer thing?
No.
Okay. It's kind of a long post, so I'm going to read it quick. But he posted this on X.
All right, gather around, Basinonians. Okay. Listen to Luke here. Gather around.
You're going to jump in at some point. He said, an interesting thing came up in my draft prep calls. For years, teams have pulled players off the board for either injury concerns or character concerns, okay? He said a third category reason has been added, and most teams I talked to had guys off their board for, quote, doesn't love football, unquote. This was the first year it was so prevalent. I asked around why that is, and the thought was because of NIL money. Guys have already been paid, and some feel they don't need to grind to get paid. So the guys who love football are probably appreciated more. Just an interesting tidbit I thought I'd pass along.
Does that make sense?
End quote.
What could happen to an 18-year-old kid who gets $3 million? Could it make him less hungry? Yes.
I mean, you don't have as many stories now where the dude gets drafted and he's like, man, it's emotional. Right? Not only am I getting to live out my dream, but I can take care of my family now. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but they've been taking care of their family for 2 or 3 years. If that was an issue,
doesn't love football. You can see it on tape, brothers. You can watch a guy. I've said this before, and I'll continue to say it. You watch him from the snap to the end of the play. You watch him every play. By the end of the game, you'll know who he is.
Coming up next, Wolf's going to reveal his final freak of the 4-man freak show heading into the NFL draft. It's the freakiest of freaks. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
Mike Tannenbaum said he's a big believer in Marvin Harrison Jr.
But do you believe in the rest of the room?
That's really the big question to me. Where is the standout talent? Don't you need more than one, even if Marvin Harrison Jr. is that guy?
The Cardinals in 2003 got Anquan Bolden in the second round. In 2004, they got Larry Fitzgerald in the first round. In the 2008 season, 2009 calendar year, they played for a Super Bowl championship. Might be something said for putting together a young, dynamic wide receiver duo.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NFL draft starts today with the Arizona Cardinals selecting 16th. We have tons of draft content up now at arizonasports.com, brought to you by YRefi. Also, make sure to tune in to our NFL draft show, which runs from 4 to 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, and then moves over to ESPN 620 AM from 6 to 9:30. You can also watch our draft show on the Arizona Sports YouTube page or listen to it on the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Tampa Bay Rays tonight in the rubber match of their 3-game series. First pitch from Chase Field is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Corbin Burns gets the start for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools is Arizona's #1 pool builder by volume in Arizona and proud sponsors of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Build value in your home with the pool of your dreams online at presidentialpools.com.
I'm giving you so.
Three this week. Shamar Stewart was the first one.
That's right.
Shamar Stewart, it was touted in such a way where he might have been the biggest freak of all up to this point in all the years you've done the Freak Show. But earlier today, you mentioned, you know what? Today's freak unseats Shamar Stewart.
It really is incredible, Basin Earnings, because Shamar Stewart was the freakiest dude that I have seen, and suddenly 3 days later, he's no longer the freakiest. That belongs to Travis Hunter.
Ladies and gentlemen, step right up. You will be mesmerized by their potential. Their size and athleticism set them apart from the rest. Forget about the bearded lady, folks, or the yak woman. This is Wolf's Freak Show.
I'm about ready to get freaky up in here. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Watch a man play two ways at the NFL level. See the man run routes, catch passes, and score touchdowns. Watch a human being line up in press man coverage and keep the receiver from catching the ball. Ladies and gentlemen, see the thing they call Travis Hunter.
Hunter, cornerback, wide receiver, Colorado.
The 2024 Heisman Trophy winner played both sides of the ball for Colorado. He has wide receiver 1 potential after totaling over 1,200 yards and 14 touchdowns last season. He has top-end speed, but probably the most impressive trait is his contested catchability. Now as a corner, Hunter uses all those offensive skills and then some. The ability to stay with receivers while having a nose for the football makes him elite on defense. In 2024, he had 4 interceptions and 1 forced fumble, showing that he isn't afraid to get physical. You can say the con of drafting Hunter will be not knowing where to play him. If he played just one of those 2 positions though, he would be the best player in that group in this draft. NFL comp, former Arizona Cardinals corner, Patrick Peterson.
Wolf's Freak Show
with Wolf and Luke.
Travis Hunter, the only guy in Wolf's Freak Show never to be given a freak name.
How many years?
Travis Hunter is his name.
That's his freak name.
He's just the freak.
He's just Travis Hunter. He's and one of Travis's offense and Hunter's defense, whatever you want to call it. He's just Travis Hunter.
He could truly, Luke, he could line up and start for any team at corner. He could line up and start for any team at wide receiver. I'm talking about any team. That's how good he is. Now, we get a lot of 3 wides. We get a lot of 11 personnel, of course, in the NFL. And just watching him, he is capable of starting on both sides of the ball.
That's insane.
And yet he wants to play 100% of the... Knock it off.
There's just no way.
Just knock it off. It's not going to happen.
You're too much of an investment now for whatever team takes you. I mean, I'm looking... The general consensus is that Cleveland's going to take him at 2, right? I mean, it would be really tough to let him slide past 2, I would think.
I honestly still wonder about 1. I do.
Really?
Yeah. I wonder about it, man.
That's how
really going
freaky
to pass?
he is.
Hey, listen, you've got 3 quarterbacks right now, and I know the Tennessee Titans. Oh my goodness, they need a quarterback. They need a quarterback, bro. Are you really going to do it when you don't have this pronounced quarterback class? You're going to pass up a guy that could be a Pro Bowler on both sides of the ball.
I'm looking
Knock it off.
The mock draft that Field Yates just put out. It's funny. Everybody's putting out their final mock drafts like as we're doing the show today, obviously. And these are not going to be evergreen at all. Like, talk about putting together a story that is completely devalued in 6 or 7 hours. But it's valuable right now. And he wrote up in the piece on Travis Hunter that Cleveland's GM said they view Hunter primarily as a wide receiver at the next level if they take him at 2. Now, he did say that they acknowledge they'll play him a little bit at corner 2 if they really use the number 2 pick on him. But I wonder how much, like, you talk about somebody whose career.
That is so fascinating that you said that. Because I'll bet you if you went to each GM,
that's what I was just going to say.
What do you think the odds would be? What would the ratio be?
How much
corner to wide receiver, or wide receiver to corner? What would it be?
How much is his career altered by who drafts him tonight? Yeah. Because if it's Cleveland and they really do believe he's a receiver, I'm sure he'll still get some reps at corner. But at a certain point, like, you need to be taking a lot of reps at corner or receiver to be as good as he is once you're playing in the NFL. But, what if he slid to the Giants at 3? Do they see him as a corner? And he's not, like, a lot of his future, probably more so than anybody else drafted tonight, is going to be dictated by which team takes him, because it potentially changes his job description. That's crazy. Freakiest of all freaks.
Yes.
Did you save him
Travis Hunter?
You saved him for today intentionally?
Yes.
Yeah, you had to.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
All right, when we come back, what are the odds the Cardinals need to address receiver in this draft, whether it's tonight, tomorrow, whenever? Do they need to address that position? We'll get into it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL Draft today. The Cards have the 16th pick. What's Monty going to do?
I've never gone into a draft saying I want to trade back, I want to trade up. It truly is a matter of opportunity. We're going to be ready to pick a player every time our number's called. It's a gamble. Like, if you get a call and there's an offer to move back, then you got to weigh that. Hey, we may lose out on the player that we want here. Is it worth it?
The Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza begins this afternoon at 4. Preview the players and the picks with us. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime, where the little expenses add up, don't they? Maybe you just have to pick up lunch real quick on the way back to work or something, or you want to meet a few friends, go watch the games somewhere at night. I mean, that's life. You need to be able to live your life, but you also have to stay on top of it financially. That's why your checking account should help you, not work against you by charging you fees, and that's where Chime comes in. A Chime checking account is going to help you manage your money better by offering no maintenance fees. That's a pretty good place to start. And fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. That's also huge. Chime's going to take care of you. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date. Just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
On Saturday, April 26th, arrive early to the D-backs versus Braves matchup and get a Diamondbacks replica jersey courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Homeowners, life can be stressful and so can selling your home, but it doesn't have to be. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is going to price your home properly and get it in front of thousands of exclusive qualified buyers. That's exactly what Carol did for the Martin family, selling in 11 days for 100% of market value. Call Carol Royce today and ask her about her 100% of market value guarantee, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, Waltz has been serving the Valley for 68 years. Why should our listeners come to you for their electronics and appliances?
Well, Dan, we've been around for so long because we're always evolving, just like the technology we sell. We offer great prices and unbeatable customer service.
I can attest to this. Waltz made it so easy to upgrade my viewing experience. Remember, drop my name for a free 3-year warranty or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, save big on 2-pound packages of fresh, delicious strawberries. They're on sale for only $2.49 each with your digital coupon. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Enjoy springtime in a new Toyota car, truck, or SUV. Come check out the most reliable, best-selling, and best value vehicles on the road, including Tacoma and the all-new 4Runner. Visit your Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft now.
All right, we are live on YouTube, in case you didn't know that. And we will be live on YouTube throughout the draft coverage tonight as well. So
what up, YouTubers?
I'll tell you, I'm looking at some of the chat on YouTube, Wolf. First of all, David said, he said Will Johnson. Go Will Johnson in the draft. John wrote in, thank you, Wedgebuster.
Appreciate it.
So
thank you to all Wedgebusters out there.
Thank you, Wedgebusters. We have to thank you every time. And then John promptly wrote in, thank you, Wedgebuster. Yeah. Gray Mantle wrote, bring on those wide receivers. And that's where we're going in this part of the conversation, Wolf, because Did you see the Tennessee Titans go out there and get Tyler Lockett? He was still out there. Titans are like, all right, we'll just take Tyler Lockett. And it got me thinking, that's a player, whether it's Tyler Lockett or whoever, the Cardinals probably need another receiver. To me, at the start of the offseason, I would have preferred a vet. You know, if it's the right guy, don't force it. But if there's a veteran receiver, because you've already got a young receiver in Marv, you got a young receiver in Michael Wilson, maybe add a vet to the room. They haven't done that yet, which now makes me think maybe they are going to draft one, not necessarily tonight, but just at some point in this draft. But, I mean, it raises the question, how big of a need is it on a team that doesn't really have a ton of glaring needs? We're going to take calls at 1:30. Again, you call in at 1:30, tell us who you want them to take and why. But I think we can all agree they don't have a ton of glaring needs now. They have needs, but not like, boy, this is this giant hole. We can't play a game if we don't fill this. So I wonder how much they prioritize receiver at this point.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. I do wonder how much they are going to prioritize wide receiver. And is it one of the reasons why they might actually trade back as well and collect some picks? Some picks that could happen maybe in the second round, maybe the third round, whatever it may be. If you're looking for a wide receiver, Basinonians, who is going to be fast, that might be the one thing that the Arizona Cardinals may be willing to go out and get. And one of the reasons why they may want to move back as well, so they could just target a guy who is going to be really, really good at taking the top off. Now, again, doesn't mean he's going to be a good wide receiver if you get him late in the second round or if you get him in the third round.
That's the problem. That's why I wanted a vet.
It doesn't mean he's going to be a great wide receiver. But you can find a guy who will be able to catch the ball, hopefully more times than not,
that'd be ideal,
by running by somebody and catching it. Now, he doesn't have to be a great wide receiver to do that, but, man, he can have the impact, the desired impact of backing up that secondary, taking that top off. So now you've got Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride working the middle of the field, if you know what I mean.
What was Tyreek Hill was drafted in the 5th round? I mean, that's
what I'm talking about.
I'm just looking.
You take a bit of a gamble
because you're looking for a specialist at receiver almost. You don't need. It doesn't have to be the complete package. It doesn't have to be Marvin Harrison Jr. I know every time we talk about Matthew Golden, and trust me, it hurts because of the way the ASU playoff game ended. A bunch of people get in the mentions and they're like, "Why aren't you talking about Teterow and McMillan?" I think McMillan's a better receiver. But the Cardinals don't necessarily need the complete receiver as much as they need the speed guy. Now, if I'm going in the first round, Matthew Golden's still a really good receiver. And some, like Kuiper has him ahead of McMillan in terms of not a mock draft, but as a better receiver.
Yeah.
It's got to be real comparable. But to your point, if you're going in like the third round, maybe you can find a specialist. It doesn't have to be an amazing route runner. Doesn't have to win all the 50-50 balls because if he's a blazer, he'll get behind the defense anyway. He just has to be able to catch it so we're not the mid-2000s Raiders.
Exactly. And here's a name for you right here. Luther Burden III.
Luther Burden III, wide receiver, Missouri.
Speedy, athletic, showtime. 3 words to describe LB3. His early acceleration allows him to blow by defenders, and his ball skills and body control makes the difficult catches look simple. Oh yeah, his speed kills on the deep routes, but make no mistake about it, his short game is just as explosive. His run after catch talent is off the charts, and he consistently eliminates pursuit angles for defenders. He is not flawless though. He has the ability to start his routes off hot, but sometimes he does not finish them as well as he starts them, which could be a problem against the elite corners of the NFL. NFL comp, New York Jets wide receiver, Garrett Wilson.
Wow, okay. If he wants to be Garrett Wilson, sold.
Wait, who came up with the comp?
Just casually throw that in there. He might be one of the best receivers in the NFL. Luther Burden III, though, at the start of this past college season, was viewed by a lot of people as the best receiver going into this past season in the nation. Now, the way the season played out, he had a good season. Obviously, he's not the highest-rated receiver in this draft. That's either McMillan or Matthew Golden. Emeka Egbuka has been, mocked in a lot of first rounds as well. But if you take Luther Burden, you're getting the speed, and you are getting pedigree. He entered this past season with really high expectations in college.
Yeah, once again, so much of the time, I talk to a lot of people that have actually watched Luther Burden play, watch these prospects, watch these guys actually play. And, man, you know what? They say he is fantastic in terms of being a guy that can run by. He's got run-by speed once again. So,
where's he supposed to go? Is he like a second rounder?
Yeah,
okay.
For me, yes.
I like that.
What
I
do you mean?
like that a lot. If you could get him in the second round.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, again, a 4.41 guy on the clock, but a guy that's going to run a 4.37, a 4.36 when the ball's in the air. There's a lot of guys that are like that, man.
Huh.
It's like a greyhound. Did you ever see a greyhound when he chases the rabbit thing around the... The greyhound never runs as fast as that when he's in chase mode. The same thing for a football player, a wide receiver in particular, that's going to go get that ball.
I almost like that better than the idea of going Matthew Golden in the first round and then offensive or defensive line in the second round.
Yeah.
I almost like the idea of, pick whoever that player is that you like on the offensive or defensive line, and then Luther Burden the third in the second round. Because I do think you could plug him in on this team and he could make an impact. Looking at the chat, too, I'm going to throw a name out there that the chat has brought up a few times. G-Block Live brought up Emeka Egbuka because there's another Ohio State player.
Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State.
Whether it's football, whether it's baseball, this guy can do it all. The former outfielder shows his ball tracking ability on the gridiron by providing a soft landing for a deep ball coming his way. Egbuka is good with his hands, not only catching the football, but specializes in hand fighting with defensive backs, creating some late space. At times, he does struggle with being redirected out of his route from some aggressive physicality. His awareness to find his way open and work his way back to the quarterback makes up for that. And oh yeah, he's also the all-time leader in receiving yards for the 2025 national champion Ohio State Buckeyes. NFL comp, Seattle Seahawks wide receiver, Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Oh,
man, I don't know about you guys. That was a pretty great draft capsule. You know what I mean?
We played Burden too when you weren't in there. This has been an all Jamal draft capsule segment right here.
Jamal's going and pounding his chest on that one. Good. That was well done.
I'll go back to when we were out at Cardinals out at State Farm Stadium during training camp, and Marv brought up his was it his freshman year? I think it was his freshman year when Ohio State's receiving room was Marv, Garrett Wilson, Emeka Egbuka, and Jackson Smith-Njigba. Yeah, that's a little excessive.
Right, exactly.
At the receiver position, Ohio State.
That's some talent right there.
Yeah, that's a lot. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what they do. I think if you go receiver, you have to walk a fine line because I don't think this is a position where, hey, in the fourth round, we're going to try and find a complete receiver. He's not going to play this year.
Yeah, that's the great thing about it. You don't really have to look for that guy.
Yeah.
Give me the guy who's running a 4.29.
You run straight.
He's run a 4.29 before, Matthew Golden. You're not going to be there in the fourth round.
No.
So we'll go find some guy who will.
Run straight and catch this ball when I throw it.
Who has run a 4.29 in the past. More on this as the show unfolds.
As the day unfolds. We're going to be here for a while. Coming up next, we're going to take you through all the top sports stories in one place with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat if you know what I'm talking about? That's what I'm talking about. It is the Big Spring Refresh. The Big Spring Refresh at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, now through April 29th. That gives you 5 more days. April 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. That's right, I said it, Basinonians. 25% off everything in-store and online. All you got to do is head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations. Grab a knowledgeable sleep expert who will help you find the perfect sleep solution and tell them Wolf sent you. Listen, we did this many, many years ago. That's right. We grabbed a knowledgeable sleep expert, and we said, we love that Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress. And you know what? Brooklyn Betting, they hooked us up. Remember, shipping is always free. And for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, life gets busy. How does Liberty GMC help customers stay on the road?
What's up, Dave? We know your time is valuable, and that's why our service department is open late. Drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m., and we'll have it for you ready by the next day. Plus, right now, when you buy 3 tires, you will receive the 4th one free. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time at Liberty GMC, AZ.com GMC. We are professional grade.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So, what's that about?
So, let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
2 words we've been waiting for. Employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NFL draft starts today with the Arizona Cardinals selecting 16th. We have tons of draft content up now at arizonasports.com, brought to you by YRefi. Also, make sure you tune into our NFL draft show, which runs from 4 to 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, and then moves over to ESPN 620 AM from 6 to 9:30. You can also watch our draft show on the Arizona Sports YouTube page or listen to it on the Arizona Sports app. Cardinals GM Monty Ossenfort will join the show at some point after the Cardinals make their selection. And the Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Tampa Bay Rays tonight in the rubber match of their 3-game series. First pitch from Chase Field is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Corbin Burns gets the start for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofing.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on draft day. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
Wolf, are you ready for the draft?
No.
Good.
Never ready.
Got that taken care of.
All right. So, the draft is tonight. Well, the first round is. What do you guys think the Arizona Cardinals will do with the 16th pick?
I do think they're going to go offensive line. We had Gambo on in the show earlier, though, and he said something it's very true. There's so many picks before they pick. You can only predict so much. You know what I mean?
That's right.
I think if they knew, like if they were starting things off, not with the first picks, I don't even know how this would work, but like if they could have their choice of any offensive or defensive lineman, I think they would go O-line. But it's possible that, they're down to the 5th offensive lineman by the time they pick in like the 2nd edge rusher, and then they're going to go with the edge rusher or the defensive lineman.
Yeah, for me, I think the opportunity is going to be there. I think the opportunity is going to be there to trade back.
How much are you going to freak out?
And still get a really good player on the line of scrimmage.
If we're doing the live broadcast tonight, which we are, and Tyler Booker is still there at 16 and they trade down, is that going to make you believe that they know they can get him later, or are you going to freak out because they just left him on the board and traded down?
You know what? I'll know it when I feel it.
Okay.
How about that?
All right. I'm looking forward
because
to
to me right now, hey, if you can get him at 20, 25, whatever it might be, it's fantastic. And once again, here's what I love. Monty Ossenfort knows a whole lot more about drafting players than I will ever even be able to consider holding.
Well, yeah, because he won't let you sit in the room and be a fly on the wall.
I'm just saying right now, okay? So having said that, whoever they take, it's going to make them better. And he's going to be physical and love the game of football, too. Otherwise, they wouldn't be drafting him.
All right. So I asked you guys what you think they will do.
Okay.
What you want them to do at 16.
I do want them to go in the trenches with the one notable exception of if Will Johnson is there. I don't think he'll be there, but if he is there and they leave him on the board, that's going to sting for a second.
Yeah. I hope they go ahead and they draft Tyler Booker at number 16. Ron Wolfley reporting.
My sources.
Who's your source on that one? You?
That's a fact. I'm reporting it. That's what I want to happen.
I would be happy with Booker. I would be happy with Banks. I would be happy with Nolan. Again, we talked about this yesterday, just the fact that you have a disruptive interior pass rusher. I wouldn't hate that. I don't know. There hasn't really been a player that's popped up where it would be like, I'd be really upset if they took him. You know what I mean? Like there's like 9 or 10 players I'd be cool with them taking.
Wow, that's a thought I have not had. Okay, who would you not want them to draft?
I did see a mock draft that had them trading up to take Shedeur. That would be interesting.
Come on, knock it off.
I'd be more okay with that than Jalen Milroe. I don't want them to draft Jalen Milroe.
They're not drafting Jalen Milroe.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that's the one thing I do not want them to do. If they do literally anything else, that's fine. But I'm not high on Jalen Milroe.
Okay, that's good.
Seems like a good kid, though.
Okay, sounds like you're a big fan.
Over to the Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it's a quarterback question. So here you go. How many quarterbacks will be selected in the first round of the NFL draft? 1, 2, 3, or 4+?
I'm going to say 3.
3, yeah. I think that's it right there.
Who do you guys
think? It's amazing.
Think?
It truly is. This is a draft class, Space and Onions, that is not being dominated by the quarterback position. It's nowhere even close.
It's kind of fun, except since the Cardinals aren't drafting a quarterback, I wish it was being dominated by the quarterback position. I mean, look, let's be real. That's why they were able to get Marv last year, because 3 teams in front of them were desperate for quarterbacks, and there were some good quarterbacks to be taken.
Once again, we're not seeing that desperation. Boy, this team, the first 3 teams are going to draft quarterbacks. We're not seeing that.
Where do you think Shedeur goes? Just not team, but just do you think he's a top 10 pick? It just always feels like, the draft stock plummets until some team's like, hey, we could just get this guy at 9 and we're set. Maybe not set, I shouldn't say that, but like we've got our quarterback of the future. I'll say 3, Rick. I guess it's possible there could be a 4th, but I feel pretty confident in Ward, Shedeur, and Jackson Dart.
Yeah. Oh, man.
3.
Let's see. Where did the Steelers? No, they're down at 21.
21, yeah.
Yeah, man.
We're at the point of the draft process where I know every team, like where they pick in the draft off the top of my head.
So 3 is, it leads at 46%. 2 is second at 38%. 4 is third at 10%, and 1 is last at 6%.
Wow, 1. That would be crazy if only 1 went, and he went number 1 overall.
Okay, over to the Phoenix Suns. This is the only time we're talking about them today, so don't worry. Longtime NBA insider Mark Stein wrote this in his newsletter yesterday. Quote, "You'd struggle to find many league observers who like their chances. Matt Ishbia is said to have maintained a long-standing interest in trying to convince Bob Myers to return to the role in which he presided over 4 Warriors championships. Can the Suns actually pull that off? There is far more skepticism than belief in the desert air at the moment," unquote. Should the Suns try to get Bob Myers as their general manager?
Well, man, there's a lot of layers to this, right? Is that going after the big name? Yeah. Is that something that maybe people have criticized the Suns for now with the way the last 2 years have worked out? Yeah. Would I be all over that? 1,000%. Because it's big name, but it's big name in the front office. I mean, how many championships did he win with Golden State? 4 that he built?
Yeah, it's
Sign
pretty good.
me up.
Can I just say, okay, Matty Ish, you're going to go out and you're going to grab Bob Myers? That's what you're going to do?
You know what? That doesn't count against the salary cap. Go ahead. Go get Bob Myers.
This is why, Basinonians, you need a billionaire, a multi-billionaire
I would
to own your team.
That.
Because if you're telling me Matty Ish is like, I don't care, man.
Yeah.
Bob, how much?
You won't let me spend money on players?
What's he going to take?
I'll just buy a GM. He can figure out which players to bring in.
I would pretty much lose it if Bob Myers was given the opportunity to right the ship.
I would even go so far as to say that's the biggest home run they could realistically, if they could pull it off. I know it's not easy. Realistically hit this offseason. Because anything else, like the big moves they're going to make, you're not going to get some crazy return. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, they traded Kevin Durant. They got Anthony Edwards back. Like, it's going to be guys that are going to have to develop over time, whether they're picks or young players. But, yeah, if you could get Bob Myers as your GM.
Especially now because he's done the TV thing. And
he's not with a team right now.
No, he's not with a team. And not only that, he's done the TV thing. It's always going to be there for you, Bobby. It's always going to be there for you. What's not always going to be there is a GM job or president of basketball operations job that is out there. You could always go back to television.
TV's not going anywhere. Go ahead. You just go do the twist here, of
He's
course.
proven he can do it already. Are you kidding me? The moment he's out of being in the front office in the NBA, he'll go right back to TV.
You know the plot twist here, though. We don't have time to get into this. It's pretty close with KD.
I will say,
bring him in as your GM, and all of a sudden,
by the pricking of my thumb.
I will say, I don't know specifically his title off the top of my head. He's not involved with an NBA team right now, but he does have a role with the Commanders.
That's fine.
The Commanders.
That's fine, as long as he's not like playing quarterback for the Commanders, and he's not.
He would probably leave that role to be the Suns GM if that was a thing.
That was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Calling all Minecraft-loving families. Head to the contest page now at arizonasports.com for your chance to win 4 tickets to the D-backs Braves game on Minecraft night. Plus, you're going to score 4 tickets to see the brand new Minecraft movie. All right, when we come back, one bit of potentially really good news came out of that D-backs game last night. We'll get into it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL Draft today.
Get you going like game day, honestly. You know, there's not too many things in the world you can do that feels like the rush after the national anthem before you kick it off. Draft night comes pretty close. It's an exciting time to be a Cardinal, I know that.
The Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza begins this afternoon at 4. Preview the players and the picks with us. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Maybe you got a big move that is coming up right now. You don't want to do it yourself. You don't want to hire your family members to pack up the pickup and suddenly move from point A to point B. You want the professionals to actually do this, and that is Moving Team 6 right now. Listen, this is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. And the reason why I know that, Basinonians, is because it's built on the backs of the Lee family. That's right. Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012. It's a family business. That's what I love about it. It's a family-run business. He runs the company with his sons, Garrett and JT, right here in Phoenix. They proudly support and hire veterans as well. What you need to do, if you've got to move, is go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some exciting news from Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the Ford Motor Company from America for America employee pricing event. And this is a big deal, folks. This means you pay what they pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs with few exceptions. And if you're considering a new vehicle, you got to give Earnhardt Ford a chance to prove why they've been a trusted name in the Valley for over 73 years. They're a family-owned dealership that offers a no-bull way of doing business. That's why generation after generation of Arizonans return to Earnhardt. Stop in now at Earnhardt Ford and take advantage of employee pricing or check out their fully digital shopping experience with No Bull Express at earnhardtford.com. Offers require approved credit and end June 2nd, 2025. That's earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $6.99 for cars and SUVs, $15.98 for trucks. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, U.S. residents only. Available on select new 2024-2025 Ford vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Prior purchases. Traditional AXCD plan ineligible. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance. And you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Grown-ups,
Hey, it's Gambo. Draft day has arrived in the NFL. So what's the latest surrounding the Arizona Cardinals? And will they pick from the 16th spot? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, Diamondbacks do play tonight. Corbin Burns on the mound for Arizona. Wolf, definitely. Well, I thought there was 2 bits of good news that came out of the game last night. We talked about one, Corbin Carroll going off.
Corbin.
Home runs. I mean, how can you? Just make sounds and talk about that for the next 4 hours.
Just awesome.
But the other part of the game that I don't know how you take it as anything other than good news was Justin Martinez pitching and looking just fine. Pitched full inning, blew right through the inning, 12 pitches. Strikeout, didn't get in trouble, no walks, no hits, no anything. Just the fact he pitched, though, he hasn't given up any runs all season, so you kind of expect he's not going to give up a run. But the fact that he pitched when there was so much, not like intentional mystery, I don't think, around him, but for him to have fatigue that then was revealed to be shoulder fatigue, but we're not even a month into the season, and you're counting on this guy, and he throws 102, sometimes 103 even. Like, I don't know. It was just good to see him out there playing last night.
Yeah, for me, once again, the fact that they cleaned it up and said shoulder fatigue.
Yeah.
Just fatigue. That was the first way it was characterized as. What did you think of base? It's the first thing when I think, I said it the other day. I'm so tired. It was Mancini from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
You liked when they actually zero in to shoulder fatigue. That made you feel better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
I
once
don't know.
again, general fatigue.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What, he's staying up late? What do you mean he's fatigued?
I went the other way. When they said shoulder fatigue, I was like, oh, okay, it's actually an arm thing.
The very first thing I thought of, and it happens to professional athletes, Basinonians, is mental fatigue. Just the competition and the stress of competing. I've seen a lot of guys, a lot of teammates actually go through it. It's a reason why, and there is a reason why, we have sports psychologists, because of the fatigue that they go through when they compete. And that was the first thing I thought of when they released fatigue.
Yeah.
As opposed to shoulder fatigue.
Yeah, I don't know. When they said shoulder fatigue, I actually felt a little bit worse because if it was not just, but if it was regular fatigue, I feel like there's an easy solution or an easier solution. But then he pitched, so it doesn't really matter because he went out there and pitched. And it's not like he was throwing like 87 all of a sudden.
Right. For me, you've had 8 appearances and you're fatigued.
Well, not that wouldn't be.
I'm just saying that
concern.
To me would have been a bigger concern of mine.
Yeah.
If that's what was the problem.
But
it was not, Basinonians. It was not the problem.
8 appearances and then shoulder fatigue doesn't make me feel great.
True. I get that. But if you're not right mentally, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In terms of being in a good place when you compete, nothing else matters at that point in time.
He didn't look fatigued in any way, shape, or form when he went out there and pitched last night.
He did not.
Mowed right through the Rays.
Yep.
So that was good to see. We also got a little bit of not really an update on A.J. Puck, but Torey Lovello talking about A.J. Puck.
I've spoken to him a little bit. I'm just trying to let him know that I'm hurting. My heart hurts when that type of stuff happens, and I'm directly responsible for the health of this team and the health of these players. And maybe I asked a little bit too much of certain guys too early, and I got to learn. I got to keep learning. And I just expressed that to him, like, this one's on me, and I apologize. And we're going to get you better, and you're going to come back, and you're going to dominate whenever that time is. We're not sure, but you're missing some time now, and we just got to figure this out. And we're with you, and we're going to make it work together.
Boy, listening to the cut right there with Torey makes me think he might actually be back this year at some point in time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If it's Tommy John, he's not going to be back.
Yeah.
Okay. Having said that, though, listening to him just say what he said made me feel like, he's going to miss some time. But it sounded like they thought he might actually have a shot at being back, didn't it?
Yes. This is an emotional roller coaster because when he goes on the IL, you're like, okay, A.J. Puck's on the IL. Not great, but whatever. Like Kevin Ginkel's on the IL. He's about to come off.
Dang.
Right? But then you realize it's elbow, and you're like, okay, it's never great to hear that. Then you hear, okay, they're going for a second and third opinion. This is all this week.
Right.
You're like, oh, great. Okay, if you're getting a second and a third opinion, then he's out for the year. But then we talked to Amiel Sadeh yesterday, and he wasn't like, oh, he's definitely coming back. But after we talked to him, I had a lot more hope that this might not be a long-term injury. And then you're right. When I hear Torrey right there, I feel like it does sound like they're still holding out hope he'll be back, but not like in a week or two.
Luke, yes, you know how I like to read into things from time to time.
So please
and
do.
I'm really, really good at doing this.
All right.
I'm wrong a lot of the time based on
then
it,
how are
but
you
I'm
good?
really good at it.
Oh, okay.
Having said this, can I listen to this again? Just based on onions. Listen to Torrey again and tell me your general impression about A.J. Puck and the possibility of him playing this season again.
There is another cut I can play after this, but let's do that one.
Okay,
again.
let's
ready?
do it.
Let's break this down.
I've spoken to him a little bit. I'm just trying to let him know that I'm hurting. My heart hurts when that type of stuff happens, and I'm directly responsible for the health of this team and the health of these players. And maybe I asked a little bit too much of certain guys too early, and I got to learn. I got to keep learning. And I just expressed that to him, like, this one's on me, and I apologize. And we're going to get you better, and you're going to come back, and you're going to dominate whenever that time is. We're not sure, but you're missing some time now, and we gotta figure this out. And we're with you, and we're going to make it work together.
Missing some time now, and we just got to figure it out. Mm-hmm. Missing some time now doesn't make it sound. I'm going to put that in the positive category. As I read into Torrey,
missing time.
Torrey just said he's missing some time now.
He's going to some time, not all the time.
It's not like he's going to miss, missing the season now. He didn't say he's missing some time.
I mean, the more I listen to it, the more I convince myself he's just going to be on the injured list for 15 days and he's going to come back.
Yeah, it's not going to be 15 days. I got to,
yeah. Here's more from Torey Lovullo. He was asked if there's any optimism that A.J. Puck can avoid surgery.
Me personally, I'm going to be optimistic and say that I want it to happen. I feel like there's a strong possibility that it could happen that way. So that's my own personal opinion. That's Dr. Lovullo, and I don't know Jack S about anything, but I'm optimistic, and you can't take that away from me. I guess from the information that I've got, I have very little information because I am dangerous when I get up here, and questions like that would get me, and I'd be like, oh, okay. So I don't know. They purposely don't tell me. They don't tell me all the details. They tell me enough.
I have a headache.
This is so good. Torrey is an optimist. He is. He's an optimistic guy. The most disturbing thing about that entire cut that you just played is I am a guy that, once again, the grassy knoll will read into everything. Mm-hmm. Listen to his exhale in the very beginning.
Yeah, okay.
Once again.
I'll play that. Okay, this isn't even the words. This is the...
What was the question again?
Are you optimistic A.J. Puck could avoid surgery?
Me personally, I'm going to be optimistic and say that I want it to happen.
Okay, there it is right there.
I mean, we all want him to avoid surgery, Torrey.
Amiel also kind of had a little bit of a sigh there at the beginning of his answer when we had him on the other day.
We're reading into the sighs.
I couldn't tell if the sigh from Amiel was like, okay, how do I answer this? Or if it was, man, I thought they maybe weren't going to ask me about this because we had gone like 5 minutes into
you know what, AJ, too, if you do have to have surgery, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to
I think there's hope.
I'm not trying to make light of that, AJ, seriously.
No, we're only laughing because we're miserable. Seriously.
It's listening to Torrey and listening to Amiel.
Yeah.
And, just the fact that they did sigh.
Now, as I just played it, the
and
sigh
we're reading into it. That's the entertaining part of it, reading into their comments. But it's not, it's not a laughing matter.
He's
with
definitely
AJ.
one of my favorite
get surgery.
Diamondbacks to watch. Like without a doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, just the way he came in last year and was just so, it wasn't even dominant. He was like almost dismissive of the other team. Like, I have to come out here.
Man.
You're going to waste 5 minutes of my time while I just mow through your 3 hitters.
Yeah.
They're going to be hurting if he needs to have surgery. But the good thing is nowhere in there that Torey Lovullo say he does need to have surgery.
Yeah.
So Hopefully the second
One of these
opinion
times
goes
we've
well.
got to go. We've got to have Amish Paradise take us out of the beautiful part of the program.
Just end the show with it too. What was the song you had for Travis Hunter before? We should use that as a rejoin.
Oh yeah, did you see that?
That was pretty
Silverchair.
good. I thought that was Silverchair.
Silverchair. You knew it was Silverchair?
90s
I did
band.
not know.
All right, we come back. What direction does Darren Urban see the Cardinals going in tonight's first round? We're going to ask the Cardinals senior writer. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Derb.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. When you look out your back window and you look into the backyard right now, do you see a pool? Do you have a pool? Maybe you don't. Maybe you want a pool. And if you see a pool and you want a pool, Presidential Pools and Spas, that's the people you want to deal with right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. The reason why I say that, Basinonians, their industry-leading 5-year warranty, it ensures your investment is going to be protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, and that adds extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, over 30 years, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Basin's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, they have an A rating with the Better Business Bureau, and they're proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com. Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some exciting news from Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the Ford Motor Company from America for America employee pricing event. And this is a big deal, folks. This means you pay what they pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs with few exceptions. And if you're considering a new vehicle, you got to give Earnhardt Ford a chance to prove why they've been a trusted name in the Valley for over 73 years. They're a family-owned dealership that offers a no-bull way of doing business. That's why generation after generation of Arizonans return to Earnhardt. Stop in now at Earnhardt Ford and take advantage of employee pricing, or check out their fully digital shopping experience with No Bull Express at earnhardtford.com. Offers require approved credit and end June 2nd, 2025. That's earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $6.99 for cars and SUVs, $15.98 for trucks. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, U.S. residents only. Available on select new 2024-2025 Ford vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Prior purchases. Traditional AXCD plan ineligible. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and spring has arrived, which means it's a great time for new plants, putting greens, and getting your backyard ready for outdoor activities. My friends at Turf Monsters can make that happen no matter what project you are looking for. And now through the end of March, all new customers get 10% off. Call them at 623-263-7388 or schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
The basketball playoffs are here, and Native Grill & Wings is the place to catch every game. Grab a $4 drink special and watch the action unfold. And don't forget to fuel up with their legendary fresh, never frozen wings, Black Angus burgers, and more. Come watch the games and enjoy slam dunk specials on your game day favorites. Only at Native Grill & Wings. From buzzer beaters to bracket busters, they've got great food, cold drinks, and non-stop hoops waiting for you. Visit nativegrillandwings.com for the restaurant nearest you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NFL Draft starts today with the Arizona Cardinals selecting 16th. We have tons of draft content up now at arizonasports.com, brought to you by YRefi. Also, make sure you tune in to our NFL Draft Show, which runs from 4 to 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, and then moves over to ESPN 620 AM from 6 to 9:30. You can also watch our draft show on the Arizona Sports YouTube page or listen to it on the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Tampa Bay Rays tonight in the rubber match of their 3-game series. First pitch from Chase Field is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Corbin Burns gets the start for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL Draft now.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday afternoon. We're just, Wolf? 4-ish hours away from the start of the NFL Draft.
Man, what a big day. What a huge day when you think of how much NFL Draft we have talked about in the past leading up to this point right now. And here it is. It's finally here. It's always an exciting day.
There's quite a few players that the Cardinals aren't even going to take them. I'm just interested to see where they go in this draft tonight. But we're going to talk Cardinals right now because we have the senior writer for azcardinals.com, Darren Urban, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Darren?
How are you guys doing?
Doing good.
Doing well, Derb.
I know it's a busy day for you, I'm sure, as you head into this draft tonight, as the Cardinals head into it. Is there anything, picking at 16 with so many potential different scenarios before they get up there to even make their pick, do you think they have anything set in stone, or is it more about being able to adjust?
Well, I think it would be kind of foolish to have anything set in stone picking at 16, quite frankly, any draft.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like this draft in particular, you really shouldn't be setting anything in stone given the uncertainties of basically beyond 5. And so I think they're going to have the flexibility is going to be there. Now, are they going to hone in on a couple of different places? I would think so. But as I've been talking about on a lot of my platforms over the last few weeks, the first round, maybe more than any other, there's nuance because of the individual player. Position is always going to factor in, of course, and it's naive to think it wouldn't. But when you're talking about the first round, if you can get a special player at a position that might be a little less of a need, but you're getting a special player, that's something that you need to seriously consider rather than just go straight for the need. And that changes a little bit, I think, once you get into the second round and beyond. But the first round, it's about getting a really good player. And if you've got to do it at a position that maybe isn't your most pressing at the moment, I think that's okay.
So, Derb, there are some people out there that believe the Arizona Cardinals are more focused on this draft and more precise in regard to targeting certain players because it's not about draft picks anymore. It's about specific positions and specific players. Do you think there's a chance they would move up in this draft at all?
I find that really hard to believe, Wolf. And in my opinion, it would be because of the general feeling that this draft is loaded with a bunch of players that are on a similar plane in terms of talent. You don't get the sense that there's a lot of guys after 5 that are head and shoulders above, let's say, somebody who might be there at 25 or even 35. So moving up is, I don't know if it necessarily pays off for you. And in fact, I was reading something really good the other day, and I know you're talking about specific players, and that's something to consider. But I read some studies and stuff about trading up, and almost always the trading up team ends up trading too much, even if they get a player that they really need. Now, again, I'm sure the Kansas City Chiefs are thrilled with whatever deal they made to get Patrick Mahomes back in the day. But in general, I think you need to be very cautious about making a move for something other than a franchise quarterback. And I just don't know if there's anybody in this group that would necessarily call out to the Cardinals from 16. I mean, obviously, if Abdul Carter was in range, maybe you think about it, but he's going to be too far up. It would cost way too much.
We're talking to Darren Urban. Darren, as far as the approach of doing what's going to help Kyler Murray the most when you draft on the offensive side of the ball, and I'm not even necessarily talking about in the first round, but just in general, what do you think that would look like? Is that addressing the offensive line? Is that getting him another receiver? Is there something else?
Well, I mean, I think generally it wouldn't be bad to get another receiver. Now, I don't know if I see them taking one in the first round. Can you find somebody in the subsequent rounds that serves the need that you want? I think, to be honest, when you talk about receiver, Luke, I think to me the biggest thing that could help Kyler Murray this year is getting Marvin Harrison to the level that everybody expects that he's going to be at after you took him number 4. I think that's way more important in my mind than adding another receiver to fill in some holes. It's getting Marvin Harrison to be the guy that you expect. You have Trey McBride. I'm not saying you don't draft a guy, but I don't think it's as pressing as some people think compared to where Harrison is. I do think you could use some more help on the offensive line if it's there. And again, if you start looking at where the offensive line is in terms of Evan Brown's on a 1-year deal, I think Jonah Williams is going into the last year of his contract. Kelvin Beachum signed a 1-year contract. Like, these are the things you need to consider. It can't just be about 2025. You got to be thinking some long-term there too. So if you see an offensive lineman, even a tackle that you really, really like, and you can think, okay, maybe he can play guard for a year and then we can move him to tackle, or maybe he can be a long-term guard or whatever it is. I think these things need to be considered, even though you're not necessarily plugging in a hole. I mean, I think in the end, DJ Humphries ended up being a pretty decent draft pick for them, even though he didn't play his rookie year. I mean, that's the kind of things that I'm thinking about.
So, Derb, when you look at it right now, if the Arizona Cardinals just stay put at 16, who do you hope is there? Like, who would you like to see the Arizona Cardinals draft at 16?
Well, again, not having all the conversations that you need to have, and not knowing all the background and all that stuff. I mean, I've heard you talk about Tyler Booker. That seems incredibly enticing to me.
Yeah.
So I like the idea of a guy that seems, for lack of a better term, safe. I mean, you look at some of the pass rushers that they could go after, and there's iffiness there. And as we know, with pass rushers in the first round, they can tend to be a crapshoot over whether a guy can translate to this level. I like the idea of an offensive lineman, just to kind of build that up, to kind of head in that direction. But if it's a defensive lineman, for instance, again, so many 1-year deals or guys that are going to be up in the next year or two, I don't have a problem. As many as I know they've collected a bunch of defensive linemen. Yeah. I don't have a problem getting another one there. I want to see a good player. If it's a cornerback, that's great. There's no one particular person in this draft for me, but I would like to see somebody who's going to be helpful for this team. And at this point, I trust Monty Alsonfort that he's going to make the right decision.
Darren Urban, thank you so much for the time on this busy day, man. Thank you.
All right. See you guys.
All right. That's Darren Urban joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. You know, the last thing he said, I think, is very pertinent, something we kind of talked about earlier. Just the last sentence he threw in there. You trust Monty Alsonfort to make the right pick. Nobody's going to hit on 100% of them. I'm not saying that. But I feel like Monty has built that trust over the last 2 years that more often than not, if he makes a draft pick, guy's probably going to play.
What's very impressive about Monty is if he nails this draft the way he has the other two, three's a pattern.
Three's a pattern. That's the one thing I've learned this week. We want to hear your opinion, and we are looking for ways to improve. So text survey to 620-620. Take the Arizona Sports Survey for your chance to win premium D-backs tickets to an upcoming game. Again, that's survey. Text that to 620-620. All right, we come back. What are the Cardinals and the rest of the NFC West going to do on draft night? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you feel like Jordan Lawler is the missing piece to put you over the top this year, don't wait.
Yeah.
Don't hesitate. You know what I mean? I understand the law. I do. He is going to be starting third baseman next year.
How many bats does he have already?
Almost 100.
See, that's the thing. What you don't want to do is you don't want to bring him up and give him 150 at-bats on the whole year.
No.
So the fact that he's already got 100 at-bats in the minors.
This season is not something to be sacrificed in the name of Jordan Lawler's development.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. You know what's coming up? The draft tonight, and it goes through Saturday. So that's a pretty good reason to get to Twin Peaks, bring the entire crew, just live it up. And while you're there, you can see the future of your football team unfold. And you got plenty of TVs. You got wall-to-wall TVs, so you can watch all the sports going on right now. It doesn't just have to be the draft, although the draft is plenty. But there's a lot of other stuff going on. Today is one of the best sports days of the year, actually, because we've got baseball. We've got playoff hockey. We've got playoff basketball. All of that is going on this evening. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. And if you're at Twin Peaks, you're not going to miss any of it. Plus, they've got an entire menu made for MVPs. It's not just wings, although that's what more do you need from wings? Steaks, burgers, flatbreads, tacos, soups, and salads. If you're looking for an appetizer, how about chips and queso with brisket chili? Whatever you need, Twin Peaks has you covered, and now I'm getting hungry. With the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations, so never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your local GM dealer. And folks, there has never been a better time to get in a new GMC truck or SUV. Take advantage of low 0.9% APR financing on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Turbo Max full-size truck. Or electrify your savings with an even lower 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 Hummer SUVs or Sierra EV Denali's. All offers require approved credit and end soon. So hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find it all online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per $1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 4/30/25.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Get ready for the weekend with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, your home of the no-fee emergency. Call now to book your appointment time for today, tonight, or later this week. We're here to help. With Ready Services, you'll enjoy free estimates, no trip charge, no after-hour fees, no weekend fees. You can even get a free second opinion on your big job. Always ready since 1957, saving you money and doing business the right way. ReadyServices.com.
The D-backs face Ronald Acuna Jr. and the Atlanta Braves for a weekend series starting April 25th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
really scoop up a player that the Cardinals might want without making a trade would be San Francisco. I think this was Peter Schrager's mock draft. There's so many mock drafts now. I'm trying to look at like 8 of them at once. But, Schrager had the Niners taking Walter Nolan. I would not be a fan of that if San Francisco got him. Do they really need more defense in San Francisco?
Yeah, I'm not crazy about that at all. No, no, I would not want that. You've got to be kidding me. Not there. Go with some skill player. That's what I would say.
It's for San Francisco?
Yeah, go with some skill
Just go
guy.
take some player we don't want.
I want to see San Francisco go with a skill player right there, as a matter of fact.
So Schrager has the Niners taking Walter Nolan. He has the Seahawks taking Gray Zabel, who is a guy that A.Q. Shipley brought up when we had him on earlier as somebody he likes up front. And Schrager has the Rams trading out of the first round, so he didn't have them making a pick. He had the Cardinals going with Jahdae Barron, the corner out of Texas, which, I said this earlier, I don't think there's a player the Cardinals could take where I would be upset.
Yeah.
But I just don't know that that's something they need to do. You know what I mean?
For me, I'm with you on this. If Monty Ossenfort believes this guy is going to be a good football player,
there's
it's
some
going to
credibility.
make them. To me, I'm gonna say Monty knows what he's doing. I'm gonna say that right now. Yet at the same time, in the Wolfley compound, when I'm walking around and I'm thinking, oh man, I wonder who the Cardinals could get at number 16. I wonder who they could get. I'm hoping it's somebody who's gonna knock your face off. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping for that more than anything else, and I'd love to see that. But the thought of Seattle somehow, some way, getting better on the line of scrimmage.
No.
Well, you got a corner. You got your wide receiver here. And yet Seattle got better with Tyler Booker on the line of scrimmage at number 18. That's going to make me barf.
Well, in this mock, the Niners get better on the defensive side of the line of scrimmage with Walter Nolan, and then the Seahawks get Gray Zabel.
Gray Zabel, offensive lineman, North Dakota State.
Standing 6'6" and 312 pounds, Gray Zabel is a versatile 2.5-year starter with experience at both tackle and guard at North Dakota State in their run-heavy offense. Zabel excels with excellent pad level, powerful hip drive, and timing as a combo blocker, effectively reaching the second level and sealing linebackers. In pass protection, he shows a strong punch, quick recovery, and elite processing speed to pick up stunts and blitzes. His hand strength allows him to control defenders, and he finishes plays with authority. However, his short arm length at 32 inches and the level of competition at the FCS level causes potential concerns. NFL comp, Graham Barton, center for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Did you say Graham Barton?
I love it.
How do you compare him to Graham Barton?
I love it. Wolf's reaction. This is why you should be watching live on YouTube. You can see Wolf's reaction live when some of these comps come up at the end of these. Gray Zabel to Graham Barton. You compare anybody to Graham Barton, you're going to have to hear from Wolf. That's just the reality of the situation.
Yeah, I'm just saying right now, I don't know if I would compare him to Graham Barton. That's just me. I would say this as well. It is a very run-heavy offense up there. And he is intriguing because he is very athletic. And I also like, too, when you get some guys who don't come from these football factories. And I think Gray Zabel definitely is not a guy that came from a football factory. I enjoy that because I think they always are hungry. They're hungrier than the normal guy. They're hungry because they want to prove they belong at this level. But it's also a dicey proposition because sometimes when they get to this level and they think, oh, man, I've always been able to do this, and now I'm struggling to do it, it could blow you up, if you know what I mean. It's one of the reasons why a lot of guys coming from smaller schools, of course, that don't play this SEC-type schedule in college, sometimes their careers blow up quickly in 3 years.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm looking also at Field Yates, just put out his mock during our show today. And this is what I look for first now because of you, he has Tyler Booker going to the Chargers at 22.
Okay.
He has Gray Zabel going to the Seahawks, so that's 2 mocks in a row that has that happening. He has the 49ers going with an edge rusher and Michael Williams out of Georgia. And he has the Cardinals going with Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle out of Ohio State. Let me ask you this, Wolf, because I think this applies for everybody. And anybody that's in, we're going to take calls at 1:30. Tell us who you want the Cardinals to take and why. I'm guessing by now, if you're a Cardinals fan, or even if it's not the Cardinals, if you're just a fan of a team, you kind of have a player or two you want them to take tonight.
Yeah.
At what point do you start to kind of like really pay attention? I'll just use you as the example. Like, you're not, as far as Tyler Booker, the third pick comes up tonight, you're not like, oh, I hope they don't take Tyler Booker.
Yeah.
But when it gets to like pick 10, pick 11, when are you starting to be like, don't take Tyler Booker so he's still there?
I'm going to be 14.
14.
Indianapolis Colts.
Okay.
I'm going to be like, okay, here we go, 14.
You're not worried about Dallas at 12?
Not so much.
Okay.
Not so much. I think they have other pressing needs as well. So I'm not too concerned about that. But, yeah, you know what? When you get to 14, you're really going to have my attention right now, especially if the Cardinals are there at 16 and haven't already moved back.
So that's not too bad. You really only have to sweat out 2 picks.
Right.
Unless, pick 16 comes and goes and the Cardinals don't take him and he's still on the board, and all of a sudden he's still on the board tomorrow when we do this show.
Okay, 47, here we go. I look at.
There's no way he drops to 47. I feel like I can safely say that.
Yeah, and once again, I want to make this point. I will be broken. If Tyler Booker is there and they don't draft him, I will be. Yet at the same time, I'll get over it quickly. And the reason why I say that is because I trust this guy. Monty has proven it over 2 drafts right now. He's really good at this.
He has. He's built it up so far.
If they go out, especially with JG too, because JG, he's one of these guys, man, he wants ballers. And if they don't take him at 16, they're going to take a baller at 16. That much I'll guarantee you.
We agree, all 4 of us, Jamal and Rick back there too. We have to make our pick for who they're going to pick before the end of the show. Correct?
Okay. Yes.
So
we
can do it at 145 if you want. Here's who the Cardinals are going to take, which I get it. It's a ridiculous prediction because we may very well all pick players that are gone before the Cardinals even pick at 16. I got a name in my head. I'm not going to give it to you until 145, but I have my pick. We should put something on the line. Like Wolf will buy the winner or something. That's what we should.
You got a what? You got a name in
I've already got a name.
Okay,
who the Cardinals are going to take tonight.
Okay.
I feel pretty good about it.
I feel good about it as well.
All right. Well, no pressure on command and control back there.
Yes.
All right. When we come back, which of Wolf's draft takes does Paul Calvisi disagree with the most? And who does he want the Cardinals to take at 16? We're going to ask the Cardinals sideline reporter. He will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
You tell me who's staying and who's going, Vic. Kevin Durant.
He's going.
God. Bradley Beal.
He's going.
0% chance. Devin Booker.
He's back.
Grayson Allen.
He's gone. Is he back? I don't know.
Royce O'Neal.
He's back.
Ryan Dunn.
He's back.
Oso Ighodaro.
He's back.
All right, so you got what? 4 players back?
Okay.
Booker, O'Neal, Dunn, Ighodaro.
Okay.
This mess requires change that drastic.
Yeah.
Let's be honest about it.
Does.
Bickley and Marana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com. The Basin is heating up, and if you're tired of battling the Arizona sun, you got to call my friends at All Pro Shade Concepts. Listen, their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. Cooler patios, no glare on the outdoor TV, and total privacy. They came over to the Wolfley compound and they advised us on what our shading needs were and what our options were, and I can tell you right now it's one of the best things that we have done. For our family, they are incredible. They are the experts in their industry as well. Now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. So cool down your patio and support our heroes. Go to allproshade.com to book your free estimate today. You can do that today, right now. That's allproshade.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you gotta call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring cleaning isn't just for clutter. Let Benjamin Franklin Plumbing take care of your appliances. From water heater replacement or repair to advanced water filtration installation, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing is here to provide a worry-free summer for you and your family. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com to schedule. You can count on the punctual plumbers, where your comfort and safety come first. Book now. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NFL draft starts today with the Arizona Cardinals selecting 16th. We have tons of draft content up now at arizonasports.com, brought to you by YRefi. Also, make sure you tune into our NFL Draft Show, which runs from 4 to 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, and then it'll move over to ESPN 620 AM from 6 to 9:30. You can also watch our draft show on the Arizona Sports YouTube page or listen to it on the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Tampa Bay Rays tonight in the rubber match of their 3-game series. First pitch from Chase Field is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Corbin Burns gets the start for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
I'm giving
we had 4 guests on the show today, okay? And Paul's there, right? He can hear this. Paul, are you there?
I'm here. Yes, here we go. Hey, look, it's good to see that Maloney's getting a full day's work out of you guys after, your 4-day weekend with the D-backs on the East Coast. Go ahead, Luke.
Appreciate it, Paul.
Well, when I rattled off the guest list at the start of the show, Wolf, without hesitation, immediately didn't say anything about the other guests. He just said, well, Paul is 4th on that list. So just so you know what you're walking into, Paul, here we go.
Well, you can do that as me hitting cleanup.
Paulie, okay, you're sitting there at 16, Paul Calvisi. You, the sideline reporter, Paulie, doing what sideline guys do. You're sitting there at 16. Who are you going to take at 16, Paul?
Well, if I'm going edge, I'm going edge.
Oh.
I'm going edge because where else are you going to get an elite pass rusher? The stinking Rams last year got Jared Burst at 19. If this draft is deep in D-line and edge, and that guy is there at 16, I'm going edge. And then I'll find the guard at 47. I'll go Donovan Jackson from Ohio State. Justin Fry has that connection, for example. I'll go guard in round 2, but I'm going the guy who can get after the quarterback, the second most important thing in the game of football. Quarterback, get to the quarterback, protect that quarterback. That's where I'm going at 16. However, if we're talking about the biggest need on this team, Rick, I will say it's offensive guard. And I'll also say that this could be the draft. And we've been saying this for 2 months. Quality over quantity. 2 years ago, the Cardinals got the most rookie starts, rookie snaps out of any rookie class in the league. Last year, they had a dozen draft picks. We're not even including the last couple of years, the undrafted guys who've made an impact. Starling Thomas, Amari DiMercato, Elijah Higgins. So you have plenty of quantity right now. If you're determining that Kelvin Banks Jr. could be a starter at guard this season and then move to right tackle going forward, if that guy is Josh Simmons, if that guy is there and you want to go up and get in front of Miami at 13 and go up to 12, for example, I could see that. I could definitely see Monty Osibor going up to get that guy if he's your future right tackle, for example.
Well, how do you feel about the fact that Paulie has more sound effects on the show than you?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I mean, he's calling for drops.
and he's getting them.
Drops in the business, as we like to say.
By the way, those names I just gave you guys,
Yes.
that's the Paulie Pigskin mock draft 0.0.
0.0.
Will you stop it?
We like to mock the mocks. So that right there, those names I just rattled off, that qualifies as Paulie Pigskin mock 0.0, just to let you know.
Wow.
0.0.
A total takeover right here. Paulie, it's funny. Wolf's been trying to talk me into Tyler Booker for 3 months. You just almost did talk me into edge rush. I mean, there's a lot. I am easily influenced when it comes to this draft because I don't think the Cardinals have any one pressing need, and I do think they can end up getting a really good player that helps them right away. Is there any position that you think they absolutely just should avoid in the first round because it's not going to help them?
Well, I mean, I don't think they're going receiver in round 1. Now, there's been a lot of mock drafts and a lot of different names from Luther Burden. Today was, you saw Emeka Ibuka out of Ohio State. I mean, you've seen a lot of different names. Matthew Golden, obviously Mel Kiper. So I would be shocked. That's the one position group I would be shocked if indeed they went wide receiver. But I do think Monty Osibor is loving it right now because, I mean, if you look at the mock drafts, there are at least 7 different position groups that have been mocked to the Cardinals right now. Guard, tackle, D-line, edge, corner, receiver, middle linebacker. and I'll throw this one out there too. Jahad Campbell, according to reports, had a 30 visit with the Cardinals. Now, look, that can be a big deal. It can be absolutely nothing. Depends who you met with at the combine. He had an injury he's dealing with. Maybe they needed a medical follow-up. But an Edgerrin Cooper, for example, went to Green Bay with pick number 45 last year. He was a heck of a player as a rookie middle linebacker. And you know what? You look at his measurables, they're almost identical. One guy ran a 4.51, the other guy ran a 4.52. If Jahad Campbell is your pick at 47, I would not be surprised.
So, Paulie, tell me if you would be surprised if the Cardinals at number 16 drafted Tyler Booker.
No, I would not be surprised whatsoever. I'll give you 2 games last year, Wolf, and you know it. You watched him in person as well. I mean, I think we all still have PTSD from what Big Cat Williams did, Leonard Williams did in those 2 Seattle games, right?
Yes.
And then you go to Week 16 at Carolina. They ran for 243, nearly 7 yards a carry. And how did Chuba Hubbard and Bryce Young do that? Well, they ran right behind their $20 million per year guard, Robert Hunt, who was a big free agent signee from Miami the season before. That dude was a road grader. And, you know, if you can get that sort of guy, and Tyler Booker is that guy, absolutely I could see him taking him at number 16. You know, when it's 3rd and 1, when it's 4th and 1, who are you running behind?
Yeah.
You know, we saw that Week 17 at the Rams. It was late first quarter. Remember, it was 4th and 1. You're inside the 20, and then James Conner got stuck. Well, you had a really banged-up offensive line at the time. Who are you running behind? Remember, Drew Stanton recently told us on the Red Sea Report, he's like, hey, man, it's 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, and I got a quarterback sneak. Where's Mike Upati? I'm going behind Mike Upati. So if you can get that guy, 6'5", 330, I could easily see that.
Yep.
Talking to Paul Calvisi. Paulie, you brought up Jahad Campbell, and it kind of raises the question, as far as middle linebacker, inside linebacker, do you think that they are content with what they have, or is that something they would like to address through the draft, or, you know, even down the line still with some of the free agents that are out there?
Total unknown. I mean, that's just complete speculation. I don't know. Is Mac Wilson Sr. going to be that guy as your Mike linebacker? I have no idea. Now, to bring in a rookie and have him your Mike linebacker, and now he's matching wits with play callers like Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay, yeah, that's a bit of a stretch. I understand that.
Trouble.
So I don't know. I might be off the rails and over my skis on that Jahad Campbell, but, you know, right now I think it is a question. Who is the Cardinals' middle linebacker? Could it eventually be Kaiser White after the draft? Do they reach a deal? I have no idea, but I think it's an intriguing question right now.
So, Paulie, who is your favorite guy in the draft? Not who the Arizona Cardinals are going to draft or what position they're going to take. Who's your favorite guy in the draft? Who do you love?
I like Kelvin Banks Jr. because I'd love to put him as a starting guard year 1 and then move him to right tackle next season for the next decade. Yeah. I think that would be a great strategy. Or if Josh Simmons is that guy, I just saw Brian Baldinger break down a Josh Simmons as really the most talented tackle in the draft. In the opinion of Brian Baldinger, just he had the injury. Where is he with the knee injury? You obviously have serious intel with Justin Fryers, your own line coach, who was at Ohio State. If one of those 2 guys is somehow available to you, doubtful at 16 perhaps, but if you can move up and make a strike and you can get that guy to solidify your offensive line opposite Paris Johnson Jr. for the next decade, that's a great scenario, especially if they can start at guard this season.
Paulie, great stuff as always,
Thank
man.
you,
Thank you for the time.
All right, Adrian Wilson will be out at the draft party, so let's hope he doesn't screw it up tonight. We'll see.
All right.
Tell him to get a different number, will you please?
I hear he's really out of shape, too. He let himself go, beer gut, the whole thing.
Yeah, doubtful. That's Paul Calvisi.
All right, Paulie.
Joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right there. When we come back, round 1, just a couple hours away. Just how crazy could tonight get across the league? We'll dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL Draft today. The Cards have the 16th pick. What's Monty going to do?
I've never gone into a draft saying I want to trade back, I want to trade up. It truly is a matter of opportunity. We're going to be ready to pick a player every time our number's called. It's a gamble. Like if you get a call and there's an offer to move back, then you got to weigh that. Hey, we may lose out on the player that we want here. Is it worth it?
The Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza begins this afternoon at 4. Preview the players and the picks with us. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? Gather on the transistor, brothers. It's the Big Spring Refresh at Brooklyn Betting. Yeah, the Big Spring Refresh at Brooklyn Betting. Now through April 29th. A couple more days. You can still get 25% off everything in-store and online. That's right, 25% off everything that is in-store, or you could go to brooklynbetting.com right now, and you can get 25% off everything online. Makes a lot of sense. Or you can just head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations. You grab a knowledgeable sleep expert who will help you find the perfect sleep solution. And then you tell them that Wolf sent you right there. Listen, we are the Wu Fan Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Bedding. We've had it for years, and we love it. And remember, shipping is always free. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Northern Arizona University is a school and experience like no other. It's an affordable, accessible education outfitted with high-quality programs and dedicated faculty. It's a community that's welcoming, caring, and thriving. As you enjoy the life of a lumberjack in Arizona's best college town, you'll make an impact every day on your community and your future. That's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/enroll.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Mix and match 5 or more items for just 99 cents each with your card. Choose Campbell's Soup, Kroger brand pasta, North Sides, and more. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. I'm Bailey Leisure. John Gamadoro predicts the Cardinals' first-round NFL draft pick. Corbin Carroll blasts 2 home runs in an extra-inning loss to the Rays. And D-backs display franchise icon Randy Johnson's photography at Chase Field. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
Catch me in the kitchen like a Simmons whipping pastry, cruising down A Street.
Well, did you see George Pickens unfollowing the Steelers the day before the draft? That sounds like a good situation.
No, I did not see that.
Cardinals? No, thanks on that. Not if he's going to unfollow his current team the day before the draft. If that, I'm sure at one point one of these guys was just like scrolling through Instagram and you accidentally just hit a button, right? I mean, it's not that hard to accidentally like click something you didn't mean to click. Yeah. But if you're on the team and you accidentally, or in this case probably intentionally, unfollow your own team's official account,
yeah,
it gets noticed.
Yeah, that's not good. I'm going to put that in the negative category.
That's going to go ahead, into the negative category.
Stop and think about it, too. How many people actually do that? Accidentally delete something like that?
Yeah.
I don't think there's a whole lot of people that do that.
I don't think there's a whole lot.
I think there's 0.5%.
And George Pickens does not get the benefit of the doubt Like, he's not the one I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to, because what are the odds, really, if you're an NFL player, you're going to be going and looking at your team's official account once you've followed it? You know, like, oh, what are we doing tomorrow? But, I could see, like, if you're just a normal person, you accidentally hit unfollow. It's not like you have to go through, like, a 7-click process. It's like 1 click.
Then again, if your agent calls you and says, hey, this is what they're doing, you might want to go ahead and unfollow. Just take that. Can you imagine, like, what does that mean? You know what? I'm not going to follow you anymore.
Take that. Steelers are going to have to fold because they lost 1 follower.
You went from 10 million, and now you're no longer at 10 million.
Yeah, that's true. I was going to go see how many followers the Steelers have. I'll do that during the break.
Yeah, okay.
I'm guessing they're okay after that. Who are some of the names?
By the way, are we on YouTube right now? Are we streaming live on YouTube? I think we are?
Yes.
Okay, Rick says yes. Thumbs up.
I'm going to read through some of these.
Yeah, no, I'm just
I
saying.
saw somebody trashing Rick for wearing a Commander shirt. I did see that.
Commanders!
That was, that may have been Jamal back there doing that. I don't know. That
Wait,
was kind of funny.
where was that? I didn't even see that.
Well, that's okay. Don't worry about it, Rick.
I can show it to you during the break. They were like, who's this guy who's a Commanders fan telling the Cardinals who they should or shouldn't pick? I'm paraphrasing a little bit. That's in there somewhere. It's up there.
They called me a goob.
Oh, well, don't worry about it, Rick.
Stick to bad Commanders takes.
Yeah. You should have seen how I was abused. Okay? On X. Oh, my goodness. I had an opinion that I didn't call Kevin Durant a dog.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, here we go.
I guarantee you, KD's family got fired up over that.
That could have gotten ugly. Who are some of the players? And this is separate from the Cardinals. I mean, there can be some overlap, obviously. But who are some of the players that you're just interested, just as a football fan, to see where they get drafted tonight, Wolf? I'll throw one out there. I'll throw one that's maybe not the most obvious.
No, I like that. That's cool.
Tetero McMillan. I'm interested to see where he goes. It's not really the U of A connection for me because I have zero connection to U of A, but I mean, we've seen him up close, and he is a really good receiver, and he might end up being the best receiver in this draft. And he's somebody I've kind of seen all over the place in the first round for sure. But, when this whole draft season started up, I saw him mocked as high as like 6th or 7th as kind of the universal top receiver in the draft. I've seen him dropping all the way down to as low as like 26th, 27th.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew Golden has moved up in some people's minds as the better receiver. Emeka Ibuka's up there as well. But McMillan he seems like the one who has the true home run potential at that position. So, yeah, I'm interested to see where he goes.
Yeah, for me, I would have to say that Will Johnson, we both are very interested in Will Johnson because I do believe he'd be an excellent fit for the Arizona Cardinals. At 16, I think I'd still be okay, even though I want Tyler Booker, really want him. I think Will Johnson, wherever he goes, it's going to be very interesting to follow him. I also would say Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter is, to me, he is unlike anybody that we have seen come out in the NFL draft. And the reason why I say that is because he legitimately is the best at his position on the offensive side of the ball and the defensive side of the ball. Like, I don't even put him into the wide receiver class because he's in his own class.
He really, that's a great way to put it. He really is in his own class because, and we played the draft capsule earlier when you made him the 4th and final freak of the freak show heading into tonight's draft. But he would be the best receiver if he was just a receiver. He'd be the best corner if he's just a corner.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty insane. The only reason, look, I'm with you. That's probably the most intriguing player to see where he goes. The only reason there's a little less intrigue is it feels to me like he's going to Cleveland or maybe Tennessee. Like there's not like 32 teams in on him. But but that's certainly
Tyler
one.
Warren is another guy.
I thought you were going to say Tyler Warren.
Tyler Warren is another guy that I think is really, really interesting because he can be that true stud tight end, man. This is a guy that can line up and hold up at the point of attack, do an excellent job blocking, and yet he's a very, very underrated as far as I'm concerned.
Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State.
He is the epitome of athlete. Yes, he is one of the best tight ends in this draft class, but he's also a true wild card. He's an emergency blanket target in the flat, a deep threat option on the outside, a running back out of the pistol, and even the guy who can throw the ball to the end zone. He was 3 for 6 for 35 yards and a score in 2024 passing the ball. He's the ultimate, I want that guy on my team guy. He will need to improve as a blocker, but he is everything else you want out of a great football player. NFL comp, 2-time Super Bowl champion, Jeremy Shockey.
Wow, Jeremy Shockey.
That's a very specific comp.
Yes, it is. He does need to get better, but he is a guy that is willing to do it. He's got to hold up at the point of attack. And again, I see him in the George Kittle vein. He's not nearly as good a blocker as George Kittle is right now, but he also does a good job running the ball after he makes a catch. Mm-hmm. It's kind of similar to Trey McBride right there. That's where I think Trey excels so much. He's so hungry at the point of attack. He's going to hold up. He's going to block hard. Trey, it's one of the things I love and appreciate about him the most. Yet at the same time, he catches the ball, man. He is all about the business of running a football. I think Tyler Warren's got a lot of that in him, too.
I don't know if I like the idea of another team getting their own Trey McBride.
Yeah.
I'm not totally on board with that. He better go to an AFC team. Look, Cam Scadaboo is the obvious one. That we're all interested to see where he goes. Probably not getting drafted tonight, but interested to see where he goes in this draft. But Ashton Genty, for sure. That's a guy who, not that he's being comped to Bijan Robinson in the sense that they're the same player, but more just in the sense of like, okay, that was a running back that recently was drafted pretty high, because for the longest time it was like, oh, are you out of your mind taking a running back in the first round? That's not allowed.
Right.
I mean, Genty's probably going to be a top 10 pick, don't you think?
Yeah, I think he is. And, once again, what is that indicative of? It is evidence that the game has come back more towards the middle. I talk about it all the time, but it's balance once again. Being able to run the ball, the value of a running back. We all saw it. Saquon Barkley in the Philadelphia Eagles. How did the Eagles do last year?
It was all right. I don't remember how it ended, but it seemed like it was going pretty well.
It was going really, really well, I thought, for the most part. And suddenly they all got rings out of it.
Suddenly they were all holding the Lombardi trophy for some reason.
So to me, once again, that is going to be, it. This happens. The NFL is a copycat league, basically. It is. All these teams now are going to be, look at him, Saquon Barkley. Look at that offensive line and running the ball. Look at their defensive line as well. This is a team that was built on the line of scrimmage, being able to run the ball. Yes, they get into the spread. Yes, they get into the shotgun. Yes, they run the ball. Man, get ready, because the value of a running back has come back.
Obviously, Shedeur is near the top of the list, too, just to see where he goes. And it feels like the Giants, unless this is just a lot of lies, really like Jackson Dart. So, I mean, they're not really in a position to take him because you can't really take him at 3.
Matthew Golden is really, to me, he's also a very interesting guy because of his speed. Just because he's a guy that can do something for an offense immediately. Take it off. Take off the top.
All right, now it's your turn. When we come back, 602-260-9870. Who do you want the Arizona Cardinals to draft tonight and why? 602-260-9870. Listeners only meeting is coming up next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. As a football player, I have suffered an awful lot of damage, brothers, to my neck, my spine, my back, of course. Let the spine surgeons at DISC help you the way they help me, brothers. I can tell you right now, I give them my highest recommendation. If you are jacked up, you got your back is giving you problems, maybe your neck, your spine, whatever it may be, you gotta go see DISC. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get their life back. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world, brothers, they go to DISC right here in Arizona for treatment. Enjoy your life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900.
Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know the importance of being number one, which is exactly why you call Parker & Sons. They are the best in the business. They're celebrating 50 years in the Valley. They're fast, reliable, and their trophy case is full of awards. They are the company you trust with your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Your house deserves nothing less. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your local GM dealer. And folks, there has never been a better time to get in a new GMC truck or SUV. Take advantage of low 0.9% APR financing on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Turbo Max full-size truck. Or electrify your savings with an even lower 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 Hummer SUVs or Sierra EV Denali's. All offers require approved credit and end soon. So hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find it all online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-444-2013. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-2013. That's 800-444-2013. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NFL Draft starts today with the Cardinals selecting 16th. Make sure you tune into our NFL Draft show, which runs from 4 to 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and then moves over to ESPN 620 AM from 6 to 9:30. You can also watch our draft show on the Arizona Sports YouTube page or listen to it on the Arizona Sports app. And the D-backs take on the Rays tonight, the rubber match of their 3-game series. First pitch from Chase Field is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
The Listeners Only Meeting with Wolf and Luke.
All right, 602-260-9870. So, Wolf, this is how this works, okay? You and I only have a half hour of show left before the draft.
Okay.
Now, we'll be on all night with Burns and Gambo and Bickley and Marotta during the draft.
Starting at 4 o'clock.
Yes. But, why, are you back at 4?
Yes, 4. Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding me? I'm going to go home. I'm going to pile into something. And then all of a sudden, I'm going to come back.
You're going to be turning right back around. I get till 5. So this is it. We really only have this segment and the next segment to get all our final thoughts out there before the draft actually happens. So we're going to dedicate one of these segments to hearing from you, the listener. It's simple. I gave you the number. Call in 602-260-9870. Give us who you want the Cardinals to pick and why. Okay?
There are no wrong answers on this. None.
If you select a punter, that would be a wrong answer. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a couple wrong answers.
Work with.
Didn't Al Davis do that, or was it a kicker and then a punter in the second round?
Yeah. Go to the phones.
Okay, let's start with Michael and Chandler. Michael, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
I appreciate you guys taking my call. I'll be fast. I want Booker Kid. I want the guard. He reminds me of the guard that was in Indianapolis that came out a few years ago. I just feel like that guy's going to run some people over, and we're going to run right behind him. Appreciate you guys.
I like that.
That's what I'm talking about right there. Bada bing, bada boom, get out, book.
I think that calls for this.
Tyler Booker, offensive lineman, Alabama.
As long as he's bashing your face in, metaphorically speaking, what do I care about his feet? Yeah!
All right, so we got Michael in for Tyler Booker, okay?
Okay.
Let's go to, is that Rob in Laguna? All right, we're going with Rob in Laguna. Rob, what's up? You're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Fellas, thanks for having me on. Wolf, you'll be greatly missed in the booth this upcoming season, but I'm glad we can still get to listen to you 5 days a week.
Thank you, brother.
So I'm going to take a flyer here. I know that he's probably projected to be a second day or a second round pick, but Oluwafemi Oladeju, edge rusher, former linebacker, converted to the edge, violent hands, extremely athletic, high IQ, went to Cal and UCLA, so we know he's a smart dude. Great interviews. The Niners really want him, so it's one of those things where do we let the Niners get more defense? He's got so much upside, had a great pro day. I just feel like it's protecting the house, protecting our QB, but also taking a player that's got a lot of promise and being converted to edge from a linebacker position. He can do it all.
Oladeju.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that a
thanks,
lot.
Rob. That's a
Nice.
good one. He not only did he take a flyer with the pick, he took a flyer saying his name live on the radio, and he did it. So way to go there, Rob. Back out to the phones. Let's talk to Billy in Prescott Valley. What's going on, Billy?
Hey, long-time listener, love the show. I've been a lifelong Arizona fan, so I would love to see him go with McMillan or Golden in the first and make another Fitzgerald and Bolden-like combo. And, of course, would love to see him end up with Scattaboo.
Yes. Wow. Okay.
I know, man.
I like that.
You know what my dream scenario is? Somehow, some way, the Arizona Cardinals get Tyler Booker in the first round, and somehow, some way, whether it's the third or the fourth, they get Cam Scattaboo.
Yeah, Booker
Can
and
you
Scattaboo.
imagine what? We're just gonna that would be knock it off good, man.
We're just gonna run through your face.
Okay,
over
yes.
And by the way, you got James Conner there too.
Metaphor there?
Yes, there is.
Run through a face.
Why?
Then you don't have to worry about them.
Oh, I see. There. You don't have to worry about
one less worry. You can cross that off your
You just
to-do
run
list.
through their face, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Did you see
how that works?
Marshawn Lynch, I feel like, you know how some people do to-do lists? I feel like Marshawn Lynch has a to-do list, and it just says run through a bleeping face. And that's it. That's the whole list.
Right. Minus the profanity, basically. I
yes.
would have loved to have lined up and actually put my hand in the dirt and a 3-point in front of Marshawn. Let's run an ISO.
I tell you, who would be on board with drafting Tyler Booker and Cam Scattaboo would be Marshawn Lynch, for sure.
Right.
Let's go back out to the phones, 602-260-9870. Let's talk to Mike in Florence. You're on the Wolf and Luke show, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Not much.
So I would say, it begins and ends at the trenches. It's Tyler Booker at 16 if he's available. But if for some reason T-Mac was to slip and he's there, it's hard to pass that guy up because he is a special talent. And that's saying something coming from a lifelong Sun Devil. I've seen that guy play live, and that kid's different. So if T-Mac's available, I take T-Mac.
I'm with you, Mike, in the sense that, obviously lifelong
Great
Sun
player.
Devil as well.
Yeah.
That's how good Teteroa McMillan is, where you look at him as a Sun Devil and you're like, yeah, that guy's good. I can't undercut what he's doing. I'm not going to diminish. He's really good. He's really, really good.
Yeah. I'm thinking of 3 wide receivers in the 11 personnel package. Those would be 3 tall wide receivers, too.
I mean, you're in a position
Just saying.
more so than the last couple years. I do think it'd be a little Not wrong. I would be surprised if they go receiver in the first round back-to-back years. Yep. However, they are in a position now to draft more for, quote, luxury than they have been in the past.
Correct.
And, yeah, I mean, we've heard a few people bring it up. They did this once with Larry Fitzgerald and Anquan Bolden. That worked out pretty well, I would say. Let's talk to Nate in Mesa. Nate, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? I got to say, Jahad Campbell, stud linebacker from Alabama. I don't see a lot of studs on that linebacker room after we let Kaiser White walk, and Chris Barnes, I think, went to another place as well. So I think we really need a good linebacker in Jahad Campbell to kind of solidify that position. Thank you for taking my call, guys.
All right, thanks, Nate. Yeah, Jahad Campbell. Every time I hear his name, and this is unfair to Jahad Campbell, I get that. But every time I hear his name, it just conjures up the question of, where's Kaiser White going to play football next year?
Yes. Yeah, where is Kaiser White going to play football? I think he's going to play for the Arizona Cardinals.
Well, then if that's the case, then...
Can I just say that right now?
You
Did
can
I just say that?
it. Wow.
I just said it.
Say it, Wolf. Don't
said
even
that
hold
with
back.
a square jaw.
And a certain level of certitude. You did.
I was fired up on that. Okay, let's get to more calls.
We're taking more calls, but Kaiser White, if you're out there and you're going to play for the Cardinals, you can also
call me, okay?
602-609-970. That was Nate from Mesa. Now we're just going to only talk to Nate's, Wolf. Let's talk to Nate in Peoria. Nate, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. It's like Christmas morning on draft day for me every year. So for me at this spot, I would love for us to have some real good luck and have Kelvin Banks Jr. from Texas fall to us.
Ooh.
Because he can play guard this year as we need him. Jonah leaves. He plays tackle. And then 2-3 years from now, if we're sitting and looking at a different quarterback situation and you're looking at a young QB, you've got two young bookend tackles that have been together and able to kind of be solid for a young quarterback if Kyler doesn't work out long term.
Okay, there you go, right there. I like it, man. Kelvin Banks Jr. I've said it before. I would be okay with that. I really would. Yeah, Tyler Booker. I love Tyler Booker because he's a brawler. But Kelvin Banks Jr., man, you could really, the versatility. This is a guy that could play guard or tackle. The versatility of bringing him on board, man, I'd be all down.
I think
all down with that.
I feel like they would probably be all down with that too. We can fit one more. Let's talk to Tim in Phoenix. Tim, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
What's up, Big fan of the show.
Thank you.
Hey, I know you guys are going to crucify me for this, and you know what? I'm okay with it. At number 16, I'm taking Jackson Dart. I'm going to let him ride the bench, and I'm going to let him sit behind Kyler Murray because Kyler Murray, let's face it, he's a sub-500 quarterback, and I don't know if he's going to be around. I treat it like a Kirk Cousins, Michael Penix type situation.
Huh. All right, Tim, thank you for the call. I really thought somebody was going to say either Jackson Dart or Shadur Sanders. So it's interesting the last call we fit in said Jackson Dart.
Really?
Yeah.
That'd be yeah.
That would
not go over well.
That's the thing.
Not
I'm
the
like,
Wolfley compound.
Well, the logic behind it, if we're all in on like this is Kyler's kind of like his prove it year, right? You've built a pretty good team around him. He's had now a couple years in this offense. So this is it. Like if he leaves, I would rather have the next guy. Or he's not leaving. If you traded him next summer, I would rather have the next guy behind him.
Yeah.
Like philosophically, it makes sense. But man, that opens up a whole can of worms. If you go up there tonight and draft a quarterback in the first round.
You know what's really cool too is there are a lot of people that do like Jackson Dart better than the other two.
Oh, even better than Cam Ward.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay, when we come back, we got to make the predictions. Thanks to everybody who called in there. I think we should do that when the Suns make their draft pick, too, although they pick like 58th in the first round.
Yeah.
All right, well, when we come back, we'll make our picks for who the Cardinals are going to take in the first round tonight and what it means going forward. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Even though there's an injury concern with the knee, the potential that this guy could be the best tackle in the draft, Josh Simmons, I have a hard time looking past that to go to one of the other guys. And I know it's a risk, but everybody on film leading up to that is like, this is the best tackle in college football.
In a perfect world, the Cardinals find their right tackle of the future to go with their left tackle of the future.
So we're in agreement here. Out of the five guys,
absolutely.
we're in agreement.
I said that when you revealed the name. Yeah. This is the guy I want.
Burns and and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. I am Santan Ford. That's right, I love saying that in a very aggressive kind of way. Listen, for a limited time only right now, Santan Ford has employee pricing, saving you thousands of dollars. Plus, at Santan Ford, you can buy a new 2025 Ford Explorer for as low as 2.9% APR financing, or you can take up to $8,700 off a brand new 2025 Ford Escape. How about that? Oh, that's what my daughter drives. And Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to actually choose from. So let's recap. Employee pricing, financing options for you that are really, really good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on right now over at Santan Ford. From America for America. See you at Tim Hovik Santan Ford in Gilbert. Go to santanford.com.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley with My Guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, you guys put the big in big screen televisions.
That's right. We have the largest TVs in the valley, like our jaw-dropping 115-inch model. It's an experience you have to see to believe.
Wow. And if I need my new TV delivered or installed?
Speedy delivery, full installation, you name it. We've got it covered.
Don't forget, drop my name. You're going to get a 3-year warranty for free or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song.
I love these nachos.
I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy.
What's your name?
You know what I'd love?
A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft. Now.
All right, final segment of the show. It is Wolf and Luke heading towards the first round of the NFL draft tonight. I'm looking through the YouTube chat, Wolf, because we are obviously on YouTube now, live. You can watch us live. And now I can't find the one I wanted to read. All right, well, I'll find that in a little. Oh, Sunshine James, protect the quarterback, pressure their quarterback. We need a brick wall on both lines, and then we can go deep into the playoffs.
Yeah, just how cool would that be, too, if you just lined up and the other team could not stop you from running the ball? Just there's nothing more demoralizing. I will tell you that right now. To a football team, got a bunch of hyper-aggressive alpha males, Basinonians. They're all standing over on the sideline. They have mouth guards in. They have helmets on and shoulder pads because the game is still about hammering the other guy and driving him into the ground. That's what it's about. And your collection of human beings cannot stop their collection of human beings from jamming the ball down your throat. Not metaphorically, literally. You want to demoralize a football team? That will do it right there. And you're not going to lose a lot of games where you're demoralizing your opponent.
I'll also say this before we make our picks. Chat, not super kind to Tim, who called in with the Jackson Dart call. But look, we said there was no wrong answers.
There is none.
And I thought that was actually a really good conversation starter, Jackson Dart. He wasn't saying who he thought the Cardinals were going to take. He was saying who you would take with the 16th pick, and he said Jackson Dart.
That's right.
That opens up a whole different conversation.
That's his prerogative.
And I would say he's probably not the only one with that prerogative, although he's obviously in the minority. Let's make our picks here now. Okay, so I want Command and Control in on this too. You guys in on this?
Yeah.
All right, so who we think, when we come in here tomorrow and we're talking about the Cardinals' first-round pick, who we think it's going to be. Obviously, there is the potential pitfall of they're picking 16th, so we may all pick players that get drafted before they even are available to the Cardinals at 16, okay? But I'm going to go with Kelvin Banks Jr. I think that's who they want.
You have to evaluate whether or not you think a guy might be there at 16 to begin with.
And he might be there, but there's also a
forget
real
about
possibility.
trades. We're not talking about trades.
No. I've seen Banks mocked anywhere from like 8 to 24, so he certainly could be there. I think that's who they want because he gives them an answer at right tackle next year, potentially, if Jonah Williams is gone too. It's sort of like when we were talking to Darren Urban and Paul Calvisi today. The idea that you're not just drafting for this upcoming season. Obviously, that's not what a draft pick is for. You want a guy that can step right in and play a role. Kelvin Banks Jr. could play guard and then move out to tackle. 6'5", 315 out of Texas. I think that is where they will go if he's available.
Okay, Rick.
If you say Jalen Milroe, you are a hero.
No.
Oh, okay.
He is going to be there, though, which is an interesting decision.
Yes, he is going to be there.
I am going to agree with you, Luke, because I think that Kelvin Banks Jr. makes the most sense because, again, he can come in and play guard. And then next year, if Jonah Williams leaves, he can move over to right tackle. If you keep Jonah Williams, he can still be a good guard. So, yeah, that's what I think. Kelvin Banks Jr.
All right. That's 2 for Kelvin Banks Jr. Jamal?
I would love Kelvin Banks Jr. I just don't think he's going to be there.
Yeah, that's fair. He might not be.
That's the biggest thing to me. I'm going to have the Cardinals taking Walter Nolan.
Oh, see, I would like that. I gave you my reasoning on that yesterday. I would love a disruptive interior pass rusher, and he's supposedly the best in the class.
What I'm hoping for is Darius Robinson is going to be that guy. That's what we should hope for.
Well, they already got him.
Right, exactly. Let's hope he develops as that interior pass rusher coming from the 3 technique. Tyler Booker is my guy. I think he's going to be there at 16. I do. Having said that, I would love it. And the reason being is because you find a guard in particular, an interior offensive lineman who can absolutely remove people from the line of scrimmage and, dare I say, bury them. That's exactly what I think Kyler Murray needs and the offense he needs to be in, where the Arizona Cardinals can just line up and Detroit Lion some other team by running right over their face with an offensive line that will come off the ball and James Conner attacking in a north-south downhill kind of way where Kyler Murray then can use play action and you've got a guard, especially the interior offensive lineman base underneath. How important is that to Kyler Murray that the pocket, the interior pocket, is sound and stout and doesn't get pushed back or pushed around? Hey, you know what? All I know is how many sacks did Tyler Booker give up in 3 years in the SEC? 1.
Who got it? Do we know who got it?
I don't know who got
I
it.
guarantee you that guy knows he got it.
But he gave up 1. Yeah, I'm taking Tyler Booker at 16.
That's what you think they'll do, too?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm looking at Mel Kiper's big board, too. Why was Michigan not better than they ended up being this season? He's got 3 Wolverines in his top 12.
Quarterback play.
Yeah. And that doesn't even count for Kenneth Grant. So he's got 3 other Wolverines in his top 12. We've only got about a minute and a half, but Rick, you want to throw out a couple of these draft questions and we'll answer them real quick?
I do.
Okay.
This has to be quick. Will the Cardinals trade down?
You're just talking about the first round, right?
Yes, just the first round.
Yes.
No. I already hate my answer, but I'm going to say
Okay. So
I think they'll trade down because, again, Tyler Booker will be there. Some other offensive linemen will be there later in the first round. We need more third round
I just
picks.
don't think they'll trade down because I think it's going to be hard to trade down.
So, Wolf, I think I know your answer here, but will the Cardinals trade up?
No.
All right. Will the Cardinals draft offensive or defensive skill?
Tonight?
No.
Tonight. Yep.
I'm going to say no.
No, I think they're going. They're going to be on the line.
Yeah, I'm talking about tonight.
Yeah, they're going to be
first
on the line.
round.
Yeah.
So that leads to my last
And
question.
I will say offensive line.
Which is, will the Cardinals draft offensive, defensive linemen?
Yes.
Yeah, and we were all saying offensive line, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
All went offensive.
But I think, once again.
Except for Jamal.
Yeah, the question was line of scrimmage versus not the line of
Yeah,
scrimmage.
yeah. But I'm just saying, as we wrap up, we've all except Jamal gone offensive line, and I'm pretty sure on the story on ArizonaSports.com where we with all the hosts answered who they would take with the first round pick. I think everybody went offensive line, I believe.
Let's go get a slobber
Except for Mitch.
knocker,
Mitch.
shall we?
Mitch chose Nikola Jokic. Is that right?
He went with Will Johnson, I believe.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I would do that too. That would, if that's an option, that would be my first choice. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We've got Burns and Gambo coming up next, and then draft coverage all night after that on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
You can't use the old excuse about not having enough storage because we know you've got the cloud. Download the Arizona Sports app and keep it on your home screen for breaking sports news, all the Arizona sports shows and podcasts, plus listen to the Suns, D-backs, ASU athletics, and more on your phone. The Arizona Sports app is presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture your favorite DQ treat. Is it a blizzard treat? Maybe a cone? Are you feeling a shake? Could be a dilly bar kind of day. Or a peanut buster parfait. I'll wait for you to pick. Okay, now picture your favorite treat right where it belongs. In your hand. Or your car cup holder. Your bike basket. Or your special treat fanny pack. Wherever it is, stop picturing it and get your real hands on a real DQ treat today. Only a DQ. Happy tastes good.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, a.k.a. only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Dawn. This is my husband, Steve, and we're the Jacksons.
We've had 4 Fulton homes over a course of 20 years. During the building process is what always impresses me is the fact that the communication lines stay very open.
And everything was well organized. We had checklists. This is going to happen at this time. Expect this at this time. And it all worked exactly as they told us to anticipate.
The walkthroughs were almost kind of anticlimactic because the construction supervisors were so much in touch with me that we'd already discussed everything.
One of the things we really like about the Fulton Homes communities is they strive to make them a community, not just a place that you live. You become friends with people in your neighborhood. When we walk in a Fulton home model, it always feels like home.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely. And you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, geez, Pat, you can't have it all. Then I corrected him and said, yeah, I can, and you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability. Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, good point, Pat.
Right now, get 1.99% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra SR or SR5. Or get competitive financing or a great lease deal on a new Camry, RAV4, or Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, arriving daily at your Valley Toyota dealers. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Offers end 4/30/25. See dealer for details.
Desert Diamond West Valley brings you the Legends Tribute Series. See an incredible outdoor concert for free every Thursday. This April, see Voyager, Sweet Home Alabama, the Country Artist Tribute, and tribute to Tom Petty and Stevie Nicks, Draggin' My Heart. Go online for the full schedule. It's time to live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino West Valley.
An enterprise of the Thona Nation.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Today is the day. The first round of the NFL Draft is tonight. As it stands right now, the Arizona Cardinals are slated to select 16th overall, and it is their only selection tonight. Be sure to join us for our NFL Draft Extravaganza. All your favorite Arizona sports personalities, Burns and Gambo, of course, included, reacting to the first round of the draft as it happens live. It starts at 4 p.m. tonight here on 98.7 FM and will continue throughout the first round on ESPN 620 AM starting at 6. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, they're looking to win the series tonight against the Tampa Bay Rays after a tough loss last night. Corbin Burns will be on the mound for the Snakes. He'll oppose the veteran right-hander Drew Rasmussen. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. That'll be right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Make the right choice for windows and doors in your home. Visit thewindowdepot.com or one of their 3 Valley locations for the lowest prices and biggest inventory.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Happy draft day to you.
We're here. We're here.
With a certain amount of excitement. We're ready to go. Yeah,
yep.
Draft day.
You're here till about 7:30 tonight.
I'm sorry?
I think we'll be here till about 7:30 tonight.
I think you'll be here until about 7:30 tonight. I think everybody else will be here until about 9:30 tonight.
9:30?
Yes. We go well through the entirety of the first round, and then we wait around until we get Monty Ossenfort, which sometimes happens after the Cardinals make their pick, but usually doesn't happen until after the draft is done. That's how it was.
Wow.
So you enjoy your 7:30.
Yeah. Not staying any past that.
You go do.
I gotta go to sleep. I got
A lot of us will be around here until I'm not going to be here till 9:30, but I know Kellen's going to be here. Lauren's going to be here. Luke, I think Wolf's going to be here that late too. Yeah, so our draft coverage goes all the way through the very end of the first round, and we will, we believe, have a conversation with Monty Austin for it after tonight. It's going to be great. We're really looking forward to it, as we always do. We're here in studio this year. Sometimes we're out, sometimes we're in. This year we're in. You, me, Dan, Vince, Wolf, Luke, Kellen, Cast of Thousands, all the draft profiles. Listen to us on ArizonaSports.com. Stream us on the Arizona Sports app. Watch us on YouTube all night if you want. Just put it up on your TV and watch our draft show. Instead of the other draft shows, we'll have it for you.
We can even comment on YouTube now.
Absolutely. I mean,
we can comment.
All the Cardinals coverage that you need, and you can watch it YouTube, streaming it live here on Arizona Sports. Going to be a fun night. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show, if you please.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Weighing in, obviously, with the draft. It's set to begin at 5 o'clock tonight. The Arizona Cardinals have the 16th pick tonight. We believe that will come down around 7 o'clock or so. You never know for sure. And, of course, you never know for sure if there is going to be a trade tonight for the Arizona Cardinals. And that is the subject of our first segment of the show here. The possibility. Yesterday, Gambo, you did your hard work. Got the Gambo 5. You got those names out there. You got your honorable mention as well. You ruled out 2 names. But your list of 5 guys, and we'll refresh the list throughout the course of the day, remind everybody who it is. I'll do it by the end of the segment here. Your list is predicated on the idea the Arizona Cardinals will stay put at number 16. There is a chance they don't stay put at 16.
Yeah, there is a chance to move down. I've ruled out the Cardinals moving up. They're not going to move up, but I could see them moving down in this draft. There have been some inquiries from teams that are looking to move up. These are just feelers like, hey, you know, I'm interested in moving up in the draft, and they contact teams ahead of them, and they say, would you be willing to make a trade if our guy is there? And so that's what you're looking at. I believe if you start to look at the teams in between 20 and 25, if the Cardinals were to move down, I think it would be in that range, the 20 to 25 range. The cost would be that the Cardinals would add a third-round pick. They'd be able to move down into that 20 to 25 range, add a third-round pick, so that's more inventory for them. Because once you start getting past 25, well, now you're talking about like having to add a second-round pick. Once you start going further beyond that number, now you're starting to talk about a second-round pick. So I think, you know, moving down 5 spots, 6 spots, I think you could get a third. Anything as you start to get later, I think you're probably talking about a second. But I think to look at teams that would want to get to 16, focus on the teams in the 20 to 25 range. My belief is that these teams are putting out feelers to move up in the draft.
Well, let me tell you who those teams are. The Denver Broncos are picking number 20 in this year's NFL draft. Could they be a move-up candidate? The Pittsburgh Steelers. Boy, there's been a lot of conversation about the Pittsburgh Steelers, certainly for most of the pre-draft process, but definitely in the last 48 hours or so as a potential landing spot for Shedeur Sanders if there's a slip. Now, Shedeur, his draft profile, man, it's all over the place. Some people think he could go as high as 3 to the Giants. Some people think he might not be picked in the first round at all because of the issues with his dad and how coachable he is and whether he's got a sense of entitlement or not and just how good of a quarterback he actually is. Anyway, Steelers are at number 21. Would they move up or not? The LA Chargers at number 22. The Green Bay Packers, the host of this year's draft, the Green Bay Packers at number 23, the Minnesota Vikings at number 24, and the Houston Texans at number 25. Those would be the teams that, if you're using that range as a guide, those are the teams that are in that range right there. Now, the questions that kind of spring from this, they're numerous. Like, for example, who would the Cardinals be comfortable taking if they move down? Who's still there? Who's gone? Who out of the Gambo 5 is still available? Are any of the Gambo 5 still available? Or is it going to be a complete reassessment and a brand new list?
I think the one guy that would have a chance to be there if you move down is Tyler Booker from Alabama, the guard. if you traded down, you could be in play for maybe a Shamar Stewart, the defensive lineman out of Texas A&M, who lit up the combine. Lots of debates on him because it's very risky both ways, but he's a polarizing player. I didn't put him in my Gambo 5. I think there's interest, but I believe the only interest in Shamar Stewart would be if they decided to move back into the draft. So what would somebody move up for? Would they move up for a Shedeur Sanders? Would they move up to try to grab one of the tackles if the tackles are there? So I do expect that there will be some teams that will, knock on the door and try to see. And I think as of now, feelers, inquiries. At this point, it's just like, hey, they don't know if their guy's going to be there, but if my guy's there, would you be willing to make a trade? And I think the Cardinals will, depending on what, how far down they would go. I don't think they want to go down too far, but I'm looking in that 20 to 25 range.
Mitch, Lauren, when you get me a second, if you could dial up for me a draft profile for Shamar Stewart, if he is a possibility who might be there. Let's go ahead. You got that for me, Mitch, please?
Shamar Stewart, edge, Texas A&M.
It's the curious case of Shamar Stewart this NFL draft cycle. His 4.5 sacks across 3 seasons don't jump off the page by any means, but when you're putting up combine numbers similar to future Hall of Famer Myles Garrett, who cares? And let's not forget about the 39 pressures he logged in his final college season. Stewart has done nothing but improve his draft stock this offseason and should have plenty of teams lining up for his services. NFL comp, Denver Broncos, John Franklin Myers.
It's an interesting, we had this conversation yesterday. Shamar Stewart is the classic, wow, did you see what he did at the scouting combine?
Yeah, blew it away.
Where are the numbers in college?
Right. Why
was he not kicking everybody's butt and taking everybody's name at Texas A&M? And because of that, I think the word you used yesterday was polarizing. To describe Shamar Stewart. He's a very polarizing guy in this year's draft because it does seem like he kind of has that boom or bust mentality.
Right. 6'5", 267, ran the 40 and 4.59, 40-inch vertical jump, 10-foot, 11-inch broad jump, but only 4.5 sacks in 37 games.
Yeah. Look, by now, everybody listening, we all understand the risk here involved. We understand the why you do it and the why you don't. The why you do it is you move down a few spots for a player that you think is just as good as the guy you could get at number 16, and you get extra assets for it. It's what the Cardinals did last year in the second round with Max Melton. The risk
They also did it in 2023 with B.J. Ojulari.
Yes.
That year in 2023, the Cardinals liked B.J. Ojulari. They were picking 33rd in the second round. Tennessee made a trade with them to move up to 41. To move from 41 to 33. So the Cardinals gave up
Will Levis, I think.
To take Will Levis.
Yeah, right.
The Cardinals ended up getting a 2024 third-round pick in that. So it was the 2023 draft. They made the trade. They added a 2024 third-rounder, and they still got B.J. Ojulari.
Right. And that's why you do it. Now, but the risk is, what player are you not taking at 16? And will we forever look at that player and go, ooh, you could have had Cooper DeJean. Ooh, you could have had this guy. Ooh, you could have had that guy. That's the risk. We know what the reward is. The Cardinals, as it stands right now, they pick in the second round at number 47. They pick in the third round at number 78. They pick in the fourth round at number 115. If they were to add another third-round pick, yes, potentially that's a player they could draft there. It's also ammunition if they wanted to move back up into
again.
The second round.
With their 2 third-rounders.
Back up into higher in the third. It doesn't mean an extra player necessarily. It's just an extra asset at their disposal that they can use. So if a player starts to fall into the second round and they want to jump back in, they've got 2 third-rounders if they wanted to do that. So it's the risk, the reward, all that stuff. It's hard not to think about Tyler Booker when you think about trading down.
Because that's the one guy that you feel like that guy might still be there. Mm-hmm. He might still, good player, non-athletic, doesn't run very fast, but just a really good hard-nosed player, captain, leader, and a guard, not a tackle. So you might be able to move down and still get that guy. So, yeah, I think there are calls coming in, nothing serious, just feelers. You got to see who's there at 16. And then again, I think, if you could go down 5 spots to 20 or 21, even 22, you probably add a third rounder. Once you start getting further away from that, once you start going to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 spots back, then I think you're probably talking about adding a second rounder down in the future.
We want to hear your opinion. We are looking for ways to improve here at the station. Text the word survey to 620-620. Take the Arizona Sports Survey for your chance to win premium D-backs tickets to an upcoming game. Again, text the word survey to 620-620, and you tell us how you think we're
Fire
doing.
Gambo!
I don't know if that's going to be on the. I don't know if that's on the survey or not. What a bummer of a D-backs game last night. Do we put it on the list? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The NFL Draft today.
Get you going like game day, honestly. You know, there's not too many things in the world you can do that feels like the rush after the national anthem before you kick it off. Draft night comes pretty close. It's an exciting time to be a Cardinal, I know that.
The Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza begins this afternoon at 4. Preview the players and the picks with us. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Homeowners, life can be stressful, and so can selling your home, but it doesn't have to be. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is going to price your home properly and get it in front of thousands of exclusive qualified buyers. That's exactly what Carol did for the Martin family, selling in 11 days for 100% of market value. Call Carol Royce today and ask her about her 100% of market value guarantee, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here. Don't wait another year wishing you had custom shades. Do what I did and call All Pro Shade Concepts. They're celebrating 20 years in 2025 with free estimates, complimentary installation, and they will cover your sales tax. I use roll-down shades to keep the cold air out and turn my patio into another room. And when summer comes, their retractable awnings block the sun and add backyard shade. Visit allproshadeconcepts.com. and tell them Wolf sent you.
On Friday, May 9th, enjoy a free post-game concert featuring La Original Banda El Limon. Go to dbacks.com/Mex for tickets and field passes.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Every business has a purpose to inspire, a purpose to innovate, a purpose to serve. At SRP, our purpose is to power yours. From rebates for energy-efficient upgrades to money-saving programs, we help businesses of all sizes find reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy solutions. Discover the possibilities at savewithsrpbiz.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your local GM dealer. And folks, there has never been a better time to get in a new GMC truck or SUV. Take advantage of low 0.9% APR financing on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Turbo Max full-size truck. Or electrify your savings with an even lower 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 Hummer SUVs or Sierra EV Denali's. All offers require approved credit and end soon. So hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find it all online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per $1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 4/30/25.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel. Let's go, Mo. Available at participating dealers.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Full recap of round 1 of the NFL draft tomorrow. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball right side. It's picked up by Love. Goes to second for 1. Throw to first. Double play. And the Rays win the ball game as Perdomo grounds into an inning-ending double play. They have evened this series at a game apiece. And the D-backs will rue the missed opportunities as they come up short by a final score of 7-6.
Very entertaining baseball game.
It was.
Very entertaining.
It used to be, before they put the ghost runner on second base, that if the game went into extra innings, I was out of there. I'm just leaving. You know what it's like. I'm sure you've been there through a 20-inning marathon or an 18-inning marathon. It ends at 1:30 in the morning.
Diamond talk for 10 years. I
know. It used to be like, okay, extra innings, I'm gone, see ya. But you know that the game's going to usually end in 1 or 2 innings. That was a tough one. And I talked to Lovello after the game last night because I was there. And I think the golden opportunity they had was in the 4th when Murillo comes in, runner on second, strikes out Walls, gets the double play from off the bat of Simpson. Great play, Todd with a Perdomo. You're done. They didn't score. The
10th. You said the 4th.
The 10th. Did I say the 4th?
You said the 4th. I'm like, the 4th? Yeah, you said the 4th.
In the 10th inning with Murillo in, they got out of it without giving up a run. Now you come up, you've got a runner on second base. You got Barroso on second base. It's fast. But Naylor flies out, doesn't move the runner up. Failed. Gurriel flies out. Suarez flies out. You don't get the run in. That's a golden opportunity. If you're in extra innings and you stop that team from getting that runner in from second, you've got to take advantage of it. They didn't do that. The other play, and I think the other thing, and good job by Cash and Tampa, like they intentionally walked Corbin Carroll. Like they pitched around him. It wasn't an intentional walk. But they put the winning run on second base to face Perdomo. It's like a lot of baseball managers would never do that. I'm not going to put you get a base hit, it's a tie game. But they put the winning run on second because they didn't want to face Corbin Carroll.
Yeah, why would they? He'd already had 2 home runs, including that monster shot to center field that I still don't think has come down.
And it worked out. It worked out because they got the double play, and they ended up winning the baseball game. But, a lot of managers would not walk a batter with a runner on first to put the winning run on second base, and they did that.
Yeah, the other moment I thought was the 8th where Tim Tawa was this close, right, to almost basically finishing that game if that ball stays fair. And instead it goes foul at the last second. And then even Gabby Moreno, I thought, hit that ball pretty hard, and on the screws, he just hit it right to the right fielder. If it was a few feet either other way with the velocity that he hit it, it might have gotten down and maybe done some serious damage. But that was, I was just watching, and the trouble with a game like that is for all the moments the Diamondbacks had to win it, there were also the moments they had to prevent the Rays from doing it, and that was kind of problematic last night. Dre Jameson was a problem last night. Ryan Thompson was kind of a problem last night, right? Like there were these moments where, hey, all this progress, you just seize the lead and you give it right back. Or it's a tie baseball game. Or Dre Jameson, hey, let's not make this, you got a ghost runner on second. Let's not make this worse. Dre Jameson wasn't very good last night. And Torrey spoke after the game about, I trust Dre Jameson. His execution wasn't great, wasn't the best, but I still trust him in those moments. For all the moments the Diamondbacks had and missed, they also had and missed these moments to stop the Rays, and there were a couple of relievers last night that were just a little bit on the leaky side for them, and that didn't work out.
I don't think I put this in the column.
So that's the debate.
I don't think I put this in the, you should have won that game column.
I don't think so either. I think this is as close as you can come to doing it without putting one on the list.
I mean, they're winning 4-3 in the 7th.
I know, it's just when you had 3 different one-run leads, and you lost them all. And I know it's just a one-run lead.
We'll have 40 games in there if we talk about blowing one-run leads in the 7th inning.
You're probably, it just, didn't you feel like you were at the game last night? When I turned off the TV last night, I thought, that's a game they should have won. And not so much on the, I'm going to put it on the list as a game they should have won. just that kind of unsatisfying feeling you get as a fan. When you're done with a game, you go, man, my team should have won that game. How did they? Corbin Carroll hit 2 monster home runs, but we won't
because they don't score either. Because the Rays don't score a lot of runs, and Eduardo Rodriguez was pitching a great game.
Yeah.
And then Shelby Miller comes in and gives up the, obviously 2 guys on.
It's a tough situation.
And Shelby Miller comes in, gives up the 2-run single to Diaz, and you're down 4-3.
Yeah, if you missed it, Gambo and I are keeping a list of games throughout the course of the season, games that they lost and should have won, games that they won but should have lost. So far, there are 2 games they've won but should have lost, and there's 1 game they lost but should have won. I agree with you. This one doesn't go on the list. I'm just saying I thought about it for a second. I thought about it because I kind of went to bed with that very feeling of a game that could have been won, and I think Torey Lovello probably feels the same way.
Yeah, those little things we're so good at. This team is so dynamic. They understand. They have a very high baseball IQ, and yeah, we didn't advance a runner. That happens, and then we had a couple opportunities with some run producers, guys that get their hands on balls in that type of a situation, just couldn't get it done. So yeah, I think that was part of the frustration of the night. A ball in left center field that I thought was in the air a long time. I don't know what the catch probability was. I'll get a chance to look at it and slow it down a little bit, but my eyes are telling me, my instincts are telling me that the Johnson ball is a catchable ball. Those little things add up, and you can't just keep expecting good things and good outcomes when you're not going out there and executing at a high level.
1 for 14 with runners in scoring position last night were the Arizona Diamondbacks. They left 10 men on base when it was all said and done. The good things to come out of last night's game, obviously Corbin Carroll, who the numbers on him are just... You ready for these? Corbin Carroll's 9 home runs in March and April is now tied for the second most in franchise history, behind only Luis Gonzalez in 2001.
Saw him at the game last night
when he hit 13. The most 100-plus mile-per-hour batted balls this season, Corbin Carroll leads baseball in terms of the most balls to come off the bat at 100 miles per hour or higher. Aaron Judge is second. Shohei Ohtani is second. Pete Alonso is
incredible.
Those 3 guys are tied for second on the list. Corbin Carroll, and if 5'10", Corbin Carroll.
If you put them all in a photo,
exactly.
If you put them all in a photo, you'd be like, that guy doesn't belong.
The stat I saw was 5'10" Corbin Carroll, 6'7" Aaron Judge, 6'3" Shohei Ohtani, 6'3" Pete Alonso.
It'd be like having Muggsy Bogues next to Dikembe Mutombo in a photo. Like, what are you doing in here?
And then the other news is at least Justin Martinez.
J-Mar was good.
Oh, boy, he looked good.
Yeah.
He looked good. I mean, okay, hopefully, now we're still waiting on A.J. Puck. No news on A.J. Puck.
Yeah. Well, I think that might take a little bit of time, but we'll see what we can find out. But Martinez came in, and it took him a couple pitches, but all of a sudden he's hitting 100 and 101. And like, okay, I think you're going to be fine. He struck out low on a 101 mile per hour fastball. He had another one that was 100 miles an hour. So fastball looked good. I kept watching him. He was warming up Gurriel in the outfield, in like the 7th inning, just throwing him some balls, so a little long toss there. And then when you saw him warming up in the bullpen, you're like, okay, it's good. He's coming in this game.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Same 2 teams tonight, the rubber match of the series. Corbin Burns, Drew Rasmussen, the pitching matchup. You will hear it tonight, 6:40 first pitch on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. The final mock drafts are in, and admittedly, I clicked on every one of them today to see, A, do they have one of the Gambo 5 on them? And B, if they don't, where do they have the Gambo 5? We'll share some of them with you next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs Rays.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball right side. It's picked up by Love. Goes to second for 1. Throw to first. Double play. And the Rays win the ball game as Perdomo grounds into an inning-ending double play. They have evened this series at a game apiece. And the D-backs will rue the missed opportunities as they come up short by a final score of 7-6.
D-backs Rays series finale. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, America's most awarded Ford dealership, ready to help you right now with a new car, truck, or SUV, because what they've got is employee pricing. At Sanderson Ford, you could take advantage of From America, For America employee pricing. You'll see some great deals on some great vehicles with this employee pricing. You'll pay what they pay at Sanderson Ford. Whether you want an F-150 truck or a Ford Bronco Sport, they've got great selections at Sanderson Ford. I'll give you an example. They have 63 2025 Ford F-150s on the lot. 36 2024 Ford Bronco Sports on the lot. There is a great selection of 2024 Ford F-150s as well. Get a good price on that. 34 of them available. So when you shop Sanderson Ford, you're getting the inventory that you are looking for. You don't have to order it and have it come in 2 months. Very likely it's there. Just contact Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go to sandersonford.com.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
At Native Grill and Wings, we bring the big flavors to match the big moments. Our fresh, never frozen wings come in over 20 bold flavors, served up hot and ready for every game-winning play. Kick back with an ice-cold beverage and catch all the basketball and fight night action at Native. Need to feed the fam? Try our $27 family bundle. With something for everyone, we've got the whole family covered. Cold drinks, great food, and even better deals. Visit nativegrillandwings.com to find the restaurant nearest you.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Today is the day. The first round of the NFL Draft is tonight. As it stands right now, the Arizona Cardinals are slated to select 16th overall, and it is their only selection tonight. Be sure to join us for our NFL Draft Extravaganza, featuring all your favorite Arizona sports personalities reacting to the first round of the draft as it happens live. We start at 4 o'clock right here on 98.7 FM, and will continue throughout the conclusion of the first round over on ESPN 620 AM. You can also listen all night long on the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are looking to win the series tonight against the Tampa Bay Rays. Corbin Burns will be on the mound for this one. He'll oppose the veteran right-hander Drew Rasmussen. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Spring is in the air, and that means home improvement projects. Need a roll-off to haul that trash and debris away? wasteconnections.com/Phoenix.
Hey, it's Luke. Will the Arizona Cardinals make any shocking moves in the first round of the NFL Draft? We'll be reacting to the entire first round tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Luke, Wolf, Dan Bickley, Vince Marotta, Kellen Olson, cast thousands behind the scenes who make this thing go. Our draft coverage starts at 4 o'clock today. Gambo and I will still be here, but we'll stop being the Burns and Gambo show at 4. We'll do our draft roundtable coverage, the NFL draft extravaganza starting at 4 o'clock. First round starts about 5. And then after that, we're kind of rotating guys in and out, bodies in and out, hosts in and out. And we look forward to you being a part of our coverage all night long, whether you're listening on Arizona Sports, whether you're listening at arizonasports.com or streaming on the app, whether you're watching on YouTube. Always nice seeing the people interacting on the little chat room there in YouTube. We are absolutely subscribed to Arizona Sports on YouTube, and you can watch all of our shows.
And we comment every once in a while. Like I can look at these comments right now.
Pop in on the chat box and get in on that. So yesterday, if you missed it, it was the Gambo 5, and I won't play all the profiles right now, but I will if the situation arises. The 5 players that Gambo believes if the Cardinals stay at number 16, it will be one of these 5. Mykel Williams, the edge rusher from Georgia. Yeah. Kelvin Banks Jr., the offensive tackle from Texas. Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle from Ohio State. Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama. Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss.
Yeah, I took off James Pierce, the edge from Tennessee, and Shamar Stewart, the defensive lineman from A&M, because I had 7. So I took off 2. Added a wild card just in case all those guys are gone. Derek Harmon, the defensive tackle from Oregon, added him. But I think it's going to be one of the 5. We're heavy in the trenches. No wide receiver, no cornerback. I think they're going to go offensive line or defensive line and just try to build. I think that's how they want to build this football team. It looks like that's how they're building a team. Even in free agency, you look what they did in free agency. You look what they've done in previous drafts. I think and I believe that is the method that they want to build a football team. So I eliminated corner. I eliminated wide receiver. And I focused on offensive line and defensive line because I truly believe that is what they're going to do.
And as always, if the Cardinals move down from 16, it's going to be a different list because, a lot of these guys, who knows, maybe even all of them won't be available. And at that point, there won't be like a redone Gambo 5. That's kind of hard to do on the fly. Obviously, it's hard enough to do it when you've got time to prepare for it, let alone on the fly like that. But some names to keep an eye on. You mentioned Shamar Stewart as maybe a name to keep an eye on if they move down, and we talked about moving down a little bit. I didn't look at every mock draft today. I think I chose like 4 or 5 of them because there were just so many of them to choose from. I picked 4 or 5 from 4 or 5 guys that we kind of know whose names are a little bit more familiar. I wanted to see who they had the Cardinals taking in their final mock, and I wanted to see how many of them were a Gambo 5 guy and how many of them weren't a Gambo 5 guy.
Let's do it. This will be fun.
Okay, Lance Zierlein.
From
okay. NFL.com.
All right.
In his final mock, had the Arizona Cardinals selecting Tyler Booker, guard out of Alabama.
All right, I like
with
it.
the 16th pick in the draft.
Okay, so you see, this is what's so fascinating to me about this draft because in my Gambo 5, I can show you mock drafts that have these guys in the 10 to 12 range, and I can find you mock drafts that have these guys 25 range. But that's how hard it was to do this year. Booker's one of those guys. We talked about this all day yesterday. Like, you could probably get him in the 20s. Well, Zierlein has him at 16.
Zierlein has him at 16.
And there's a lot of mock drafts and a lot of people that feel like he's going to be available in the 20s.
He had Kelvin Banks number 6 to the Raiders. He had Walter Nolan number 13 to the Dolphins.
Okay.
He had Mykel Williams number 14 to the Saints.
Oh, so Nolan and Williams right in that range.
So the only 2 he had available from your list were Booker and Simmons, and he had the Cardinals taking Booker.
And I totally admit this. Usually, I'm able to eliminate guys I believe they like because those guys aren't going to be there. Couldn't do it this year. So three guys, at least three guys are going to be gone by the time they pick.
Bucky Brooks from NFL.com.
Okay.
His final mock draft, he had the Cardinals at number 16, going with your honorable mention, Derek Harmon.
Okay. Yeah, I got Harmon. I'm putting Harmon in there because
honorable mention,
because
right?
I do believe they really like Harmon. I believe he's in play. So I added him as an honorable mention just because I do think that they are going to they do like Harmon.
He had Kelvin Banks gone at 10. He had Walter Nolan gone at 11. But he did have Tyler Booker available. He went 25th to the Texans. Josh Simmons was available. He went 26th to the Rams. Michael Williams was available.
Wow, okay.
He went 27th to the Ravens.
27th?
So three of your players, bang, did he bang, did he bang. 25, 26, 27, Booker to the Texans, Simmons to the Rams, Williams to the Ravens.
Where did Zerline have Williams?
14.
And
Bucky Brooks had Williams 27.
Oh, my God, that's such a big difference.
Big difference.
It's a huge difference.
Big difference, okay?
That's why it's so hard.
The most interesting one of the day came from Daniel Jeremiah. And we actually mentioned this briefly at the end of the show yesterday.
Yeah, he's off his rocker. He's off his Sorry, Lauren. And Lauren just spit up her food. I did too. I got the salad dressing all over my shirt today.
Jeremiah, you're crazy. You're crazy, Daniel.
Yeah, he's off his rocker.
Emeka Egbuka.
Yeah, it's not going to
happen.
happen.
The Ohio State wide receiver to pair him with Marvin Harrison Jr. is who he had going 16th. He had Kelvin Banks gone. He had Michael Williams gone.
Where do you have Williams?
9th to the Saints.
Wow.
He had Derek Harmon available, but going to the Vikings at 24. He had Tyler Booker available, but going to the Texans at 25. He didn't have Walter Nolan in his first round. He didn't have Josh Simmons.
What you talking about, Willis?
He didn't have Josh Simmons in his first round. He had two of the Gambo 5, not even getting picked in the first round. And he had the Cardinals going with Emeka Egbuka.
I'm starting to think maybe he was smoking a little something.
Easy with the accusations there.
Maybe not.
Chico.
Maybe not. But
easy with that.
That's crazy. That's a crazy mock draft.
It was interesting. It was, and I'm a big fan of Daniel Jeremiah. This one kind of raised an eyebrow. Okay, two more. I'm sorry.
Simmons not even drafted in the first round. That knee injury, serious knee injury.
Field Yates from ESPN.
Give it to me.
Josh Simmons at 16 to the Cardinals.
Okay.
Boy, I know that knee injury is serious.
It's so bad.
I don't know, man.
It's a torn patella. They say it's so much worse than an ACL. Some doctor was on yesterday saying there's no way you take that guy.
Oh boy!
There's no way you take that guy like that. That injury.
Much.
That's injury. That's a bad injury.
Okay, here's the trend that I've noticed with all of these mock drafts. Okay, and they're just mocks.
Okay, give me the trend.
Field Yates had Kelvin Banks gone at number 6. Every mock draft I've seen,
Banks
says
is gone.
Kelvin Banks is gone.
I know,
baby. Gone.
I know.
He's gone.
I know. So if I would have taken Banks out, I would have bumped Harmon up.
Okay.
So that's what I would have done. I would have bumped Harmon up into the top 5 instead of an honorable mention.
So if you were eliminating somebody, you'd say he's not going to be there. Take Kelvin Banks off the list, move Derek Harmon on the list.
It's unlikely that Banks is there.
Okay.
But I think there were some mocks that had him, available in that 14, 15, 16 range.
Yeah, there was a couple of mocks had the Cardinals moving up to 13 to get him, which you've said they're not going to do. He had Kelvin Banks number 6. He had Michael Williams number 11 to the 49ers. He had Walter Nolan going immediately after the Cardinals take Josh Simmons. He had Tyler Booker going to the Chargers at number 22. And then finally, one more, Dane Brugler from The Athletic. His final mock had the Cardinals taking Jahad Campbell, the linebacker, the off-the-ball linebacker.
I don't have him.
Kelvin Banks went 6th. Walter Nolan went 11th. Michael Williams went 15th. So 3 of your 5 were gone. Tyler Booker went the very next pick after the Cardinals. Derek Harmon went 21st. Josh Simmons went 25th.
2 days ago, on ArizonaSports.com, we had a story up. NFL.com draft analyst Chad Reuter had Arizona going offense with Texas offensive tackle Kelvin Banks.
Wow.
When I did the ESPN mock draft for ESPN, I had to make the pick for the Cardinals. Banks was still available. I went Banks. So that's why it's I think, all things being equal, if all of my guys are there, it's probably Banks. But the chances are that Banks will be gone, but I couldn't rule him out because, again, there are people that think he'll be there at 16.
I wonder if the trade down for the Cardinals is taking a chance that Josh Simmons would be available later because of the injury.
Yeah, could be.
I wonder if that's why.
Would you rather have Simmons or Booker?
I'd rather have Simmons.
Okay.
I'd rather have Simmons. I'm probably in the minority on that because of the injury, and the injury's kind of scary. I think I'd like the tackle.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather have the tackle. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we will briefly turn our attention to the Phoenix Suns because they've kind of been talked about the last day or so. The Suns' quest to redo their organization trudges on. Are they close to making a decision at the top of basketball ops? Gambo's got the info you're going to want to hear about the latest, and that's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Always happy to tell you about Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. I don't like spending money on tires. It's probably my least favorite thing to spend money on. So I'm always looking for a deal when it comes to tires. And at Liberty GMC, they have the deals on the tires right now. In fact, they've got the best service drive in the valley. A late night shift that they've added, which means if you drop your car off after 8 o'clock, or by 8 o'clock, I should say, you can get it back the next day, which is awesome. I don't like waiting around, waiting for my car to get serviced. But I also, like I say, I'm looking for a good tire deal. And at Liberty GMC, they might have the best tire deal. Buy 3, get the 4th for $1. You know, buying tires is a very unsatisfying thing, right? If you can save money like that and get this kind of tire deal at Liberty GMC, that is where you should go. Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is your AC ready for summer? Don't wait for the heat to hit. Weak airflow? Warm air? Strange noises? These are warning signs your AC needs attention. Our skilled technicians offer AC repair services or replacements to keep your family cool all summer long. Don't sweat it. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning has your back. Here to keep your home cool all summer. Visit onehour.com to schedule today. Financing options available.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, save big on 2-pound packages of fresh, delicious strawberries. They're on sale for only $2.49 each with your digital coupon. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, our one and only pass at this, because at 4 o'clock we are going to turn into our draft extravaganza here on Arizona Sports. We're joined by Ron Wolfley, Dan Bickley, and then over the course of the day, Vince Marotta is going to pop in here, Luke Lipinski, Kellen Olson. Lauren, you have today's poll question right now. This is our only look at it. What do we got?
And it is a close one, a little tease here, of the members of the Gambo 5 that were revealed yesterday. Who do you want the Cardinals to draft tonight?
Who?
Do you want Tyler Booker, Josh Simmons, Kelvin Banks Jr., and because X only allows you to post 4 things, we had to loop together Nolan and Williams.
So you combine the two
you
defensive
went 2
players.
defensive guys.
Yeah.
If I had my choice, I'd take Banks. I'd take Banks. If all things being equal, Banks would be my pick.
Josh Simmons.
Could be the best tackle in the draft, but man, that knee injury.
I know. It's scary. It's risky. It's risky. Josh Simmons.
All right, listen to these percentages. I'm going to have to go into the decimals here.
Oh, boy.
Because Nolan and Williams are 27.9% of the vote. Josh Simmons is 27.5% of the vote.
Okay.
Tyler Booker is 24.3% of the vote. And Banks is 20.3% of the vote.
Now, that is a poll question. When you get that kind of equal, almost like 4 perfect slices of pie right there.
I feel like I'm balancing my checkbook with the decimal points. That check was $124.48.
Is that before or after you walk the check into the bank
my
to deposit
$20 ATM takeout, and I've got to minus that? Yeah.
Exactly. That's a poll question. You can find it on
You should be proud of me. I know how I figured out how to get on YouTube and make a comment.
You did, yeah.
In one day.
In one day. See, if you can do that, if I can change, you can change. All of us can change.
Rocky.
Yeah, it's you can learn how to deposit a check from your phone if you
It's
would
big.
just open your mind a little bit. You can do it. You can do it. Okay, I didn't think we were going to talk a lot of Suns today. In fact, I didn't think we were going to talk any Suns at all today. This Bob Myers story is
blowing up.
Fascinating to me. It started from a Mark Stein newsletter in which he suggested that the Phoenix Suns were pushing hard to get the former Warriors GM Bob Myers. Stein wrote, quote, "You'd struggle to find many league observers who like their chances, but Ishbia is said to have maintained a long-standing interest in trying to convince Myers to return to the role in which he presided over 4 Warriors championships," close quote. In other words, nobody around the league thinks he's going to get him, but he wants Bob Myers, is what Mark Stein is reporting.
Yeah, I said that this is not true. I don't think the Suns are actively I think the Suns are going to talk to a lot of different people, but I don't think they'd be focused on Bob Myers and they're going to hire Bob Myers and this is the guy that they want, the guy they have to get. I don't believe that at all. You know, Bob Myers, he's done some good things. I mean, he was the GM in waiting when they got Clay. He drafted Draymond. He made that trade for Iguodala. So he's done some good things. I get it. But, man, I was talking with a prominent NBA guy today. He's like, look, he's not leaving this cush job he's got to come back to the NBA. He's got a 10-year, $100 million contract to oversee Josh Harris's sports empire. So that's in charge
Josh Harris is the Commanders.
The Devils, the Sixers. He doesn't touch the Sixers. So I talked with, a real prominent guy today, said even Mitch's guy, Kroenke, after they fired who was the GM they just fired? I know the coach.
Calvin Booth.
When they fired Booth, they inquired, but what I was told was that Myers is like, I'll think about it if you give me a percentage of the team. If you give me equity in the team, because he's overseeing a sports empire, and he loves it. He's even told people this football gig is so much better than basketball, so much better. So you'd have to give him $15 to $20 million a year to get him to come if you wanted him. He may be a great GM. I don't know. Again, I think there's some things. I know when he got to the I believe when he got to the Warriors, he almost traded Steph Curry, but he didn't, and they ended up having this great dynasty. He lives in L.A. He doesn't touch the Sixers, but he had a lot of say in what the Commanders were doing with their coach and their GM. He's had some say with the Devils in the NHL, but he just doesn't touch the Sixers. So people I talk to don't think he would come back to the NBA.
Well, and see, that's the thing. I'm reading these reports, and I knew you were going to do the Gambo thing and dig around on this one. I'll tell you right now, as a Suns fan, Bob Myers is the dream. I mean, the absolute blank check, come run my organization dream. 4 championships with Golden State. Yeah, he didn't draft Steph. Yeah, he didn't draft Clay.
He was the GM in waiting when they drafted Clay.
And he was the GM in waiting. And he
drafted
Draymond, and he signed Andre Iguodala. He hired Steve Kerr, which was huge. I was reading earlier, he gave Steph his first contract extension, like 4 years and $44 million, which at the time was seen as kind of risky because Steph was having a bunch of injuries for his first couple of years.
Well,
and it was sort of like, hey, is he really going to be the guy for you? And Bob Myers was like, yep, he's the guy. We're going to re-sign him to this extension.
He almost traded him. He almost traded him to Milwaukee for Andrew Bogut.
Well, okay.
Okay, because they had Monty Ellis was the leading scorer on that team, and they almost.
But he didn't.
Right, but I think he wanted to, but somebody else didn't want to do it.
He's the man. And if you can get him, you go get him. I think.
Do you think that'd be the home run?
Oh, it'd be the home run. It'd be the home run because you can't acquire the home run player. You know what I mean? Like there's no home run player for the Suns to get this offseason. It's just going to be a bunch of kind of patchwork. Well, let's do the best we can in a Kevin Durant trade, and let's see if we can get off a Beal's contract, and let's see what we can do then when we're not under the second apron. I don't think there's a home run player acquisition. I don't even know if there's a home run coach acquisition. Oh, you bet your butt there is a home run GM edition, and it's this dude. The thing I don't understand, and you kind of painted a picture here, is why he would want them.
Why would he want to go?
Why would he want them?
He is in charge of an entire sports empire.
I know, I get that. But just from that aside, this job is going to be kind of messy. This job is going to be really messy. And even like Matt Ishbia could blank check this if he wanted to and give him all sorts of money and all sorts of power. Rebuilding the Phoenix Suns is going to be hard, really, really hard. Now, I'm not saying Bob Myers isn't up to the task. I'm just saying
you don't have the draft capital.
You don't have the draft capital. You
don't have the money.
Over the second apron, you might be limited. Presumably, they're going to get off of that. This just might not be the job. He says, you know what? I want to get back in the NBA. I want to go be the GM of that franchise because look at all these great assets they have.
Let me ask you something.
If he was going to do that, I think he would have gone to Denver, where he could have been the general manager for Nikola Jokic because he loves Jokic.
Right.
He loves Jokic.
And I believe that Kroenke wanted to inquire about him. I mean, you might be able to Google this, Mitch. This is what I was told when I was speaking with a prominent NBA guy today. But Kroenke was somewhat interested in talking to him, but he wanted a piece of the pie. Equity.
What were you going to ask me? You were going to ask me something.
Okay, let me ask you this. And I don't know this. So this is just, again, a lot of times we know stuff, sometimes we don't. I'm just asking you.
Yeah.
You're interviewing GM candidates, okay? Candidate A, B, C, D, E, and F. Candidates A and B, you ask them, what would you do with the Phoenix Suns? They say, I'll tell you what I would do. I would trade Devin Booker right now. And I would get these draft picks, and I would start over because you're not going to win if you keep him. Candidate A and B tell you, I would trade Book. Because you're going to ask them, what would you do to this roster? What would you do to help me become a championship? And they're sitting there and they're telling you, the first thing I do is I trade Devin Booker.
Suns aren't going to hire those guys.
I'm asking you what you would do.
Me? I'd have an open mind to it.
Okay.
I'd have an open mind to listening to tell me your plan. Tell me your rebuild plan and convince me that the best course of action is to trade Devin Booker. Convince me.
Because your idea is to build around Book and keep the franchise face here and everything, and you've got a potential candidate coming in and telling you, first thing I'm doing is I'm getting rid of that guy.
If I'm the one doing the hiring, if I'm Matt Ishbia, I would have a real open mind to anybody who would come in and say, I'm not saying I would hire those guys necessarily, but I'd say, okay, convince me.
Okay.
Convince me.
So you'd be open to be convinced.
Absolutely. I'd be open to be convinced, 100%. Join Kyler Murray and friends. It's the first annual Kyler Murray Foundation Celebrity Softball Game. It is happening May 17th at Salt River Fields. And if you want to be there, register now for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details and your shot at winning. Who do we think the Arizona Cardinals will draft? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The ownership didn't want to pay Luka Doncic.
Nope, that's it.
The dysfunction in the Dallas front office shows you how unpopular, wildly, historically unpopular this decision was.
No doubt about it. It's going to go down as one of the all-time blunders in NBA history. It's incredible to me that it would go down the way that it did. It's even more aggravating to me that the Lakers once again are the team that benefited. Like, why do they call the Suns?
Because we know their stance. Defense wins championships.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you are going to need a new roof at any point in the not-too-distant future, I want you to know about JLC Roofing, a roofer-owned roofing company right here in Arizona, ready to help you. Third-generation roofers, when I say it's in their blood, it's in their blood. That's what they do. Owners who have gone on roofs and fixed them, that will go on roofs and fix them. Not a company bought out by another company, bought out by another company, bought out by another company. In the family for generations, JLC Roofing. They're offering our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement roof. So if you need a new roof, save the $1,500. Go with JLC Roofing, the second largest roofer in Arizona, by the way. They'll do a great job for you, whether it's tile, shingles, foam, rolled roofing, or even if you just need a repair, you can get a free estimate. Maybe it's just a repair you need and not a full roof. Either way, call JLC Roofing at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, or go to jlcroof.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
Is your AC ready for summer? Don't wait for the heat to hit. Weak airflow? Warm air? Strange noises? These are warning signs your AC needs attention. Our skilled technicians offer AC repair services or replacements to keep your family cool all summer long. Don't sweat it. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning has your back. Here to keep your home cool all summer. Visit onehour.com to schedule today. Financing options available.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if I am ever hurt in an accident, I am calling Sweet James. That's right, I already know that's the team I want on my side, and so should you, because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the most. For example, one of our listeners was injured after being rear-ended at a red light. The insurance company offered them $60,000. Now that might seem like a lot of money, but with Sweet James protecting them, they were awarded $745,000 instead. Now, they can't guarantee outcomes, but the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION for a free consultation, and don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. Call the firm that wins the most. Call Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
2 words we've been waiting for: employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, because Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Today is the day. The first round of the NFL Draft is tonight. As it stands right now, the Arizona Cardinals are slated to select 16th overall, and it is their only selection tonight. Be sure to join us for our NFL Draft Extravaganza. All your favorite Arizona sports personalities reacting to the first round of the draft live as it happens. Starts at 4 o'clock here on 98.7 FM, and it will continue throughout the first round until its conclusion over on ESPN 620 AM, on the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube live stream. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, they're looking to win the series tonight against the Tampa Bay Rays. It's Corbin Burns' turn on the mound. He'll go against the veteran right-hander Drew Rasmussen. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM, as well as on the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Will Monty Ossenfort draft Tyler Booker in the first round of the NFL Draft? We'll be reacting to the first round in the rubber match of the D-backs Rays tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. It's cool. It's that's why we work over a year for that night. And no, I mean I got a lot of help in there. A lot of guys that have done this a long time and have taken those calls and really it's taking in the information and it's weighing it and saying hey, if we do this, the opportunity cost of this trade is this player, but we pick up this. And I think it's just I think we have a sound process of how we go by filtering through that information, but it's awesome. It's a fun night.
It sounds like it. It sounds like, man, this is a fun night. Can't wait for this. I told you I'd be like, I get the call for the trade and I'd be like, all right, listen, I have to process this. It'll take me like 15 minutes, but you're on the clock. I've got 35 seconds for you to decide. I'm like, tell the commissioner to hold off. I got to really think about this for a little while. I got to see if this all matches. I would never be able to do this. Like their ability to process that information in such, you get a phone call, I'll trade you this and this for this, and this. And you've got 40 seconds to decide. Sometimes you've heard them, okay, I'll call you right back. Okay. But like literally it all happens in a minute.
Yeah.
It all happens in a minute. It's phenomenal.
It's
like, phenomenal.
I don't know if I'll ever get this chance. I probably never will. But you know how we talk about like bucket lists, things you want to do.
I got you the job with Cam Cox doing the weather. It's arranged. You could do the weather with Cam Cox on 12.
I appreciate that. I don't know if
your dream job.
I don't know if I never said that was my dream job. I just said I wanted to try it one time.
Oh, okay.
But you know how people talk like going to Wimbledon or they want to go see like Ohio State, Michigan at the Big House. Just once. I would love to sit in a war room for a draft and just watch it, like not report on it, not do the thing where, you come back the next day and you say, hey, I learned this and I learned that. You know what I mean? Like you can't, because you'd have to be in there under the strictest of confidence that you wouldn't share anything that went down, right?
Right.
I would love to experience that for a couple. I think that would be like all-time bucket list thing to
watch
do,
it.
To sit in an NFL war room and watch the draft unfold.
What if he could get you one of those little bugs where you could listen but you couldn't see?
That'd be fine too. I'd rather
nobody would know.
be there. I'd rather be there.
Hush.
Yeah, but it'd be It'd be so cool. And that's why, selfishly, we'll talk about this again coming up in a little bit. You mentioned the possibility of a trade down. Honestly, part of me wants them to trade down just so we can get that really cool video in a couple of days of Monty on the phone.
Yeah.
And Jonathan Gannon, what are we going to do here? And the drama and the tension and the music. It's all kind of building to this crescendo. Can't really do that if you don't trade down. I don't know where the drama is going to. I mean, I'm sure people will call. The drama might be in them saying no. Anyway,
if they trade down, I'm going to continue to say this. I think it'll be somewhere in between 20 to 25.
Okay. And we'll go over those possibilities.
That's what I think it'll be.
If they stay at 16, I know the Gambo 5. We went over the Gambo 5 yesterday. Walter Nolan, Kelvin Banks Jr., Tyler Booker, Josh Simmons, Mike Hill-Williams. What would be your least favorite of those 5?
Oh, wow.
What would be your least favorite? The one you went, okay.
Probably Nolan from Ole Miss.
Okay.
Probably. I'm going to get to my notes here because I didn't think you were going to. I didn't know you were springing this on me.
Surprise. Yeah, sorry.
Surprise. But I think when I was when I was doing my homework on Nolan, and I always go and I look at some film and everything too. He's kind of light. The thing I didn't like about him is he was light. He's a fast riser, so it's like 3 weeks ago he's not in this thing, and I think he's a boom or bust guy. So I think there's a risk there. He's got short arms, and he's light on the light side. So it was a transfer from A&M to Ole Miss, which doesn't bother me. And there's some good things to like about him. But if you said which is my least favorite, I would say Walter Nolan, the defensive lineman out of Ole Miss.
Yeah, he'd be my least favorite too.
Okay.
Part of it is positionally speaking. I'm not a fan of them taking a defensive tackle in the first round. We talked about this yesterday when you unveiled your list. I said, that's a position that I feel like you can address in the second or the third round because everybody has just been singing the praises of the depth of this draft at that spot. So I think I'd be a little disappointed. Not that they reached for him in the first round, but they kind of, they spent their allotment on the defensive tackle position in the first round, where I feel like they could get a guy in the second or the third round because of the depth of the draft. So I think I'd be the most disappointed there. It was kind of, honestly, I asked you this question, I didn't mean to surprise you. It's kind of an inverse of what we were asked to do at ArizonaSports.com. We were all asked, all of the hosts, all of the reporters, what do you want the Cardinals to do? What do they need to do? What should they do today?
I went O-line.
I went O-line too.
Because I think that they addressed with Josh Sweat and Tomlinson and Calais, I think they addressed a lot of the needs and priorities on defense. That doesn't mean you don't go get a defensive player, but I think you just gotta build that offensive line. You got to get those players. And there is such a big drop-off after the first 4 tackles, maybe the 5th guy, such a big drop-off that if you're going to get a tackle, whether it's Banks or Simmons, I think that's why Simmons is not going to have a dramatic fall, in my opinion, is because teams that need tackles, there is a big drop-off after the first few guys. Yeah. That's why, to me, I don't think Simmons has a crazy fall, even with the injury, because somebody's going to say, okay, the medical looks good. He could be the best tackle in this draft. That's why I'd be surprised if he had a dramatic fall.
When the voice of the Cardinals, Dave Pasch, was on Bickley and Murata earlier today, he said he thinks this draft should be all about helping Kyler Murray.
I think this draft has to be all about how do we best help Kyler Murray. If he's our quarterback going forward, and certainly for this year he is, how do we best support him? And that's with giving him weapons, protecting him, and getting edge rushers that can get him on the field, meaning your defense is off the field and he's out there. So those are the things that I'm concerned with if I'm the Cardinals.
And that's where I tend to go offensive line. Because I agree that not knowing whether Kyler Murray is going to be on this roster a year from now, I agree that giving Kyler all the protection, all the weapons in the world should be a big focus on this one. And that's why I focus on the offensive line. I think, and that's why, honestly, the Tyler Booker selection, I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate taking a guy who just looks plug and play. Although, did you hear this morning who's not a huge fan of Tyler Booker? A.Q. Shipley. Not a huge fan. He was a guest on the Wolf and Luke show today.
I probably crushed Wolf's heart.
I think if you listen closely, you can hear Wolf's heart breaking when I play this soundbite.
Okay, let me hear it.
It's not that I don't like him, Wolf, and that's as you're watching this film and you're going through it, you got to sit there. and I'm speaking specifically on first round, ready to play right now. Cardinals go more 13 personnel than anybody, so maybe we creep into 25 runs a game, but still at the end of the day, we're still at 40 passes a game, correct? And so when you look at that, you have to be able to move your feet. You have to be able to not leave your hips behind. And when you throw your hands, we can't get overextended, and now the hip opens and you give up short edges, especially on the interior. I love Tyler Booker. I love his physicalness. I love his ability to finish. I love everything about him from an attribute standpoint. The one thing I don't love is the fact that he leaves his hips behind. He wants to lead with his hands, which is a great thing. But whenever you miss with your hands and your hips and feet are behind, what happens? You're short edge. You give up quick edges.
Listen to AQ getting all technical.
That's good
on us.
stuff.
I love it. It's really good stuff.
Well,
man.
I mean, one thing about Book is he runs the 40 about what you ran it at. I think you were like at a 5.4 or 5.5 40, I think, somewhere in that range.
I don't remember.
I think that's.
I never ran the 40.
We did. We ran the 40 at Diamondback
all
camp.
those years ago at Diamondbacks camp. I think I ran like a sub 5.5 40. Yes,
I think you were right there. Yeah. So he's slow. He's slow. He was the second slowest of the 29 offensive linemen at the combine. So short arms and slow. So AQ's like, hey, you got to pass the ball 40 times. You got to move your feet quick. Like, you got to be quick. You need
Have
quickness.
we considered that Burnsy might just be really quick?
No, I ran it too. I was much faster.
Well, okay. First of all, I outweigh you by about 100 pounds, so there's that. And number two, Tyler Booker's, 22 years old? And at the time we ran out at Diamondbacks camp, I was probably 45.
Right.
Cut me a little slack here.
You did good. I'm saying you did good.
You're comparing like apples
Did better than Rod Lakin.
Coffee grounds. Oh, poor Rod Lakin. Our producer at the time, oh my God, he ate it.
Oh, he ate it hard.
The three of us ran, because it was right around the time of the combine. So we ran 40-yard dashes, and we did it on the backfields of the Diamondbacks.
JJ Putz was with the Diamondbacks then. He timed it for us.
Yeah, and Rod ran, and he wasn't able to slow himself up in time, and he hit this patch of gravel, and he went flying.
Oh, it was
Blood
bad. It was bad.
Everywhere.
It was bad. It was a very embarrassing moment. That's why he moved to Philadelphia.
That's right.
He could never live down.
He was so shamed.
He could never live down what happened to him on that 40-yard dash. It was just like you saw it in slow mo. Oh my God, he's going down! Oh no! Don't look away! Oh.
And Rod was being tough guy about it too. He's like, I'm fine. Everything's okay. He was bleeding everywhere.
Scrapes, arms, legs, knees, toes. It was bad. It was bad.
I felt so bad for him. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. Wait, what? We finally got our first trade going into the draft.
Who?
Really? Oh, I don't know. I can't wait to find out. How many more are we going to see? Next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The NFL Draft today. The Cards have the 16th pick. What's Monty going to do?
I've never gone into a draft saying I want to trade back, I want to trade up. It truly is a matter of opportunity. We're going to be ready to pick a player every time our number's called. It's a gamble. Like if you get a call and there's an offer to move back, then you got to weigh that. Hey, we may lose out on the player that we want here. Is it worth it?
The Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza begins this afternoon at 4. Preview the players and the picks with us. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Tomorrow is Friday. Maybe for you, tomorrow is payday, and that's when I always love telling you about Global Credit Union and why I love being a member of Global Credit Union. They're celebrating a decade of member service. They offer the full range of everything a bank offers, checking accounts and savings accounts and loans and more. But at Global Credit Union, their strength is in their membership. It's what allows them to give you a better version of banking. Banks are all about shareholders and stockholders. Global Credit Union is about their members. And because of that, they can pass along all sorts of benefits you're not going to find at a bank. Okay, so why does Friday matter? If you have direct deposit set up with your employer, tomorrow you're going to wake up and there's going to be your paycheck deposited in your account. If you bank with Global Credit Union, you can access direct deposited funds up to 3 days in advance. No waiting. If you need it earlier, you can get at it earlier. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, in 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Phoenix, Saturday Night Lights are calling. Phoenix Rising takes on San Antonio on Saturday, April 26th at 7 p.m. A must-see Western Conference clash. It's one of the most popular nights of the season with fan-favorite drink specials available all evening long. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. That's phxrisingfc.com. Great soccer, great deals, great night out.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, Arizona's #1 ranked AC company for over a decade. Manufacturers have raised new AC unit prices by up to 20%. But at Precision, we're selling new AC units at last year's prices and giving you 35% off. You won't get a better deal, so don't wait. If you're in the market for a new AC unit, make the Precision decision today and call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Wi-Fi. I'm Bailey Leisure. Ron Wolfley names the athletic marvels of the 2025 NFL Draft. ESPN's Peter Schrager has the Cardinals taking Texas defensive back Jahdae Barron in his latest mock draft. And Corbin Carroll blasts 2 home runs in an extra-inning loss to the Rays. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Wi-Fi.
All right, I sold you a bill of goods. Sorry.
Garbage trade.
Browns receive. The Browns receive a 2025 fifth rounder and a 2027 fifth rounder. The Texans get a 2025 sixth rounder, another 25 sixth rounder, and a 7th rounder in this year's draft. So the Texans get 2 sixths and a 7th. The Browns get 2 fifths, one this year and one a couple years from now. I'm sorry.
Brutal, guys. Brutal.
On behalf of we all let you down here. I can't wait to see that on the little chat box on YouTube.
What
right
was
now for people watching.
what was the thing that had not been a trade up until? Does this count as that?
This is no, because it wasn't a first round.
Okay,
trade.
so you know the I don't know. You remember?
It's like if for the first time in the Common Era, which goes back to like 1967. This is the latest. There has been no trade of a first-round pick in NFL draft history since 1967.
Since 67.
67 is the last time we've gone into a draft where every single team has the first-round pick that they have been assigned.
So the last time that happened, I was 1 year old.
You were 1 year old. The last
I was
time
one.
something happened. Yeah. Now that being said,
what are you gonna make fun of me, Mitch? You gonna make fun of my age? Go ahead. What do you got? Go ahead. What do you got?
You were a young man back then, Gambo.
I was a young man back then.
Yeah.
That's all you got?
You were pooping.
You don't got anything harder than that?
Pooping your diapers.
I wasn't trying to grill you too much.
All right.
I was hoping to do it before you mentioned how old you actually were.
Wait, we've got guys that were born in the 60s here? Yeah, like 3 of us. Me, Wolf, and Bickley.
A few of you. Yeah, there are indeed. I saw this tweet today that kind of speaks to the uncertainty of this draft, and I think this will also speak to why maybe this year was a little more challenging for you to put together your Gambo 5 than in years past, okay? Daniel Jeremiah tweeted out, "This draft is all about fit. That's what every team keeps telling me. Rankings on these players are all over the map, and teams don't seem very concerned. They like their pods of players, and they don't really care if you think they're reaching or not, because they like everybody's got a very specific set of criteria of what they like and what they're looking for. And if Mel Kiper Jr. goes on national TV and rips it, we don't care, because that's how we've evaluated. And it's probably like that every year, but it sort of suggests a real unpredictability today's first round. Like, it's really going to be hard to figure this out, because everybody thinks they know, and this is Daniel Jeremiah saying nobody knows. Like, all these teams have different evaluations.
And this more than any other, when you get to around 12 to the end of the first round, there could be 31 different draft orders, because there's a lot of depth and not a lot of star power. So I think that the guys that everybody thinks are going to go in the top 10, I think they're going to go in the top 10. But once you get to around pick 12, as we've discussed, as me and you just went through the mock drafts earlier, I mean, some guys are gone by 15, other guys are there in the 20s. Some guys are gone in the top 10, and like, it really is all over the map with these guys, especially Williams and Nolan and Booker and Simmons. Like, these guys it's everywhere. So it's a very, very difficult draft, because again, it's lacks star power. If you've got a draft high in star power, those guys are going to go. They're going to go, like, you don't have to, you're not getting a guy that guy could go 12th or he can go 28th. You don't have that, because if the star power is there, that guy's going early. There aren't enough of those guys in this draft. There aren't enough of the star power guys. It's just more of a better draft for depth.
Yeah, and that's, look, it's kind of a shorthanded way of saying it's a quarterback thing, right? Like, it's the quarterbacks aren't there, and the quarterbacks are usually the thing that drives us. Now, there are some reports out there that the Jaguars, who are picking at number 5, might be looking to do something kind of flashy, kind of splashy tonight, maybe moving up in the draft. For whom, I don't know. Like, it would seem like the 2 players early in this draft that teams might be willing to move up for are Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter, the all-purpose everything from Colorado and the pass rusher from Penn State. Ashton Genty he's kind of a star power guy, because he plays a star power position. He's expected to go very, very high in this year's draft, maybe even as high as the top 5 when it's all said and done. But there haven't, and I think it's largely dictated by the quarterbacks. There just haven't been. I'll tell you what, it's a good year for the Cardinals to be picking 16th. I
don't disagree. I disagree with you.
If they were picking 3rd or 2nd, yeah, you're going to get a great player. But I'd also want the traffic of people wanting to move up, so you can get that home run deal. That's what I was thinking.
So there's 2 sides to this. You're right. You are correct. The other thing is, if there's 4 good quarterbacks, it's going to drop guys down to the Cardinals that would normally not be there.
True.
If there's 1 quarterback taken, that means there's 14 other players that are going to get drafted that aren't a quarterback before the Cardinals pick. If there's 4 quarterbacks taken, it means there's only 11 guys. So that's the only thing about not having a lot of good quarterbacks in this class, is that there might be 3 or 4 guys that would have been there for you in a normal year that aren't going to be there for you now.
I think it's just 2 different ways of looking at it. In a way, both are kind of correct. I did read a couple of days ago, I think it was Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated, who said, man, if ever there was the argument to be made for why you should try to lose games, and I know players don't try to lose games, but certainly front offices do try to lose games by not making certain guys available. They pointed to the Giants and they pointed to the Patriots as 2 teams that if they had just lost key games near the end of the season, they'd be picking number 1. They'd be able to get the quarterback Cam, with the 1 quarterback that everybody seems to want in this draft.
I don't even think people love him.
And I don't think people do either. You know, like the Titans are saying we're not really listening, but I think in most normal years, Cam Ward's probably the third quarterback taken, the fourth quarterback taken. But in this year,
like I said, with the tackles, the top three tackles in this draft would not have been the top three. None of them would be in the top three last year or the year before. It's not a great draft for tackles.
But at least they'd have the option of taking that guy or trading out of that spot if they wanted to. As it is now, they're trying to, can they drum up interest in Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter? We'll see. But the Cardinals picking 16th for now. Now, when we come back, notice how I said for now. Would the Cardinals trade down? We'll circle back to what could happen tonight for the Cardinals, and that would be a trade down. The question is with whom, and then the question is for whom. Next on Burns and Gambo.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It's a good week. You're starting to see the market come back a little bit. There's those of you that look at the market every single day. I understand it. You panic when things are going bad and you're excited when things are going good. But it's for a lot of people, it's a long-term play. I think it's important for everybody out there to work with a financial advisor. I do believe in them. I've had one working for me for a long time, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, has done a great job of helping me with my retirement plan, my estate plan, my financial plan, making sure that I'm truly diversified. So, you can ride the lows because they're not so low, and you can take advantage of the highs when they're high. So that's a great way to be diversified because, it's not just diversified isn't just you've got your money in stocks and bonds. It's about, having multiple money managers that see the world differently so that your money's being invested in different things, because if one person is making all the predictions for you and that person's wrong, where does that leave you? Like, honestly, where does that leave you? If you've got somebody that's making all your picks for you and just one person and that guy makes mistakes, you're in trouble. I recommend Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. They have 5 locations in the Valley. You can call them at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Tonight.
Are you ready? Yeah. Let's go.
Critics are calling The Accountant 2 undeniably awesome.
Is your brother up to speed on the case?
Braxton, thank you for coming. I'm really glad you're here. Did you say that? Yeah. Unbelievable.
Ben Affleck and John Bernthal have electric chemistry.
That's my big brother up there!
It's better than the original in every way.
Anything else? I think we gotta go get drunk.
And it's one of the most entertaining movies of the year.
I think so too.
The Accountant 2, rated R, under 17 nanometer without terror. Only in theaters tonight.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com. Oh, I'm ready! And get ready for the workday.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-444-2013. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-2013. That's 800-444-2013. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
I'm Mitch Vorel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Today is the day. The first round of the NFL Draft is tonight. And as it stands right now, the Arizona Cardinals are slated to select 16th overall and is their only selection for tonight. Be sure to join us for our NFL Draft extravaganza. All of your favorite Arizona sports personalities reacting to the first round of the draft live as it happens. It starts at 4 o'clock right here on 98.7 FM, and then we'll continue throughout the entirety of the first round until its conclusion over on ESPN 620 AM on the Arizona Sports app and live streamed on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are looking to win the series tonight against the Tampa Bay Rays. Corbin Burns will be on the mound for the Snakes. He'll oppose the veteran right-hander Drew Rasmussen. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What is on tonight? The games that we are going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. There is...
What you watching tonight?
A lot. Well, I'm going to be watching this room right here with you and Ron Wolfley and Dan Bickley and Luke Lipinski and Vince Marotta in it. The NFL Draft is on tonight, obviously. Round 1, it begins at 5. We think it'll end sometime around 9. Stay with us here. Our terrific coverage at ArizonaSports.com. Arizona Sports, you can hear us. You can listen. You can stream the show on the Arizona Sports app. You can watch us on YouTube. The entire draft show will be live on YouTube. You can watch it that way. It's also Diamondbacks baseball. We'll preview that game coming up tonight, the rubber match in their series against the Tampa Bay Rays. Corbin Burns is on the bump for Arizona. We'll talk about that coming up in just a couple of minutes. And there is NBA playoff action tonight. Game 3 between the Knicks and the Pistons. That one's tied up 1-1. Game 3 in the bloodbath that has been Oklahoma City-Memphis. Thunder up 2-0 in that. And then game 3 between Denver and the Clippers. That series tied.
Oh, yeah. Houston last night.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler last night.
Jimmy Butler. Ooh.
The risk reward of Jimmy Butler.
Yep.
He 25-8 since the trade deadline, but when he gets hurt, suddenly it just throws everything into chaos.
Yeah.
Chaos.
It's good. I got Houston in that series.
Do you now?
But, I understand for Durant, it'd be better for if the Rockets lose to get Durant. I get it.
Yeah, we've had that conversation a few times. You want the Rockets to get out and be bad so that they want to trade for Kevin Durant. But we'll see. No Jimmy Butler. He hasn't even been ruled out. We don't know for sure if there is no Jimmy Butler. We just know he's been hurt. That's what's on tonight, the games that we are going to watch this evening. But tonight, like I say, it is about our draft coverage. We begin in just about 25 minutes here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. We'll kick off our roundtable coverage with you, me, Ron Wolfley, Dan Bickley. And then, as I mentioned, throughout the course of the night, Vince is going to be in here, Kellen's going to be in here, Luke's going to be in here, and we're all going to be doing work on the draft and talking about it and covering it live. And you know the ways you can listen to us on the radio, on the app. You can stream us on YouTube. Lots of ways for you to get the Cardinals draft content you crave. We've got it for you right here, and we're happy to bring it to you. One thing that we'll be watching for, and it probably won't be anything that happens until the Cardinals are on the clock or right before they're on the clock, is a trade down at number 16. We talked about it at the beginning of our show today, and you're saying it's definitely a possibility they would.
Yeah, we'll rule out them moving up. I do not believe the Cardinals will trade up. That would shock me if the Cardinals traded up. I just don't see it. They don't have to move down, but I do know that there are teams in the vicinity that are inquiring about moving up. There are teams who are, putting out serious feelers about moving up to right where the Cardinals are. Those teams are in the 20 to 25 range. Those teams right in that 20 to 25 range. There are teams that are considering moving up. Now, again, no offers, but at this point, what you're basically saying is, hey, if a guy we like is there, would you be willing to make a deal? And I think the Cardinals are always willing to listen. They've made 6 trades under this regime with Monty Ossenfort. 5 of them were trading down. You don't have the same need to trade down as in previous drafts because, your roster is starting to look more and more like the roster you envisioned when you took over. In the beginning, the cupboards were bare. You needed as many picks as you can get. But I do know that there are teams that are inquiring about moving up. So I do think if you see the Cardinals trade down, I think they're going to trade down somewhere between 20 and 25.
Okay.
And you would add a third-round pick.
To be more,
that's the price you would get for that for moving down.
Okay, so let's put a little bit of a finer point on this then. Ian Rappaport of NFL.com tweeted 24 minutes ago that among the teams that are open to discussing moving up are 2 teams that fall within the range you're speaking of.
Okay.
The Denver Broncos at number 20 are open to moving up.
Okay.
And he reports the Houston Texans are open to moving up. They pick it.
And who's saying this?
This is Ian Rappaport from NFL.com. Now, the other teams that are in there, it's the Steelers at 21, the Chargers at 22, the Packers at 23, and the Vikings at number 24. But he specifically mentions the Broncos at 20 and the Texans at 25. Right. Just for example, okay, the Denver Broncos, if they were to move up, their third-round pick is number 85 overall. That is 7 picks after the Cardinals' own third-round pick. Okay?
That's the price to move up from 20 to 25 to 16.
Let me lay another one on you. The Houston Texans have 2 third-round picks. So if they wanted to move up from 25 to get a player, say, at 16, they do have a little extra inventory that they could spend if they wanted to do that. Now, keep in mind, the Texans also, from the 4th round until they don't have a pick. They've got a first, a second, 2 thirds, and then they don't have a pick until the 6th. Okay? Now, they have 2 6th rounders and 3 7th rounders, but from pick 89 to pick 179, they don't have a pick. So would they be willing to part with one of their 2 third rounders to move up in the first? I don't know. I don't know, but I'm just looking
Sometimes trades, like if you look at the B.J. Ojulari trade, because I mentioned that twice the Arizona Cardinals have been able to make a trade for a guy that they moved down and got the guy that they liked. One was Max Melton, and the other was B.J. Ojulari. With B.J., they added a third-round pick. So they were able to add a third-round pick. But I think there was also, like, swapping some of the, like, I'll give you my 5th for your 5th.
Something like that.
Yeah,
right?
Sometimes you just, like, I had it all written down, but I can't find it now because I have so many notes right now on the NFL draft that I can't find them all. But if you look at the B.J. Ojulari trade, that's what it was. The Cardinals ended up with a future a pick on that. But there was also like another swap in there between like 5th rounders or somewhere along those lines.
Yeah, so it's just again.
Oh, I have it. Can I tell you?
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so the Cardinals with Tennessee, when Tennessee took Will Levis, the Cardinals liked Biggio Ojulari at 33. They moved down to 41, and they still got Biggio Ojulari, but they gave up 33 and 81, and Tennessee gave up 41 and 72.
Okay.
So and the Cardinals got a 3rd rounder in 2024. So Tennessee was able to move up 9 spots from 81 to 72.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not giving up, you're just moving down a little bit to make sure you get that 3rd rounder.
Yeah, the cost for doing that is giving, in a later round, you're picking later in that round. So just, again, something to keep an eye on. And now, if they were to move down, is it fair to speculate that Tyler Booker might be there if the Cardinals were to move to 20 to 25? Maybe, perhaps. Is it fair to say that I'm sure the Cardinals would only do it if they felt comfortable that there were 3 or 4 players that they liked who'd be available somewhere down there. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it. Would Tyler Booker be one of those players? Maybe. Would Josh Simmons, with his injury concern, be one of those players? Maybe. Would it be somebody who's not on the Gambo 5, but was left on the cutting room floor? Somebody like a Shamar Stewart at Texas A&M?
Could be.
Maybe. So, that's where you start getting into the possibilities of what's down there. And then the Cardinals, you could sit in there and say, they don't really need an extra 3rd rounder. Maybe they don't. But then that would give them the inventory to move around on day 2 of the draft if they wanted to move up to get a guy because they've got 3 picks in tomorrow's draft. Just a lot of possibilities out there. We'll cover them all when our draft coverage starts. When we come back, Corbin Burns, can he get the Diamondbacks back in the win column and a series win over the Rays? And can he look like Corbin Burns again, too? If we're not asking too much, we'd like to put in that request next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs Rays. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball right side. It's picked up by Love. Goes to second for 1. Throw to first. Double play. And the Rays win the ball game as Perdomo grounds into an inning-ending double play. They have evened this series at a game apiece. And the D-backs will rue the missed opportunities as they come up short by a final score of 7-6.
D-backs Rays series finale. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and spring has arrived, which means it's a great time to build the backyard of your dreams. And my friends at Turf Monsters can make that happen. Whether you're looking for artificial turf, new plants, a new patio, or a beautiful putting green. And now through the end of March, all new customers get 10% off. Call them at 623-263-7388 or online at turfmonstersaz.com and do it now before it gets hot.
The West Valley Mavericks invite you to the 2025 Maverick Charity Golf Tournament, Friday, May 9th at the award-winning Wigwam Resort. Choose your experience, a competitive scramble on the Gold Course, a music-filled round on the Red, or a mix of both on the Blue. Enjoy lunch, incredible swag, 18 holes of golf, and complimentary beverages. Then bring a guest for an evening of gourmet dining, exciting auctions, and a moonlight after party. Don't miss one of the West Valley's top charity golf events. Register now at westvalleymaverickfoundation.org.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Have you thought about selling your home? Well, Inc. 5000 just named 72 Sold the #1 real estate firm in the state of Arizona. Why? More money for Arizona home sellers. Our competitors must wonder if we have a secret playbook to get more money for you. Turns out we do, but only for you and only at 72sold.com. Get more money for your home at 72sold.com.
We, the hungry of this burger-loving nation, deserve a better burger. The Sonic Smasher. Hand-smashed Angus beef patties seared to perfection. Always made to order, and now $1 in the Sonic app. The Smashinal Burger of America. For a limited time, get the Sonic Smasher for only $1 in the app.
The Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic. Exclusions apply. Offer valid for a double Sonic Smasher when you order online or in the app.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, why is right now the perfect time to get a GMC Sierra 1500?
What's up, Dave? Whether you're hauling, towing, or cruising, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 delivers. It's powerful, loaded with tech, and built for any job. And right now, we have some of our best discounts of the year, like $12,250 off, or take advantage of 5.9% financing for 84 months.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-Backs on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
The two teams that came into the league on exactly the same day of exactly the same year go into tonight's rubber match of this three-game series with exactly the same number of wins in franchise history. The Arizona Diamondbacks and Tampa Bay Rays continue to be tied in that regard after the Rays win last night. So tonight's game, Gambo, not only for the series and the season series between these three, but it's for something bigger. Who will have the most wins?
It's what's most important.
It really is.
Obviously, the most important thing is who's going to have more wins. The Rays that was one of those games you felt like the Diamondbacks were in control most of the game. The Rays had really struggled scoring runs. Like in the last, they had 4 in one game, 0-3, 0-0-1. Like they had been struggling over the past week plus and being able to score runs. So you felt like you were in control of that game with the way Eduardo Rodriguez was pitching last night. But then Shelby Miller comes in after Rodriguez put 2 guys on, gives up the base hit. The Rays take the lead. Diamondbacks battle back, but in the end, they lost it in extra innings.
Your pitching matchup for today's game, and we're doing this now. We're doing D-Backs on Deck now because coming up at 4 o'clock, we're going to become our draft show and our NFL draft show. So we're previewing the Diamondbacks game now, and of course the D-Backs game will be here on Arizona Sports. Our draft coverage will begin on 98.7, then move over to ESPN 620. But if you just listen to us on the app or if you watch our live stream on YouTube, you'll be able to watch the whole draft coverage uninterrupted, hear from all your favorite Arizona sports hosts. Anyway, today's pitching matchup brought to you by the Window Depot, more than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Drew Rasmussen, the righty, getting the start for the Tampa Bay Rays. The oft-injured right-hander is 1-1 with a 0.87 ERA. He's been spectacular for them this year. Corbin Burns, the right-hander for the Diamondbacks, 0-1, 4.64 ERA.
Yeah, Rasmussen's a guy who's got a lot of talent. 29 years old, big kid, 6'1", 240. Only 21 wins in his major league career. But you will look at what he's done lately. In his last 20 2/3 innings, over 4 games in his return to the rotation, he's allowed 2 runs and only 12 hits. None of those hits, Burnsy, have gone for extra bases.
Wow.
None of them. So you're talking about a 0.87 ERA. In that time frame, almost 21 innings without allowing a single extra base hit.
Yeah, I think, if memory serves, not one, not two, but three different surgeries that he's had to undergo since he was a college pitcher. Because of that, the Rays have had to use him very carefully and sparingly. Last year, he was basically a relief pitcher for them. This year, he doesn't go much deeper than 5 innings because they want to be very, very careful with them.
Yes.
But there's obviously special talent there. I mean, and they're trying to protect it and preserve it. It's been hard because he's been hurt so much, but that's what they're doing with Tampa. The starter for the D-backs tonight, obviously it's Corbin Burns, and he was good his last time out. Last time he pitched was that crazy game Friday at Wrigley in which the wind was blowing out, but he was really good. He was
great.
6 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, didn't walk anybody, struck out 3. The hope is that is the corner-turning start for him because before that, he's fine, but not what you would expect from one of the best pitchers in the game.
I mean, he doesn't have a win yet.
Right.
So there's no wins. The outings have not been terrible. He hasn't been shelled in any single outing. So you're talking about, the Yankees was his first start. He gave up 2 earned runs. Then Washington, 5 innings, 4 runs. That's not getting shelled. 3 runs against Milwaukee, 2 against Chicago in the 6 innings before everything went to hell in a handbasket, and he came out of that game and ended up being one of the craziest games we've seen. But he hasn't been great. So he hasn't been shelled, and he hasn't been great. He's been your, if you look at the numbers, you say, that's your average number 4 or number 5 starter in Major League Baseball. Mm-hmm. Oh, no wins, 1 loss, ERA of 4.64. You're like, okay, it's nothing spectacular. 17 strikeouts and 9 walks in 21 1/3 innings. It's, that's your standard 4th starter. You're paying him to be a lot better than that. And he will be. He will be. This could be the start today. Tampa Bay does not have a great offense, but, you're looking to get him on a roll right now.
No doubt about it. And I think all eyes are going to be on him to see what he's going to be able to produce for you tonight. Now, today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. The only new news that I have to pass along to you is that there was a day game today for Reno, and in that day game, right-handed pitcher Kevin Ginkel appeared in a rehab assignment for Reno this afternoon. I'm getting this off of at D-back Stats Info, which we appreciate them providing this. He went 1/3 of an inning, gave up 2 hits, 2 earned runs, walked 2 with 1 strikeout. Probably one of those to look past the results a little bit and just okay. He was out there.
Get out there. He pitched. How did he pitch? Who cares? He pitched.
Give him a walk, a single, strikeout swinging, a walk, and a double. 22 pitches, 12 for strikes. He was throwing about 94 to 96 miles per hour, give or take. He was back for Reno. How many more of those he'll make before he gets called up, we don't know, but that's certainly one of the things to keep an eye on with the injury
report. It means he's getting close. Yeah. They're not going to have him pitch there for 2 weeks.
There's nothing new on Ketel Marte. Last we heard he was going to start to run the bases so he could get a feel for that hamstring and how it was going, but his recovery sounds like he's pacing for a late April, early May return for the Diamondbacks. And then, of course, the big one is A.J. Puck. We've heard nothing of A.J. Puck so far. I mean, and probably rightfully so. Second opinions, third opinions,
you
things
got to
like
fly
that.
somewhere. You got to meet with the doctors. They got to take the imaging. They got to get back to you in a day or 2. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Torrey, when he met with the media yesterday, did not provide any kind of an update. I don't believe Torrey has met with the media yet today. And if he has, I have not seen any kind of an update from him when it comes to A.J. Puck. Certainly, if there were really significant news one way or another. In fact, now I just got a message on Teams. Still nothing on A.J. Puck from Torey Lovullo. So there's nothing new. Okay. No new information.
I expect
on that
you're not going to have it for a few more days.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I would. Is that what
by Monday next week? Okay. I would think it's going to take time to go meet with 2 other doctors and get the results in and talk about it. Yeah, I don't think that happens in 24, 48 hours.
The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. The Arizona Diamondbacks starting today 14-10, 4th place in the National League West. They're 2.5 games behind the division-leading San Diego Padres, who are 17-8. Giants are 16-9. The Dodgers are also 16-9. Tampa Bay Rays find themselves in 4th in the American League East at 10-14, just ahead of the Baltimore Orioles. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. Real food, real fuel, ridiculously good.
You know, the Rays are a pretty fascinating team. They're second in baseball with an average of 287 with runners in scoring position. 287 average with runners in scoring position. They're sixth with a team average of 256. They're sixth with their extra base hits at 260. She's saying, okay, but why do they score well below the major league average in runs? So the key to tonight's game is going to be what happened last night. Yesterday, the Diamondbacks were 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position. The Rays were 7 for 18. And when you look at it, okay, makes sense. They're second in Major League Baseball with runners in scoring position. The key to the game is the Diamondbacks have to match that tonight.
Good key to the game. I like that. That is going to do it for us. Again, this game coming up at 6:40 tonight. Our NFL draft coverage is next. What looms for the Cardinals? Our draft extravaganza, Gambo, Bickley, Wolfley, me, next on Arizona Sports, ESPN 620, and streaming live on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to D-backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home. Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
We, the hungry of this burger-loving nation, deserve a better burger. The Sonic Smasher. Hand-smashed Angus beef patties seared to perfection. Always made to order, and now $1 in the Sonic app. The Smashinal Burger of America. For a limited time, get the Sonic Smasher for only $1 in the app.
The Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic. Exclusions apply. Offer valid for a double Sonic Smasher when you order online or in the app.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to join them for a very special May Day bonus 2-person scramble golf tournament at the Trilogy Golf Club at Vistancia, presented by Shady Ray Sunglasses. Join them Saturday, May 3rd for a breakfast, golf, their big raffle and mulligan drawing, and a bounce-back round of golf coupon benefiting Phoenix Children's Hospital, all for just $145. Don't miss Bunker to Bunker May Day bonus tournament. Space is limited. Register today at bunkergolf.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
We see the drama unfold.
We're going to start the clock.
We hear the names called.
Third choice in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Larry Fitzgerald, wide receiver, University of Pittsburgh.
We witness the fortunes of NFL teams shift.
And it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown and the win.
The NFL Draft makes dreams come true for players, for fans, for coaches.
It's an exciting time to be a Cardinal, I know that.
Whose dreams become reality tonight? Who will be the Arizona Cardinals' first-round pick?
It's awesome. It's a fun night.
Welcome to the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza.
O'clock on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into our NFL Draft Extravaganza, our coverage. Bringing you this NFL draft like no other, all Cardinals-centric, all Cardinals all the time. And we'll bring you this draft from beginning until end here on Arizona Sports, the flagship home of the Arizona Cardinals. We are on Arizona Sports 98.7. We're on ArizonaSports.com, streaming either on the app or the website. You can watch us on YouTube, and we're going to be here until the end of the first round, probably even beyond that, when we're expected to talk with General Manager Monty Ossenfort of the Arizona Cardinals to close out the evening. We're going to have a lot of people in here, but right now it is always a pleasure to bring in this group. We always get together for the first round of the NFL draft, going from left to right on your radio. Dan Bickley, esteemed columnist over at ArizonaSports.com, co-host of the Bickley and Murata Show. Bick, good to see you, sir.
Burnsy, great to be here.
In the middle, Ron Wolfley, the former color analyst of the Arizona
Yeah, I'm just going to
Cardinals.
bring it down a little bit here, okay? You guys are really loud, way too loud. I'm just going to bring it down a little. Is that okay?
The full-time host, of course, of the Wolf and Luke Show. Nobody knows more about the Cardinals than Ron Wolfley does. And, of course, to my right, my esteemed partner from 2 till 6 every single day, John Gambadoro, who's here with us on our draft coverage. Good to see you, Gambo.
Burnsy!
I'm back. You didn't really go that far.
I didn't go that far.
Gentlemen, we're here now, of course, over the course of the night. We're going to be joined by Vince Murata. We're going to be joined by Luke Lipinski. Kellen Olson's going to be here. Tyler Drake's going to be here. Cast of thousands to bring on this show. But first, let's start with the offseason in general, and then we'll get into specifics about tonight. And Bick, I'll start with you. Given everything that's gone on up until this point, have the Cardinals done the best job they can to kind of give themselves an empty canvas on which to paint tonight?
It's a great way to put it. It's exactly the way I kind of feel about the Cardinals and what the outcome of their NFL draft is going to be. I believe, because Monty Ossenfort said previously in the offseason that I would love to have a football team ready to play an NFL game before the draft even begins. Meaning you go into the NFL draft to add depth, to add pieces, to add color, to add spice, to add flavor, but you pretty much got everything locked down. I think they pretty much do have everything locked down. They addressed the edge rusher. They certainly addressed the interior of the defensive line, and I think they put themselves in a real good position to come out of this draft building a lot of excitement locally.
Are there holes, Wolf? Are there holes on the roster? Do you use tonight to fill holes? Or do you believe that they've done a good enough job with all of the names that they added in free agency that they don't have to think about it in those terms?
Yeah, honestly, I think they would like to believe that they don't have to draft anywhere. Like they don't have to draft an interior offensive lineman, or they don't have to draft an edge rusher. I think they feel really good about being able to play a game. Monty Ossenfort talks about this all the time. Yet, having said that, if I'm looking at it, I need a guard. I need a war daddy. I need a guy with a big gut and a strong butt who's going to move somebody off the ball, come off the ball with a dark heart. I think, to me, they're going to have somebody there at number 16. There's a couple of guys you could actually take, I think, at 16 who would fit that bill. Tyler Booker is one of those guys that I absolutely love. Calvin Banks Jr. is another guy because I think he has more versatility than Booker. But I think Booker, if you want to get maniacal on the line of scrimmage, I want Tyler Booker. So they could go a lot of different ways, of course, but I think Monty's done a really good job in the offseason of really rounding out the roster to a point where they don't need something.
Gambo, it was hard not to notice in your Gambo 5 that you came out with yesterday, 3 of the 5 were offensive linemen. It certainly seemed trendy in that regard.
It does. It's because it's going to be a trench guy. It's not going to be a corner. It's not going to be a wide receiver. I'm ruling that out. I'm going offensive line or defensive line. I like Booker, too. There's a feeling that he's going to be there at 16, or he could be there later. I was curious to what A.Q. Shipley said to you guys earlier. As an interior and offensive lineman, the one thing about Booker, he's slow. He was the second slowest offensive lineman at the Combine. He's slow.
But he
He's got
wasn't talking
short
about
arms.
that. He
was talking about just the quickness, just his quickness, right? In a passing game, because you're going to throw the ball 40 times a game.
He was talking about his technique more than anything else.
He thought the technique was slow?
Yes, exactly. Not slow. He thought his technique was he didn't get his hips underneath his hands enough. I mean, this is stuff that only an offensive lineman would be looking at and talking about. And I saw him and Justin Pugh kind of poo-poo the Tyler Booker thing. For me, I understand it. They're going deep. I want Tyler Booker because he's going to come off the ball and hit you with a frying pan.
I was listening to you guys live when that went down. I swear I could hear your heart breaking through my car speakers. Yeah. I mean, I really could. I'm like, but again, quiet. There's Wolf's heart breaking right there. You can hear it.
But again, I respect those guys so much. A.Q. Shipley and Justin Pugh, guys that, of course, played years and years and years in the trenches. But to me, man, I think they might be overthinking it.
When it comes to offensive line, certainly a plug-and-play guard like a lot of people think Tyler Booker is big. The tackle position is one that just historically has more value to it, obviously, in the National Football League. But this is not thought to be a great tackle draft. Like, there's a few of them at the top, and then after that, there's a real steep drop-off. Is there a theory to subscribe to that get one while you can before they're all gone in the first round, specifically about the tackle position?
Well, listen, Wolf knows this better than I, but I do believe that in the NFL, an elite tackle prospect coming into the league probably faces more of an adjustment, more seasoning, more of a growth curve than an elite guard in college football. Whereas Wolf said if you're asked to get in there and brawl and maul, you've got a simple set of instructions and you can kind of plug and play. So that's kind of the way I look at this thing. But I have heard in the weeks leading up to this that, sometimes the runs are on wide receivers, sometimes they're on edge rushers. I've heard people say that it's going to be the offensive lineman that triggered the run in this draft. So that's going to be curious to monitor.
It is, because there's 3 to 5 maybe. After that, it falls off a cliff, like Bernsey said. It's not a star-studded class. So if you want to tackle, you're not going to get a good tackle in the second, third, fourth, fifth round.
Right.
The feeling is that it's like there's 3 or 4 guys, and after that there's a big drop-off, so teams are going to go grab these tackles very early. So you might be at 16, and you're like, your best offensive lineman might be a guard. And
there's certainly a long-term kind of vision here, too. I mean, I understand the need to find a player to help now, certainly, and win now. Jonah Williams probably not going to be your tackle this time a year from now. The idea of setting yourself up with another tackle so that you're set at the position a year from now, again, there's always, this is the balancing act, Wolf, between find the guy who helps me the most now. Find me the guy that I wish I had a year from now when Jonah Williams isn't my right tackle anymore. That's one of the juggling acts Monty's going to be doing tonight.
Yeah. Do you guys remember Tom Bresnahan? Right? He was the offensive coordinator for the K-Gun in Buffalo.
Yeah.
Well, he used to be my offensive coordinator at Phoenix
Tom
College
Bresnahan,
when I was the worst head coach at the junior college level, okay, ever. It's the truth. And he was my offensive coordinator. He was in retirement, and he wanted to come and still coach. Tom Bresnahan was one of these guys that he believed, don't ever draft guards.
Yeah.
Draft tackles. Always draft tackles.
Because tackles can turn into guards.
Exactly.
I can take a tackle and I can turn him into a guard. And oh, by the way, if somebody goes down on the outside at right tackle or left tackle, I got a guy who played tackle.
Yeah. Leonard Davis?
Yes.
Didn't Leonard Davis go to guard?
No, he did, as a matter of fact, yes. And then he went back out. But again, that was his philosophy, okay? I would have to say, Tom, have you seen Tyler Booker? Have you seen him? Have you watched tape on Tyler Booker? This is a guy who has 7.1 knockdown blocks per game. 92 knockdown blocks last year, led the SEC.
In the SEC.
7.1 per game. This guy's a brawler. He doesn't do everything right. His technique isn't great. But you know what? Good coaching, I think, will make him even better. He gave up 1 sack in 3 years. So anyways, that's why I'm really myopic when it comes to Booker. Now, is he going to be there at 16? I think he probably will. Will the Cardinals see it as an opportunity, or will they move back in the draft?
Let me ask you something. Booker and Simmons are there at 16. You could have your choice either one. The tape on Simmons is unreal, but the injury is scary as hell.
Yeah.
Which one do you go with?
I'm going with Booker.
Over the tackle?
Yeah, I'm going with Booker.
Okay.
Going with Booker.
You didn't learn anything from Bresnahan.
That's what I'm saying. That was his philosophy. That was not mine when it comes to a war daddy.
Vic?
Well, listen, I kind of look at the offensive line candidates, particularly the ones that Gambo has highlighted, Tyler Booker, Kelvin Banks, Josh Simmons, and I think about the wide receiver debate last year of Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, and Rome Odunze. And I remember conversations, how much separation is there between these three candidates? Who's the best fit? Who do you take out of the three? I think there's some applicables here. I do like the idea of having a guy that really brings the fight. And I know Wolf can talk about this for hours, but this is a subject I kind of vibe on all the time as well. Everybody this time of year will tell you they love to play football. You need to find the guys that show it on tape.
That's Simmons.
Don't get me fired up,
Booker,
Dad.
right?
It's way too early in
Too
the
early
show
for
right
that?
now
Yeah,
to get me fired up because you can see it.
You can see it.
Yes.
It's funny because I think that has always been a defining trait of the NFL draft. Show me the guys who love. It feels like this year more than even in years past. There is very much especially because of the NIL money.
That's so true.
There's been a conversation like, okay, you really show me the guy who loves the game. Because there's more of a reason now more than ever to play the game but not love it because you're getting paid much money to do it as an elite college player. So the separation between the ones who love it and the ones who just do it because they're good at it might be more pronounced now than it ever has been in the past because legally you can pay these guys to play football in college.
One of the really cool things about the NFL draft that unfortunately no longer exists is the feeling that comes over these guys who have gone through how many years? 8+ years of training, hitting, violence, football, success, failure. Then they get drafted and they know, I've made it. I'm getting a big paycheck. I can get mom a house. I can do this. And you could see that and you could feel that. That is really no longer the case.
No. It's different money.
It's different
money in the NFL, but it's still pretty good
but
money.
They've
if
already
you've got
had
the
a
right NIL
taste
deal.
of it.
Yeah, exactly.
When in the past, the draft was always, you have made it, son. This is your reward.
When we come back on our NFL draft extravaganza, okay, we went deep dive on the offensive line. We're going to see if we can convince Wolf to talk about some of the other players that maybe the Cardinals could go, or if he's just going to be fixated the entire night on Tyler Booker. I'm kidding, but we will talk about some of the other names that are under consideration. That is next. NFL draft extravaganza. Gambo, Wolf, Bick, me, Dave Burns. We're back right after this.
D-backs Rays.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball right side. It's picked up by Lau. Goes to second for one. Throw to first. Double play. And the Rays win the ball game as Perdomo grounds into an inning-ending double play. They have evened this series at a game apiece. And the D-backs will rue the missed opportunities as they come up short by a final score of 7-6.
D-backs Rays series finale. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, who did my LASIK surgery. He did the LASIK surgery for Vince Marotta. And he also helped Kevin Ray with the new clear lens exchange procedure. All of us have gone to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center for vision correction procedures. So if you are struggling with your eyesight, you're tired of wearing glasses or contact lenses, you want to see better, let's get you into the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Dr. Jay Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and he's the team eye doctor for my family. We all go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. So give him a call at 480-483-EYES. Go online at teamidoc.com. Don't forget to ask about 2 years of interest-free financing. You can get 2 years of interest-free financing for your vision correction procedure when you go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. That's 480-483-EYES or online at teamidoc.com.
Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know the importance of being number one, which is exactly why you call Parker & Sons. They are the best in the business. They're celebrating 50 years in the Valley. They're fast, reliable, and their trophy case is full of awards. They are the company you trust with your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Your house deserves nothing less. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like? Cynthia.
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your local GM dealer. And folks, there has never been a better time to get in a new GMC truck or SUV. Take advantage of low 0.9% APR financing on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Turbo Max full-size truck. Or electrify your savings with an even lower 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 Hummer SUVs or Sierra EV Denali's. All offers require approved credit and end soon. So hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find it all online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per $1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 4/30/25.
Starting on May 9th, celebrate Mexican Heritage Weekend presented by Coors Light. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com/Mex.
The Arizona Cardinals select
the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza.
Draft Extravaganza coverage here on Arizona Sports, streaming live on YouTube. Stream the audio at ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Me, Dave Burns, alongside John Gambadoro, Ron Wolfley, Dan Bickley. Later on, we'll hear from Vince Marotta and Luke Lipinski and Kellen Olson and Tyler Drake, bringing you wall-to-wall coverage of the NFL Draft here on Arizona sports. Okay, so Gambo, I'm going to start with you on this one, so you can go through your Gambo 5 one more time.
Okay, you got it.
And again, these are if the Cardinals stay at 16, you believe it will be one of these.
We guarantee it,
guys.
or you get your money back. We guarantee it, or Bickley's got to take you to the Masters next year.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, Bickley will take you to. We're wrong. Bickley takes you to the Masters.
No, you take them to Austria with you. If you're wrong.
I'm going to Austria.
What's your 5?
My 5 is 3 offensive linemen. I got Kelvin Banks, the offensive tackle from Texas, who I don't think is going to be there, but he's on my list. Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle from Ohio State, maybe the best offensive lineman in this draft, but the patella injury is real serious, and so it could slide a little bit, but a lot of people think that the film is outrageous on him, and it's just so good. Tyler Booker, the offensive guard from Alabama, is on my Gambo 5. And then 2 defensive players, Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss, and Michael Williams, the edge from Georgia.
Wolf, outside of Tyler Booker, and I'm really not trying to exclude Tyler Booker from this conversation, but I really do want to get your opinion on some of the other guys. Tell me about the defensive players in your mind that were on Gambo's list, and not knowing which one of them are going to be there, but Michael Williams and Walter Nolan in particular. Tell me what you've seen out of those two.
Yeah, Walter Nolan is very, very similar to an Aaron Donald, if you're looking at it right now. He's not a heavy guy. He's not like he's going to take on double teams and do really, really well. He's super quick, and he uses his hands, and he's very strong. For a guy that isn't really, really big, he uses his hands and does a really good job. That was Aaron Donald. Now, again, he's an Aaron Donald type. I'm not saying he's Aaron Donald by any stretch of the imagination, because there was only one of those guys as far as I'm concerned. Maybe an Ed Oliver as well with the Buffalo Bills, a guy like that. Undersized 3 technique. That's what Walter Nolan is. And yet, I'd be okay. I'd be okay if they went with Walter Nolan. For me, I like Kenneth Grant an awful lot, the kid out of Michigan. I like him a lot. I like Shamar Stewart as well in regard to coming off the edge. I think he's an absolute freak through and through. But he's definitely got risk to him as well, because of the fact that he's only got Shamar Stewart, 4.5 sacks.
Yeah, it's like the poster child for underwear Olympic guy, right? Like
no doubt.
Mike Mamula.
Except though, when you watch him on tape, David, he's got a bull rush that I think is the best bull rush coming off the edge.
Then again, where's
in
the success?
Where's he had 39 pressures as well. He's gotten a lot of pressure. He just hasn't had a sack.
I think
somebody like that, I think, could get better.
I think the feeling is that he's the riskiest guy in the draft both ways. If you take him and if you don't take him.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I agree.
All right, Big, you don't start with the 5, but expand from the 5.
Right.
Tell me about names that you like at this spot, either with the 5 or outside of the 5.
Okay, so and I know that Gambo and Gambo's 5, he doesn't have a wide receiver and he doesn't have a cornerback. My thinking is, with the additions they have made defensively, Josh Sweat, Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson, and everything they've done there, to me it would seem that getting another elite prospect at cornerback would be more important than adding depth defensively on the defensive line. So Jahdae Barron is a guy that I looked at and I thought that would be a really good piece to add to this defense, because as of right now, you've got one cornerback that you know and you really believe is going to be top tier, and the other guys you're not quite certain of. That's the spot that I wonder about. I totally get using 16 to address the offensive line for a lot of reasons. The need for a guard, the protecting of Kyler Murray, the building of a fortress around him, the proliferation of the trenches, which has now become the Eagles' stamp and their trademark, right?
Right.
It's a copycat league, right? But defensively, that's where I would look if it was something outside of the Gambo 5.
Okay. Now you said no on the cornerbacks. You said no on the wide receivers.
Ruling out cornerbacks and wide receivers. They're not going. The only thing I would say is Tomlinson's 31. Calais has got 1 year left, so. I could see going. I could see going defensive line just because. How many good years you have left in Tomlinson? And I understand the cornerback. I just think that they could probably get a better get a cornerback in the second or third round. Remember, the first round is not the be-all, end-all. So I do think that they will get a cornerback.
Yeah.
I think they need to. I just don't think that Monty is the type of guy that wants to take one in the first.
I just have to say this, though, following up on that, Johnny, right now, Will Johnson, I think, is special. The kid from Michigan.
Yeah.
This kid, 6'2", 202 pounds. We're talking about a big corner.
He's an inside corner.
Okay, you can say he's an inside corner. I don't think he is. I think this is a guy that can play on the outside as well. Are you kidding me? He's a huge
One
dude.
of the two. Maybe
and
I'm wrong.
Not only that, Johnny, too, but Will Johnson is excellent in zone coverage. Guess what the Arizona Cardinals run?
Zone
cover
coverage.
3
Yep.
and cover 4.
Yep.
He is a pick six, as Mel Kiper Jr. liked to say. He's a pick six waiting to happen. He's got a really innate ability to read combination routes and jump the route in zone cover. He did it at Michigan. He's done it over and over once again. That is the only thing that is intriguing. Will Johnson, I think, is going to be gone by 16. I think every mock they're doing, Danny, it's like he's gone.
You're right.
But what if he's there at 16?
You're absolutely right. But early in the week, I read that he had gotten flagged for a medical, that there's a knee issue people are worried about. Now, I don't know if it's anything of any severity.
Talking about Will Johnson
Yes,
now? Yeah,
yes.
right.
But that is the only thing that would give me pause about Will Johnson, because Will Johnson is a better fit than Jahdae Barron.
It was Barron that's the inside. I'm looking back at my notes.
Yes.
It's Barron that is the inside cornerback. They would not take an inside cornerback. They have one.
I'll say this about the cornerback position, though, and this can you could use this on either side of the argument for why they would or why they wouldn't at number 16 overall. In 2 years under Monty Ossenford, if I'm doing my math right, they've taken 5 corners in 2 drafts already, and they've taken 3 corners in the first 3 rounds already. Now, you can look at that one of two ways. You can say they're good, they've drafted plenty, they're okay, they want to see how Max Melton develops, et cetera, et cetera. Or you can look at that and say they really value throwing a lot of bodies at the problem and throwing more bodies at the problem. You know what I mean? Hey, you can't have enough corners. You can't have enough good ones. And I wonder about the corner spot, too, only because this general manager has shown a tendency to draft a lot of them in 2 years. And I don't know, outside of Garrett Williams, what they have that's really close to a sure thing at the position next year.
I think Max Melton is a guy that is going to be
really
take the lead time for him this year?
I'm telling you right now, year 2, how many guys have the Arizona Cardinals drafted where year 2 has been a really good year? Better than year 1.
Well, it happens to most players.
Well, it does.
Well, it's supposed to happen to most players. If it doesn't happen, that's where you get a little worried.
That's when they move off of them. But Johnny, there's a lot of guys who miss on picks as well.
Who was the cornerback that was the 8 years ago with Arians? That was we thought he was going to be the best cornerback in the world.
DRC?
No, not Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie. They drafted him.
Brandon Williams.
Brandon Williams. Oh, my God. We were watching Brandon Williams at camp and like, oh, my God, this guy's going to the Hall of Fame. He was breaking up every single pass thrown to everybody. When he got on a football field, he couldn't play.
I think I was the one saying that, too.
We were watching him like, oh, my God, Brandon Williams just broke up another play. Oh, he just intercepted a pass for Fitz. Oh, he was so good. But then when he got on the field, he couldn't play.
Yeah, when we come back here in our NFL draft extravaganza coverage, and if I'm cutting somebody off, I apologize, but we're trying to move things along. Everyone will have plenty of opportunities. The trade down option for the Cardinals. Are we going to be here a little bit later than we all think on our draft extravaganza? We'll talk about that coming up with Bick, Wolf, Gambo, and me here on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Just the way Fott went through that lineup, and that was just so low stress. 6 innings, 1 earned run, 4 hits. Leads the team in quality starts. He leads the rotation in ERA. He's supposed to be your number 5 starter this year, but he's pitching like a really good 2.
This is the next step for Brandon Fott to be more consistent, like what we're seeing right now. That is the next step for him in his development as a starter in Major League Baseball.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Is your AC ready for summer? Don't wait for the heat to hit. Weak airflow? Warm air? Strange noises? These are warning signs your AC needs attention. Our skilled technicians offer AC repair services or replacements to keep your family cool all summer long. Don't sweat it. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning has your back. Here to keep your home cool all summer. Visit onehour.com to schedule today. Financing options available.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Say it with me, Basinonians. It's the big spring refresh at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through April 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. That's right, I said it. 25% off everything. Head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations. Grab a knowledgeable sleep expert who will help you find the perfect sleep solution. And tell them Wolf sent you. And remember, shipping is always free. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Dan Bickley with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, why should our listeners shop at Waltz?
Well, Dan, we're all about making it easy. No membership fees, no loyalty points. You get the best price every time. If you find a better price somewhere else, we'll match it and give you 30 days of price protection.
That's pretty sweet. No risk, just great deals. And don't forget, folks, drop my name. You'll get a 3-year warranty for free or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years. And Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want. Like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza.
Left to right on your radio. I don't know how it looks on YouTube, but if you're watching on YouTube, maybe it's left to right as well. I have no idea. Dan Bickley from the Bickley and Marotta Show, lead columnist at ArizonaSports.com. As soon as the pick comes down, Dan will be exiting stage left to write his column, which we encourage you to read, of course, at ArizonaSports.com. Ron Wolfley, the now retired color analyst for the Arizona Cardinals, but still a part of our family, always a part of our family.
Appreciate
and co-host
that,
of the Wolf and Luke Show.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
And by the way, this camera right now, I apologize for the face. Okay, I'm just telling you right now.
It is awfully close,
I'm
isn't
looking
it?
right at you. It is.
It's very
like,
close.
Come on, man. You busted a lot of wedges.
That's
You've got
right.
nothing to apologize for.
You kidding
Come
me?
on, man.
Somebody give me the face mask.
And never one to apologize for how he looks, John Gambadoro, who's here with us as well.
I am to your right.
Yes, you are to my
Yes,
yes,
I'm
you
to
are
the right.
You are to my right. Yes. Let's talk about the trade down option for the Arizona Cardinals because we're focused on 16. Monty Fort has made 6 trades in 2 years as general manager of the Cardinals. 5 of the 6 have been in the downward direction, Gambo. That seems to be the trend when it comes to Monty Fort.
Yeah.
And certainly if we're talking about this year, the belief is that if there is to be a trade, down is the direction.
Well, I mentioned this on Bickley and Murata this morning, just going with that there have been inquiries to the Cardinals to trade, for the Cardinals to trade down. There are teams that want to move up, that are looking to move up. It depends on what player is there, but teams that are just putting out some feelers. There's no trade offers at this point, just feelers. Teams that have inquired, hey, if our guy is there, would you be willing to make a trade? I think the Cardinals, if they do trade down, and I'm going to rule out trading up, they're not going to trade up, but I would not rule out trading down. If they do trade down, it is very likely going to be between 20 and 25 in the draft. Now, depending on where, usually if you drop down, 1 to 5 spots or 1 to 6 spots, you're going to get a third rounder. If you start to go further than that, you're going to get a second rounder. Could be a future second rounder. So keep your eye on that. But I do think if there's a trade down, it's going to be in the 20 to 25 range.
The 2 teams, Bick, that have been mentioned, at least at this stage in the process of maybe wanting to move up, are the Denver Broncos at 20 and the Houston Texans at 25. Now, other teams that are in that range that Gambo's talking about, the Steelers at 21, which everybody is wondering if that's the Shador spot or not. Chargers are in there. The Packers are in there. The Vikings, I think, are in that kind of range as well. But the Broncos at 20 and the Texans at 25 are the 2 that are talked about. Would you feel comfortable dropping down 4 to 9 spots with who might be available down there?
Conceivably, yes, but it is so hard to tell before we get a real feel on how this draft evolves. I think there's going to be a couple of pinch points as we kind of get through picks 3 through 12 that is going to kind of illuminate whether or not teams are going to want to jump up. Generally, moving up in the draft, the juice is not worth the squeeze. You're giving up a lot, but also ironically, the one time the Cardinals had a chance for Patrick Mahomes, they didn't trade up when they thought, hey, maybe that's the guy.
Yeah.
Okay, but generally, I agree. The best way to do it is to trade down, because if you're trading up, you've got a touch of desperation to you, and it's good to kind of like capitalize on that. I don't know about going all the way down to 25. I also think that you need to use your first round picks to get quality football players.
Wolf, your thoughts on going down? I mean, especially, again, I'm going to touch the nerve here. If you're talking about Tyler Booker, and maybe if you think he's there at 16, maybe he's there at 20, maybe he's there at 25. Get your guy, get an extra asset, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I could definitely see that trading down because of that. Not only Tyler Booker, but they're really deep. This draft is deep on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball right now, and I'm including the edge on that as well. So I think if you were to move down 20, 22, 23, somewhere in that vicinity, you would be able to still build this team on the line of scrimmage. It just is a matter of who might actually be there at that point in time. And Monty loves picks, especially third-round picks. How many picks did he have last year? 4 third-round picks. And by the way, 3 of them are guys that are contributing right now. 3 of them are guys. This is the big, right now, when you look at the guys that have been on this team for the last 2 years, 13 guys are either starting or in the rotation. A serious rotation player. 13 guys, year 2 or less. Think about how young that team is when you look at that. 13 guys. There's only 22 starting positions on a football team. And I'm not talking about the kicker and the punter and the special teams guy.
They're not football
I'm
players.
not talking about that.
These are quarterbacks, apparently.
Right? The disgust in your voice is duly noted.
I guess what I'm saying right now, they've done a really, really good job, in particular, third-round picks of getting guys that are contributing.
You go get yourself an extra third-round pick. You've got the license to draft Cam Scadaboo now.
Oh, man. I don't see it. I still think they're very high on Trey Benson, so I don't see Cam Scadaboo coming here. Maybe wrong, but I just don't think that that's the case. The name I'll put out there if they trade down into that range and the offensive linemen are gone.
Meaning 20 and 25?
If the Cardinals do trade down and they get in that 20 to 25 range, you're just saying, okay, Look, they've traded down before and still got Biggio Ojulari. Traded down, still got Max Melton, the guys they would have picked originally. If they trade down and the guy that they're thinking is going to be there is not there, keep your eye on Shamar Stewart. He's not a guy that they would take at 16, but he is a guy that they would take later on in the first round.
Yeah.
What do you think of Shamar Stewart pick?
Suspicious. Again, it's
that word. That's
that's skeptical.
Yeah.
And I know all about the pressures he has, and I think if you just look at sacks, you get a not a full picture of what he was, but the combine results do not match the productivity.
Polarizing.
Yeah. One of the things I wanted to say as well, David, now, is the fact that trading up. Johnny's right. I mean, I don't see them trading up. I don't.
way.
But if you were going to, philosophically, this would be the draft to do it. Philosophically, his third draft, he's gotten drafts where he's drafted how many guys? 12 guys.
Right.
Okay, he had a big and has done really, really well in terms of bringing these guys on that are contributing right now. If there was a guy that specifically in year 3 of this rebuild, you looked at and said, that's the guy right there who's going to push us over the top.
But there's not.
Okay, I'm saying, though, if they believe that philosophically, you would do it. In year 3.
I actually agree with Wolf 100% on this. I don't think they'll do it.
I'm not saying they're doing it.
But I think in theory,
yes,
given where the roster is right now, this is the year to do that.
If there is a guy that falls, keep your eyes open.
Because you might not need all the inventory. You don't have a ton of inventory anyway. You've only got 6 picks, but this might be the one year to say, let's only come out of this draft with 4 guys. I know it's counterintuitive.
Mm-hmm.
It goes against the whole swings of the bat, bites of the apple theory that you want as many as you possibly can.
Tackle class isn't great.
Well, maybe not for. Unless you've decided, let's say Kelvin Banks is the guy at tackle that you think will be your right tackle for the next 10 years, and your bookends will be.
That's the one thing about it, too, guys. These guys are human beings. Scouts are human beings. They fall in love with certain guys.
Mm-hmm.
They always have, and they always will. They fall in love with certain guys. It takes one guy to fall in love with a player. One guy, and it's the general manager. And if he falls in love with a guy and wants him, look out.
Yeah, it just does seem... It does seem that it kind of goes against the Monty Ossenfort DNA. I know we've only had 2 years of knowing him, Bick, so it's hard to say that any trends for sure have been established. But I actually agree with Wolf. I mean, I don't think we'll see it, but I think if there were the year to see it, this might be the one.
Maybe. I think Monty Ossenfort, though, one of the things that I like most about him is he really does seem to enjoy the chaos and the swirl of being in that room and the phones ringing. That's not for everybody. You've got to be a special kind of dude, right?
Yeah.
To thrive in that environment.
Gambo's been joking on our show that it would take him
15
days
minutes
to figure out. like somebody calls him with an offer. I'm like, okay, I got to call you back in like a day.
All right, listen, I'll
Let me
trade you
think
this,
about
this,
it.
and this for that, and that. Okay, listen. Can I get back to you in 15? I got to think about this. Like, you're going to give me what? I don't know how these guys process that information so quickly.
That's it.
I would literally be there like, tell the commissioner to hold up the draft. I got to think about this for a little while.
Part of me.
How do
is
they do this in 40 seconds?
Well, okay,
so true.
I think partially it's because, to Bick's point, it's kind of in Monty's blood. Like you either got it or you don't when it comes to the juice like that.
Right.
And I also think they practice scenarios like that, right? Like they have mock drafts in the war room. Okay, let's try this scenario. Let's try that scenario. Let's play it this way. Let's play it that way and see what happens.
I also think he's very disciplined in a certain level of philosophies he has when it comes to the draft. Always preferring to trade down, not trading up because that's desperate. The idea of not going really big in free agency because it's a guaranteed overpay, no matter how great that shiny object looks. I think he's got tenets in his brain that he lives by as a general manager that serves him well in that swirl. So I think when he gets these phone calls, he puts it through the filter of, is this a great opportunity for me to capitalize on someone
Yeah.
else's desperation.
More than
and if the
anything-
answer is no, he won't do it.
Yeah, more than anything, I want to see him trade down just because I like the videos the next day.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
dramatic
yeah.
music,
Yeah.
okay?
The high five, right.
The high five. Jonathan Gannon,
Right.
pew, pew, pew. You know,
Right,
like the
right,
whole
right,
thing. I
right.
love the
Right.
videos when they trade down. When we come back on our NFL Draft Extravaganza, I got Gambo, I got Wolf, I got Bickley, got me, Dave Burns. We will have our final thoughts on this draft, and we'll have our final thoughts on what looms for the Arizona Cardinals, and then we'll go to the podium and hear from the commissioner and get this thing underway. It's our Draft Extravaganza, and it's as I look up, Tyler Booker's walking in. Boy, if that's not ominous, I don't know what is. We'll be back with more right after this.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Mike Tannenbaum said he's a big believer in Marvin Harrison Jr.
But do you believe in the rest of the room?
That's really the big question to me. Where is the standout talent? Don't you need more than one, even if Marvin Harrison Jr. is that guy?
The Cardinals in 2003 got Anquan Bolden in the second round. In 2004, they got Larry Fitzgerald in the first round. In the 2008 season, 2009 calendar year, they played for a Super Bowl championship. Might be something said for putting together a young, dynamic wide receiver duo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team. I get so many great reviews all the time. I got this terrific review right now from somebody that was going to go with another mortgage company and then realized that the rate was just too high. Called the Lund Mortgage team, found out that as a broker, they could get him a much better deal. Says, well, the story is already long, so let's shorten it up. Got me an extremely good interest rate on a conventional 30-year loan, which is what I wanted. Didn't have the money to put down, so they were able to wrap the closing cost into the mortgage for me because I had enough equity in my house. Signing the closing papers tomorrow. House will close by the end of the month, which is less than 30 days from start to finish. Could not be happier with the Lund Mortgage Company and Matt Oliver. They did a great job. I highly recommend them. That's what I see on a regular basis. People that work with the Lund Mortgage team with a refinance, a new home loan, pre-approved for a mortgage, satisfied with the results they get. Contact the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130 or online at lundmortgage.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back.
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Looking to upgrade your home? Start your journey to a brighter, more beautiful home. The Window Depot has Milgard windows in stock, ready to go home today, or their team can help you with a special order. Whether
Chase Field on Mother's Day, Sunday, May 11th, and receive a clear crossbody bag. Get your tickets at dbacks.com.
The Arizona Cardinals select
the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza.
Ron Wolfley, Dan Bickley, John Gambadoro, me, Dave Burns. First shift change of the day is coming up at 5. There'll be a few of them over the course of the night.
Break time.
Rotating everybody in, everybody out. Vince Marotta, I saw him out there in the bullpen warming up. I've seen Kellen Olson out there. He's getting ready. Luke Lipinski's going to be joining us as well. Tyler Drake is going to be joining us. We've got all of us. And then
all hands on deck.
I got Jarrett Carlin here.
What?
There's
Brett said, forget it. Bickley's gone.
Shut up, Jarrett. Sorry, I had to drop one of them there.
No, it's good.
So the draft begins at 5. We'll take this break. We'll break here in just a few minutes to make sure that we're done in time for the commissioner and the traditional he gets booed at these things. This year's draft is in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Let's take a look at some of the other issues that are not necessarily Cardinal related in this draft. And I hate to be the play the hits guy, but I'm going to play the hits guy. What the heck is going to happen with Shedeur Sanders today? Where are we going to have? Yeah, you know what? I'll just start
he's gonna
there.
fall.
Yes or no question. By the time we sign off our broadcast today, does Shedeur Sanders have an NFL home? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes?
I believe yes, but where, I have no idea.
Wolf?
I say yes.
Okay.
You could convince me it'd be the Steelers.
Okay.
At 21.
That's where I would bet as well.
Yeah, that seems to be the consensus, Gambo, is that where he just I mean, if you just look at needs, if you look at, debits and credits right now, who needs a quarterback, it would seem like the Steelers would certainly be at the top of the line right now.
A lot of the things you hear about him is, okay, he doesn't have the arm strength, but the main thing is the character issues, just like entitled and, maybe growing up with his dad. At Colorado, he completed about 71% of his passes. Granted, he didn't go down the field a whole lot. He still completed 71 of his passes, which is a record, an FBS record. So, there's talent there. You can't say there's not. And there's teams that are desperate in need of a quarterback. So, and I think once you get past paying like the top 10 guys and you start to get into and you get past 10 and 20, and then you start to get into it comes a lot less expensive to pay a quarterback at 25 than it does to pay a quarterback at 3.
I've been saying for weeks, one of my guys gave me a heads up that this started to become a thing in the NFL about Shedeur Sanders. And you know that a lot of head coaches and a lot of GMs operate out of fear. The ones who need quarterbacks are generally teams that are bad, which means the people drafting are in tenuous, perilous positions. There's a fear that's very real in some NFL headquarters that if you draft Shedeur Sanders, you're effectively also drafting your replacement as head coach. That eventually next year, Deion Sanders is going to be the guy that comes in and takes your job. So for what it's worth, that is a factor in the mix when it comes to Shedeur Sanders. So if you have got an owner or a GM, and say you're a head coach who's on a proverbial hot seat. Hey, coach, what do you think of Shedeur Sanders? Oh, entitled kid, don't like him.
Worst interview I've
ever had. Look,
yeah.
He needed his jersey.
But that's why Tomlin can draft him.
That's it. Because in Pittsburgh, Mike Tomlin doesn't have that concern.
Even though there's a lot of people that will tell you, oh, you got to get rid of Mike Tomlin. People in Pittsburgh,
they've had 3 coaches in our lifetime.
Which I can't even believe. You would look at him and say, you got to be kidding me.
I don't know if the organization feels that way about him, but I understand some fans in Pittsburgh are like,
oh, yeah.
Hey, 9-8 every year and losing in the first round of the playoffs. We're the Steelers. We got to do better than this, right? No matter, even if that means sacrificing.
Here's the other thing as well. Deion Sanders actually has an awful lot in common with Coach T. He does. And from what I understood, they have a really good relationship. Okay, they share a faith to start with there. The report that came out about Shedeur Sanders about 5 days ago, that to me, man, if that was not classic draft subterfuge that you're going to leak out there with the hope of influencing somebody else in any way, shape, or form, that's Exhibit A to me.
There are 3 of us that were born in the 60s in this room right now. One of us wasn't, but 3 of us were born in the 60s. That's when Chuck Noll started coaching the Steelers. They've had 3 coaches in the majority of our
56
lifetime.
years, Gambo. 3 in
incredible
56 years.
3 coaches in 56 years.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah. Okay, then I'll counter with this question, then we'll take it to a break. Is Shedeur Sanders the second quarterback taken, or is he the third quarterback taken?
I think he's 3.
I think he's 3. I think the Jackson Dart elevation is very real.
Okay.
Second
Ahead of Jackson Dart? Because a lot of people think your New York Giants might get a little.
I hope they don't take him.
Froggy and jump up into the draft and maybe take Jackson Dart.
Right. Oh, Dart. Okay. Yeah.
No, not Shedeur. Jackson Dart.
I mean, do I want my team taking Shedeur Sanders? No.
There are some people who think Jalen Milroe might go ahead of Shedeur Sanders. I don't believe that, but I've read that. And people have said if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, that might be a better fit of player and system than Shedeur Sanders and the Steelers.
So you've all got him third. Go as the third quarterback taken.
Yeah.
I do.
You have him second?
And I have Dylan Gabriel as the best quarterback in the draft. Going in the 5th round out of Oregon will be the best quarterback.
We're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we'll go to the podium. We'll hear from Roger Goodell, and we'll get this party started. It's our NFL Draft Extravaganza, and it is live here on Arizona Sports. It continues right after this.
You can't use the old excuse about not having enough storage because we know you've got the cloud. Download the Arizona Sports app and keep it on your home screen for breaking sports news, all the Arizona sports shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to the Suns, D-backs, ASU Athletics, and more on your phone. The Arizona Sports app is presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, I've got a great special for you from Christian Brothers, the plumbing special. I tell you every single day about the incredible AC special, $129 AC tune-up complete from Christian Brothers. But how about this? $129, they will flush your traditional tank water heater. They'll do a complete plumbing inspection, check the water pressure, inspect all the fixtures, including the house bibs. You'll get a free water quality test. Arizona has terrible water, and they've got a great water filtration systems for people. They'll flush your water heater, make sure all your faucets and fixtures are in good shape, test your quality of water, all for $129. You're not entitled. You don't have to buy anything else. But for $129, get that water heater flush, get your water tested, and if you've got some slow leaky faucets, might as well check them while they're there and see if there's anything they could do to fix them. That's complete for $129 when you go with Christian Brothers AC, Plumbing, and Electric. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535, or go to cbrothers.com.
Every business has a purpose to inspire, a purpose to innovate, a purpose to serve. At SRP, our purpose is to power yours. From rebates for energy-efficient upgrades to money-saving programs, we help businesses of all sizes find reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy solutions. Discover the possibilities at savewithsrpbiz.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 Gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 Gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These Gold Liberty coins coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and spring has arrived, which means it's a great time for new plants, putting greens, and getting your backyard ready for outdoor activities. My friends at Turf Monsters can make that happen no matter what project you are looking for. And now through the end of March, all new customers get 10% off. Call them at 623-263-7388 or schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
At Dignity Health's Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Institute, keeping you moving is a joint effort. With minimally invasive techniques and a personalized treatment plan, our team of highly specialized orthopedic experts can keep you in motion. We care for your knees, hips, and shoulders so you can enjoy what moves you. Don't let joint pain put your life on pause. Keep moving forward and find your path back to what you love. Learn more at dignityhealth.org/azortho. Hello, human kindness.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
Even in the NIL world, an NFL payday can make you an overnight multimillionaire.
The money is really big now. Those first rounders are getting guaranteed up to $40 million, $39 million. For sure. That is forever money.
Whose dreams become reality tonight? Who will be the Arizona Cardinals' first-round pick?
You can drive yourself nuts thinking of what might happen here coming down the chute.
Welcome to the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza.
5 o'clock hour here on the NFL Draft Extravaganza on Arizona Sports. You can hear us live on 98.7 FM. You can listen to us live at arizonasports.com or the Arizona Sports app. You can watch us on YouTube. All you have to do is search Arizona Sports on YouTube, subscribe to Arizona Sports. You can watch all of our shows, including the NFL Draft Extravaganza, live as it comes down. In other words, if you're a Cardinals fan and you want your coverage slanted towards the Arizona Cardinals and what tonight means for them, this is the draft show for you to listen to and to watch tonight as we welcome you back in. We've had a little bit of a shift change. Bickley has stepped out. Gambo has stepped out. Don't worry, they will both be back. Ron Wolfley has slid over to his typical chair here in our studios right now.
What's up,
no, wait, hold on. We had you. No, hit that red button again. Let's see.
No, I understand that. I was going to communicate with command and control.
See, I apologize. I'm like, no, Wolf, keep talking.
That was the radio equivalent of the server coming up and asking you how everything is when you have a mouthful of food.
Vince Marotta, the co-host of Bickley and Marotta, 6 to 10 every morning here on Arizona Sports. Good to have you in here, Vinny. Good to see you,
to be
man.
here.
It's been a while. I don't get to see Vinny as often as I would like.
Yeah, I pull the Bickley now. I get out of here at like 9:59 every day.
You know what? Why not? I'd probably do the same thing.
No reason to stick around.
This is our draft coverage. It'll be the three of us for the next hour or so, in which we're expected to take you through at least the first 3 or 4 picks, and that includes who we're looking at right now on our feed here inside the studio. Cam Ward, the Miami quarterback that we're expecting to be the first pick of the draft, and then after that, we'll see. Travis Hunter in his bright Pepto-Bismol pink suit might be number 2. Perhaps we'll see Ashton Genty very earlier in this draft. We could see Abdul Carter as well, and then we'll start to see about trades and whatnot. As soon as the commissioner approaches the podium, we'll bring you the commissioner's comments to open up this year's draft and then get the Tennessee Titans on the clock. In the meantime, Vinny, you're new into the show. Your thoughts, and this is a very general 30,000-foot question, your thoughts on what might come down for the Arizona Cardinals today?
Well, I mean, I do respect the work that Gambo does on his Gambo 5 every year. So it looks like it's going to be, again, a concentration on the trenches, whether it's offensive line or defensive line. And we all know the saying, right? That's where you win football games, in the trenches. And this would be, if they go that route, either offense or defense, third straight year a first-round pick would be expended on a line player, either defense or offense.
You're famous around here for once upon a time for a Suns draft expressing just complete and utter disbelief over the fact that they weren't even interested in Tyrese Halliburton a few years ago. So the Gambo 5 aside, who is on the Vinny list that you would like them to consider at number 16, who maybe isn't one of these 5 players?
Not one of these 5 players? I think it would be difficult considering the current state of the wide receiver room. I think it's good. I think it needs beefing up. And if the Cardinals are on the clock and McMillan's on the board or Matthew Golden's on the board, for me, it would be a difficult pass. I don't know if they're interested. I've been told they're not interested, but one of those players. I've also really been enamored with Jahdae Barron, the defensive back from Texas, and all of this. Add more flexibility to that secondary. I can only imagine what a secondary with Barron and Budda Baker running around like crazy men out there would look like. So those would be the 2 guys, or 2 of the 3 guys that I would pinpoint.
Wolf, in the previous hour that we've done, I don't think the wide receiver conversation came up when it came to you. Your thoughts on, Matthew Golden is the name who gets mentioned the most. There, Tedoroya McMillan obviously is another one as well. But just the concept philosophically of adding a wide receiver at this point in this stage in the development.
Yeah, once again, this is just philosophically right now. Starting with that, David Charles, I would say you want a guy who's running a 4.29. That's what you want. Mm-hmm. You want a wide receiver who can line up on the outside or even on the inside in a slot, beat press, get down the field. What does that do? That softens up that secondary. Every safety takes a step or 2 back. Every corner is going to take a step or 2 back. It opens up, more than anything else, the middle of the field.
All right, Ron, I'm going to get more of your opinions on this as we go, because we obviously have a lot of words to be said. In the tradition of Green Bay Packer players riding their bikes to Lambeau Field, Roger Goodell has ridden onto the stage on a bicycle for the first to kick off the NFL draft. You know how the players line up and they ride the bikes, or the kids like give their bikes to the players and the players then ride their bikes over the practice field.
Now, I'd never ride a bike to a practice. Never.
Well, Roger Goodell
I mean that
is riding a bike to the NFL draft
and riding it alongside Lil Wayne. So yeah, it's officially draft season.
Let's go to the podium and hear from the commissioner, please.
To the 2025 NFL Draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. People said that Green Bay was too small for this, with a population of 107,000. But we have over 125,000 people here and still counting. Obviously, Green Bay may be small, but it's mighty. Thank you all for welcoming us here tonight, and hope you have a great few days.
And apparently that is it.
Wow. Such a dynamic speaker.
Is he going to officially put the Tennessee Titans on the clock?
Did he forget?
I think he forgot.
I think he might have forgot to put the Titans on the clock.
Raj is off to a great start.
Isn't that usually what happens here at this point in the draft? Oh, no, he's still talking. Go ahead. He's still talking.
And bring hope to every NFL team, and we may have a few surprises for you tonight. But first, let's hear from some of your Packer greats. Please welcome Clay Matthews, Jordy Nelson, Mason Crosby, Amon Green, James Jones, and Packer superfan Lil Wayne.
I'm going to go off script here real quick.
This is Clay Matthews,
Roger,
by the way.
But I just got off the phone with the President, Donald Trump. He asked me to pass a message along to all 32 NFL franchises. So let me tell you what it reads here, all right? It says, my fellow Americans, the Bears still suck! Let's go! Go Pat! I'm sorry, Roger, I'm sorry.
Wow.
Here's Clay Sr.
Okay, Green Bay. It's time to get the show started. Are you ready? The 2025 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
There it is. We apologize for stepping on Roger's big moment there.
Did Lauren dump that? Did she allow that Bears slander to go over the air?
Our producer Lauren is the most die-hardiest Chicago Bears fan you've ever met in your life, and she is not pleased at the beginning of the NFL draft at all. I'm sorry,
We're off to
Lauren.
a very WWE feel to the
Yeah,
2025
we are.
draft.
What, Aaron Rodgers didn't get the invite. Brett Favre didn't get the invite. What's going on with this draft? We are officially underway. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock. Their 10-minute countdown has begun. We are expecting Cam Ward to be the selection here, obviously the quarterback out of Miami. All right, so we were having the wide receiver conversation. I cut you off. I apologize.
Okay.
So you basically, philosophically, you don't think this is the year to do it if you're the Cards?
No, I don't think it's a year to do it yet. At the same time, if they're there at number 16 and you've got Matthew Golden, a guy that is running a 4.29 and a guy that can catch the ball when you do throw it up, I will wonder about that. I will wonder if Monty Ossenfort is up walking around. Now, again, that's just my own belief right now. I don't think it's going to happen. The reason being is because they want to build the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. That's what they want to do, David.
But Wolf, what do you think of the overall health of the wide receiver room? Do you think that need a little bit of a boost, whether it's another free agent sometime later in this process?
Yeah, somebody who can run for the most part.
Yeah.
I'm talking about taking the top off. But I do believe this, Vinny. I believe Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to get way better.
Yeah.
Way better. And
I
guess
agree.
what? Look, he wasn't that bad last year. It was just that my expectation was so high for Marvin Harrison Jr. Kyler's got to get better.
Yeah.
If you tell me that there's one area where the offense improves, and it's Kyler Murray with Marvin Harrison Jr., I'm going to tell you it will set off a chain reaction that will allow the Arizona Cardinals to win more games, significantly more.
It is funny that the two positions that didn't, and I also have a lot of respect for Gambo and the work he does on the Gambo 5. I don't want to assume that it's the complete list, but if we're going to work off of that theory for a minute, okay, fine, let's do that. It is funny that the two positions that are not represented on the Gambo 5 list are two positions that are both manned by players who are expected to make the massive jump from year 1 to year 2 for the Cardinals. Marvin Harrison Jr. and Max Melton. No wide receivers on the list, no corners on the list.
Very true.
And again, not that it's the end-all, be-all, but if the expectation is that those two are destined for great, great things in year 2, and that expectation is internalized there with the Cardinals, they might be looking at it and saying, hey, again, the word need, I use the word need loosely. We don't need a wide receiver in the first round. Wait until you see what MHJ does in year 2. We don't need a corner in round 1. Wait until you see what Max Melton does in year 2. That might be fueling some of this, too, from their perspective.
Yeah, and a lot of the thought, too, on the passing game and the weapons available to Kyler Murray might be just this unbelievable belief in Trey McBride, who obviously engendered that belief last year with how he played. I just feel like the room as currently constructed, I would feel more comfortable with Michael Wilson as a 3 as opposed to a 2. Maybe that's just me. Maybe they're counting on big improvement from Michael Wilson, and he did take a jump last year.
We'll see. But that is, I agree that the room does need a little bit of work. Whether you do it in the first round or not, I don't know. We're going to take a break. The Titans have about 6 minutes left on the clock. We're trying to time this up so that when we come back, it's about time for the selection. Again, we're all expecting it's going to be Cam Ward. We'll come back. We'll make that official. We'll continue our NFL Draft Extravaganza coverage. Got Vince Marotta, got Ron Wolfley, me, Dave Burns, and we're back with more here on Arizona Sports right after this.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Phoenix. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end. The homemade taste of bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Chocolate lovers are going absolutely bananas over our new Bluebell Banana Fudge. Rich milk chocolate ice cream swirled with a scrumptious banana-flavored ice cream. Your favorite banana fudge bar, now in a carton.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at Winco Foods and select Food City stores.
The Arizona Cardinals select
the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza.
Coming to you live from our studios here. Our Draft Extravaganza right now featuring Ron Wolfley, Vince Marotta, me, Dave Burns. The pick is in for the Tennessee Titans. As soon as we see movement at the podium from the Commissioner Roger Goodell, we will take you to the podium for the pick of the Tennessee Titans. We will play the draft profiles that are excellent cast of, a half dozen or so people behind the scenes. The Jarrett Carlins, Mitch Vareldises of the world put together. They did a fantastic job with all of them. We'll play that as well. The commissioner is walking up to the podium right now. This is the surest thing in the draft. Let's hear from Commissioner Roger Goodell and the Tennessee Titans pick.
Come on. With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
Cam Ward, quarterback, Miami.
At 6'2" and 219 pounds, Cam Ward is a dynamic playmaker with a rocket arm and elite improv skills. A former zero-star recruit, he became college football's all-time leader in passing touchdowns with 156. After stints at Incarnate Word, Washington State, and Miami, it totaled out with 39 career starts. In 2024, Cam Ward led the nation with 39 touchdowns, 74 completions of 20-plus yards, and 4,313 passing yards, highlighted by a 25-point comeback against Cal. However, Ward's pocket awareness is inconsistent, and his reliance on arm talent leads to erratic movements and ball security concerns. He had 8 fumbles and 7 interceptions. NFL comp, Deshaun Watson in 2018 for the Houston Texans.
All right, we're going to talk about Cam Ward in a second. Ladies and gentlemen listening and gentlemen here in the studio, Ian Rappaport reporting the Cleveland Browns and Jacksonville Jaguars have agreed to a blockbuster trade. Wow. Jacksonville is now on the clock at number 2. Cleveland gets number 5, and what he's describing as a massive haul to help now and in the future. I have not seen the details of that trade, but the Jacksonville Jaguars reportedly are now on the clock. The Cleveland Browns now own 3 of the top 36 picks. They've got number 5, the first pick on Friday night at number 33, the 4th pick on Friday night of number 36, and I think that's just the beginning of it. So part of this is the Browns move down 3 spots to number 5 and now have the top pick in the draft for round 2 and the 4th pick of the draft in round 2. And the speculation is that maybe this move was made for Travis Hunter, potentially. The Jacksonville Jags are now on the clock. Wolf, go.
You know, it's amazing that you say that because right now, Travis Hunter, you look at him, he's the biggest freak that I've ever seen actually enter the NFL draft because he honestly could line up and be a shutdown corner, and he honestly could be a wide receiver 1 right now. I think he could do both in a game. He wants to play 100% of the snaps. That's never going to happen. That is never going to happen. But he wants to. And the thing that blows my mind, David, Charles, and Vinny, is the fact that he could. He could if he actually tried. If he actually did it. He could be a shutdown corner and a wide receiver 1 for a team. I think he's the best player in the draft. And honestly, there was a little bit of me that thought maybe the Tennessee Titans would said,
still take him, really. Wow.
We're still going to go with Travis Hunter.
The details on the trade are out from Ian Rappaport. The Browns get the 5th pick. They get the 36th overall pick in the 2nd round. They get a 4th rounder. And they get the 1st round pick next year, the Jacksonville Jags.
There it is.
To move up 3 spots.
To move up 3 spots. The Jags get number 2, a 4th round pick. So they move up a little bit in the 4th round, and they get a 6th round pick. But the biggie is that the Jags just gave up their 1st round pick next year for this guy, Vinny, whoever this guy is.
Look, Jacksonville is a team that, I still think they're looking to find their footing after all these years of being in the league, but Travis Hunter, a Florida kid, that's got to help things. This is quite a coup by Cleveland to move down 3 spots and get that haul, including a 1st-round pick next year.
Yeah.
Especially from a team like Jacksonville, who I don't know they're going to have a lot of playoff expectations next year. And the Browns have a lot of needs to fill, and that is a floundering organization in its own right, but that's a really shrewd trade.
Can I also say, typically you would see the team that moves up into the 2nd spot run to the podium to make the announcement, wanting to appear decisive, knowing exactly what we were doing. Typically, you see that. This is a little interesting right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock, and I agree with you. You make a trade like this, it's because you know who you're going to get, and you go up there and get them, and, when it comes to stuff like this is also a nationally televised commercial for your organization.
That's true,
so
too, David.
Maybe you want to, the pick is in now, but you don't want to squander your time on this stage where people are talking about you and your organization. But at the same time, if you know who you're going to take, you know who you're going to take. So let's. There's about 3 minutes left on the clock, and the pick is in. So when the commission and I feel bad for Vinny and anybody sitting on that side of the room because they have to turn their head and see what's going on with the draft. Vinny, I promise you, when we go to we'll let you know. Right now, it's just Adam Schefter who's talking about the deal right now. But it is for the Browns. Okay, it's a bold move given how big of a hole, Vinny, they're in with the Deshaun Watson thing, and how they're going to have to start digging themselves out of this hole with everything they gave up to get him, and how the sunk costs of that. This is at least a start for that. I don't know if it's all the way back. It's not, but at least this is a start.
Yeah, and Dan Graziano of ESPN also reacted to this trade that just went down and said, now Cleveland, by getting an extra 2nd-round pick, they're equipped to move back into the end of the 1st round should they want to, if there is a quarterback that they have an eye on, because Deshaun Watson's future is very murky there from an injury standpoint and from a production standpoint. So, the Cleveland Browns making the first big move in all of this. And they're going to get a good player at 5.
Yeah, I had wondered about that too, Wolf, if there was some quarterback, machinations going on in the background here for Cleveland to say, okay, let's get some extra picks, and now if we want, whether it's a Jackson Dart, whether it's somebody else, they're celebrating right now in Jacksonville, absolutely.
Yes.
As Travis Hunter is starting to, get a little antsy in his seat there in the draft. But it does give them some ammunition if they wanted to move back into the first round and take a quarterback at the end, depending on who was slipping and sliding down.
I really wonder how much more they got, how much more the Cleveland Browns got, taking it right up to the draft, where before they were going to be on the clock, right, bam. I wonder how much more they got in this deal.
Yeah.
Because it was in the works, that much I'll guarantee.
Oh, no, it was. Like an hour before the draft, when we started our coverage, I was seeing some things on Twitter that suggested Jacksonville was talking about
really?
moving up to number 2. But
I'll bet you they plowed the road even before that.
Yeah, it was like an hour before when I started seeing some of that stuff. Let's go to the podium and let's see what the Jacksonville Jaguars have done with this pick.
While we are here tonight to celebrate the 32 young men entering the NFL, I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field. The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes one player each year who best represents greatness and compassion both on and off the field and in the community. Tonight, we are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
Thank you. First off, Duval. Let's go! I want to say thank you to the commissioner. Thank you to the Payton family and the NFL and Nationwide. And also, too, tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it. Use your platform to make your community, the league, and this world a better place. As we remember Walter Payton, strive to leave a positive legacy of your own. Thank you. We have a trade. The Cleveland Browns have traded the second pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver, defensive back from Colorado.
Travis Hunter, cornerback, wide receiver, Colorado.
The 2024 Heisman Trophy winner played both sides of the ball for Colorado. He has wide receiver 1 potential after totaling over 1,200 yards and 14 touchdowns last season. He has top-end speed, but probably the most impressive trait is his contested catchability. Now as a corner, Hunter uses all those offensive skills and then some. The ability to stay with receivers while having a nose for the football makes him elite on defense. In 2024, he had 4 interceptions and 1 forced fumble, showing that he isn't afraid to get physical. You can say the con of drafting Hunter will be not knowing where to play him. If he played just one of those 2 positions, though, he would be the best player in that group in this draft. NFL comp, former Arizona Cardinals corner, Patrick Peterson.
That's crazy. He's the wide receiver 1. He's the CB1 of the draft. He's the same guy. He's the same guy. Vinny, if you were the Jacksonville Jaguars, what is your playtime distribution looking like for Travis Hunter if you're the Jags?
I think you start out with the focus on the defensive side of the ball. And I know what Travis Hunter said in this whole process and in his warning to teams. They tell me I can't play both ways. I'm going home. I'm not going to play.
Right.
That's how dedicated he is to playing both ways. And he is, to use Wolf's term, he is a freak on both sides of the ball. I wonder, because we haven't seen this with any real regularity. I mean, we saw it sprinkled in with Patrick Peterson with the Cardinals. We saw it sprinkled in with Charles Woodson. Going way back, Roy Jetstream Green with the Cardinals before they even moved to Arizona. But I think it's got real distraction potential for an NFL team. And I'm not just pinpointing Jacksonville. Anywhere he would have went, this becomes such a focus now. And if he struggles on one side of the ball, how does the coaching staff reconcile what to do moving forward with such a unique talent?
Wolf, what do you do if you're the coach of Travis Hunter? Where do you play him? How do you do it?
Yeah, for me right now, I think corner, the premium is on corner. if you had a guy that you could lock down, walk out, and take the other team's best receiver out of the equation. I think that's actually bigger than having a wide receiver one. I do. Now, what I would do is I would go ahead and I'd start him out at corner, and I'd say, you're going to dictate to us based on how well you take to corner. You're going to dictate to us how much we're going to give you a go as wide receiver. Okay, because if you got it locked down on the outside, if you're really, really good and you're picking up our schemes and you're picking up your assignments really, really well on the corner position, and oh, by the way, you're holding up okay physically, we're going to go ahead and we're going to move you in 11 personnel, 1 back, 1 tight end, 3 wides. We'll move you in that situationally. And now all of a sudden, maybe it's red zone that you bring him on. Maybe you start him off that way and then expand from that point forward. But I think it's going to be incremental to begin with.
Yeah, it would. His demands, and maybe I'm using that word improperly, but his demands or his requests. It'll be interesting to see how you juggle that. If you're Jacksonville, right? Like
nobody's ever done it in the last 50 years.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's you don't want to acquiesce to the player, but at the same time, if there's one guy who could do it, I mean, I'll tell you right now, if there's one guy that I'm excited to watch, maybe more than anybody in this draft, it's this kid. Just to see if you can do it. Can you do it? Can you juggle it? Can you do it? I was, and Vinny, I know that, they're not the Pac-12 anymore, but you're the preeminent Pac-12 fan of the station.
Can we get a moment real quick?
Yeah, just a moment of silence for the Pac-12.
Pour one out for the Pac-12.
the watching Colorado games, just to watch him and how often he played, it was freaky. I mean, to borrow a phrase from Ron Wolfley's book, it was freaky watching him play some of these games.
Yeah, there was 2 reasons I watched Colorado football over the last 2 years. The first reason was to root against them, regardless of who they were playing, and the second reason was Travis Hunter. He's fun to watch, but also another thing to talk about: 188 pounds. How does that hold up? If he doesn't get bigger frame-wise, put some meat on that frame, how do you hold up at 188 pounds? Playing both ways, maybe over 100 snaps total.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something to consider, too. I think you can get away with it in the college game a lot better.
But it's fun for guys like us.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because we remember, Deion Sanders trying to play 2 sports.
Sure.
Remember both. And I'm not that this is that, but you know what I mean? They're just these freakazoid athletes who come around and go, wait, well, you're going to play both? Bo Jackson, you're going to play both? It's fun to watch them try. I don't want to see it at his expense, but it is fun to watch them try.
See, this is kind of a situation right now. I wanted to know how many spots down the draft board he might fall because he said what he said in regard to, I want to play both ways or I'm not going to play. Because I'm just saying right now, how immature is that to say that, by the way? I'm sure your family took note of that and said, hey, listen, I would like you to play.
We're going to go to the podium because the Giants pick is in. I'm sorry, Wolf. Hold on.
Sorry. The New York Giants select Abdul Carter, defensive end, Penn State.
Abdul Carter, edge, Penn State.
If you want a player who could make an immediate impact on any NFL roster, look no further than Carter. The 6'3", 250-pound edge shifted from linebacker to edge after his sophomore year at Penn State, and it was a match made in heaven. Carter led the nation with 23.5 tackles for loss in 2024 and looks to carry that momentum into his rookie season in the NFL. Carter does have one major holdup. He has a stress fracture in his right foot. Carter has chosen to opt against surgery, and that's a question mark heading into the NFL draft. NFL comp linebacker Von Miller.
All right, I just want to say one last thing real quick on Travis Hunter, and then I want quick reaction on Abdul Carter before we take a break. According to I saw Travis Hunter was speaking to ESPN right after he got drafted, and he said, quote, they put me on the phone with both coordinators, close quotes. So for whatever it's worth, Travis Hunter had a conversation with the OC and the DC as soon as he got picked.
Hey, didn't the special teams coordinator get a word too?
Yeah, really. Hey, what am I, chop liver over here? Come on.
Special teams are people too.
Wolf, a reaction to Abdul Carter, please.
Man, this is great. It really is. I love the comparison, Von Miller. That is a really, really good one right there. His height, his frame, the burst that he has an excellent first step right now. And oh, by the way, Vetter James, your boy got picked. This is my son's dude. Loves Abdul Carter. Loves watching him play. Actually studies his tape.
Wow.
Abdul Carter is a dude.
That's cool. Vinny, reaction to Abdul Carter?
Expected. I know the Giants in the last couple days were reportedly listening to offers for that, but the picks 1, 2, and 3, the players in those slots have gone in order. Now, one of those teams changed, but I think this is a really good pick for the Giants. He is a heck of a player. He's a game wrecker. 39.5 tackles for loss in 3 years at Penn State, and he was the reason why I liked. Well, he's the defensive reason why I liked watching Penn State.
Yeah.
There's an offensive reason I like too, and he's coming up later in the first round in Tyler Warren. But this is a great pick by the Giants.
Yeah, I think we're one more pick away before the unpredictable part of the draft. I think everybody seems to think they know what's going to happen at number 4.
Are you looking at Will Campbell?
Will Campbell, yeah, and then after that, we'll see. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll see if it is the last predictable pick, and then if the craziness starts to happen. It's our NFL Draft Extravaganza coverage. Right now, we got Vince Marotta, we got Ron Wolfley, we got me, Dave Burns. We're back with more right after this.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute, you're ordering today's inventory, and the next, you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
At Dignity Health's Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Institute, keeping you moving is a joint effort. With minimally invasive techniques and a personalized treatment plan, our team of highly specialized orthopedic experts can keep you in motion. We care for your knees, hips, and shoulders so you can enjoy what moves you. Don't let joint pain put your life on pause. Keep moving forward and find your path back to what you love. Learn more at dignityhealth.org/azortho. Hello, human kindness.
Hey, it's Wolf from Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
The Arizona Cardinals select
the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza.
Ron Wolfley, Vince Marotta, Dave Burns. Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll have another shift change. Bick will be back. Gambo will be back. Luke Lipinski will step in as well.
Luke.
We'll all be here at some point in time or another. If you're listening on Arizona Sports 98.7, if you're listening on the Arizona Sports app or arizonasports.com, if you're watching us on our YouTube channel, and yes, you can watch us on our YouTube channel. We've got the whole thing. We're streaming it right now. Cameras everywhere.
Hello to all 540 people watching right now.
Wow, did you just run the numbers real quick to see who's out there?
553 now.
Oh, it's growing exponentially as we speak. The New England Patriots right now are on the clock. So far, the first 3 picks of the draft have, as Vinny said, Wolf, the players have been as expected. The team, certainly, there was a shakeup as the Jacksonville Jaguars moved up to the number 2 spot to take Travis Hunter. Cleveland got moved down 3 spots to number 5, got themselves an extra second-round pick to do it, but most importantly, they got Jacksonville's first-round pick next year for the pleasure of just moving down 3 spots in the draft. And Diana Rossini, among others, for what it's worth, is reporting that Cleveland is taking calls from teams interested in the number 5 spot as well. So Cleveland might do a little double dippage and move down. That could be the Ashton Genty spot. Potentially.
I know when Jacksonville, in this process, everybody was looking at Vegas at 6 as the landing spot for Genty, and then getting closer to the draft, the trends were Jacksonville could take Genty at 5. The Bears supposedly have an interest in Genty too, so it's about to get really interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation the Bears might be on the move from 10, and maybe they would want to go to 5 to get Genty possibly.
Mm-hmm.
I think he kind of becomes the next, pinch point, pivot point, whatever you want to call it for the draft. I don't want to say I know what's going to happen here, but it has been widely thought that the New England Patriots would go with Will Campbell here at this spot. I don't know if the pick is in yet. They're in commercial break right now. But so far, Wolf, for you, the players have been as we thought. The teams maybe have been a little bit of a jumble. I think once we get past this one, that's where predictability maybe goes out the window a little bit, don't you think?
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that, David Charles. I really do. I think it is predictable right now with Drake May as your quarterback. You've got to protect Drake May. You've got a big investment in this guy. He has shown some signs of potential to me. So you've got to go out and you got to get a guy like Will Campbell. You bring him in. He's a big guy with a huge arm span and a guy that could line up on day one and be a starting tackle in the National Football League and protect Drake May. Now, again, he's got a long way to go before he gets to that point, but I think Will Campbell, especially playing at LSU, this is a guy that I think is going to be drafted right here.
Yeah, it's kind of an uncertain tackle class, right, with guys who may be better suited to be guards. Oh, let's go to the podium. I apologize. Let's go to the podium, please.
The New England Patriots select Will Campbell, tackle, LSU.
Will Campbell, offensive tackle, LSU.
Will Campbell is an offensive lineman with some serious personality. Just look up his press conferences. However, between the lines, he's an ultimate competitor. He will need to polish up his footwork and consistency in the pros, and maybe more of a project than some of the other top-tier offensive lineman talent. But his ability to commit to his block in the run game, athleticism, and versatility make him a very appealing prospect for those inside the top 10. NFL comp, former Steelers guard David DeCastro.
All I know is about him is that, well, I know more about him than this, but I do know this. Before the 23 and 24 season, he was awarded the number 7 jersey, which is traditionally given to LSU's crazy great player,
Patrick Peterson.
Tyrann Mathieu. For a number of years, right? Exactly. Number 7 is a badge of honor if you play for LSU, and Will Campbell wore number 7 for 2 years for that organization. Vinny?
It's a good pick. New England needed a lot of help on that offensive line. It was very bad last year. So he takes over at left tackle. Like Wolf said, this is a fixture, a guy you can have there for 10 years. They had penciled in Vidarian Lowe as their left tackle. So this is a big get in shoring up the trenches for Mike Vrabel in his first year, because they got a lot of work to do in New England.
Yeah, no doubt. And Wolf, as I was alluding before the pick, kind of a dicey tackle class in that there's, a bunch of the guys have at least some question marks, even at the very top, and people think there's kind of a steep drop-off after the first 4 or 5 names or so. This would appear to be the surest bet of the bunch of all the names.
Yeah, once again, this is a guy that blocks like a right tackle, but has the athletic ability to line up and be a left tackle in the National Football League. You also have to remember as well that the New England Patriots were number 29 in the National Football League in terms of sacks per attempt allowed. Number 29. So this was an easy decision. You've got a big investment in Drake May. What do you say you go ahead and protect his blind side?
Yeah, 557 pass block snaps last year, gave up 2 sacks.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's so good. All right, we're going to take a break just to get ourselves kind of back on clock here a little bit. And then when we come back, who is picking at number 5? Who is going to get picked at number 5? That is coming up here on our NFL Draft Extravaganza.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
At Precision Air and Plumbing, we believe clean water is essential for your home and for your health. Right now, get 25% off our advanced water filtration systems, including reverse osmosis, water softeners, and UV light treatment. Protect your family, your pipes, and your peace of mind with water that's safer, softer, and better tasting. Don't wait. This offer won't last long. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
Decision with Precision Air.
Homeowners, life can be stressful and so can selling your home, but it doesn't have to be. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is going to price your home properly and get it in front of thousands of exclusive qualified buyers. That's exactly what Carol did for the Martin family, selling in 11 days for 100% of market value. Call Carol Royce today and ask her about her 100% of market value guarantee, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Two words we've been waiting for: employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
Arizona Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza.
Selection.
With the 5th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Michigan.
The defensive tackle is coming off 3.5 sacks and 7 tackles for loss in his final season at Michigan. A 2023 national champion, it's all about that first step quickness when it comes to disrupting the interior of opposing offensive lines for the 6'3", 286-pound first-team All-American. The projected first-round pick may struggle with double teams, but clearly has the makeup of a starting defensive lineman in the NFL. NFL comp, Las Vegas Raiders defensive tackle Christian Wilkins.
And I feel like we've just had, I don't want to call it a surprise, but I think we all expected that at number 5 in this draft, things were going to start to get a little unpredictable with the draft. And because we just don't know how these teams value some of these players in these positions, and there seemed to be no real set order. I don't know. Wolf, I'll start with you. Are you surprised that Mason Graham is the 5th pick overall in the NFL draft, or not at all?
No, I am not surprised. You know, David, I agree with your assessment on this. After the first 4 picks, I think it does get a little dicey and a little willy-nilly right now. Yes, it could go anywhere, but Mason Graham, no doubt about it, an excellent 3 technique, a guy that is going to line up and play inside. Yet at the same time, my concern with Graham is about taking on that deuce block, taking on that double team where that guard and tackle come off the ball. He's going to have to get more stout at the point of attack. But this guy is a awesome penetrator, and that's what you're looking for in that 3 technique.
There's some things, just looking at measurements from the combine, that stand out, and I would love to pick Wolf's brain on this. You talk about taking on combo blocks, double teams. He is a big guy, 6'3", 306, but relatively small hands in that class, relatively short arms, and a short wingspan. How much does that cost him, potentially?
Well,
and how hard is that to overcome?
Yeah, once again, how hard do you play? That's the one thing I think Mason Graham really does a great job of. There are guys that have overcome shortcomings like short arms, smaller hands, things of that nature. There are guys that have overcome that. And it was interesting. We were talking to A.Q. Shipley today, as a matter of fact.
Inch
and a quarter
long. And what do they measure from the tip of your middle finger to the base of your palm, right?
Yeah.
Is what they're doing. The Raiders are, and one last thing about the Browns real quick. This was, of course, the pick that they made trading down in the deal they made with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yes.
Now, they're showing us a live shot of the Raiders draft room. I believe the pick is already in. This might be the quintessential run to the podium pick here. Because unless Ashton Genty was going to get selected at number 5, and obviously he didn't, Mason Graham was, just about everybody thinks that if he was going to be there at 6, the Raiders were going to fly to the podium to get him. Now, I don't know if that's the case or not. Again, there's a lot of unpredictability at this stage in the draft from here on out. But this maybe is the last predictable thing that could happen here, given their needs at the position and just how special Genty could be, right? Like the running back renaissance, Wolf, it does seem to be very real, and it seems to be really happening right now, and Genty might be at the forefront of that for the NFL draft this year.
There's no doubt about it, David. Here we
podium.
go.
Let's go to the podium and see what the Raiders do here, and then we'll talk about the pendulum swinging for the running backs.
Sixth pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Genty, running back, Boise State.
Ashton Genty, running back, Boise State.
And a half and 211 pounds, Ashton Genty is a compact, powerful back with elite contact balance and tackle-breaking ability. He was one of college football's most productive runners in 2024 and racked up over 2,600 rushing yards and 29 touchdowns. More than just a bruiser, he added 23 receptions for 138 yards and a score through the air, proving his value as a 3-down back. While Genty's pass protection still needs work and his upright running style can limit his leverage, the biggest concern is durability after a massive 397 touch workload in the 24 season. Still, his blend of power, vision, and versatility makes him a high upside NFL prospect. NFL comp, Alvin Kamara for the New Orleans Saints.
5'9", 211. Wolf, you were talking about the pendulum swinging back towards the running game in the National Football League. It certainly seems like that's been going on the last couple of years or so, and the Cardinals are right at the forefront of it.
Yeah, not only that, look at who won the Lombardi this year. Saquon Barkley and the Philadelphia Eagles. And that offensive line built on the line of scrimmage. We're going to line up. We're going to run over your face. That's what we're going to do. I look at this right now, and Ashton Genty reminds me of a smaller version of Marshawn Lynch. Marshawn Lynch was 5'11", 215, 217 pounds, somewhere in there. Genty's about 5'8" and a half. Okay, he's not even 5'9". He's a smaller version, but he's 211 pounds. And the same thing that Marshawn Lynch had, which was this contact balance, could run through you, hammer you, and break the tackle and not go down to the ground. This is what Genty has as well. A smaller version, a faster version than Marshawn Lynch.
You know what else they have in common? They're going to play for Pete Carroll. We're different teams, but Pete Carroll's going to lean on Ashton Genty. Going back to the profile, I mean, it's wording, yes. One of the most productive runners in the country. He had 2,600 yards rushing. And I'm not sure I love the comp of Alvin Kamara. I mean, Alvin Kamara is a dynamic receiver, and Genty has not proven that yet. But this guy is a workhorse. A number that pops off the page, 2 numbers. 152 missed tackles forced last year. I mean, we all raved about Cam Scadaboo, who had about half that, and a lot less carries, but 1,970 yards after contact. The big question is, how much of those numbers were inflated.
Oh, no doubt.
By the lack of competition that Boise State faced in the Mountain West.
No doubt. That was always going to be and it clearly didn't impact him on draft day. He was the 6th pick in the draft, but I was wondering going into the draft how that was going to impact him, the quality of competition that he played.
And not only that, I'm just saying this, you looked at me. Why did you look at me when we were talking about Ashton Genty and Marshawn Lynch and Pete Carroll? Why did you look at me?
I looked at you because if there's one coach who's gonna, use Ashton Genty the way Marshawn Lynch was, right? Like it's like Pete Carroll's like, oh yeah, go get me another one of those guys. I'll take another one of those. That's why I looked at you.
Guys, I do not. That's what I thought, David. That's what I thought. You looked at me. This is not an accident in any way, shape, or form. I think Pete Carroll's looking at this, and he's going, you go get me my Marshawn Lynch.
We're going to take a break here, and then we're going to go through a shift change. Going to have a lot of new voices coming in here. Bickley's going to be back. Gambo's going to be back. Luke's going to be coming in here. Our draft coverage continues. The NFL Draft Extravaganza right here on Arizona Sports as the number 7 pick. We'll bring that to you when we come back next here on Arizona Sports.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and spring has arrived, which means it's a great time to build the backyard of your dreams, and my friends at Turf Monsters can make that happen. Whether you're looking for artificial turf, new plants, a new patio, or a beautiful putting green, and now through the end of March, all new customers get 10% off. Call them at 623-263-7388 or online at turfmonstersaz.com, and do it now before it gets hot.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something